versus 2.7 expected there. So that's not good, coming on the back of rate cut last time around for the Bank of Canada. So we'll see, just hearing a little bit more there. The month-over-month number, 0.6 versus 0.5. So overall total year-over-year, 2.9 versus 2.7. So remember, just going back a couple of weeks ago, Bank of Canada cut interest rates by a quarter point ahead of the ECB that followed very next day with their own.
It shows you that inflation is sticky on this side of the border as it is in the south as well. So we'll have to see what the next rate decision is with the Bank of Canada. But it was really welcomed on this side of the border as we don't have those 30-year fixed rate mortgages. A lot of mortgages are up for renewal next year at much higher rates. So there was that concern too, Brendan.
Yeah, market did make a move down there on that housing data. We do have housing data coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. But yeah, that's not going to help. We're about a month away from the next Bank of Canada meeting. They were expected to maybe do 2 in a row here, but that number not going to help, guys. Good morning.
Yeah, and if you're a Canadian, which we are, obviously, that's not the only, the CPI number is not what we're sad about. I mean, obviously, would have been nice if the Oilers could have pulled it out, but they fought hard. They didn't win. At least Florida got their first one. And, congratulations to the Panthers. But it would be nice if we could break that no Canadian team streak, which is ongoing. So they got 30 years, 3 decades. It's our sport. You think we do a little bit better in it. You gotta. It is what it is, but you gotta move forward and focus on.
It's kind of like how track and field is Italy's sport, right? Like the fastest man alive, the Italian guy there.
That's the wild thing. The wild thing about.
And then Italy advanced yesterday on the last kick of the game. Wow.
Dude, we talk about the Italian track team a lot, but they have a guy. It's not just sprinting. They've got like ridiculous relay teams, and they've got this dude in the long jump who is like I think he's not gonna. I don't think he's gonna win, but he's like 20 years old. Nice. He's probably gonna medal, and he's a freak. Like at some point, this kid's winning the gold medal.
About track
so like all of a sudden, Italy's winning track. I don't know about the Euro Cup, but I don't think.
We're not. Yeah, we're not supposed to be winning that, but we advanced over. I have Croatian cousins, so they were not super happy.
Yeah, they probably were not too happy.
Yeah, it was fun times, but.
But you know what? It could always be worse. You could be Solar Edge.
Yeah, you could be Solar Edge for a long time. 300 million convertible there. Well, I don't even know what the market cap is of that name, but yeah, down another 17-18%. But no one really. Does anybody own this one? Solar Edge was not delisted. Was removed from the S&P back when Uber was at it. I believe that must have been in December or so. Yeah, so there you go. So huge move down. Talk about just bad news piling on to the. Let's see, is anything happening with Enphase? I mean, I always look at Enphase as being a higher quality, same as First Solar. So Enphase down 1.25% right now, and FSLR. Let me see what First Solar is doing down today. A little bit, not too much for First Solar. They're trying to hold the fort there at 260. If you think there's a house of cards in solar, I mean, then this name's probably going to be dropping as well back in. Nice to see Bitcoin recovering a little bit here at 61 there. And then Ethereum, we had Michael Noss on last night, and just saying that there's much more strength in Ethereum, especially the ETHE, than there is in Bitcoin. So sometimes, not all crypto is alike. So we were talking about that on the market recap show as well. So, all right. It's 8:35 right now. We've got a bunch of different names on here today. I've got Rivian. We're going to be looking at some Disney. There's a couple different names that I want to talk about here today on the sticky note. Just got to get it up.
Rivian about to break out, actually.
Is it? Okay. That was a name that I wanted to get to. Rivian 1130. Yeah. Here it is. Rivian trying to get back up to the upside with an upgrade today. From Guggenheim or something?
It was Guggenheim.
Yeah, so anyways, we'll see what winds up happening here with Rivian. Again, remember, I've bought this stock at 11.25. It's been here, so it's touched 11.25 like 20 times in the last 30 days. All right, back over to the desk.
Check, they still can't make any cars, but who knows? Regis Corporation, saw a few people talking about this RGS. I don't have a lot of data on this, but Regis Corporation announcing a new credit facility to refinance existing debt. So a little one, RGS making a big move here. This thing's already more than doubled. There we go. 5 to start things off. We're at 12, 13 now even. For, again, Regis Corporation with a new credit facility coming through this morning. So I don't have any fundamentals on this, like a float or anything like that. But okay.
Yeah, so it's about less than 2 million, Brendo, 1.99 million share float. I don't have the short float on it, but we'll check trade ideas in a second. I just looked at the chart. It's not a former runner, so it's not one that I've had eyes on personally in the past. So I'll have to see if the short float name can get moving.
Yeah, day highs right now for that RGS. Here's another one, trying to get through session highs as we speak. Tesla, nice look here, 1.75 already. 184 comes and goes this morning in the pre-market. Huge day yesterday into the open, then it gives it all back instantly. Ends the day basically where it started in the pre-market, but yeah, more. This time it's the gigantic windshield wiper that apparently is going to be a problem for Cybertrucks. When they first came out with some of these reviews that were online, everyone was talking about just the sheer massiveness of this windshield wiper.
I mean, Brendo, I've seen people making fun of the windshield wiper. They're like, oh yeah, I stopped at a Canadian Tire or wherever and I picked up a new one because you can't get them.
No chance.
And they're hideous. So there is one recall involves 11,688 cars, and that is with the windshield wiper. There's a second recall here, very similar number of cars, 11,383 cars. Their issue is with the trunk bed trim that may detach and become a road hazard following vehicles. So a couple of issues here with the Cybertruck, Brenda.
Again, but that being said, back to session highs here so far, guys. Looks good.
Up 1%. I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like when you look at the windshield wiper...
That sounded like a bad story, and then here we are up.
Well, there were some recalls, but I mean, when is that ever a big deal? Like, I don't think that moves the stock per se. And that RGS, I have 3.8% as the short float. It's not, with a stock that has a 2 million float that's going to do the volume that RGS is going to do, it's about the float more than it is the short float. So Tesla, it didn't instantly give up everything. It wasn't... in terms of the breakout yesterday, like it actually tried to consolidate and hold. But when in doubt, zoom out. It's obvious to see that the 82 level is going to be back in play for us because you bounced off of that twice. Then the daily chart's it's just whatever. The daily chart has been telling the same story of goodness off the 50 period and pretty much no follow through for Tesla. But when you pop the 15 back up here, 80 last week, if you get to 80, that's the buy. It has been for the last week, and then even before then, it was a good breakout price. So if we lose 182, 180 stands out there for Tesla. What I don't like about the move yesterday in Tesla is, hey, whoop-de-doo, look where it went, right into the high 180s. It cannot seem to break past that level and then turn on an absolute dime. So the good news is you've still got potential higher lows going into like a local break, but even if it breaks 189 this week, it's probably running a couple of bucks into that 191 as well. So 180, I like the level. I think 82 can get tested at the open. You can play with that. Rivian, as we were saying before, though, huge rally off that $10 level. $10 has been that 50 period moving average. 1130 has been a resistance for a couple of weeks. There's your rounded bottom into an 1130 break. I even like a dip if it breaks 11 down to like a 1060. So a couple of EV names on the mind. And just a reminder, CCL does report this morning, but in typical Carnival fashion, it won't be until closer to the open because that's how they roll. I think it's expected at 9:15, which why anybody reports at 9:15 in the morning is beyond me. I still don't understand the logic behind reporting 15 minutes before the open, but whatever.
It is a strange one. It is a strange one. They're actually down 11% this year, so we'll see if Carnival can get going as well. Opposite of Royal Caribbean, up 13 or 14%. Look, yesterday we had this break right here, this 50-period break right at the end of the day, and it was a fun one for sure, and it ripped. And it got going and then stopped at those levels that Neil was talking about where we're going to open up at 184, 184.50 up to 185. So right now, I'd like to see a dip back into the areas that we were buying yesterday, 183. That story doesn't sound great. The market's up, Tesla's up, so we want to buy this name. Yeah, I still think it has a $200 target on it, honestly. I mean, this is really coiling. Like, if you take away the name and all the sort of the negativity sometimes when we think about Tesla and the EV space, and there's just, hold on, that's not good. There it is. and you just were looking at this stock, I would say that this would be a buy, honestly, because you're above the 50-period moving average, you're coiling up, you're starting to go. There's just one catalyst away from going either way, but more protection and support to the downside. And I just think you're a break away, like 190, a clean hold up there for a couple days, then you probably get to 200, and then we look at this level here, 205. So if you get to 205 from 180, you're 10% higher. So I think there's room to run here for Tesla. I kind of like the levels here above 180.
Huh.
Allegedly.
Allegedly.
We're talking about Uber. Higher again this morning. Pretty good day yesterday into what ended up being a kind of choppy market back and forth. We're positive here once again this morning up to 72.70. It's Piper Sandler with a positive note this morning. Raising their price target on Uber to 88, not a huge one, 288 from 86. So better part of $17 to the upside, according to them, for Uber.
And it's not for the reasons we typically expect for a ride-hailing company. The brokerage says the gig economy companies have higher margin advertising opportunities and sees about $5 billion possibly in ad revenue by 2027. They make comparisons with Cart and says they could, they're a sleeping giant, Uber is, and then they could overtake Cart in terms of in-app advertising by the end of this year. So let's see how they do. Interesting story.
Yeah, daily chart looks pretty good here, holding higher on that pullback to $70, guys, for Uber.
Yeah, it's been a good look for them. I won't lie, I'm taking a few more Ubers in the last week than normal, and that's probably going to continue. So I'm doing my part as a shareholder. But I'm not completely convinced it's broken the trend, which, that sort of sell off the 80 level, like triple top. You haven't really, you've broken the 50 period, you're holding the 50 period now. I want to see this thing break 74 and then hold above that, and I'll be a lot more convinced. With the market trying to give back a little bit, and then you start to worry, okay, if there's any kinks in the armor when it comes to the economy, then this would be something that I think would be weak if there was any pullback in the U.S. economy. That said, you can look at the macro all you want. The trade is pretty clear. We always talk about support and resistance, but you can't look at support and resistance and ignore the fact that this essentially just sat 71 top, 69 half bottom, and then is breaking that out today. It failed that break yesterday. It's breaking it out today. Anytime a stock does this, the first look is a dip back into previous resistance areas. I think that might take you underneath 71 into the high 70s, so it might not be as clean as, hey, stick a bid at like 70.05 or something like that. But yeah, I think that should be on the radar for Uber. There's a few other names that I like a little bit better, as we said, Rivian, some chip names out there, that ARM potential 150 break, doesn't have to happen, but if it does, I'm going short for sure. But Uber, I like what's going on here, finally breaking out that week and a half long channel.
Yeah, look, I've this was a name that 3 months ago I was saying this is a name that I definitely want to buy on dips, and then didn't do it. Just got I don't know, wasn't sure about that whole robo-taxi thing. You heard me talk about that, and then whether or not the economy was going to hold up, and then if it wasn't, then this was going to head to the downside. But now that it seems like we will get those interest rate cuts, consumers still spending as much as they are going out. It's been a great summer for that. It's been rainy around here, but a lot of traveling happening. So yeah, you're going to get Carnival Cruise coming up soon, Airbnb. These names continue to work, and they were really trailblazing in this space. So Uber Eats is still a big part of it. Definitely missed opportunity down there at the 200 period. So yeah, it's only up 10%, so it's not like you missed a whole bunch, but I feel like you could have started to buy around 66, 64 bottom and then used even the 200 period. So if it does come back in, I think that's a good little long. But again, just like Tesla, you're starting to base out, obviously not as long, but you're still above the 50 period. So a break of 74, again, is sort of the trade that I think for a swing is a good one. 74 break up to 82 or so for Uber.
Probably. We were just talking about that Google and Facebook note this morning. Just reading a couple of things on this Boeing Spirit airline potential deal. There's an offer, anyways, $35 a share coming across the table from Boeing to pick up Spirit. This has been rumored for quite some time that this could potentially happen. This is going to be another one of those deals that's very tough to get put through regulators. Boeing downside here this morning on this, if you flip over to SPR, a little bit of volatility, but both pretty light on volume so far.
Yeah, these are going to be after 9:30 kind of deals. So the deal here is switching from an all-cash deal to an almost all-stock deal. As Brendo mentioned, $35 a share. That's a premium versus what it closed out yesterday. The initial discussions, as I mentioned, about all-stock deal, they estimate the stock-based deal would require issuing about 22.7 million new Boeing shares. It's about a 4% dilution for stockholders of Boeing. And we already know that Boeing used to own Spirit back in 2005 when they divested it.
Trying to bring it back in-house, going on a vacation end of August this year. We'll be on 3 flights in total. Not a single Boeing plane will be touched during that vacation this year. So what are you going to do?
See, Brennan's doing his part to bump up Airbus stock, which is down 11% this morning. They're getting smoked. If you think it's bad, well, yeah, if you think it's bad for Boeing, yeah, we'll look at I'll pull it up in a second. But the Spirit Airlines thing, just keep in mind with this, like even if there's like, look, whether they accept the deal or not, whether the regulators like it or not, Spirit's a supplier for Airbus as well. So it's like logistics that they have to figure out there, because that'll be a big concern. Well, if there's like 2 companies and Spirit's supplying both of them and Boeing wants to own them again, well, what are you going to do? So like, they'll have to figure some stuff out. The fact that it's not a cash deal, I think that speaks for itself. The stock gapped down on that news because you got to own Boeing stock even if the deal happens. And Boeing did a bit of a false break at $180 yesterday. It's just a round number. It's not a huge level or anything, but it's been trying to go. Like you've got higher lows and higher highs on Boeing, which, when was the last time we said that? It's been a while since you've been able to say that on a daily chart. It is, higher lows into higher highs, and it attempted a breakout yesterday. Unfortunately, I don't know if this is the kind of news that gives you the catalyst, but if this can get through 181, it does have the makings of a little mini breakout into 200 set. But I just don't see the catalyst that gets this up $4 or $5 on a day where they're announcing this all-stock deal instead of cash. That's kind of a negative. So I'll have to put that one on the back burner. The only trade I would be looking for would be when it eventually can break this out, and only because I said it, Airbus on their report, down 12% over in Paris. And that chart not looking great either. Randy in the house.
Randy's in the
with the fresh cut, with the...
He's got it.
You got to show it all off.
Airbus is crashing.
Airbus, yeah.
I was waiting for the pun there, yeah.
I saw it in the chat already. Airbus, more like short bus.
Nice.
Today. My bad, everybody. Everybody's giving me, you know what, on the chat. I did forget to attach the sticky note, so now it is attached. So I was trying to get all the cue with everything today by showing some charts and everything like that, and then I forgot to attach the note. So there it is. Thank you to everybody for pointing that out in the chat, because if you hadn't, I wouldn't have noticed it. So yeah, look, Boeing had a great run. I mean, and then now it's been disastrous for the last couple of days, right? So I mean, the last week and a half, we went from 190, 195 down in here to 170 again. So this is a good sell spot, right? You got all the way back into April, just kind of like really can't get out of its own way. I think Boeing is fine as an investment. I think it's just going to like kind of hover around these areas. If they ever get everything figured out, we already know the monopolistic business that they're in. So I like it down here. If you're going to say get this garbage out of here, then it's basically you're trying to buy some 170s into 165 and then really getting nervous about a 160 break. So other than that, I think it looks good down here. It has this potential again. This is what happens when stories are good. This is what happens when stories are bad. So let's see if we can get something else going here for Boeing. I feel like it's fine. They've wanted to buy Spirit. The regulators kind of like that idea to sort of shore up everything. So let's just wait to see what winds up happening. Just got to push through. And I don't know what's going to make that happen or not. And it is going to be sort of the regulators and the different jurisdictions and all this kind of stuff. So we'll leave that be for now. But I think Boeing has some good, sort of tailwinds that it could catch at some point. It's been so bad.
Well, it doesn't.
At some point, yeah, exactly. At some point, something's going to turn around, right? All right, to the screen with Adair, I believe.
Talked about Rivian and Tesla earlier today. Another EV name on watch is going to be XPeng with this upgrade from Citigroup, though it's trading slightly lower on the day. Cloudflare getting an upgrade from UBS, up about 2.5% right now. The Gap getting this TD Cowen upgrade, and Disney getting a buy rating from Goldman Sachs here with a 125 price target. Good look for DIS. On the downgrade side, Penn Entertainment getting this downgrade from Raymond James. C Limited trading down about 4% after a JP Morgan Chase downgrade. Goldman Sachs downgrading Paramount here with a $9.50 price target. And last but not least, Morgan Stanley giving Double Verify a downgrade here to end the list, guys.
No, don't downgrade Double Verify. Of all
can't believe they did that.
And the market's done. We can just pack it up and go home. We're going to zero. Double Verify is the pillar of the entire stock market, as far as I'm concerned. But you know what? Disney at 100. It's kind of it's been a thing, and it's not there yet. We like round faces. We like that smiley face or whatever the heck we're trying to call it, and it's trying to do that now. So first things first, you got to make a bottom. Maybe that's done. You can argue that you can't determine whether or not you've made a bottom until it breaks back out of this top. But the 100 level has held. It was underneath it for essentially all of one day, and then a couple of early closes and opens beneath that price. Now you're starting to round up. I think Disney's getting interesting again, and if it can break 104, like just break this lower high, I think it's got some room to rally. The problem with Disney today is, portion of their business obviously is going to be cruise lines, and Carnival is going to report today. So this could be a tricky day, depending on what happens with Carnival, to look for this to make that full rounded bottom. But yeah, I do like Disney. It's going to be on the watch. If it didn't hold the 100 level, I'd be thinking just continuation of trend. But this is an opportunity for it to actually hold a significant bid for the first time and make a higher low after earnings. So, we'll keep it on the radar. Probably needs to break 104 for me. A retest of 100. I think you got to wait for the 200 period down at 98. Another downward trending stock that just requires patience.
Yeah, look, we have it written on here. We told you there's going to be a few different names here today on the sticky notes. So, 101.50 to 102 there for Disney. Finally, we get the upgrade there. Goldman Sachs with a price target attached now, my bad, with a price target there of 125 for Disney. So for me, yeah, I like the name. I like the stock. I still invested in this. We're long lower than this, and we were getting it out on stages all the way up. We didn't get everything out at 125, but that's the high where it's come from, right? And that's the Nelson Peltz. So I don't know. It's kind of they've upgraded it to this price target right at the highs there. So again, I feel like there's some accumulation. I'd rather it be above 105 than anything else. But right now I like it. I think the dip buy into yesterday's support is something that cannot be ignored for me. So I'll be watching Disney, although I'm not super impressed with the move. It's only up 0.46. The market, although better than the ES, I don't want to compare it to the NASDAQ, but I guess it's okay. So, all right, I thought the ES was up a little bit more than that. All right, so yeah, I kind of like the long. Let's put some bids near 102 and see what happens with Disney. We can check the imbalance locator quickly. I don't see Disney on here. I don't see anything of any real significance for myself that I'm looking at yet. So New York Community Bank, yeah, 50,000 now. All right, Disney 102, I like that stock.
One more thing, Amazon I just saw pop up here on a little bit of a volume spike there. There was really no movement or follow through behind it, but they just announced Prime Day. Prime Day is coming up in a couple of weeks, July 16th and 17th. So, Ramin, get your shopping list ready.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on the retailers. We know, Brendo, that credit card debt all-time high. The consumer has been absolutely squeezed. We've been seeing, rumblings here and there about higher default rates for car loans, for credit card defaults. So I'll have to keep an eye on that. But yeah, I'm definitely personally excited to get some discounts.
I remember last year we were talking about it just a couple days before it started, I think, and we all went through it, and there was really nothing exciting last year. So we'll see if anything's different this year. But yeah, holding higher here so far. Pre-market after an ugly day yesterday. Hey, my session discontinued.
Dun, dun, dun. It was TradingView, right? Like it tried to show me a bunch of ads yesterday and all that stuff. Thank you, TradingView. Thank you, Randy, for the refill on the coffee. You gotta have the coffee. Can't get that on. You can get a coffee maker on Amazon. I'll tell you what I'd like to see on Prime Day. Hey, Prime Day, how about you get like, I was looking for pads. I can find pads for these stupid things. Yeah, you can get pads for here, but I want a better option for pads on the actual handle of your crutch. because really, like, my hands are all sore as hell. I use my hands every single day to trade. So I don't understand why, knowing full well, like, it's one of those products like crutches, like, you know that it's going to be hard on the person using them. There should be a million options for better grips on there. Otherwise, you'll see me in like fingerless gloves or some utter nonsense like that. Look, Amazon failed a breakout yesterday. What I loved about Amazon was the local high break. And what's interesting is when I was putting in last week at the end of the week, we're like, yeah, what were the trade ideas of the week? I was like, oh, local high break into the high into the all-time high on Amazon. So it actually, if you look closely enough, it got there in the aftermarket to break that local high, right? So that's this 188. You know, when we give that, like, it hadn't happened. It was like down here when I'm talking about it and making up that and making that no. But right at the open, it dips into that previous high, 188.5, dips into there, goes right to 191, which is the all-time high. Tags in, it's like, yeah, okay, there's your move. That's all we're gonna do. And right back into the bottom. So unfortunately, I think when things make a high of a day pullback, I'm initially bearish on them. Just by rule, like, it's a failed breakout of a local top that made another test and fail of a big high. And every time it's done this, it's at least trended for a few days. So this would be day 2 after it failing that top. I think that puts the opening range 188 in here. If the market pops, to me, Amazon, that previous 188.50 where I thought the breakout was coming from that took you to 191, that's a short level. I might as well just mark it off. The chances that you get there's other stocks that are stronger right now that I feel would have a better chance to get up there. But Amazon, you know, yesterday's breakout level, it's a breakout on the daily, at least it was, or that support level turns into resistance for me. When you fail an all-time high, at least short term, I'm going to turn bearish on the stock, at least for the next day or two. It doesn't mean it's not going to take that high again. I'm just not betting on it today.
Yeah, it's funny because yesterday we had mentioned that. We're like, okay, here goes Amazon right back into its all-time highs. And then it just got hit all afternoon. And I mean, I don't know. We looked at this on the recap show and trying to find some spots. Nice little bounce and then that fade right back in. I mean, everything got hit right at the close, right? So that's the thing. When I'm looking at some of these numbers here today, I really feel like it could get rug pulled because, like, we're just kind of where we were back at 350 right now. Yet we're saying, like, oh my God, it's up 0.39. It's like we had such a big move down there yesterday. All we've done in a lot of these names is just reclaimed the last 10 minutes of the day. So, like, if the market was still open, I'd be shorting the living crap out of these levels right now. So why do I all of a sudden think it's a long today? I don't. So yeah, man, even now, I'm glad we're talking about this because it was not on my radar. Amazon 187, to me, this is a great short. So Amazon 187, I mean, I like the short even more now. I'm talking myself into these shorts. So I mean, I like it. I like the short today, guys. But not as bearish as I was yesterday. All right, do I want to go over AMD and Nvidia? Yeah, we'll do some of that later on, CompuCare. I'm sure some of those names will most likely be on the rundown coming up very, very soon.
It's a pretty safe bet.
I think that's a pretty safe bet as yesterday. And
Nvidia, yes, AMD probably.
Yeah, for Nvidia's been, on my sticky note for a long time. I ran into Randy and he was like, oh, here's your coffee. So I was like, oh, cheers.
Ransler comes through.
Oh, yeah, by the way, you were probably asleep, so I didn't message you. I'm watching the Jays game with my daughter. It's 7th inning. All right, great. Bassett's still in. He loads the bases. Okay. Gets out of it. Great. 6-2 still Jays. Perfect. Watch a little bit of the Stanley Cup. Goes into intermission. Put it back to the Jays. Oh, it's 6-4 to the Jays. Okay, still winning. Probably pretty good. We've lost 6 in a row. About time we get back going. We're in last place. Watching the game again, and I'm like, baseball, honestly, I like the Jays, but come on, Stanley Cup, Game 7. So I'm watching it, get an update on my phone because I get all the scores on my phone. Boston wins 7-6. I'm just like, nah, man, I'm not.
In their defense, A, they suck, and B,
they're rebuilding.
Their closer's injured, and their backup closer's also injured.
We would rather them lose, right? Honestly, it does. I know the draft isn't super key, but probably good to get a top 5.
The guy that you want, like, the thing about the draft is it'll be like next year's draft. Like the draft that's happening, next draft, that's already sort of determined. But yeah, like we do want a top pick
Is that how it works? Is just slotted in? It's no.
there's no
ping pong
lottery.
balls,
There's
right,
no
right.
lottery in baseball. The only thing about baseball is like the whole signability nonsense. So sometimes
Right.
the
They
top
can
player
refuse.
doesn't always go number one. It's happening in the NBA actually. The big
Is
center,
there a top player?
Well, there's kind of a best player
Yeah.
from France is like
Yeah.
the 7-foot center. I forget his name, but
Isn't this the worst
He might
NBA
not go
draft?
to Atlanta because he wouldn't work out for Atlanta because he wants to go to Washington apparently. So now Atlanta might not take him, which to me is like silly. Like if you think he's the best player, he won't work out for you. Just take him and
Yeah. At the end of the day, money talks.
force his hand and then make a trade to get more out of it. Money does talk, but it's a horrid NBA draft.
Oh, I mean, it's really bad when the NBA draft, and I'm listening to ESPN radio, and the only guy they're talking about is Bronny James, who's supposed to go late second round.
He's not an
I'm like, what? The guy averaged 4 points at USC. 4
he's not a
points.
second round player. If you like, it's
The Jays will take, or the Raptors will take him though. I'm pretty
they
sure.
probably should.
They have so many second round picks. So
Where are the futures at, boys? Let's go back to the desk.
yeah,
Anyway, let's get into everything else we need to know here heading towards the open on a Tuesday morning. We'll get into the rundown. First, we'll have a look at the overall market.
55.17, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES September contract. But it's generally that same area that we were consolidation area high between the 12th and the 16th. We're right there, so we're using that former area of resistance as support. If we can hold this 55 and a quarter, 55.10-ish area, we'll use that as support to the high side. Let's see what we do at the 50-point area yesterday. We couldn't break there on a closing basis.
If you haven't done so, make sure you go to the website and sign up for the absolutely free morning watch list. Wait for that pop-up to show up, enter your email address, and that's it. And then it just comes magically every single morning with all your homework done for you. Stick around this morning as well, 11 o'clock. KO in the building. Kevin O'Leary going to stop by. We'll get his opinion on where the market is so far this year, what we can expect going into the second half of the year, election year. So a lot to discuss and consider for the overall market. Nvidia. Yeah, worst session since April yesterday. It was pretty ugly right from the word go. We end the day yesterday at day lows, essentially. Huge bounce in the pre-market here, though. I mean, it's been 2-3 in a row here, so about due for a bounce here.
Yeah, Brendo, Nvidia stock has dropped aggressively from the highs 3 consecutive trading days, briefly after becoming the world's most valuable company. It really depends on who you talk to here for the reasons for the sell-off. A lot of people saying taking profits. Some people pounding the desk saying overvalued. You just got to know that it's tripled in price over the past year, Brendo. So already big moves.
Pretty active so far this morning as well, trying to get back above 121.5 here, guys, for NVDA this morning.
NVDA.
Here, I'm just trying to pull it. This tries not letting me pull over. So trust me, bro, when this splits, I just like to throw it in there every now and then. When it's split, that first wick down, the first day, because it's not letting me pull over here, was to exactly 100, pretty much at 117. It might have been like 117.04 or something like that. It didn't get there yesterday, unless you count the aftermarket, when it did tag that 117. So I still think that's the level to look for a dip. I had 127 marked off here. Let me just throw that back in there on Nvidia. Look, when a stock does this, and you can pull up a daily chart all you want, but remember that every recent high is an all-time high for Nvidia. And we talked about that with Amazon just recently. Like you fail an all-time high, it's a short till proven otherwise. If the bounce was more shallow, and we're still down at 117, I might be thinking about, hey, let's go dip buying off the 117. That was the spot I wanted yesterday. Still take the shot. If it loses, great. That's our level. It's at 121 bucks. You're just as close to the opening range top or the pre-market high 125 as you are to that 117. So it's just as close to the short zone as it is to the support. Everything else is kind of diddling in the middle. So gonna have to play this one by ear when it's in the middle of the range. If it fails out in front of 125, I think you look curl there. Maybe there's something at 120, although it's 117 that I like better. And I won't have another chance to mention them because we only talk about the chips when we talk about Nvidia, it seems. So ARM, still 150 breaks, I'm going short. Maybe it breaks today, maybe it breaks tomorrow. I feel at some point, like Thanos, it is inevitable. ARM wants this 150 level. If it goes, I'm not saying it's going to completely flush, but when there was a similar support level after a break, like a huge level that held for a long time, in this particular case, it is the top after that consolidation that is turned into the bottom. So this high going all the way back into February has turned into the local support. That wick on the daily is BS because it's just a dark pool wick. So 150, not really looking for a long off this level. I'm just looking for it to break down on ARM. And if it bounces from here, I could easily see it in the 160s to 62 before I'd look short. So ARM 150 break, the order's going in as soon as the market opens.
Yeah, I really like ARM. Look, I wrote it down here again. It's going to be I don't know, it's not the number one idea, but it might as well be. I mean, I really like Nvidia short again. I mean, we hit this yesterday. We waited for this pop to happen, and then we just shorted it like a bunch of times and then really hit it, and then we hit it again up here on the short, and we got the long break here and was able to get out before all of this happened. So again, like it's this, I'm preaching the same stuff, man. It's like, if we can get anywhere back to these levels that we shorted yesterday, I mean, giddy up. Like rating for 127 would be fantastic, and I think that, that you could get up there. I mean, it's still up 3%. This thing could go up 5%, so it's not out of the question. But at the end of the day, if we can get any chance to get short, I'm already waiting at 124, so if that could happen, great. But we're just kind of at this area anyways, 121, 121, 50. This could be a great short as well. This time, though, today is different than yesterday. Yesterday, we were underneath VWAP. We were underneath the 200 period moving average. Now we are clear over them. So I do think that there is dip buy opportunities as well. Come into here, then retrace back up into 120. That could be a possibility, and we could hold off of 120. So this is going to be such a key area to give us the trend for Nvidia, because it's only at 121.50 right now, 121 almost, basically. So you're only $1 away from a decision point. So are we going to hold 120 or not? If we go underneath it, let's fade this thing all day. If we stay above it, then I think we can either target a short at 125 or just play the longs down here. So for me, the first area I'm looking is to fade pops. And again, I don't think it's really necessarily a pop if we just get to like 123. I'd like to see us extend a little bit. First short would like to take would be 124. Let's just see how the action builds out here on the NASDAQ. So, you're trying to climb up. We don't have huge amounts of numbers or anything coming through. So we'll wait to see what happens with Nvidia today and it being up 3%. Look, people are buying the dips. They're always going to buy the dips in this name. You want to buy the strongest names. We actually talked about that with Michael Noss, and it's just like, why are you buying names that keep hitting the bottoms? It's because we think there's value there.
Yep.
But I mean, the reason why some of these names are hitting highs is because there is value. No, we don't have to think about it. We know it's performing well.
Yeah.
That's why it's exceeding its price targets and beating the street and so on and so forth. So Nvidia probably will do that their next quarter. They may not, and it could continue to fall down, but we still have a month away. We're still a month away. We're a day away from Micron. So I still feel pretty good about buying some of these dips, and we'll wait to see if that 117.
Yeah, Micron's earnings.
I know it's
flyer too.
Yeah, that's tomorrow.
The thing, anything in that chip space, it's like, obviously the earnings have generally been good, but if you don't come through, you can get really, really punished. So I don't. We saw. I mean, ARM. I remember ARM when it eventually tanked. It was nasty. Sorry, we're gonna go to crypto next. That's why I have Mara up. But yeah, It's not to say that I'm worried about Micron. The good news is it already fell like a bunch. But yeah, you got to watch out and don't go into chip earnings with preconceived notions about what should happen, because you've got to be able to react. You can't just say, well, I want to buy a dip in Nvidia, and then when Nvidia has its earnings, you're expecting this is going to be the time that it drops on earnings. But then, what happens if they blow it out and it's up 10%? Then you're out of your wits. So I'm keeping my mind open with Micron. But let's see what's going on with crypto, because Mara, I feel a reverse of yesterday, I believe.
All right, let's go to crypto here. Here is Bitcoin trying to hold back above 60,500 once again. This morning, we had that washout after the equity session closed yesterday. It's been a nice bounce ever since then. There's that same washout on the ETFs. IBIT got flushed pretty good after the close. I was sitting there watching that. Back to almost 35 here this morning. So, yeah, a lot of analysts with this sentiment so far this morning, it seems. There's been 2 or 3. I saw notes suggesting they think this move's not done.
Yeah, well, it's now 7 consecutive days of net outflows from those Bitcoin spot ETFs. 51.53 billion still invested, so still a sizable amount there. The outflows over the past 2 weeks have totaled about 584 million. Investors, though, haven't significantly increased their short position in Bitcoin, so it's been selling your already profitable position, so it's indicating sort of a wait-and-see approach. And interesting geographic distribution here, Brendo. 475 million flew out from the United States, about 110 million from Canada, but in countries like Switzerland and Brazil, they're still adding to their positions, so it's geographically based.
This is that area from early on yesterday that was acting as support temporarily in the pre-market, but eventually got let go. So we'll see if we can hold today, guys, for these ETFs.
I mean, the good news is, like, you broke 60,000 and then reclaimed it today. So in the temporary, that level is held. And I think we showed it yesterday, the 58,000 level technically was just as good. I mean, 60 is a nice round number, but that 58 level obviously is held again today. So you bounce off that, you bounce back above 60. I think there's an opportunity for recovery. I'm looking at Mara. Like yesterday, Mara didn't work. It was the first idea I like short. I took like 4 swings at it, so that's the only reason it was my worst stock. It could have been something else, but I really wanted this if it was breaking underneath that 19. You can kind of see why. Like, to me, the day that it gets under there, I think your first stop headed potentially to $17, just looking at the 200-period moving average on Mara. But for now, it is back above 19 even. This is one of those over-under plays. If the stock is, as long as we hold 60,000 and we don't tank in Bitcoin, and as long as Mara holds above 19, I think it's a long. If it loses 19, I want no part of it. It's that simple. So let's let the stock open up. That's kind of that interesting line. It's a good level. When you look at that, daily chart, you can see that it held for a while. And even though it broke several times, there were recoveries, and the recoveries have generally been pretty sizable off of that level. Not a lot of pre-market volume in it, and you got to keep your eyes on Bitcoin. I mean, if I see Bitcoin tanking, you don't want to be sitting on the bid here. I think that goes without saying.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about with Coinbase as well. I mean, there are some great levels. I mean, I love the 220 area for a break long. We are moments away from the biggest report of the season.
Carnival?
It's Carnival, baby, and we're getting ready for that. Yes, sir. Big Carnival here in Toronto. Comes every single summer. It's a big celebration, of course, where the newly drafted Bronny James will come with LeBron James and have a lot of fun here at Carnival. But what do they call it now? I think it's called something else, like Scotiabank's March of something. I don't know what it's called now. Okay.
Like
Caribbean.
It's
Caravana.
It's Caravana.
Used to be Caravana, and then now it's like the Carnival
Caribbean Carnival brought to you by insert corporate nonsense. I call it Carabana.
Uber, brought to you by Uber. Anyways, they'll be coming up soon. All right, so look, I was just looking at Coinbase. I just saw it because I know it's 9:15. That will be coming through, so we'll be able to watch out for that. But yeah, this 220 level was just coming in right here. So I just kind of like this. It was that sort of drop zone there for Coinbase right here. So I just kind of like this break higher and then just to get back up to the 200 period, which is still 232. So I think if we can hold out, that would be a good little run there for Coinbase. So I'm looking at a 220 break higher on that name. So let's see if crypto goes. If it does, I really think Coinbase will go with it right now. So we'll have to watch out for that. Here we go. Doesn't look like anything's out yet, but right now CCL printing lower, down 3%, guys.
And we used to have to say, like, the big game.
The big game.
Yeah. Anyway, we were just talking about trademarks. SolarEdge technology downside this morning. This was after the close yesterday. Got absolutely crushed in a hurry here, down through 28. Trying to bounce right now. But yeah, $300 million in convertible notes due in 2029 announced after the close. So raising some debt. They also lowered their forecast.
Yeah, guys, this will be the lowest opening price for this name since 2017, September 2017 to be exact. Big move down here. Tough look. It's obviously a tough environment for solar. So some of the reasons is going down, as Brendo mentioned, significant decrease in the free cash flow due to several factors, minority investments, extended credit terms to customers, working capital challenges, you name it. They're also having trouble collecting money from a bankrupt company that goes by the name PM&M Electric to the tune of $11.5 million.
51.6% in a month here downside, guys, for Sedge.
Yeah, Yeah, so just the earnings are out for Carnival. It's got 11 cents per share, which is a beat. It was expected loss of 2 cents per share there. Sales beat estimates as well, so revenue was also a beat. It was down at 15.8. It actually tagged 16.95, so almost $17 to the upside here, as it's continuing to do a lot of volume. Remember, the call is going to happen, obviously, off the open here, but so far, so good for Carnival. Oh, that daily chart. That 17 level is going to be the big one. If it can hold above 17, there's some breakout potential, a little overhead resistance on that. Solar Edge, I don't really have anything good to say about Solar Edge. So it's down over 10%, which means it'll open up the market SSR, like short sell restricted. There's not even like a green day to be found in the last couple of weeks. That said, when it's down this far and you do have the SSR and the bad news comes in, there's always a chance of like a dead cat bounce. So I might look at the $25 level. If it gets down there and I can see like a higher low get put in and there's a spot to risk 20 cents to try for a little bit of a long, maybe back into VWAP, like that sort of a play is what I would think about for Solar Edge. But yeah, not much. Like what can you say? Like usually you're just thinking short till it's not. It's just a little trickier when the stock gap's down 18%. When it's doing a gentle move down like this, you generally would just say to yourself, short any significant level that you can find. Here, it either fails from right here or like significant levels like 10% higher. So I might be looking for some kind of SSR bounce at some point after the open because it will open short sell restricted. Yuck, 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 Solar Edge.
Yeah, right here. So CCL just broke 17 right there. I was going to go long on almost like on this break here, 17.10, 17.13 or so. This wick high, we've already sort of been up here in the last couple weeks. So let's see if it wants to get going there. I also want to buy some 1650s now. Again, raise full year guide, beat on sales, and beat current EPS. So 11 cents versus 2. So they beat the street everywhere and raised. So I like Carnival right here up 3%. Let's see if we do get a little bit of a pullback. And the reason why we use 1650 is that was yesterday's high. Don't want to hold this all the way back. It could go red. I mean, I don't know enough about it. They'll have the call. And they see EPS 1.15, so $1.15 versus $1.10, so raise on that side. So yeah, possible upgrades coming for Carnival, but it already broke 17 and went to 07, so we're close to getting punched in here. We're going long on a break in and around 17.10 or so for Carnival. So wow, only 12 minutes to go and still a few more things to do. Tesla and DJT.
Just double checking there for you, Neil, on the time of the call. Actually, don't see that. I'll find that. What day is today's the 25th? Yeah, it's not even on there. We'll touch base on Carnival. I'm sure it'll pop up for us somewhere. Tesla, back to the upside this morning, as we said initially here. A little bit of a pullback right now, but yeah, a decent size recall here on the Cybertruck. I mean, clearly it doesn't matter so far this morning. Wild action yesterday. We get above 188 right out of the gate, and then that was it. It was downside ever after that, essentially right from 9:30 this morning for Tesla. But trying to bounce here this morning, recall on the windshield wiper this time for the Cybertruck.
Yeah, so we know that they recalled 4,000 vehicles last time, something to do with the accelerator pedal. That was a bit of an issue that got fixed. So this time, 2 recalls. The first one, 11,688 cars. The windshield wiper, as Brendo mentioned. The second recall here, 11,383 Cybertrucks due to a trunk bed trim that may detach and become a road hazard for following vehicles behind you. So we'll have to see how this does. But if history is any indication, it pretty much retraces pretty quickly.
Yeah, and back to the upside after that huge reversal yesterday.
Yeah, it's really starting to go. Look, the CCL call is at 10 o'clock. At least that's what's expected. So just keep that in mind. You have plenty of time. You got the first half an hour at the open, so there's always plenty of trading opportunities. But if it's 9:50, if it's trying to take out 17 and it's 9:59, I'm not punching into a breakout trade as the call is starting because anything can spook the stock, and I don't like that. Tesla. If we like the trend back into the upside, I don't know now whether the 180 level is going to come into play anymore. So, 182, That was just yesterday, kind of double bottomed out in front of 182 there. Earlier in the pre-market, 180 seemed pretty darn likely. All of a sudden, Tesla up 1%. That doesn't seem like a level that's likely to come into play at the open. So that 182 will be the first stop for Tesla. I think you're too far away from resistance. Clearly, I mean, if it gets to 189 again, it's already a double top. So I think that's a shortable level, 189 to 190. But Rivian is much more likely, I think, to come into play, breaking out this local high. So that's a chip name. That's the EV name that I think I'll be in first, would be Rivian taking out this 1130 level. Big bounce off the 10 again. And if it does dip, I like 1060. So that doesn't, I mean, $11 is where it closed. So a bounce off there is pretty reasonable, as there goes the high of the day on CCL. It just took out that 1707. But I might take an 11 dip. I know I want the 1060 level on RIVN, and 1130 break is already in. That I will take pre-market, and I will take at the open as well on Rivian. So that order's been in pretty much all morning.
I was just reading what our friend put there, that Brendan Ayuk wants to go to Washington. I don't know, okay.
He's
be
good
fine
friends
for
with
me.
Daniels?
Yeah, so it's whatever. Then maybe I'll just draft Daniels.
Well, I have that other receiver there. I don't want him going there. I have Dotson.
Yeah, I mean, I think whatever. I mean, there has to be lots of mouths to feed over there. I don't think either one of those guys are hopefully not ball hogs, but they both need targets. They both need targets. Yeah, actually, there's a lot of mouths to feed over there. Okay, so yeah, I still like that 180. I talked about how I think that this is a long now that we're above. We've consolidated, so I kind of want to look long. I think these recalls are relatively minimal. I'm not too worried about windshields and stuff like that. I think that's easy to repair. I don't think it's a high cost item. But yeah, this break of 185, 185.50 looks pretty good to me. But again, we're still a little ways away here. Still 8 minutes. We'll get those imbalances to see what winds up happening. But I think I like that break long. We've seen it happen before. There's the move right here through 185 all the way up to 188. So if you take that break, I think you got a target in and around maybe this bottom of 187. So that's going to give you about $2. And I think $2 to the downside is probably too much. So I like the risk to reward here. You can get out on like a 185.50 break. Maybe even, I don't want to take 186, but yeah, 185, 185.50. I think you could even get back out. Even if it comes back to 185, VWAP will be at 184, 184.50 at that point. So I think it's $1 worth of downside there to possibly get going if the market likes it. We've seen that before on kind of random stories with Tesla. It can definitely get going. So we'll see. Starting to go now. We'll see if those imbalances come buy side. But if they do, you probably break that 185.50 right off the jump anyways. So that's going to be a good level. I look to go long 185.50, and it's not on the sticky note, but I missed it.
All right, DJT 2 days in a row here back higher. What a buy that was at the open yesterday. $30 up to 37 now. Better part of 10, almost 11% here in the pre-market on top of that move yesterday. There's nothing new. Just catching this bid after that equity raise the end of last week.
Yeah, exactly it. I think personally, I just think it's, a running up in anticipation of the first debate, which is on Thursday. So we'll have to keep an eye on DJT until that time. But yeah, as Brendo mentioned, they raised some money. They had some money unlocked vis-a-vis the SEC, and that had this thing moving. But I really think that the debate is going to be the number one.
Yeah, got to go back to the beginning of the month here to find some levels to look at now, guys, for DJT.
Yeah, I have a suspicion that you could get a sell event on the debate, but we'll see what the stock could do it before. So I don't want to just automatically assume you're going to be up around this 40 to 42 level, which is, the way you have to go back to, as Brendan mentioned, before you find a little something. I've paid for locates today. So if you do see a failure at 42, like it pops up there, tries to break out, and then flushes, like anywhere in this range, like 42 into 44, like if it's failing in that range, I think that's the spot where I would look for shorts. I don't love dip buys in this. When I sat down, I was really thinking, okay, well, it's got to be 33 to base something off of. And maybe there's this 36 level, but with CCL going, we're probably going to be in some Rivian. You throw in the chip names, and maybe ARM makes a break. I don't know that I like the local level on DJT. If it starts trending to the upside, there's always a place to join it a little bit later on in the session, as we've always able to be found. So the 33 level, I think that would be a good spot. If somehow it gets down there, I could look for a bid on DJT, but it's not seeming that likely, up 10%.
All right, so here comes Nvidia back in. We do get those imbalances, about 1 million or so to sell with already paired off 3. So it's going to come about 3.5 million or so to sell here off the open. So there's Nvidia right now with that candle to the downside. So just if you guys are watching, you're like, wait, what just happened with Nvidia? Well, this is what happened. It's your market on open imbalances, and it also sends Apple to the downside as well right there. So then you can see Apple just drifting from 210 down to 209.40s where we are right now. IBIT, again, I don't really worry about this because it's just going to follow Bitcoin, and Bitcoin doesn't care about these imbalances. Walmart, Snapchat, nah. So the big ones are right here. There's only really 2 on here. We do have CCL. I'm trying to get long. I told you off that 710, 713 break or so. But yeah, there's Nvidia downside. Not huge, right? It did 400 million, 500 million shares yesterday. I have to double check it. But that's not a big number off the open, so I'm not worried about it. But it does show that there's sell pressure. Like, why is it not a buy? And then Apple as well, right? So there's sell pressure in both of these names. And I mean, there's been a lot of people saying, oh, it's crazy to try to go short again on this name, but we made a lot of money short yesterday, and I just want to try it again. So, and I feel justified a little bit now because we were talking about that short. It's just, you don't know if what's coming buy or sell, and it still could not work. So we'll wait for that one to come in, and then the other trade, I know Neil's in this right now, but Carnival is just dancing. So you got to wait for me on this one. We could just look. I mean, I'm almost in, so it's not like I'm waiting that much. Carnival right here, small buy, 80,000 at the bottom. So really nothing there for CCL. I want to dip buy into 80s, dip buy into 80s, dip buy into 50s as well.
FFI is doing a reverse split. So.
Oh yeah, and wasn't today CRM day?
I think Chipotle.
Yeah, CMG.
CMG. It's CMG. After today is your last day to trade. Well, I mean, if you like trading CMG at a ridiculous price or a super high price, then it's your last day to do it. Tomorrow, everybody else gets to have some fun with Chipotle. So if Faraday is down 32% because they're doing a reverse split, I think that puts it firmly in play today. It's already done 16 million shares worth of volume. Look, levels. Levels don't matter that much. I am looking for a dead cat bounce somewhere in this stock. And much like Solar Edge, it's like every single even level, like the 20-cent level, if it gets down to like 15 or something like that, that'll be in play for me. So if you're wondering why, oh no, what happened to Faraday? You know what's short? When you do splits, they're
Faraday.
not good.
Oh my God.
And at the end of the day, we expect this reaction, but the squeeze after has happened before. So I will look for some kind of dead cat bounce. One more to get to. I didn't mention a firm good long yesterday. Little bit of a chance for some continuation here on a firm. If it dips back into the breakout price, that 32, which was a level we liked for the break, if it dips back into 32 and can hold, it's got to hold that 32. 34 was the resistance we tried shorting in the afternoon show. So let's go to Sharif, and we've got 1 minute to the open.
About average true range all week, guys. Today we'll use ATR to gauge realistic profit targets. Catch that with Adair and I on How to Trade at 11.
Yeah, join Adara and Sharif today with only a minute left, going over all the lessons. So that's a very important part of Trader TV.
ATR, baby.
Learn that up there right here. Here we go. I'm waiting here on CCL in the 20s to see if we can get something out. So it just bounced off of 20. So we're long right now on CCL with only 30 seconds to go. We'll wait to see what winds up happening here on the US Open. Nvidia still continuing its downside push. We may have to get short early on this. Yesterday it was around 9. I should have looked it up around 9:33 or so that we finally took the short. But right now, 122 looking like a good level if it does bump up and kind of hover around. So that would be something with only 10 seconds to go right now. CCL hovering around flat, Nvidia right here right now, and Apple trying to go lower as well. Here we go. 4, 3, 2, and bingo, bango.
Bongo.
As they say in New York, bing bong.
Bing
the
bong.
market is now open. All right, here we go. Nice move down for Nvidia, immediately breaking through that 121 and looking to go lower. Remember, we did have that big sell imbalance, so a big red candle hitting the name right now. That is NVDA, and continuously going lower here. If we come over to the screen, we can see there it goes right now, 120 coming inbound on that one. Apple as well, whoosh, to the downside right there into 208.50. Nvidia might have just found a bid at 20s, which we said was a possibility.
ARM is at, I'm out of CCL. I couldn't hold on to that 17
that's going
level.
down,
ARM
down.
is at 150, so the break on ARM is imminent. Well, okay, every time I do this, you guys know what happens. Like I talk about the stock that's about to break a big level, and then I stare at it and it doesn't break the level. So 150, it just bounced, it just got to 151. So look, if it breaks, I'm going short ARM through $150. If it happens, you guys will see the position pop in. We talked about it. But that dip, so like if the breakout doesn't hold, I could have scalped 10 cents. I did not. I'm looking for previous highs for a bounce play here on CCL. That'll be into the 1650 level. Or I can just jump into the breakout one more time above 17. But I want buyers above the 17. ARM still has not broken. Nvidia, probably going to take Nvidia coming down here to drag it with it. Nvidia is just sitting in the middle of the range doing not much of anything.
Yeah, no, I'm
Bro?
going to get punched. I'm in Nvidia. Sorry, I was looking at CCL because CCL did break. We got more long down there at VWAP, which is what we want to do. We said we were bidding some 1680s, so we still have that. Okay, here we go, man. We have a new position, obviously. Forget about all this junk right now. We are now 50, 60, 70 cents now in the money on the Nvidia short. I mean, we talked about wanting to get this short. We're short 120, 137s right now. Here we go. It's a nice move to start the day off with a nice push down here on Nvidia. Again, we talked about it. We took it. Fortune favors the bold. I don't know. Let's see what happens right now for Nvidia. We've already taken out some there as that was a pretty quick move in. So let's wait. We're still waiting for 122, but that's a good move. Like that's 120, 140 in there, a quick 80 cents. Let's see if, again, if the move wants to continue that way. We've held out for this move on CCL. So here we go. CCL back to the upside right here. Let's see if it wants to work. CCL's going. Palantir, big move down in. We forgot to talk about Palantir down here to 24.
We forgot about Apple.
And Apple too. I mentioned it, but it's ripping now.
Yeah, Apple made the breakout local high, 210 just came out on Apple. I didn't have my order. Oh, come on. ARM does not want to go. Like, Nvidia's dragging it down, but there's a serious buyer on ARM at that $150 level. I still have my order to go in. I think you just got to look for dip buys in Apple. Now you're back above. I want strength over on CCL. It just managed to hold. Remember,
CCL,
Carnival's
baby.
call is at 10 o'clock. So you do you when it comes to that call. Ooh. But I don't like being involved when the call is on. So, I'm going to try and trade everything around that call and respect that 10 o'clock hits, and I don't want to be stuck in a position. If I'm in the money in something, that's one story. But if you're out of the money, I don't think you want to fight it.
Here we go, baby. I agree. That's why we got out on some. Yes, let's go. Let's spin that money. Let's go, CCL. Uniman, CCL. But no, really, Palantir is the man for me right now. Oh, wow. Did we ever hit this one, man? We talked about dip buying into $24. If you are part of Sticky Note Nation, there it is. Look at this trade. Bang, we got it today. That's a good one there for that name. And then CCL, the name that won't give up, apparently. It did have that move down, but right now you are back to highs for CCL. Out some 26s, out some 25. CCL moonshot right now. It's 3 for 3 kind of day to start with here with Nvidia, Palantir, and Carnival Cruise. Although Nvidia's coming all the way back up. What's up, Adair?
Penny stock on watch here. GLYC, glycomimetics, currently up about 56%. Probably turning around here, bouncing off this 40-cent level. As you can see, this one did drop quite significantly in May after an issue with the late-stage trial of its blood cancer drug. Trying to climb back up here on news that its CMO, Chief Medical Officer, bought 305,000 of the company's shares, average 26 cents a share. So keep an eye on GLYC insider purchase, guys.
So Rivian just took out top. We'll get to see something. Rivian took out that top, pulling right back in. I have yesterday's high as the out. That's 11.12. That's kind of a random number, obviously, but you can see yesterday's high. It actually held that on the way back in. So not 11 even. It's underneath yesterday's top that we want to respect on Rivian. It is starting to go. I do respect the fact that Tesla is going in the other direction at this moment. Tesla is kind of tanking in here. Yesterday, there was relative weakness at moments when Tesla was weak, Rivian was strong. So it can work, but in the back of my mind, I got to respect the fact that Tesla tanking back into that 182. We do like that level on Tesla. Just got to be patient. Let it get there. CCL, I've taken a couple legs out. We're going to get one more in front of 17.5. There's no levels, but in the back of my mind, that conference call is going to happen. And when it does, I'd rather be taking profit and hold on to the dream than be stubborn about it. So Apple's trying to pull back. We'll get there in a quick little second. And I wanted to mention Affirm We like the 32 level on a firm. A firm bounced off 32.60, so it's very much in the pocket, letting it come back in. I'd like to see support show up at that 32 even area, and then we can get involved in AFRM.
Yeah, we are now out of this, and we're going to tweet it out here with our CCL. Again, for me, an instant classic right there to the upside, right? Bought that dip into VWAP, boom to the upside, boom again, gets them out there at 50s. I mean, for me, I can't really do it too much better than that. So there it goes, man. Out on CCL, up, and our best out is 46s right there. I would say, so we did go long Rivian. I mean, this is, again, our #1 trade idea. So obviously, we're not going to get to those levels, but look at this fade back in for Rivian. So yes, sir, it's going to hopefully wind up being a decent trade here for Rivian, but we got to get something out, right? So let's see if we get a 27. And by the way, Nvidia is right now, Professor, you might not be happy to hear this, because I know we're trying to hold Nvidia, but right now it's a 1 and trying to get to a $2 winner right down here at 120 and change. And yes, we have done it again here on Rivian. It was I don't mean #1, #2, you can rank it however you want there, but it is on the sticky note down at these levels. So there it is right there, man. It is fantastic. It is Nvidia, and there it goes right now to the downside. It's just another one. We did it yesterday. We're doing it again today. So, I mean, you know, try to stick with what we're talking about there. We wrote down the levels, but we told you that we were trying to fade this off of 122. So there it is. It's a nice move to the downside here. It's Rivian, and it is fantastic. And then, Rivian's right here.
Rivian is right still.
Yeah, Rivian's a big one for me right here. We're long at 1120 on Rivian, trying to get some out, but it's Nvidia was the big one.
Yeah, Nvidia is definitely the big one. ARM does not hold that breakdown. We were able to get some out. It started to really flush. The spread opened up, obviously, through that 50 level. So we got some at the 70s. We got some at the evens. It would not break 149.5. We jumped out of it, got back in, jumped out when it couldn't hold VWAP. It's got to show me weakness under that level. I do want to be back in this short, but I don't want to be fighting it over the 150. Rivian's going to be a bit of a concern, but Apple did not give us that 210 level on the dip. It just came in, held VWAP. I think at this point, I don't want to chase it too far, but we do like that 210.5. Apple on an absolute tear. Market down, Apple up. I feel like that's a broken record. It's not the first time we've said that story. Let's go to Adara.
Another small cap on watch here, LRHC. This is going to be La Rosa Holdings up over 100% here. Float of about 6.92 million shares, so just under 7 million share float. They're trading higher over the last couple of weeks. Today, up after announcing they're going to white label their AI system. So LRHC to the upside, guys.
All right, we're just, let's just keep on getting it out right now. A little face slapper there on Rivian as we played that dip back in for our IVN, and it's definitely worked out in our favor right there. Okay, so the only trade that we're still up on, obviously we nailed CCL. We talked about that. We got out. It went to 50. That was our target, so we got out of that one. That's 70-cent winner there. I mean, 70-cent winner on a $17 name. We'll take it. Hopefully it gets a little more than that. But Palantir right now, we're going to get out if this breaks back through, right? So if this breaks through 90, let's just get out of it. With the market's heading downside. So, you know, a stock that looks like this, we will be able to find a bottom at some point here, but I was just going to, oops, wrong button. I was going to play off of this, which was 90s. So that's 97, and then that very bottom is a 90. So I'm just going to play if it breaks 90, let's get out, because honestly, I don't want to hold this all the way back into 60s and 70s. Palantir is often a good name. It's just sometimes you got to wait for it, and sometimes I don't have patience. So let's try to wait as much as we can here for Palantir. We just got some 96s, giving us an average price of 02. So it'll be a 12-cent hit if it loses it, but we don't like to have losers on board, but sometimes they do happen. Nvidia's dancing around that 120 area. We could probably get another piece out soon.
Yeah, higher low starting to come into Apple. RGS is halted. The tap is the indicated open price is at the actual high. So 1546 for those that are looking is where it halted. 1580 is the current tap. So that would be the pre-market top there. I don't have an order to go in on the reopen. Not that interested chasing RGS. I think we talked about that. DJT, if you're wondering, inside range so far. No 40 test, no 33 test. Nothing to be seen there. Rivian just came right back into that top. So it just made the breakout. It holds that bottom. I think you start consolidating above there, it can be an add on Rivian. CCL still, Like it rejected the 50 over. So I don't want to give it all the way back into 17 even. I don't think that makes a lot of sense. If it can't hold 1740 by the time we get to the earnings call, then I'm jumping out of this stock. I'm not saying it's going to tank on the call, but a lot of times you can get some kind of a reversal on an earnings call. Going over to the other chip name, we mentioned ARM and Nvidia, but not AMD. AMD is down 2% and just lost yesterday's support at $158. So if this one is going to be the one that breaks and goes, then I don't mind waiting for it to come back in, short a pop back into either the previous low or VWAP. And we talked about Solar Edge. I'm only looking for an SSR bounce. On Solar Edge, it's making a bit of one, but not at the level I wanted. 25 would have been where I get into it. So trailing stop on CCL, I'm going to hold. If it can hold 1740, then I'm willing to hold it into the earnings call in 15 minutes.
Palantir, trying to go back upside right now. So we just got some out here, 5s and then 8s, I believe, 9s right there for a nice little upside push there for PLTR. So so far so good on that one. I'm just trying to figure out this Nvidia trade and how much we want to actually risk here because it is not necessarily going. Okay, that's Palantir. This is coming back into us right now. I kind of want to wait for 122 now. I mean, the market is screaming higher right now. So, I don't need to be into this. We can reload a small piece. Let's just put a little bit on might have missed that opportunity. Let's just put a little bit on here in the teens. If it can go, it can go. That'd be fantastic for us. We said we don't have much patience for Palantir, but I have patience for 15-cent winners. So we'll slap that one up right now and hit a little bit of a banger there for Palantir. And so far today, CCL, right? That's one of them. Nvidia here is another one. I mean, we talked about that one being $1.50, and we took advantage of that. And then Palantir is trying to go as well. That's 3 for 3, and then 4 for 4 is Rivian. So far so good here in the morning. It's 9:42, lighting the lamp, not like the Oilers did last night, unfortunately. But hey, a great run, and congratulations to fans of Edmonton. I mean,
there's a lot of every other team just wanted to be there. So.
Yeah, and they got Connor McDavid, who won the Conn Smythe, which is pretty fantastic. So, and he is the beast and the most talented NHL player of all time, I think. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back over to the desk with Adara.
NNE, another small cap to keep an eye on. This one's been running over the past few days. Yesterday popped up on this catalyst here for nanonuclear energy. That it acquired this IP for nuclear functions. Today, getting a price target increase to $39 from benchmark. NNE, guys.
What we're arguing is he might not be the best player of all time because you have to play in the era that you're in, right? We've talked about this, but as far as talent is concerned and straight skill, it's from what I've heard. I mean, this is just what I read and stuff like that, and what I watch with my own eyes.
Hard to disagree. He's definitely
yeah. I mean, do you see the guy? They did the skills competition this year, and he took it all down, and everyone was just like watching this guy skate. They're like, okay, who's second place, right? So
like the stuff that whatever. Like, I'm not a great hockey player, but I'll tell you, the ones that do know, they'll tell you the same thing. Like you hear the ones that play, they'll tell you all the same stuff. FFIE's trying to break out here. It is SSR. I was looking for a bounce off 20. I might just join it with some kind of a dip buy. But on this move back up, I mentioned that AMD was holding weakness. Hit enter again. AMD VWAP. Oh, seriously? Okay, AMD, cancel, does not get to VWAP. Holding 157.5, it looks like, and coming right back into the bottom. So AMD clearly weaker than the rest. I guess we'll look for the short at 157.5. VWAP sits just underneath 158. Trying to short a pop here in advanced micro devices, which is falling like an absolute rock. CCL is barely holding on to that 40 level. 15 minutes still to the conference call, so we have some time to work it out for CCL. And then Tesla, with Rivian starting to come back in, Tesla bounced off the 182, which is doing nothing for Rivian right now. So unfortunately for Rivian, it's still testing the lows when Tesla's already in the recovery spot. I guess it was the wrong pick to go to the Rivian breakout instead of the 182 level on Tesla. So I'll also have to fail on myself because the better play would have been the dip buy here on Tesla. Right off 182, pretty much on the dime.
Yeah, I want to try to find some more opportunities myself here as ARM is back to 152 right now. That could be a good short. I'd rather, so I'm already focused. I'm focused, man. So we're focused here on Palantir as that keeps on going to the high side. Now 15 cents in the money over there, but whatever. Let's go back over to our sticky note and see what's happening now with Disney as it's pulling back in. I'm still bidding 102. I like the stock. Rivian, okay, nice little dip down. We're long at 16s. Let's see what happens. It's already a positive name for us, but it is starting to lose its way. We liked 11 long, and then I said, like, give it back to 1075. I mean, that's where the 50 period is. And if you're just looking here at a 20-minute chart, it was kind of like sort of where I thought we got started yesterday. And again, it was just in the afternoon. We held this 1080 level. So I wanted to try to give it back down into here. I don't know. I don't have a whole heck of a lot of shares, but if I keep averaging in, then I'm going to say bye-bye to these kind of wins right now on Nvidia because there's the reload. Let's take another 30 cents on Nvidia, ho-hum, and then see if this gets back into the downside right now. Come on, Nvidia, let's go. We're at the highest spot we've been at all day so far here today as we hit CCL. We're lucky on CCL because we took that 1710 break, and that worked for a minute, but then it faded right off the open into what I guess was some sort of a sell imbalance. But we sat there on VWAP. That's the trade we want to make 10 times out of 10. So we're able to do that. Lucky enough that we were looking at it again, and I think that's part of it, right? You got to be on the stock to see it. So we were watching CCL, and we knew to put a bid there. So that's what we're doing right now, and we're just trying to figure out this market. As you mentioned AMD, it might be going the other way now because here comes Nvidia back upside.
Yeah, it just came right in and filled me underneath VWAP there. 44 is that 170, 157 half, not 170, 157 half has been resistance. I'm on the bid in front of 157 to take some out in front of the low if it gets there. Apple's tracking back to the low. The NASDAQ's trying to take out the top.
Yeah,
Apple's pulling back. Everything, what is going up? I'm looking at some of the charts that I'm looking at. Why is the NASDAQ about to break the high of the day? But I just got to focus on what I'm in. I'm not really sure. I'm going to scan in a second. Yeah, you're bouncing exactly off of that 157. So I'm going to put something maybe out in front of the teens on AMD to get a fill. And then the low of the day sits 156 half. So we'll break a 157. I'll go like in the 156.80 range. So I just heard Sharif say Meta's carrying the market. It's the NASDAQ's breaking the top as we speak. Like, NASDAQ's about to take out the high of the day. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Meta is super strong.
Yeah, I mean, Nvidia just went up a
Apple,
$1.50.
Yeah, Apple's pulling back.
Okay, that's good to hear.
All right, we'll look for Apple maybe right here, 209.80 as an out.
Yeah, we'll have to double check the economic calendar here because maybe 9:45. Did we just miss something? No, I don't think so. We didn't. Okay, so yeah, just a nice move up there in the market like instantly. So that's why when you see those kind of moves, you question, say, hey, did we miss something? But no, I just heard Adara say no, so that's all good. All right, well, okay, we are severely reloaded right now, like severely on Nvidia. So we'll take some out and hopefully we can get some fills in the 60s and the 50s. And then if that does happen, man, then yeah, we will just be really stone cold chilling right now. As we get a 68, come on, man, bring this pain down in. This is one of the largest amount of Nvidia shares I've had in a long time. So we did really well on that yesterday. So here it comes in again into 150, 120, 150s there. Take some more fills as it comes in. We are short 90s right now. And again, I'm trying to like make the right plays here, but this name is pretty strong. So that's why we have to get something out as I just continue to watch it out here. Rivian's not doing too much and Palantir's just kind of chilling. But really, I have to pay attention to what's happening with Nvidia. So maybe we could just take some more out here in the low 70s, maybe, if we get lucky enough. But here it goes. Remember, our out is just above this 122, like 122.20 or something like that. So it does look like we did have an opportunity to get some out, which we did. Definitely not enough of it. Let's see what happens here with Nvidia. There we go. We get some more pullbacks into the 80 area where we take a little bit more out. But for right now, Nvidia just kind of hands off. And if it blows to the upside, we will give everything back that we made. But we have taken some profit out. I think this is worth the shot here, especially with the market pulling back a little bit. Did you get short Apple up there at all? Because I think that
Apple went all the way to 211.
Did it?
At the end of the day, I went for the dip in front of 80s. It looks like it's going to take it out there. Risk about 40 cents on Apple.
Oh, yeah.
We just wicked the bottom on AMD here.
Apple.
So AMD just wicked the bottom. Got to watch out for that because the market's going back up to that high. So we took it in here on Apple, looking for that hold above 210, but it doesn't look like it wants to hold it. If it takes out the 3/4, I'll jump away. Wait for something a little bit deeper. Some concern. We already talked about it. 10 minutes, you're going to have the CCL call. I would go over to Affirm, but I feel like we have enough on at this particular moment. Nvidia is trying to break. Yeah, this might
broke
take.
on me there.
Like when AMD catches a bid
really
after
like
it fails a
Apple.
break of the low of the day,
Apple.
I'm tentative about reloading this one at VWAP. So if it gets into VWAP, I'd need to see some kind of a failure. We did get some at that low, but the market is still marching to the upside. Meta looks like it's a stronger one. Apple's doing its best on the dip. Probably could have got a price closer to 210 even, ended up with the quarters. But if it can't hold this local bottom, it's not relatively strong if it's under VWAP as the market's breaking higher. It was strong early, looking like it's going to be weak now. If you hear something, the fire
great.
alarm.
It's fire alarm
It's
time.
fire alarm test day. We're hearing over the speakers, and we'll get
best days.
So I wanted to make sure we're on Apple, so you can see that it took out that bottom before I moved over.
There goes Nvidia.
Went back into ARM at the high of the day on this failure at the top. So we like the short. It did not work at 150, got one out, but the rest stopped out, and now we're into the short off the high of the day. But I got to respect VWAP on an upward trending stock. I don't want to give up on the notion of a long in Apple. I just think we have to be a little bit more patient with our level for AAPL. I think it has a chance to maybe get lower and give us another bid. So I'm going to bid on ARM. I'm going to wait for Apple to put a higher low.
All right, we have a shit ton of shares on Apple right now. So here we go. Let's go, Apple. 209.70. We make back what we lose on Nvidia right here, but we still did lose on Nvidia despite Nvidia coming back down. So right now we are long at 209.70 on Apple. We just took a bunch out there when it went into the 90s. So okay, now let's wait to see. I still listening to Neil there, I do agree that 210. Would love to see that break to the upside, obviously, right now, but we did take some out there. It's too bad about Nvidia. Look, Nvidia did fall out, but we were able to take some money. We just gave it back, and we're wound up red right now on NVDA as that goes to the upside. So now we just wait. I mean, I'm not going to throw everything away when I look over here, and we didn't really talk about this too much until 125. So, hey, if it can get to 125, then how exactly much are we going to be up right now on Apple? So let's go, Apple. We've got, okay, there it is, man. Apple not going into the gates of hell. We hit the wrong one. Apple, nice trade. Back up to the upside there into the, it just printed 99s there on Apple. So far, so good. Man, oh man, did we let Nvidia go maybe a little bit too early, but it did take that 122. So let's wait to see what happens. Go Apple, you can do it, man. This name getting back above 210 would really put a smile on this guy's face. Rivian right now, nice upside. We should probably get something out. Palantir's up right now as well. It looks like we'll do pretty well today on everything. Too bad that we gave up on that Nvidia because now it would be really cruising back into the 60s, man, for that one. But Apple is the one right now for me. So far, so good here today. But, it's only 9:53. So we'll wait to see what happens. We have KO coming, Kevin O'Leary coming around 11 o'clock.
We're going to stick around a little bit longer when he'll be on the desk for the morning show. Look, CCL 5 minutes to the call. No change for me. If the call goes the other direction, I'm out. Underneath that 1740. I might look for a dip buy at those same levels, like 16.5, if it even presents itself, but that's a big if. You never know what's going to happen. I feel a little bit better about AMD. Right now, it's slowing down pretty much where you'd want it to, which is at VWAP. So we got 38s. I'm looking for a fill at that 40 range once again, and then we'll short AMD to the low of the day. Was able to get a fill at that 52 level on ARM. And what's the other one I wanted to get to? We talked about Tesla. Tesla, unfortunately, 182 has come and gone. VWAP has come and gone. So the dip buy opportunity at that 82 level is pretty much kaput as Tesla's now up 1%. If we take out the top, I think it looks like a pretty good day for Tesla. Just got to be patient with it. I like the 82 level, and given the bounce, I don't want to be looking short on Tesla unless it's in the high 80s. But there's no chance that I'm chasing this move after we've missed it. Just got to wait for it to pull back and give some kind of an entry that is reasonable. DJT still yet to do anything. So if you're waiting around for a Donald J. Trump stock, it's doing absolutely nothing. FFIE looking pretty strong, though. So I like that dip buy. It's an SSR name. We'll play off of VWAP for Faraday Futures. I'm replacing DJT ideas with FFIE, which is at least doing something.
All right, there we go. Apple. It's really too bad that we got, because it would be wild for me to be long a lot of shares on Apple and short on Nvidia, but that's working out. It's just we got stopped out on Nvidia. As Nvidia goes lower, Apple goes higher. So there's that stop out on Nvidia, and I'm not embarrassed about it because we got out there and it's fine. It sucks that it was about 15 cents from the high, but look at this push down for Nvidia. So I'm feeling pretty good for some of you. Anyways, I hope you're still in that. We were never talking about going long on this name at all, so we did not do it. So there's a nice push back in, and that would just be absolutely wild for me to have both of these. But for right now, we just have one, and it is a banger right there. This easily goes to P&L number one is Apple today off this. I mean, we loaded this up. Right down there on Apple. So we're pretty proud of that one and happy with it. We'll see what happens with Rivian though. That Nvidia is going to haunt me for a little bit, but you know what? There's always more trades. And like I said, Nvidia has been very, very good to me so far this
Like Sammy Sosa said.
for a while. Yeah, very, very good, right?
Oh,
Wasn't that Alomar said that, didn't he? Or what did Sosa say?
Baseball's been very good to me. Was that Alomar?
I think that was
or Sosa?
Alomar. Baseball has been very, very good to me.
Oh, you might be right about that.
That's the Robbie Alomar.
For some reason, I thought it was
Too
Sammy.
bad about that guy. I think he was the most talented Blue Jay of all time. So that's what I think.
The only issue with that is Ricky
unless
Henderson.
you want to say Roger Clemens
Ricky Henderson played for
or Roy Halladay.
Ricky Henderson played a year for us. That's the only thing.
Is he more talented than?
Yeah, I think so.
Is he?
Yeah, Ricky was ridiculous. Ricky was ridiculous, man.
Oh, I know he was great, but I mean, I don't know. I still stay out.
He played 1 year. That doesn't count. But what does count is AMD. I don't know if a third time is going to be a charm. It's a higher low. It failed the low break. We did reload it at 157.40. It got down to 157 again, and now you're consolidating higher up. Still no fills in FFIE, so Faraday does not seem to care that I want to get long in front of VWAP. And CCL came out, just for everybody. I mentioned going into the call, either it holds on to this level at 1740 for the call, and then you hold it in the money, or we just get out and wait for the next move. So the call is going to start in 2 minutes. Sometimes I'd be buying a dip at VWAP, but not in this situation. You know, I'm not going to buy the dip when the call starts. It could flush 50 cents or $1, and then I might look for the dip buy after something like that on CCL here. Still very much on the radar for me. But AMD, no reload this third time through. If it fails the VWAP break, like gets above 157.5 and comes back under, I might take a short that way. We're still in a piece, and we do like that short trade. George Bell is not even close there, L87P. I love George Bell, but he was kind of overrated. No D, no base running, couldn't take a walk.
The only J to win MVP, I think, right? Okay, so did he? I don't think Clemens
won an MVP.
Did he win MVP? He might have won Cy Young. Yeah, Josh Donaldson. Okay, so there it is right there on Palantir, man. Let's go. That's a face slapper for PLTR, baby. I mean, what else can we do? We mentioned on here on the sticky note. Let's dip. I mean, I just hope that you guys are looking at the sticky note because there it is right there. Dip buys into 24. It never broke 24.50. So here's the dip buy for Palantir. Right? There's the dip buy into 24. There's the 24.05. There's the 23.95 with the stop. And I told you where the stop was breaking through 90. So well worth the risk to the upside right there. And man, oh man, what has been a good trade continues to be that with Apple. So Apple's still high side now. We just got some out at 20s or so, in the 20s, I think it was. Sorry, just right here again, 16s. So we just took back-to-back 15s there, sorry, on that trade. So right now, today, we will have a blemish. It will be Nvidia. But Rivian right now, again, couple good outs on Rivian. You know, nothing lower than where we're at. We did get scared there on this move back, but we still want to buy 11, so not that scared at all. And then, of course, we've already taken advantage of CCL. That was a great trade for us early. It went to 50. That was our target. And then we got out and then let the rest happen. So it's fading back into the 50-period moving average. So that could be something as well. But with only 20 seconds left, let's go back over to the desk for the Richmond Fed Manufacturing and Adara.
We also have the CB consumer confidence number. So this one also coming in at 10 a.m. here. Previous 102 consensus, 100 forecast 99. We're getting the Richmond Manufacturing Index, previous of 0 consensus 2 forecast 3. Manufacturing as well. We've just got these numbers here. So manufacturing negative 10, much lower than consensus and forecast here. A manufacturing shipments index negative 9 versus the consensus of 13. So that's also going to be lower than expected. Last but not least, Richmond Fed Services Index also lower than expected here, negative 11 versus the consensus of 2. Still waiting on that CB consumer confidence number here, but we have those Richmond prints. CB consumer confidence just coming in here, slightly higher than expected, 100.4 versus the consensus of 100, forecast of 99. So S&P 500 getting a little bit of a move up here on this number right at 10 o'clock. We also have the NASDAQ slightly higher than the S&P 500, so we see a lot of these AI names and chip names making some recoveries from weakness in the previous days. Also worth noting, CCL, Carnival, having their conference starting at 10 a.m. We'll definitely let you guys know if we hear anything from that. Other names to keep an eye on here are DJT, falling off a little bit, still up about 3% after trading higher by 21% yesterday, announcing this $69.4 million in initial proceeds from exercising some warrants. We also have Solar Edge here down about 17%, getting some price target decreases after announcing a $300 million convertible notes offering due 2029, and also announcing an updated Q2 guidance. So quite a few names to keep an eye on here, guys.
So the initial move after the call, which is starting right now, is actually a bit of a bounce, but no huge volume spikes just yet on CCL. We'll let that one play it out. If I see something extreme, I was kind of hoping for a dip opportunity, but it's kind of going up right now off the 17 level. ARM. You cannot stay wrong. It's okay to be wrong. We wanted that 150 break for a couple of weeks. It goes a little bit and then reverse hard. We did reshort it at 53 and got 52, 51.70, but when it takes out the high of the day, we're jumping out 100%. There's still a chance that it holds that high and comes back underneath, but that's not a trade that I like for ARM. I like ARM when it's trending into the downside, when its breaking levels are underneath a resistance level, not when we're pretty much holding above. AMD's still holding out pretty well, and Tesla is absolutely flying right now, taking out these highs. High of the day, very similar chart to ARM. It's got some overhead resistance at 186. I still think I'd like to wait for a dip buy opportunity in that stock. And going back to FFIE, yeah, it's trying to dip back into 24. Mogul, by the way, is also making some power moves. We talked about these small cap names. No, it's not Mogul. It's not ML. It's not MGLO. It's MLGO. Yeah, I keep getting those two mixed up. I hate the fact that there's an actual other stock. It's MLGO. Halted to the upside, opened higher. If you like the long here, try to remember that it failed 15. Both today and yesterday, late in the day. I think it needs to take out 16, or you're looking for dip buys on MLGO. That 15 was a big level.
Apple is going ham.
Still has no chance yet of breaking that level at 15. Big sellers at 15 on MLGO.
Man,
MLGO.
Yeah, MLGO. Yeah. Yeah, Apple is going absolutely ham right now. So, I mean, I don't know where it's going to wind up, but like it just broke 210 and I was like, oh, but get some out. And then it ripped up to 210.20 again. So, yeah, let's just keep on getting some out. But the one thing that I've done again here, and there goes Apple. Come on, Apple. Let's go to the downside now. Okay, we'll get some out now. We went back into Nvidia because it seems like maybe I didn't. Okay, well, Apple's really cruising now. Okay, let's go. We're getting revenge right now on Nvidia. We're only short right here at 122.15s, but hopefully we'll dip in and we'll put some out here into the 80s and see if it gets to the downside. We're taking some out because this is the only red name on my board here today with Nvidia, and I like the stock. But look at Palantir. Oh, yeah. Let's go on that one. OMG, as that one continues to go. Let's see if we can actually hold on to some Palantir today. Well done there to the upside for PLTR. Let's hope it's a continuation move on Apple. And you guys know when we were just talking about this before that we like the stock right here. So let's take it on Apple and see where we go now as Nvidia. Come on, baby. Stay low. What's up, eh?
Eli Lilly getting a bit of a move here, up about 8.7% here, announcing a collaboration with OpenAI. They're going to use OpenAI's generative AI to help discover novel medicines for treating drug-resistant bacteria. So OpenAI AI collaboration for LLY just announced here, guys.
Right, we're into Disney, by the way.
Good look for. I love Eli Lilly. How much that matters. We know that a lot of these bio names are going into AI and utilizing. So those partnerships are inevitable. Who else are you going to partner with? But Rivian takes another high of the day breakout. Oh, I keystroked in and out flat.
We love
so
that.
Thank goodness. If you get in, if you don't want the position. I was actually setting up a sell order for the buy and then got out flat. The high of the day break just happened again. That 1130 is still the level that I like. So if it's holding above there, then we still want to be in that long. AMD gave up VWAP. So we were holding on a piece for the continuation, but it just broke out. So remember I said I'm going to not take it the third time, but if it's a fail, like a failed break, I'll try to grab it on the way back in. Well, this looks like the way back in. Willing to get the stop out and willing to jump back in at that same price if we can get it, as AMD with a bit of a psych mode. It has been the short that worked, so I don't want to give up on it, but wasn't willing to let everything else break out those highs and then just be stubborn about it. So we're back in underneath VWAP on on AMD for the third time, now short under VWAP AMD.
All right, Apple, dollar. I mean, we had talked about that. We like that stock. There it is. It's $1. It's huge. Rivian. I mean, so far today on the sticky note, we have Palantir long $24, and Rivian long back to 11. Disney back to 102. And by the way, Disney, look what we did on Disney right here. We're long at 102.05. Exactly as we wrote down here, that's 20 cents in the money right there as well for that. Look, I don't know what's going to happen with Nvidia. We just took out half of our position, and we're just very lucky. We talked about bidding some 90s and some 80s. I'm going to try to hold the rest and see if we do get a push down. I'm going to cancel that. I actually have a bid in the 60s now, so if it goes up, it takes out this 50 area, then we're just going to get out of Nvidia. I just want to be being a little bit stubborn here because we like the 122 area, and it's just... I feel like it's just its area stop, and we stopped out on that break of 122.30. So, you know, we're in the 30-cent winner now. Let's see if we can get a little bit lower into the 60s to make this a 2-to-1 banger. It's really Palantir that's right back up to the highs that has been, for me, the better trade. So we'll wait to see what happens here with Palantir, obviously, versus Nvidia, but there's another out for us on Palantir. I mean, look at these dip buys. No matter the kind of style of trader you are, right? I mean, these are dip buys. We also did support and resistance trades as far as Nvidia is concerned and Apple's concerned, but I mean, good dip buy opportunity there, and then a great dip buy opportunity in Rivian. So yeah, so far so good, and this is that note that we're talking about. There's the Rivian. Get the long back in at 11, started at 11. If you got 1075s, even better. But we get 11s, and we're long right now, 11.13. So far so good. And there's the dip buy for Disney down to 102. So, all right, let's see what happens with Nvidia, as that's the only one in question now. Apple, we've sort of cleaned that up, and yeah, we'll wait to see what happens with the rest of these trades as both you and I.
I think CCL's.
Oh, you're really in electric car mode here.
Well, not really. I mean, Faraday is a penny stock that's trying to bounce because it's down over 10%. Like, you know, it's probably not going to necessarily move with the market. Like Tesla could go to the moon, and Rivian could go to the moon, and Future Faraday is going to do, or Faraday Future is going to do whatever the heck it wants. It's a very different style trade, I think, just looking to buy VWAP on something trending up. But CCL, since the call started, all it's done is sink into that 117 level, where we had the original stop at 1690 is held. So at least for now, there is a temporary bottom. I was looking for a dip buy opportunity. If it can hold a higher low, just want to give it a little bit more time during the call to hold on. And as I said with FFIE, like this is not, like this, I'm not trying to like break the mold thinking the stock is going to be a good one, but you know, it's down over 10% as you guys can tell, and it's putting in higher lows. So we'll bounce off VWAP, the high is 26. I'll get some out in front of 26. If it tries to go green, I want no part of it if it goes green. I'd be well out of the stock. You know, I don't think it's going to go that far. The high of the day is a good enough target for myself here. So just going to get some orders out in front of 24, 25, and at 26, let's call it, on Faraday Futures. Rivian, we are back in because it attempted another breakout, and I wanted to go over to Tesla to show you guys the massive strength that is still in Tesla. So all of a sudden, forget about buys into VWAP. You're now holding above the breakout price on Tesla. So Tesla's really gotten away from us. If I'm slapping the fail myself because 182, I made the choice of Rivian over Tesla. 182 dip buy, went into Rivian on the breakout play, and Tesla was the better one. So over this resistance, if it can hold here, I think it's a continuation play. But that's not the long that we wanted this morning. It's the long that we are forced to take because it's a rocket ship.
Yeah, we forced ourselves into Palantir, willed ourselves into it, and we just take another out here as it goes back up to the upside. Disney as well, but Nvidia breaks again 122.58, so 122.50s. So we wound up getting out of that one, but again, we were just sort of short up here anyways, so it was okay for us. A little bit more patience on that one as the NASDAQ tries, I guess, to go back up to 20,000. It's all good. We're green today. It's been a good day. Only one red name, Nvidia, as it pulls back, of course, but it's a pretty violent one there. Let's go over and see what Adair is up to.
Some updates here from the Carnival conference call if you're involved in CCL here. Getting a little bit of a boost up. We have executives saying that the adjusted EBITDA was the highest in over 15 years and surpassed its Q2 of 2019. So quite a few records here for its adjusted EBITDA. Also saying that they're seeing consistent growth in repeat guests and new guests. So some growth updates and strong EBITDA coming into this CCL conference call. Let you guys know if I see anything else here.
That all looks pretty bullish to me. Like, I don't see anything. I haven't heard anything that seems bad for CCL at this particular point, so it's given some back. Looks like we're back into an upward trend on the stock. So we'll try to get some 17s on the way back in here. Just watch out for where the futures are. 19.9, 20,000 is going to be a bit of a thing. So if I haven't gotten into a long on Tesla, and we're challenging that $20,000 level, I don't necessarily want to be chasing it. But CCL, I think, is back in the good graces for now. I think it can always be temporary. Tesla, as mentioned, trying to pick it up. Might have to get a little bit more aggressive with the dip in Tesla. But I'm looking for something at afternoon or lunchtime resistance yesterday. That's where I'd like the consolidation buy on Tesla. Up 2%. When the market's only up 0.7, clearly a relatively strong stock, but I'm not looking for a take of the high of the day here on TSLA. Could be in it, but we're not, so we have to wait for the next available pullback on Tesla.
Okay, so yeah, we're still cruising with Apple. It's still here. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot at these levels here, trying to hang out above 110. So that, or 210, sorry, that would be a level there for Apple, but we're still waiting. Let's just check out on some of the crypto names as Coinbase 61.3. So we could definitely check out that name. And we talked about a 220 level. Nice move up. I mean, great move up $5 almost straight there with a little bit of an exhaustion candle, I guess, 218 and change. I mean, decent volume, basically the biggest red candle there since the open just got put in and around 218 and change. But without actually sitting here and staring at what crypto was doing, I do feel like that's a tough one. Oh man. All right, Disney right now is pretty good for me. We did take a decent amount of shares there on Disney. So again, 30 cents. So we'll take that, put that in our pocket and see what winds up happening here for Disney as we take a little bit out there at 30. Apple is pulling back now, back into where we got long the first time, which is kind of strange. I mean, I don't know, the market's at highs and Apple right here just got faded. So we had seen this happen before to Apple and we loaded up. Let's try it again. We're not going to necessarily load up here because this move is uncharacteristic. There we go. We get some 77s there, I guess. And let's just wait to see what now happens here as Apple. I had my stop still in from before at 209.50, so it's coming in right now for Apple. So it'll be my number one stock. It doesn't even matter unless I absolutely load up down here, which I don't think we'll do. But here it comes back in for Apple. Just going to get a 209.50 break. We just bought a little bit more on this dip right there. So that's what we're working with right now. I saw banks were pretty strong yesterday. We could definitely have a look over there. FFIE there, Rivian. Good out for Rivian. We have less than 10% left. So right now I'm basically getting out of everything. We have less than 10% left of Palantir, less than 10% of Rivian, and 30% still of Disney. So the Disney trade is going to be good. Hopefully that will come up. If we can get something around 102.50, that would be a good one. And again, like just another name on here. The only red name is Nvidia. And it's not even like Nvidia should be red for me. It's just keeps on like hitting our outs and then pulling. So it's just I don't have the right spots on it.
Speaking of which, AMD just got to the next level up. So that continues to go. We got away from VWAP. I think you have to in that particular situation. And then the next level is going to be yesterday's bottom. So like support into resistance. That's 158.5. So looking for a curl off that level. I got 22s. If it breaks that half, we got to jump away from this. It's way too strong. If you're going to break both VWAP, make that low, and then take out yesterday's bottoms, you could easily retrace into 160. But we're in it. We waited for the next levels. That's what we're going to do. Tesla. Yeah, Tesla's just gone at this point. So Tesla breaks 187 now. Okay, Tesla's at 187 now. It's about to break. It'll do it in a couple of seconds here and just continues to fly higher and higher. So we're not dipping. We're not going to get a dip buy at 185. I think that's come and gone. So we're just in it. We're just in FFIE and AMD. CCL's continuing to hold trend to the upside. And I'm still bidding out in front of the 17 level. But that MLGO open back up. You had a hot minute that you could have got the $16 break. If you got a fill there, congratulations to you. It literally opened right at that price and then just ran. So it's at $18. I'm not touching this thing up here. I think you needed it as it was taking out that high from yesterday. So MLGO off to the races. The reload for me was on AMD. If VWAP was a place to go short, if it pops down to VWAP, that's a place to cover and take profit on. Sorry, if VWAP was a place to go short before, shorting back into VWAP is the way that I want to play it here on a relatively strong name, down 1%, but it has made another higher low.
Okay, all right, yeah, so coming back in, talking about making lows right now, it looks like Apple will go back into the low right now, and I don't want to hold this. So if the market fades out, the market fades out. I'm already a little disappointed that we had dropped our Nvidia so early, but we did it. And there it is. There goes Apple breaking lower. So we're still holding on to a small piece here, but it is trying to get back in. So we cannot hold. We do not want to hold a big piece and turn a good trade into a bad trade. We'll still be up. It'll still be my number one. Actually, Palantir will now be my number one stock because this never came back. We don't have very many shares on that one either. So there goes Nvidia. Finally starting to break lower there on this move back in. So missed opportunity for sure. Maybe we can go over and have a quick look at AMD to see if there's anything happening with this name, maybe a little bit better than Nvidia. But Nvidia just pulling back in. I think a 121.50 break might be the better trade, as AMD still hanging out upside. So this could be a good fade as well. But again, little different. AMD's already down. Nvidia was up 2 and a bit percentage points. So feel like you could fade Nvidia a little bit more to get it back to Greensville, as look at Nvidia go down. See, like, this is what I mean. Like, oh, it sucks to be red on a name when we just got stopped out by like 20 or 30 cents when we were trying to hold for a bigger move, but that's what happens in trading. A nice pullback here for Nvidia. If you like the long, there's nothing wrong with trying it right now. 121.50 right off VWAP. I mean, a decent pullback. The market's still up. This isn't a horrible spot for Nvidia longs. I'm going to try.
Is it breaking?
Well, I don't break.
Oh, sorry. No. Never mind. It's VWAP up, pullback. Yeah, so still not breaking that high. I did just take some out of AMD. I wanted to get to Amazon for a quick second there. So AMD pulls back into 158. We get some out. Still upward trending, so I think you want to take profit. You can go against the grain, but if you short something which is moving up and you don't take profit when it starts to bounce, then you don't make money because you're going against the trend. You can hold something with the trend as long as you want and just trail it out, you'll be fine. I think the other way, you have to respect it. It was Amazon we got to get to. I'll write down all the key levels, and you try to play a little bit of patience. If it trades at a key level, you want it to get there. Amazon, I feel it failed a breakout of the all-time high, or a test of the all-time high at 191, a failed breakout yesterday. Looking at 188, this is the pocket in the afternoon where it had resistance. That's the only spot that I want to be short this name. So it's within 50 cents of said level. All right, AMD starting to go back downside pretty heavily. Still nothing doing on CCL. Yeah, I mean, nothing doing on CCL. It's trying to consolidate above VWAP. I think if you were willing to just sort of take it bouncing when they started the call, you'd be laughing at this moment. I was wanting to see some support, see what they're saying in the call first. That was a mistake. You could have just bought the dip at 17 and been just fine. If it holds VWAP, looking for a bounce off VWAP, jump back in, give it to 17.20.
At 19.
Played into the high of the day. So we're going to go back to the well on CCL. That was not intended to be a rhyme.
The well?
Well, CCL.
Oh, well and CCL.
That was
yeah,
very
anytime you rhyme an L with a well, yeah. I guess that's good. All's well that ends well on that story. All right, so
it's such a weird thing.
It looks like it's going to, it looks like it's going to break 121. That'll be our stopping zone here. I just thought it was worth a dip buy opportunity, but if it doesn't want to go back up, then this is well worth 20 cents of risk. I mean, we can get out for flat right now. It's starting to stack it up. Well, now we're not getting out for flat. Now we're getting out for winners right now. So there it is. We'll take some 29s. Okay. Twist my arm, Nvidia. I mean, if this goes back upside right now, then we'll be laughing on this stock. So let's wait to see if there is an opportunity now for Nvidia to get going here off that level. Come on, Nvidia. Let's go. We're almost positive on Nvidia right now, by the way, and we just talked about it being a disaster for us today. Not a disaster. We were down on it, but now we go back up to the upside for NVDA, buying it off that 121. Let's see now if it wants to get back upside. Hey, I thought you were strong, Nvidia. Nvidia. What's the matter with you? Here it comes back up. Here we go. Here we go, Nvidia. All right, all you have to do is shake your hand at this thing. All right, 121.50 for NVDA. Oh, wow. Let's see if it can get up there. I don't know. We just took some out. So nice trade so far for that one. Decent hold for Apple. We did hold a third of it as it's trying to make a move back up. I don't trust this one nearly as much as Nvidia, nor I'm sure if we want to be actually long right now. But Nvidia's smooth sailing so far. Let's see if it holds 121.
What?
MLGO, I know you have it up, halted again.
20.
I'll have to go over there and have a look.
$20?
$20. Here it is. I'll call it up before we go over to Adair. Oh, you have it. Go to Neil's screen. He has it up.
Sheesh. So obviously, yeah, I mean, if you chased it, you'd be laughing. That 16 break.
Wow.
We're going to go,
There
you
goes
know what?
Nvidia,
We're
by
going to
the
go
way.
to Adara for the small cap recap. The tap is exactly flat again. So 1991 halt, 1991 is the current tap. So 90 halt, 91 is the current tap. If Nvidia is going up, I like the fact that AMD is pulling back in. We want to respect that. But MLGO,
Yep.
insane.
Yep.
That's one of the small caps going. Let's see about some others. Well, I guess that would.
No shortage of small caps running right now, that's for sure. First, though, we're going to take a look at the IWM, which is holding support really nicely here at that 200 area after a drop pretty early on. So good look here for the Russell 2000, slightly down in the day, trying to curl back up here. Quite a few names running MLGO, LRCH, and some other names like NNE. This one dropping a little bit here. Nano Nuclear Energy initially ran yesterday, announced that it acquired some IP related to nuclear transfer. So nice look there. Getting a price target increase from 15 to 39 from benchmark. So great look for NNE. Next up, we have Enovix, ENVX. This one has a little bit larger market cap here, about $2 billion, but short float of about 25.8%, citing a deal for silicon. Supplying silicon batteries for mixed reality headsets, up about almost 30% here. And last but not least, we have Vulcan. No news on this one, VLCN, but it's up over 150%. Worth noting as well for VLCN, halted a couple times here, and it does have a float of about 250,000 shares, market cap of under $1 million. So very small float in market cap for VLCN. So many runners today, guys.
So many runners. We're lucky to hold this Apple back. I mean, you know, we were long here, 75s. We got long again, 62s. It broke 50s. We got some out at 50. We held the third and all the way back up to 210.05. So good trade right there. And man, oh man, it's like this Nvidia is like, I make some money back. It comes back in, make some money back again, get some more out. This is going to be a short, and it's just bad. It's too bad because we had nailed that short early, and now it falls back in. So let's let the market settle down. It's 10:20. I mean, there's still lots of time. We'll let this continue to go upside there. Palantir continues to go. So despite the market really doing nothing, Palantir at highs and still going. So we actually like a 24.50 break, but we're already long. So we might as well hold on and see if it continues to work right there as Apple back above 210 again.
Yeah, CCL just lost VWAPs. We'll give some of it back. It could still hold the $17 level.
Oh, man,
but
Nvidia.
for now,
Jeez.
like you're basically that 1740 where we had the original trail out, that's turned into resistance. And when that happens, you know, if it was an out before and it's an out again and that's a lower high, then you got to be patient. Don't want this to reverse. There's pre-call and there's post-call. And since we've started that range, you've run into a resistance level on CCL. I am in Amazon. We talked about waiting for it to get to 188. It got to 187.87. So it got pretty much to that top. I'm short to the even dollar. If it takes out the even dollar, there's still overhead like 188.5, but that would be separate trades. At your MLGO or MGLO, MLGO, still in the halt. It's going to open back up in about a minute. I'm going to go pay for some locates. If something absolutely silly happens underneath this halt price, it is the $20 level. I only care about ridiculous levels every $5 when a stock gets up here. So if there is a chance that it immediately fails that and there's a tight stop short, I'll go to take it. But I didn't pay for locates on this. I paid for them on DJT.
Oh, DJT. Yeah. Okay. All right, we're trying to flip up the game here to the short Nvidia right now. But all right, we're short at 40s right here. We've just been covering some in the mid. See, like there it goes. So now it's okay. Let's take some profit, man. It's 20 cents in the money. We got to start taking something out. We've been taking it out, but we've been like very sort of waiting for it to happen and waiting for bigger moves, when realistically it's just the scalps that have been working. Like, look, this could bounce again. Like, we just got some out in the teens, and now look, rips right back up again. So yeah, I think changing up the mood here a little bit for me on Nvidia and just trying to scalp this volume has paid off, especially since we've been dancing with it here at 121. We made some money short and long right now, but it's just a lot of volume. It's only 116 million. I only say that because it's been like 400 or 500 the last couple of days. So I feel like I'm not, at this time of day, I feel like it's a little bit light to where it's been, but let's wait to see what happens here with Nvidia trying to drift above that 60 level, and then we'll get out of it. So look, right back to flat again. We've already took some profit on half. So that's the story. This trade could be a flat trade again for me if we take out 60, but we're already out of half. We're playing with house money. Let's see if the short prints. Same thing here for Apple. Feeling pretty good about it. It's going to be my PL number one on the day. That's Apple. We did get out of a little bit of it there. Tried to hold on, and we did. We did not average back in. So just taking like a 10 or 15 cent hit on 2/3 of it, then making 30 or 50 cents on the third puts that into a win. And there goes Nvidia. So I look over at my net, it's just like dancing. We're still red on it, but it's like I'm making, losing, and paying fees at the end of the day there, trying to catch this name as there it goes right back up again into 121.60. So out some in the teens there, out the rest in the 60s. Nvidia just flying around. Palantir 60 cents. And boy, oh boy, has Rivian been a great stock today. Rivian up to 11.50.
Rivian's an absolute monster. 12 is the level for Rivian on resistance. So, oh my goodness, wow. Okay, well, you're not getting back underneath at 19. So there's the failed breakout of that $20 level. But you guys, I think it was on my chart when it came to me, so you would have seen that reversal. That was pretty darn fast on that one. I don't know if we'll get a fill on the halt to the downside. We're not. So it was looking for a breakdown underneath 1990, was locked and loaded to go. Pretty much no chance. You didn't even get the fill there on the halt. We'll just go ahead and cancel that order. Was looking for a fail at that price, but that was even faster than I would have anticipated. Sometimes you can catch that on the way back in. Trying to get AMD at the same level at 158.5. It just did another curl. Amazon getting into that 188 as well. So those are the two positions we're in. If you're an algo, I guarantee you're going to get that fill on MLGO. It was pretty cheap for the locate, so you missed the trade. It is what it is. I wasn't going to chase it too far down. But it's a volatility halt. It'll be open in 5 minutes. AMD, if it gets to VWAP again, I think we got to take more out on advanced micro devices. It's still trend to the upside. And every time I look over at Tesla, so far it's been, well, you're not getting into it, Neil. I look into it this time, and we get back into yesterday's afternoon support levels. So I guess we're going to finally get a dip buy into Tesla. As I said, every time I talk about Tesla today, I'm going to mention that it was a fail not to buy the 182. Right? You can put a line in the chart. You can have it as a level that you like. You can talk about it. But if you don't throw the bid in there, last I checked, you can't go long without bidding a stock.
Yeah, you don't have to check your notes for that one. I guess you could get, yeah.
There's like ways to do it with like options. You can get like a sign a position, but you know what I mean when I say that. For us, you have to hit the bid.
All right. So we just got some more out of Palantir, so let's props it up for that one. I know there's a lot of Palantir traders in the building, so shout out to anybody looking at that stock as we did go long that name at that bottom. We were sort of pumping the tires of this stock this whole time. And we just really liked it. We saw the strength in it yesterday and then continued today off of that play. So, a good little bottom take there today at $24. We wrote it down. We really liked that level. If you're looking at yesterday's charts, some dip buys into 24. It happened a couple times there. So we take advantage of that on PLTR. We just, again, scalping out some profits here on Nvidia again against 122. Like, we're short at 121.85. And it's going to, way over trading it. But these outs here, we just got an out there at 57. So it's like we are getting outs for profitable levels. And even here as well, that's our last one in and out stopped. But there's one 121.68 off of an 85. So maybe they're not moving around too great, but we are taking some outs to the downside before watching this name go. There's so much potential with Nvidia that it's it's driving me insane here. As there it goes back. See, there it goes back up again. All right. We could probably just leave it alone and stick with Apple as crypto right now at 1030. Let's go find out about that. 62,000 right now for crypto.
Certainly lots to talk about Bitcoin. We also have the Dallas Fed Services and Dallas Fed Services revenue indices coming in here. Just going to wait and see if those are coming in. We're expecting negative 10 for the Dallas Fed Services Index, coming in a little bit higher than expected here, negative 4.1. So this is above the previous number, negative 12.1, and the negative 10 that we were expecting. So getting Dallas Fed Services Revenue Index, this one a little bit lower than the estimate in the previous number, 1.9 versus 8 consensus and 6.7 previous. So that's the Dallas Fed Services and Dallas Fed Services Revenue Indices. In terms of Bitcoin, quite a few miners making some moves today. Hut 8 HUT to the upside. We also have BTBT. This was with a miner and a supplier of digital assets. We have Bit Digital here announcing some finalized terms for contract expansion. So nice move up here for BTBT, up about 26%. Lots of these small cap miners making some big moves today. In terms of Bitcoin itself, also making a nice move. Just cracked above that 62,000. Looks like we're at high of day here on this chart. So great look, recovering after slipping nicely below 60,000 yesterday. So after 2 straight days to the downside and a pretty big day down yesterday, we're trying to recover from that today. A lot of recovery across the board here in all of these cryptocurrencies. Ethereum just cracking above this 3,400 level, up about 2 2/3%. BNB up 2%. Solana up almost 8%. Cardano up 5%. Dogecoin up 6%. Great day for cryptocurrencies, guys.
Yeah, good. I mean, you're only at
Finally.
62,000, but it's not, I guess it doesn't really take much to call it a good day. It's a recovery day for the crypto names. I'm not in any, it's still Tesla. AMD came out. It's like, how much do you want to fight it? We've waited till the key levels to short it, but it's still higher lows every single time. And this time it doesn't even give us a dip. Like every other time that I've been short this stock, it's gone at least 50 to $1. This time, we get back in, it goes maybe 10 to 15 cents and then a break of the high of the day. So you got to be able to step away from it when you can. MLGO just reopened, and that would have been, you didn't get a fill, but if you got that whole price, it was a pretty clean fail break. I think the next trade would be looking for like $15 to hold. That was a key level on the daily. So if it holds 15, I think you can still be looking for longs, but it's got to be back at that price. So there is the daily chart. That's $15 from before. So if it pulls back into 15, I think that's a significant level on MLGO. That stock is absolutely insane. Just continues to run more and more and more. Mara, as Adair was mentioning, it does the over-under at 19, heading and tracking for that $20 level. When you look left, these ones want to go right. I guess all charts go right, but this time to the upside. So Tesla to the long. AMD, I don't know if I want to reload it. I think I'll look for something like, I want lower highs on AMD before I think about going into the short. It's at the right level. But one of the things that we talk about, and good look. Everyone check out the Freedom and Wealth podcast. Yeah. And I'm going to work this actually right in because it was something you guys mentioned about avoiding distraction, right? And that's in life, but in trading, I think a lot of times you have an idea of a stock that you want to trade. I can get distracted by the fact that I just want to be back into AMD and just start, instead of looking for the right setup, just look for setups on advanced micro devices. That's not the way to go about it. Tesla was trending, so we wanted to get over to that one above a support level. It's at that price. That's where the focus has to be. AMD's not doing what I want right now. So I can have it up on a chart, but I don't want to be sitting there staring too much at it until it actually starts to set up for me. AMD, we'll still be green on it, but only barely because we gave some back. And last time we didn't get any profit on that third short. So MLGO, okay, it's not exactly flushing just yet, but give it some time. If it's not breaking 20, I think it's pulling back to 15.
MLGO, violent name, but I mean, a great one for the longs. I mean, people have been really riding that one for a minute for sure. Okay, like and to that point, trying to trade a few less names. We talked about our positioning and what we have on and things like that. So Apple just came back up to VWAP, so you got to stay disciplined and stay into your rules. So we just take another piece out there for Apple. Apple is going to be my numero uno stock right there as we go. So tongue twisted up there. All right, so we'll get some more bids here on Nvidia as we take the short back in for this name. This time we actually did a little bit better and waited for that 122 to come in for that. So now we'll wait to see if we can get some more lower bids on Nvidia as now we have 10s short. again, like, look, taking it out, but will it blast up against us again? This is the scalper's nightmare because it keeps on running your levels, and then you don't, that last little piece that you always hold on for, at least I do, and it's not even little because I'm trying to hold on to more, keeps running me out of town. So hopefully NVIDIA can keep coming to the downside, and we'll be able to get out of more and more of these shares without too much worry as here it comes. Okay, we'll take that 76 all day, every day right now. So, all right, nice little dip buy opportunities here for NVIDIA if you're looking to go long. We just have a decent pullback in now for NVDA. So here we go, back into 121.70s, 60s. Come on, give me it. We're at 68 right now. It's 50 cents in the money right now for NVIDIA, but it is holding out a little bit. Let's punch some more 72s and then get a little bit lower here for NVDA. So there it goes. Yes, give me those 68s. Oh, did we get them? I do not know. No, we did not. All right, we'll wait for 68 and then we'll cancel all the bills after. Bills. Sorry about that, Neil. All of the bids after that one.
We're not canceling any bills.
No, we're not canceling any bills. I wish I could get all the bills canceled, actually, not the Buffalo Bills, but all the other bills.
Well, that would,
yeah, that would be nice if that would come through.
Imagine.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Like all of a sudden, you have no more bills. But that's what we're trying to do with trading, trying to make enough money that bills. Can you pay my bills? Those damn telephone bills.
And those automotive
bills?
No, literally the line is automobiles. It's one of the dumbest lines.
Yeah, that is a really dumb line.
So MLGO's coming down to that 15. Just want to quickly elaborate on the idea there. Tesla, if we get high of the day, I'm taking it out. So 1580 was the halt price. 15 even just happens to be where VWAP is. So I like halt levels for dips as well. So a bounce off of this can also work. And again, you have to be willing to adjust. Like I was looking at VWAP and 15 as an even level, and I forgot all about the fact that it halted at 1580. So a bounce off the halt price is just as valid for me. Once it gets down to about 16 even, I'll look for a bounce, try to jump into the long, give it to the halt level, which was $15.80. That'll be like a 75 stop, and that would be the bounce play for MLGO. As I said, Tesla, if it gets to the high of the day, the NASDAQ is pulling back, I'd take profit because it's 187. And that has been a level on Tesla. It's about 30 cents away from a fill. But if you're looking for an MLGO trade, the level 2 you should be on is MLGO.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the thing. If you're trading those kind of names, you definitely want to be looking in that area so that you can see all of the movements on that. So more outs there on NVIDIA. Oh, we already talked about taking some outs on Palantir. Upside, let's check out CCL, Carnival Cruise. Again, it's a positive name for us, but because it was right away, we don't have, like I even have I had less shares on this one. Well, I'm not sure, but similar shares on this than I'm trading with NVIDIA. So it's not like NVIDIA is 10 times the price, or not that much, but 8 times. Anyways, as you go back up to the upside there for Carnival, nice dip buys into 16. I mean, now it's over with. The earnings are out. It's up 5%. They beat everywhere. I'm not sure exactly what was on the call, but it's going to be over close to now, or I don't know, not too volatile and not too much volume. So I think you can sort of probably respect a 17 bid now. You're well up, so let's wait to see if it can come back in.
Oh, no.
17 and change there. We did get that NVIDIA bid at 68, so that's turning out to be real good right there. The last one pays out, right? And so, again, I'm red on it now. I don't want to, I always say to everybody around here, let's be, not to myself, and I've already posted this up, and it was actually, if you want to go read something, it actually has quite a bit of views on this post, and that was right here. It has over 113,000 views right now, and it's just talking about how no more FOMO, just positive vibes, no more like, oh, I'll only be happy if this goes $1 in the money. It's like, that has nothing to do with anything, so just stay focused and focus on what matters, right? And I mean, at the end of the day, we want to put up winning trades and we want to put forward good ideas. And if they work out great, we'll try to celebrate them like we're doing right now by face slapping ourselves up for Nvidia, which is now finally 75 cents in the money and going lower right now. So there it goes right here. We could be back into this trade soon with more shares, but for right now, we're going to wait to see if we can get a downside push here for Nvidia. Takes them out there at 121.50 on that flush. So again, all these little hits, remember, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Right now, we're making a little bit back. We will be red on it, but so far so good on that backwards play. And Disney's just hovering around 102 right now. We still have 30% of that. Should have got out at the 50 period. So You want to talk about Tesla quickly? I know we have.
Before we go to Sector Watch, I did get tagged on Tesla. I got up to 186.85 and then pulled right back. So we did get out very, very quickly there. I still feel like the next trade is going to be like this little consolidation that you have in MLGO off of the previous haul price. I think this is a spot, and it's about to test 16. So if it holds at 16 on this dip, which is currently happening, I'm going to look to punch long on the way back up, stop at just underneath that haul price as mentioned. It is 10:40. Time to see what sectors are strong along with the NASDAQ, let's just say, because we like strong over weak.
Honestly, not really many sectors here with outstanding strength. The one exception might be technology services. A few stronger names in here. Meta up more than 2%. Google up 1.5%. Adobe and CRM pretty strong here as well. But other than that, things are going to be a little bit more mixed. Technology, electronic technology, not bad here either. We do have some weakness here in Broadcom, AMD, and a few of these other chip names. Lots of weakness in finance, but we get a little bit more mixture. Producer manufacturing, health technology, Eli Lilly to the upside after that open AI collaboration for using generative AI for some treatments there. Consumer services pretty mixed. Process industry is pretty mixed. Health services and utilities a little bit weaker across the board. Retail trade, we have Amazon upside, but notable weakness here in Home Depot, Lowe's, and Walmart. We did get some housing price index data early today coming in a little bit lower than expected on a month-over-month basis. And then we also have to talk about the transportation sector. Uber, the one strong name here, getting a slight price target increase from Piper Sandler. But FedEx here, FDX, absolutely on watch ahead of its earnings tonight, guys.
Oh, I forgot about FDX.
That's right, FedEx. After the bell, you'll be able to catch that on the market recap show tonight. So FedEx, more of a bellwether stock than a trading stock. Yeah. But that doesn't mean we don't pay close attention to it. Can be a bit of a market mover. So as I said, it was a 90% chance that MLGO was going to be the next trade. It bounced off 16 or that halt price at 1580. It wants nothing with the 70s, so I can sit and want the 3/4 all I want. If it's not going to give it to me, then you just got to be able to take what you can get on the initial bounce. So I thought the initial bounce would get to 17. I'm going to scalp out at 1-to-1 and then hold for the next. The next level up is the halt price down. That was like $18.90 something cents. So if it breaks 17 trail, if it breaks 18 trail, if it gets to the previous halt price out, that's the play on MLGO. Just going back over to Tesla, if the market's going to continue to be strong, the NASDAQ's pulling back in and holding some of those highs. I would like back into Tesla. It just wicked the same level we were in before, but it's a little sloppy in here. And it wasn't an easy consolidation. We had to get out and then kind of get back in to the same trade. I'd like to see a little something more defined on Tesla for a consolidation level on this next available dip. It's still a strong stock, but I'm not completely convinced because the market, like you were saying this before, it's like, oh, you know, in the morning when we're up, we're basically just at those levels at 350. Mm-hmm. Well, we're up still, but we're just at those levels at 11 o'clock and underneath those levels from 11. So still very much weak if you look at the overall NASDAQ. So it's a tricky spot to want to force yourself into some long ideas at this moment. I'm still looking for that other entry into AMD. I didn't just automatically jump back into the short at the same level. It's holding the upward trend. I'm going to look for a break of trend here on advanced micro devices, or maybe take a shot at that high of the day one more time. It is still a stock that I want to be short overall.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Neil, for that. Nvidia does not want to break 121.50. It just bounced off there a couple times, so we take another out right there. We're getting a little lighter. We have about 35% of this trade still on, and I'm still waiting for view up, so I want to still stay in there. We are excited to welcome Kevin O'Leary soon, 11 o'clock. Hopefully 11 o'clock as he's en route. So hopefully he'll be here for that. So stay tuned for that, and we'll talk all about it with Brendo, and then he'll come back to us, and we'll do our thing with him as
Kevin
well.
At 11.
So, Kevin at 11. Yeah, good one. Yeah, we should tweet that out. We should tweet that out. That's a good one. Okay, so.
That was Fabian.
Yeah, good one, Fabian. There it is, 11:55. I mean, Rivian, I don't know, maybe I'll ask him what car he's rolling around in, because right now the Rivian R1T, R2T, whatever, R1S, no matter what you're rolling in right now, we're rolling in some of this today with Rivian. And it is your number one sticky note idea was to go long Rivian down here at $11. So it's really nice to see that we now do have a 40-cent winner on the name. Basically the whole move. We have the bottom of the day, and it is now at Z-Top. So far so good. That reminds me of ZZ Top. You know, she's got legs, you know. I don't know.
That's
she
what
knows
we're
how to
looking
use them. Yeah.
Percentage of the viewers that know.
Probably, I don't know. I mean, we have some old viewers, but that's
I'm gonna say
ZZ Top is really
47%.
would know that song. Ooh, I don't know. That seems high to me.
You think
You might be right there. I don't know. I mean, people put it up. You know ZZ Top there? He knows a bit. Yeah, Fabian knows.
Fabian's
a bit.
an old
Okay.
soul, though.
Okay.
I'll tell you who does know them is going to be Mr. O'Leary.
Oh yes,
He
for
plays
sure.
the axe. He's
he
on
plays.
the axe.
Oh yeah.
I mean, we had him on a Zoom call. He was actually
Did he-
displaying them.
Yes,
For the first,
that's right.
it was
Did
the
he play
second
them?
time.
No.
He didn't play anything, but I'm pretty sure he mentioned it. But he mentions it all the time on Shark Tank.
Shout out to Noah there. He knows ZZ Top. So yeah,
I know you guys do.
A couple of people know ZZ
Y'all know what's
Top
up.
there in the chat. All right. So I'm just going to sit here. Basically, there's 15 minutes left. I think Nvidia can come back into the downside. I mean, look at the market. The market's breaking lower. We are out. I mean, you want to talk about saving some money on some trades. I mean, look at this out on Apple. I mean, getting out right there on Apple. It's sometimes you get that. You're not breaking view up, and you get lucky. Sometimes it breaks it and rips. But at the end of the day, that's a decent spot right there for us on Apple. So we're really, really happy to be able to have that trade. And then thank you again for the kind words about the entry there on Nvidia. But honestly, we've been into so many of these entries. We should have just waited again. And patience is a virtue that I am trying to possess more of these days. So if we can get a little more patience in the bloodstream here, then we know that will result in higher P&Ls. So we'll try to do that. We're trying to have patience on the way down right now, just in case the market gives it up a little bit. We saw a move yesterday. We said we were feeling bearish today for sure. The market really hasn't done, it's gone straight up, so don't get me wrong, but right now it's trying to figure it out. I'm going to still try to hold a bearish thought, but we could break back through 19.9. If we break back through 19.9, what's that, Ramin? Ramin wore her green sweater today, and she was all making sure to tell. Yeah, she was making sure to tell everybody about her green sweater, which looks very nice. But I did not notice the haircut. How many inches off?
Great.
She didn't even get her haircut. Thanks for the bad report there. She got layered. Layers.
She got her hair done.
Hair did.
Hair done.
She got her hair did.
Oh yeah, it's hair did. What am I
Hair did.
talking about?
Must be date day or date night. Getting married. Okay, here we go. I didn't know that.
man,
Breaking
fuck it.
news right now on Ramin. Okay, so, Nvidia just goes back up to the upside. I will reload this thing in and around 122.40, 122.50. So that would be something that we would think about reloading here, but not until then. We just talked about patience, so let's have that. And that's 122.60 high. We got to get a little bit closer than that.
Yeah, it might be early. So Tesla, we were good to wait once, but we might have been too early anyway. So we waited for it to maybe test a higher low. It just pulled with a big dip into 185 half here. So on the way back, I got the halves, actually at 53s. But I'm looking back at it, you had the pre-market high in there at 185 even. And then you had this level here, 185.10. So I think I'm a little bit early to this move. And if I think that's true, then we're just going to get a tight stop. I was explaining the reason why I'm going to have a tight stop on it and just look for something a little bit more defined. MLGO is still not doing, it's not doing anything parabolic. It's held the previous haul price, but it is yet to break out the top. This is like 1740. If it breaks that, we trail and then look for the move back into that previous haul price. So we're holding for Dream here on MLGO. AMD, I still think, is a short, and I'm on the offer, but I didn't get filled up here. Just at that, I wanted the same price that we got before, and it doesn't want to give it to us. But it's still trending up. And if a stock is putting in higher lows and continuing to trend, I think you want to get the price near the top. I don't want to chase just yet. If it puts in a lower high, that's a good thing, but I'm going to give it a chance to still be a short at the actual high of the day. So what else we got? Dickster, I think Tesla's got some support down here, but like I said, I felt like I was a little bit early to it, and I said I wanted to see a consolidation, then I didn't wait for a consolidation. I think it was the right call to jump out and wait for some kind of sideways action. Let it hold the level for 5 or 10 minutes and then get into the long. There's nothing wrong with that. We say patience all the time. Sometimes you just gotta listen to yourself. So I think it was a good out to risk 15 cents, or to just get out for 15-cent hit and then wait for the next opportunity here on Tesla.
Okay, it's a good trade. Tesla, I mean, I think there's some great opportunities there. We did talk about that. I thought that story was a little bit. We have which?
What?
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. All right. Still got 6 seconds there, Fabian. We've got money. We've got money talks. So right now we do have Nvidia trying to talk to the downside. I was just going to quickly talk about Disney, but it doesn't really matter. I spend way too much money on Disney's not Prime, whatever the heck it's called, Disney Plus. You know what? Honestly, when I got to go home and I got to find out on the app so I can find out the last time someone logged into Disney Plus. And then I'm going to be to my wife like, yo, well, you're done watching Vanderpump Rules? Like,
So
you know what I mean?
the answer then, because she watches that show. So
I'm going to find out. I'm going to find out the last time. She killed Bridgerton over, I mean, that just keeps on releasing more and more episodes.
It's not on Netflix?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is what I'm trying to get through, man. I mean, we're watching, there's a good magic
Bears,
show.
pretty
There's a
good.
good magic show. The Bears is on what show is that?
No, The Bear. It's got the guy from Shameless, Lip from Shameless.
Is that on?
It's on Disney.
Oh, that's on Disney. Okay, so good. All right, so maybe we can get justified here. We are long Disney, and I am a shareholder, so maybe I should check out said platform.
I could spend 20 minutes talking about what they've done wrong in The Acolyte, by the way, which is the new Disney. I'm a real Star Wars fan. And I'm not going to do it, but just trust me, they have seriously bungled a lot of the storytelling, actually adhering to.
I thought what's his name
truth.
was still there writing a lot of it. George Lucas.
If you have
Lucas.
established characters, I'm just going to leave it at this. If you have a pretty important character in a series that fans know who they are, and you do a story at a different time frame, and you want to put that character in, make sure they should be alive. Because if they shouldn't be alive in that time period,
so what's Jorge
maybe
doing?
they should not actually be in the show. I'm just going to leave it. You know what? I said I wasn't going to.
Ooh, Hulu. I don't know if we get Hulu. Here.
Because now I'm just in a bad mood. MLGO Trail is at 1750. I love Star Wars, and I think they're really
Crave.
screwing the pooch on this. What's on Crave?
I don't know. He just said Hulu and Crave and all that. This is share some very, very.
I don't have
similar-
Crave. I want to watch the new.
I've got Crave. There's Shoresy's on there. They have all the HBO Max stuff and all that.
Shoresy's.
We still haven't gone over to Money Talk, so let's do that now.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. My bad. I totally forgot.
You're bad. I'm the one that was like, we're not going over there.
DXY continuing to hold very nicely here at this 105.50 area. That was a bit of an area of resistance, holding it pretty well over here, trying to push higher. Let's see if we can get to that 105.80. That's been a bit of a local top as of late over the last few days. Quite a bit of economic data coming through, specifically in the housing space. We got a 6.3% move here for the housing price index for April versus 6.7% prior. Then for the housing price index month over month, 0.2% versus 0.3% expected. So a little bit lower than expected for the house price index for April on a monthly basis. Richmond, we got quite a few Richmond index numbers here, but Richmond Manufacturing Index for June, -10 versus -3 expected. They all came in lower than expected. CB Consumer Confidence slightly above the expectation here. 100.4 versus 100 estimate. 101.3 was the prior number there. So quite a bit of economic data here coming through. Worth noting as well, we have a couple Fed speakers. Fed Bowman coming on again later today, along with Fed's Cook. But it's worth noting here, we did have Fed's Bowman speaking at 7 a.m. saying that she'd actually be okay with raising rates if the situation does not approve. A little bit hawkish, especially considering that when we had the Fed meeting a couple weeks ago, Fed Chair Jerome Powell said that no one's current base case was to raise rates. So this is a bit of an interesting comment here coming from Fed's Bowman. Fed speak absolutely on watch, guys, going forward.
Oh, man.
Oh, we're always. The Fed speaks always on watch. It's just a matter of how much it's going to matter. How much it's going to matter, yes. So I'm out of MLGO. We said if it finally broke that consolidation, the previous halt was going to be the level. So it tagged 18, and we got out essentially on this break of 18. We just took it out in front of the quarters. It's right there right now. The next trade, I'm not 100% sure, because if it gets back down to VWAP, I don't know how good of a thing that is if it doesn't put in a higher low. So I'll play it by ear for MLGO. We looked for that as a break. We missed the break. Wasn't fast enough on the reopen. I wanted a fail breakdown at 20. Missed that. Wasn't fast enough for it. So sometimes the best trades are when it consolidates or bounces off a level, because then you're not worried about like everyone and their mother trying to get an automatic order as it breaks 20. Like that's tough to get on the way back down, or when it reopens above 16. Like unless you take the opening print, you wouldn't have gotten that trade. Tesla is still trying to find its way. This is feeling a little bit more consolidative. So you got the wick bottom. I was in, said that's too early, got out. Now it's looking like a consolidation. It's got the hold of 185. All it has to do is hold it a couple more times here. It's 10:55. This is not the time when I think you want to jump in all willy-nilly at these key levels. And Tesla up 1.5%. This would now be a VWAP hold, and that's what we'd like to see. BT, K-Debs. I'm trying to figure out why would Bit Digital be running. I thought the news was that they're not getting the deal. There will not be a buyout of Bit Digital. And Bit Digital's up 41%. So I guess it's just squeezing for reasons unknown to me. Last I had checked, the deal wasn't happening with them. So yeah, BT making a run. Maybe it's just a technical squeeze or something like that. It's got a decent enough short float, but yeah, I'm not sure why that one's going. AMD just came back up. We said we'd wait for our price in front of the high of the day. 158.73 is the high. So you can probably figure out where a stop would go in that range, whether you like it at 80 or at the 3/4. Distinction without a difference. VWAP still the target for profit out in front of AMD. But we waited to get our price. We've got it. The NASDAQ's pulling back in. AMD still wants higher lows. So we'll try to get something out in front of 185. Just took that fill. And now if it bounces off VWAP, I think I get it all out if it bounces off VWAP again. I just want to respect it. But AMD, we waited for that short price. You know, essentially, we've been short this only in an upward trend, so taking profit has to be a thing. Was that about Kava?
No, he's talking about Caterpillar. So he was just
I was
saying
going to
that-
say, because Kava...
Yeah, I wanted to buy, I was hoping that Kava came down, but I don't think it has.
No, Kava's just still holding the highs. I don't
So
think
when
you
he
can
said that,
touch
I was like, Kava, I got to buy some of that
It's
stock.
so high.
But it's Caterpillar. Caterpillar, again, just down. It's been getting hit pretty good too, man. I mean, you want to talk about some of the leaders. We see Nvidia trying to pull back. Nvidia's down. Well, Nvidia's up now, today 3%. So it was down 18% the last 3 days for Nvidia. And now I have to zoom in too much because we don't show the pre-split. That's too bad on the daily chart for Nvidia, but we'll get that fixed. So up 3% today. So it looks like it's down 15. It will avoid bear territory, as Adara and I talked about that on the market recap show.
Well,
going
today
down.
it will.
Today it will, yeah. So far today. Well, it might not after. I mean, it just has to go red a little bit, and then.
It doesn't matter how long it takes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could easily get red and into bear territory at some point there. What I was getting at was, so we're looking at Nvidia. What I meant to say was we've bid now. Now I have to bid down here. This is like one. So just since 10:30, right? So the last half hour, we haven't really been able to solve this stock here, right? We have been. We made a lot of money back right there, but it hasn't broken through 50. So again, to not be stubborn about anything, let's make sure we get another piece out. So if it comes back into 60s, we'll do that 121.60 or so for Nvidia. We're gonna get that back out. I have to recharge my earpiece here as it has died because I forgot to plug it in last night.
Gotta go wired, baby.
Yeah, I tried that. That's
I got this thing. Like
too
it's actually
annoying.
wired. You wired. I mean the bad part of it is that every single time I get up, I have to remember to unplug it, or I'm just going to destroy it. I've already forgotten twice, but thankfully it's not destroyed. But it's just less hassle. And when we started out, before we were on YouTube, we actually wore these things every single day, and we're like, yeah, we hate them. They're terrible. That's what the pros apparently like, Brendan. But we have a bit of a move happening here, pulling back into Tesla. So this is the level that we wanted to see it bounce off of. It's not quite getting down to 185. So it's a consolidation, but look how whippy it is. It's still wicking around here on Tesla. Not really all that firm off the bid. So the only position I am in is back into AMD. Just tracking the names that we're actually paying attention to. I just keep typing MGLO the first time. So whenever I do it live, I type MGLO, not MLGO. It's pulling right back into that 16 level. So I don't know that I want a re-entry automatically. Might have to consolidate there again, and then we could work off of it. But super strong stock today, but only up 13% when all is said and done. And the reason for that is like it closed taking out that 15. So it's traveled a wide road. Like from bottom to top, it's $10. But really, it's kind of right back where it started. That is a hefty failure off of 21. So it's not an automatic reload for me just yet. I think Tesla off VWAP is the next play.
So I'm really glad that we had just talked about this. We will go a little bit later. We'll wait for Kevin to come through.
Yeah.
And then maybe
we're
if that doesn't happen, we can throw it back over to these guys sitting right beside us. But there it is right there. We just talked about taking a bid, so we did that. 121.60s. I mean, we knew the bottom was 50s. We took a 65 fill there as it was dancing around a little bit. So we will grab that fill, and we did not reload. I mean, it could have been a reload spot. It's where we had it before. I want to get it a little bit higher. I just want to put on some shares so that if it does keep dancing like this, I know we have the top. And if I get stopped out, I'd rather lose 20 cents than 50 cents. So that's what I'm going to try to play here. As, again, not really convinced that this market wants to do anything right now. If anything, I feel like it wants to just drift back up here. And if it does that, then we will get hit out of our Nvidia trade. So, which is fine. Like I said, you had sort of seen what we're doing now. I now have a little bit, no, less than a quarter left of this initial trade rate there. But you can see here, like we were long getting stopped out, and look, we were long and then it worked. Then we were short and just getting some profit, then some stop outs. Then we just took a short here against 122.60 and able to start to ring the register on the way back down to the point of getting 75% of it out. So we'll lose on the reload if it comes back up, but I'm not getting filled until 40s. So if that happens, that's where we'll be. And it almost got there, man. It got to 38. So incoming 40 right now. So watch out for that one for our fill on Nvidia, just in case we miss it. Well, here we go. We're going to get it. Yeah, there it is. So we get it now. So here comes Nvidia, reloaded now at 122.40. Very, very comfortable. About 30 cents worth of risk. Let's see if this will print through, man. It just needs to get back to 122.
Yeah, and today they're following each other. Oh yeah, that's right, 11 o'clock. So look, we're going to stick around until Kevin comes through, Kevin O'Leary stepping through. So the position board did flip to the midday because that's what it does at 11 o'clock.
Flip it back.
But right when Nvidia took that high, AMD also, but AMD broke the high. Nvidia got to the high, AMD broke the high. So we got the reload. We said we're going to take some out in front of 158, which we did. That's been the only thing that works. Scalp some out, and when it retests, wait for it to show some weakness at that same price. But you're just only going to the upside, trending in higher and higher. I'm asking myself if I want to take a break of 123. I think, look, I'm going to take a 123 break on Nvidia, but not here. Got to be the 123 level. The even dollar breaks have been better for breakout trades, at least for myself, but I'm looking for a break there. MLGO, not really anything happening on it just yet. And yeah, I think I'm going to take 123 just for a scalp trade. For a breakout here, as we're waiting for Mr. O'Leary to jump on through.
Yep. Okay, so we almost got stopped out there on Nvidia as it does hit close to that 60 marker. So let's be careful. We are short right now at 44s. So it just came back in and we got a 40 fill because I was like, oh God, this is not going out very well for me. So let's wait to see what happens. There's a big size there at 60, but that's not big size. It just looks like it is. It's not. It's
why 60 though?
I don't know. It's going to take it out. I mean, I'm short against 60, so that's why. But there it is. See? So it was the high of the day. It just got blasted through. So there goes Nvidia. There goes Nvidia. Yeah, we actually got a good. I think we got a good fill there. Yeah, we got 70s. So we'll take that fill on a break of 65. There goes Nvidia straight up to the upside. Let's just stop shorting it now. But again, we sort of had talked about these levels. We can now wait for 125 and see if that can come back in. Apple again trying to find bottoms. Maybe they're 209 and change for Apple. The SPY and the NASDAQ both heading straight up to the upside. And here comes Nvidia. See, this is why you got to get out when levels break, right? You can't just make some money back and then just throw it all away once it comes back to the upside. So there we go. We take out that 20-cent hit. We get 70s, better than 90s. Let's wait to see what's happening there.
Every time.
Some people talking about ARM as well.
The only time 70s aren't better than 90s is if you're talking about music, for some people.
Right, that makes sense. I like that one.
I mean, eras play either way. You can also sometimes get flack for saying that. So 23, if it breaks, we're taking it. And every time I pull up a stock, like it's about to break, it's going to go, we're going to get the fill, you know what happens. Cue the drill, stock pulls back. But that doesn't mean that you get too far away from it. I just want to zoom out to the 15-minute. If it breaks this 23, you've got an obvious 24.5 to 125. 2 days ago, was the bottom, and then yesterday's top. Like that would be the range for the scalp trade on any breakout in Nvidia. I saw a lot of people talking about ARM. I always say this, it's okay to be wrong, it's not okay to stay wrong. Trade at the key levels. There's your pre-market high. There's the 150 level. It's now trending past that. And in the pre-market show, when I was talking about this, it said if it holds and breaks these levels out, I can't even think about a short till it's at 160 or 162. That's a long ways away. So Nvidia trying to break out. Tesla, we missed the dip buy. Maybe we haven't. I'm not in it, is what I should say, because it still could give another bounce off of VWAP. I wanted a consolidation. By the time it did, I felt I was chasing at 185.5 and wanted something closer to the 185 even, which we might still get here.
All right, I'm going to try one more long here, and it's going to be on Apple. I mean, let's go for it. Apple down here at 209. You know, you're seeing right here, you do have a 20-minute chart that looks like we're trying to hold out a little bit here near this bottom. I mean, obviously 209 is going to be the breaker spot. I'm not going to, that was early this morning when we broke all the way down to 208.50. So let's try to go longer again on Apple. It's going to be my number one stock. We have one red name today. It's Nvidia. So yeah, that's kind of disappointing for sure that is the case right there. But here we go. Yes, ma'am. There it is. It's Apple. It's a nice little push. Yes. Okay, good. So we just bought Apple. It's a money trade right there off that bottom, 209.30. We're just getting some out now 50s. Just got a 55. Let's see if we get going just a little bit more on Apple back to the upside. Look, Rivian's still at day's high. We're still long down here at 11. That's still working. But again, 10% of that trade and 10% of Palantir as well as that goes back up to the highs. We could have reloaded that one. That's definitely a missed opportunity for me there on PLTR. So yeah, so far so good. The day just continues to move on here as the NASDAQ fighting to get to highs again. We said that the only one space this needed to go was 19.9, and that's right where it is again. So maybe if you're looking for a short, this could be the spot with us just getting more Apple, which there it is, man. Apple of my eye today definitely goes AAPL with a nice move back up as the NASDAQ tries to get through, man. It's trying to get through, looking like it wants to take out the day's high one more time. What can stop this market? Apparently nothing as Apple continues upside again. A little bit of a pullback yesterday on Nvidia weakness, but that weakness is back today with strength.
Look at Meta.
Yeah, Nvidia 4.5%. Microsoft 52-week highs yesterday. Meta's ripping as well.
Meta's been an absolute rocket ship. So Nvidia broke the 123 level. I guess if you took that 122.60 random price, that was also pretty good, but waited for the even dollar. Remember, all these levels from yesterday are where I think you take profit. So halves, evens, and then all the way up. I'm back into Tesla on the dip buy. Okay, now that that's settled in, I have a break-even stop on it. It's Meta. Meta is really, really carrying the day. Up 2.2%, but it's not necessarily that it's up, it's how it is moved. Like really clean off yesterday's level. Every level of resistance has been a place to buy it on a dip. That's generally speaking a very, very good and bullish thing. If it holds 508, you're already breaking back out to retest. This little high in June was like $517, but really it was kind of like a nasty wick. Where we are right now is the big level. 511, once, twice, 3 times the lady.
Possible sold.
For Meta. If it breaks 511, that could absolutely fly. But I don't like breakouts on Meta because of the spread. So it's going to have to be looking for some kind of a dip buy in Meta. So next offer is out in front of 124 on Nvidia. If we get it, great. Tesla's trying to hold on to 185, which is VWAP. If you're wondering why it's still on us, we are looking for Kevin O'Leary is going to be dropping through, so you're going to stay with us until he pops on through to join Brennan at the desk.
All right, yeah, good trade there on Nvidia breaking through 123. We like that. Play the momentum. That's a smarter thing, I think, right there. Instead of trying to always go short, as it's trying to come back a little bit. 123.40, 123.50. Look, hey, I know a stock that has some good cash flow, and it's Disney right now, as Disney trying to go back up to the upside right now as we go long at 102 and change right now coming through. So Disney, nice upside move. We're going to try it here. It has fallen back in. We'll go against 101.70. We'll try about a 30-cent or so hit here on Disney if that does work out for us. We still are long Apple. We've only been long Apple today, and we've been long Short Nvidia, long Apple. That's been working out. I do like the Disney call. I do like Rivian down here as well. Rivian's trying to break through 12, so that's looking like a good little level for sure. Oh man, there's Nvidia pulling back finally. Is this going to be the top? Every time I think there's a top, it just breaks it. So I feel like you want to wait for a VWAP retracement, maybe back into 122 and change there for NVDA. So we'll wait for that name, but so far so good here on the day. The market's holding up. NASDAQ up 0.7, the ES looking stronger on bank strength as well. JP Morgan recovered all from their earnings, right back to $200 again for JPM. So again, another great name. It's JP Morgan, and it's trying to figure itself out here. So we'll wait to see what winds up happening now. But with banks just around the corner, we start off with Micron tonight, then the banks come next week.
So we talk about the banks all the time, and I've been scouting TD Bank. It's been bad. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that this is a good-looking chart. Anyone can see a downtrend when you have lower highs, and this is a lot of lower highs. But the 54 level, it's already held a couple times this year. If you go and zoom way back out, 54 and 55 has been a pretty key level. But this is pretty close to holding that level and breaking trend back up. I want to see this. If we get back above the 50 period, I'm going to be looking to get in some TD in my personal account. We always talk about what are the things that you're looking for. You already mentioned Caterpillar.
Yeah.
I was gonna talk about Caterpillar today, but I think we already mentioned it because that's a stock I'm looking to buy some dips on. I'm not there just yet, but I think we're pretty close to getting to that spot. Nvidia is not on the New York Stock Exchange, Neil. It is still on the NASDAQ, which is a good thing, but it's slowing down here at the 123.5. I still think get out if it breaks 123 because really, this accelerated at the previous high, 122.5. 123 was just a round number. So if it does dip, I think it's more logical that dip support would be down around here at 22.5 or at VWAP 21.5. So I'm not looking for a reload at the round number. I'm looking for the reload at the level that was more significant. And that's about $1 away from here. So that means getting out at 123 if it breaks, and then getting back in either at 122.5 or 121. And a half. CPDB, I'm not saying TD because it's of all the banks, of all the banks, why would you get into TD? Just because I like what it's doing technically. 54 is a key level on TD Bank before, and if it breaks a trend above it, I like the entry. It's not sitting here trying to endorse TD as the strongest stock. It has not been performing the best in Canada, not even close.
Okay, yeah, no, not even close. Yeah, Royal Bank and
Royals.
whatnot. Yeah, Royal's been good. But yeah, some of them bouncing off some lows there as well. What is definitely not a Canadian name is Apple. And that just continues to go higher. We're now 40 cents in the money. And I was just saying to myself as Neil was punching long there in Nvidia, and I was like, you know what? This market is taking out highs. So why are we not thinking about a long? So we just played a strong name, Apple. We played it back into the day's low. I like this trade for Apple. Pretty decent move back in. And we'll support it and see if we can get a little longer on that one. Disney, again, we talked about it, doesn't seem to want to move, so maybe we'll have to move off of that. A name that I do like that I know is a little Kathy Arkish is DraftKings. I thought DraftKings had a great first mover advantage, right? One of the biggest names there in sports gambling. Just even last night, with the Stanley Cup and all this kind of stuff, there's a lot of gambling, and guess what sport is just around the corner, and it's pretty much the reason why most people are watching it. There's football, and when NFL comes and college football hits, man, the gambling just ramps up. So I really like DraftKings, $36 or so coming through for DKNG. So again, like those levels, I think there's an opportunity to buy some DraftKings, especially if you do dip down in. So for today though, down 2%, we still like a 40 fade. I just don't know if that's going to be coming in right now. And then hopefully today I can go get a little bit of a fade as well. I saw Randy's nice haircut there. But okay. It's 11:15. We are getting ready for our guest of the day, and we'll throw over there when that is ready.
Yeah, 100%. So I already said I'm into Tesla. It's still bouncing. I don't want to be forcing anything, so we waited for this to get to VWAP. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that MLGO. I said I was pretty uncertain about what the next move was going to be here. It did give you a higher low consolidation trade. So if you basically just play the same game plan as before. Now, I like the trade because halt level, support, show me support. Once it bounced in, like just go long. In this case, you just basically had to have faith in this higher low at 17. Look for a similar play, like it does a wick bottom. I don't think you want that entry. I think you probably want something in the 17 range that you can stop out 16 and a half. And it's made another move higher. So you are getting a rounded bottom on MLGO holding out to VWAP. Just remember, yeah, there it goes. Like it just was just at 19 and a half as I was explaining that setup, pulls right back into 18 even. This is a wild stock. If I don't have a very clearly defined entry where like I want it bouncing off this level and I can get a tight stop because I can get a good price, then I'm not touching it. Not when it's out in the middle of nowhere. You got 10% up, 10% down from high to low, but we've got our special guest over at the desk with Brendan. You've been waiting all morning long, so let's throw it on over. I know we're all excited.
We have indeed. There he is, fresh off filming the first section of season 16 of Shark Tank. Mr. Wonderful is back in the building. It's good to see you.
Great to be here. Thank you.
It's been a long time. We're happy to have you back in the building. There's so much to touch on. I want to get right into a few things here. Let's talk about crypto out of the gate. A lot of people talking about a major level here coming back into play for Bitcoin. It's been tested many, many times, the 60,000 area. Let's start from a high level. Where do you see the industry right now? And then I want to get into regulations and what the election is going to bring.
Sure. I'm actually bullish Bitcoin. I'm long Bitcoin, have been for quite a while, and I'll tell you why. For Bitcoin to achieve the lofty heights people have been talking about for a decade now, it's going to have to be fully integrated into the financial services systems all around the world. And the only way that's going to happen is through fully regulated platforms. And so if you take stock of where we're at, all the crypto cowboys are gone, or they're in jail, or both. And Gensler, who, for all of the criticism he's taken, remained consistent on his message.
Yep.
And he basically pursued them all and wiped them out and threw them in jail. And I get it. And I think what he wants is this to be an asset class like any other. It could be gold, could be other alternative asset classes, fully regulated by commodities and exchanges. And he is achieving that. At the same time, which is a positive, getting rid of crypto cowboys is a positive. Here's a second positive. Within Congress, on a bipartisan basis now, there's a movement afoot to legitimize digital payment systems, including Bitcoin and Ethereum in that metric. And so there's many, many different bills going through the system. And this time they look like they're going to be successful right after the election. So that's going to clear the way for, let's say an institution wants to put a 3% weighting in Bitcoin, they'll be able to do that. But in order to do that, they have to be able to have liquidity on a compliant exchange. Now, that's where it gets interesting, because in the U.S., Gensler is still in litigation with Coinbase, the largest exchange in the U.S. And so institutions really can't put a lot of capital there, because they're right on the other side of the desk. They're regulated on every other asset class on a mark-to-market basis. So that's holding up the U.S. But in Canada, remarkably, we've achieved that now. We've got a consolidation in the crypto space, in the exchange space. The emerged winner is WonderFi. I'm very proud of that. I'm a shareholder, obviously, and I own the stock, just to disclose that and be transparent. But I think it's a renaissance period now. And the stock is trading is a penny stock now, but I think that's going to change, because the minute you start to get integration of financial services to all of these asset classes in the US, Canadians will also allocate the same way, and that will include banks. Now, we've got an oligopoly of banks here. Where are they going to get liquidity? On an exchange regulated by the OSC, cleared by the OSC, in compliance with the OSC, and that's WonderFi. Over 1 million accounts in Canada, in every province, completely in compliance with the regulator, not being litigated, and at the same time, you can actually hold your coin there and have liquidity and full transparency. So that is the picks and shovel of the Canadian market, and I anticipate tremendous value inherent there over time. Globally, you've got M2. That is sucking a lot of assets off Binance right now because it's compliant to the ADGM. So if you're Asian or Middle East or even some European countries, that's where you're going. For full disclosure, I'm a shareholder there as well. So I would say Bitcoin, I'm long. I haven't sold any off. It's a 5% weighting in my portfolio. So is gold. And watches are at 3%.
We'll touch on that coming up. M2, for anyone who's wondering, is Middle East.
Yeah, M2 is the exchange out of Abu Dhabi. It's backed by sovereign wealth. They opened up with $300 billion of liquidity. They're tied to the banks there. They're completely compliant. You can own it. The only way you can own it is buy shares in a company called Phoenix. which is on the Abu Dhabi exchange. That's how I got access to it, because it's private right now. But you know, the largest sovereign wealth funds own it, so I feel pretty comfortable with the position there.
You've been a proponent in the, you know, for lack of a better term, the picks and shovels, if you will, of this industry instead of the assets themselves. For someone who's maybe sitting on the sidelines saying, a lot of volatility here still. The higher the price goes in Bitcoin, it seems like, you know, the more volatility we're going to get. Where would you look at this point for an opportunity if you're looking at the exchange side of things?
Well, now that, you know, I look at it, if you're an investor and you say, well, I want to have some exposure to cryptocurrencies and digital payment systems, I would own exchanges and probably two of the tokens, which would be Ethereum and Bitcoin. But I would never buy an ETF that held those. Why would I pay the fees for an asset that I can simply open an account on WonderFi and own it in perpetuity at a fraction of the cost of what I'm being charged on an ETF? I'm still exposed to the asset, I'm still exposed to the volatility, but I have total transparency and liquidity. And that is essentially my thesis about why you would own exchanges. I'm never going to buy an ETF for digital crypto. That seems insane. I don't know why anybody would do that. And so just find an exchange that's compliant, open an account, transfer whatever amount you want from fiat, and you can certainly do that at WonderFi in Canada, the Canadian dollar. And then you can monitor it, you know, 24/7 on your mobile phone if you wish, and feel that you're safe because it's regulated.
You mentioned banks there. Let's talk about, we had a significant print, I think, this morning for CPI and inflation on this side of the border. Talk us through from a higher level here where you feel this inflation battle is, what needs to be done. As far as the Bank of Canada specifically is concerned, we had one cut already. They were pointing at July saying maybe two coming, but that looks like it's going to be kicked down the road a little bit. A lot of people in a tough spot, I think, coming up here in the next few months as far as mortgages are concerned.
Yeah, that cut looks like it was a mistake given the print this morning, and they won't make any more. Remember, inflation in Canada is not the Bank of Canada's fault. They are reacting to the reality that the government printed too much money during COVID. It wasn't necessarily well spent, but many governments had a knee-jerk reaction to do that. The PPP loans in the United States, the ERC, credits, the 1099 that's going on there now for small business. The CHIPS and Science Act, Inflation Reduction Act turned out to be very inflationary. We probably double printed, both in Canada and the United States, what we needed to, but we didn't know what the pandemic was going to be like, so you can't put 100% blame on the government here. You can blame them for a lot of other stuff, but not necessarily that. Inflation is sticky in Canada, particularly around protein, foods. We're up about 32% since the beginning of the pandemic, and we have stopped going up at a rapid rate, but we're still way above what we were. Housing is a huge problem, and then there's energy. We have, I would argue, bad energy policy in this country, and just as a result of it, we're paying the price. We're one of the wealthiest countries on earth with energy resources totally squandered by bad policy, and so this is going to be a very difficult time, as you suggested, in the rollovers of commercial real estate in Canada and individual residential housing. It's going to be painful, and again, Bank of Canada has their hands tied on this one. Yeah. They're going to have to hold the line. Otherwise, they're going to have even worse inflation. And so I think there's a bigger issue at play here about the governance of Canada and the policy in Canada, and what should be done next is a good question.
For our friends in the U.S., big part of our audience, obviously, in the U.S., the situation very different from the Fed's perspective. We're in an election year. I want to get your thoughts on what the market's going to do as far as the election coming up in November. But how does policy shift here to help this inflation battle south of the border? Yeah.
So remember, for our friends to the south of the border, they were promised 7 rate cuts only 14 months ago. They got none. And they're not going to get any this year. The prints are really strong inflation there. It's very sticky, particularly, again, on protein, on energy, and on vicious on housing, just brutal. And so even rents and everything else. So you've got a very interesting time in the U.S. because you're weeks away. Actually, this week will be the first debate. It'll be heavily focused on policy, inflation being one of them. But they have some other issues. They've got border security, which is a massive issue now with the imagery of every day what's happening over the Texas border. They've got massive issues around housing prices. They've got issues around energy security. They've got foreign affairs issues around wars and their roles in them. And obviously you can see how divided the country is. It's almost got a Vietnam feeling to it these days. I teach at Harvard and a couple of other colleges there, and it's pretty nasty on campus. And it doesn't matter what side you're on, it's nasty. And so that is a divided situation. But many people ask me, well, why is the market so buoyant given this divisiveness? Well, because there's a 50-50 chance that we're having an administrative change south of the border to a very accommodative, pro-business, low-tax, lighter regulation. That's at least a 50-50 chance, and that's why this is happening. You're hitting new highs in anticipation of a change of regime in the White House in November.
It's an interesting point, and more to come as this year plays out. We're a lot to cover. As I mentioned, I want to get to semiconductors and I want to get to AI. You've been very active in the AI space this year. Tell us a little bit about your ventures and from a higher level, where we're at as far as AI is concerned.
It's a great question. And AI, and people ask me, what about Nvidia? What about Nvidia? Well, why is it, such an extraordinary situation? Well, AI, everybody should consider, is going to affect all 11 sectors of the S&P with productivity enhancements. AI development itself is really expensive. So you've got three major stacks being developed. You've got the Amazon stack, you've got the Microsoft stack, you've got the Google stack. And in one way or another, they're in partnerships with each other, and OpenAI, et cetera. That's billions a quarter in terms of the hardware, the data centers, and the development. But once you have the stack, the real productivity is where I'm playing, and many others are too. How can I take a stack, add to the top of it for a vertical? And I'll give you an example. Watches are, as you know, are near and dear to me, but I'm a watch collector, and one of the most broken systems in jewelry and watches and collectibles is the insurance policy. Most people put their watches on their home package and say, okay, I bought this Rolex for $17,000 20 years ago, and my home insurance policy, which depreciated its value, says it's worth $800. The market price of that Rolex is $64,000 now because it's a vintage Daytona. And so, the value of that changes daily. Now, it's impossible to write a policy, a replacement policy, unless you have AI that can scrape the data from the auctions every 24 hours and guarantee in a policy that can be repriced daily on the risk. And you can issue that policy now, and I've done that with a product called WonderCare. I did it for myself to ensure I may travel with, let's say, 20 or 30 pieces, and the rest stay in bank vaults. I don't need to insure the stuff under the streets of Zurich. I need to insure what's with me here in Canada, for example. So that policy allows me to do that at WonderCare. We've partnered with some of the largest reinsurers in the world. They understand the issue. They too have been befluxed by it. They couldn't figure it out. We did it. And I'm very fortunate that I have millions of followers who are also watch collectors. So I'm able to acquire customers at a zero customer acquisition cost, write policies, and together we modify the technology. So that's just for insurance. That's just one sector. Let's talk about media. Every day in the United States, $50 million worth of remnant cable time is purchased in 15-second and 30-second blocks, whether it be a cable or a network or whatever. And let's say, in my case, I have 52 companies spending $2 million a day, $3 million a day. Well, why don't we aggregate our buy and buy $50 million a week or $60 or $100 million worth of cable remnant and parcel it out to 1,000 companies? We can only do that with an AI stack, which we've done. That's wonderads.com. You can go and see it there yourself and look at it. So you as a small business only spending $50,000 a week on social media can now put a third of that into remnant cable and lower your customer acquisition cost. And on and on and on. So I'm working on these stacks. That's really what matters to me. And here's another one. Social media for small businesses. When you have to post on Twitter or on LinkedIn, on Instagram or on TikTok, it's complicated if you're trying to do that yourself. Why not just use an AI stack in wonderengine.com, which we've done, and all of these companies are signing up for $99 a month and automating all their social media. generating it through social media, posting it through social media, monitoring customer acquisition costs through social media, all with an AI stack. So I've ripped off Richard Branson. Remember, he does everything with Virgin?
Right.
He was the guy that told me this. Yeah. You're Mr. Wonderful. Make everything Wonder Ads, Wonder Engine, Wonder Care, and you'll see the spillover effect. And he was right. So it's good to be Mr. Wonderful.
Always. I read a note this morning, quickly on the semiconductor side of things, I read a note this morning suggesting shorts on Nvidia were up 5 billion in 3 days.
Yeah.
Obviously, no one's picking a top on Nvidia for a short, but the entire float, if you consider the short percentage, what brings this back down to earth? It's been just a monumental move for a stock like Nvidia, the entire sector. What brings this back down to earth?
Shorting the stock is mispricing the reality that Nvidia is not a semiconductor company, actually. It has a huge moat around it. Its firmware is more valuable than its chipsets. It's writing the algorithms and the operating system that I can build a stack on top of. So if I have an Nvidia data center and I'm buying and renting time off it, I can build anything I want on top of that, but I have to be compliant through their API. That's how they're protecting their moat, and no one's even close to what they've developed there. Now, 18 months ago, the refresh rate of that moat, if you want to call it that firmware or that software, whatever you want to call the integration with the chip, was a 36-month refresh cycle. In their latest iteration, they've turned it to 24, and they just came out last week and said we're going to refresh every 12 months. So nobody can afford to compete with that right now.
Yeah.
And so what will bring the stock back to earth will be when someone like an Amazon, which is spending billions on their own chipset and their own moat and their own firmware, announce their first corporate customer. Then all of a sudden, it's like data centers. It's like AWS versus Google, right. And you're going to see margin compression because of commoditization. That will happen. When? I don't know. But when that happens, you want to be short Nvidia.
I know there's two guys over at the desk that want to say hi and have a couple of questions.
Oh, those guys, the watch guys over there.
The watch guys over at the desk here have a couple of questions. We'll bring in Sean, I think, first.
Yeah, I'll take it. I just got the Luminor on right here. What, you coming over here, Ramin, in 1 second? Yeah, there it is right there. What do you got on there, Kevin? A lot of people are asking.
Well, I'm featuring two. I've got, let's go vintage Jag Kutra, and this is vintage, which I love because it has 2 time zones. Flip it over, and there's a different watch completely, both in 2. I love this kind of stuff. And then just to tease you, because I knew I was coming here, I've got the puzzle, which is the little Rolex puzzle. I don't know how many there are in the world. That's Abu Dhabi time. So I've got Toronto time, LA time, Abu Dhabi time. That's what I'm talking about, baby. I'm talking about time zones here. And of course, these are both fantastic pieces. And mostly I wear red bands, but I thought just to tease you with this puzzle. I mean, that's...
I'm going to come over and have a look at
You're never even going to get to touch this watch. You'll never see this watch again.
I'm going to come over and have a piece. I have a quick look. I got to get Wonder Care myself, I guess. On some
you
of these things.
You absolutely do.
I saw someone in the chat. You know, one thing that I think you need to look into: Wonder Bread. I mean, if you took that over, then it would be completely.
No, actually, it's Wonder Bra. That's what my wife said.
Okay, let's go bang. There it is. Bang, bang. All right, we having fun. We having fun now. Kevin, I did want to bring up a good point because I thought you made an excellent one there about why are you buying an ETF? Why are you paying that 2%? Why are you paying a management fee when it comes to crypto? And I just have WonderFi up right now today. Up 16% today, WonderFi. May 8th, you guys, or WonderFi reported 4.9 net income revenue. Great move there. And then, of course, the BitBuy and Bitstamp of Canadian clients. So again, WonderFi having a great day today. Look, what can help a lot of us buy some of those watches, and apparently maybe if we ever get a chance, would be great calls on sectors. When you were here back in 2020, you made a great call, and I have the chart up right here. You talked about XOM, and I'm never going to forget about this. Down here, $30, $34, when, of course, oil actually went negative. You know, good move back up to the upside. Is there anything you're looking at right now? I know that some of the Canadian banks are depressed, maybe too early there. Any sort of sector right now besides crypto that you're looking at?
Well, Canadian banks are a must-hold for Canadians. They go through volatility. There's obviously a big tax change today. We've got to talk about that. There's some issues around it.
Right.
I think the anticipation globally about Canada, because I spent a lot of time in Abu Dhabi, as you know, is they're awaiting regime change here. This is a very investable country. Unfortunately, currently uninvestable because you can't get anything done here on large infrastructure or resource-based projects. But there's an anticipation that there's going to be a change in Canada in the next 18, 24 months, whatever, and that this place will be very investable. So I've sort of started, even though we've got a change in tax, the natural resource sector in Canada is a huge opportunity. And so how do you service that? Well, you do that with the Canadian banks. So, you know, owning Canadian banks anytime there's a sell-off is a smart move for any Canadian. And you can say, oh, I like this bank over that bank, yada, yada, woof, woof, woof. You might as well just index them and just own them all, because at any one time, it's an oligopoly. These guys are the best run financial institutions in the world. You know, I want to do a shout out for them. They've done a hell of a job during volatile periods. They are highly regulated. They're very well managed. And for me, the XFN, I guess, is the ETF up in Canada that owns them all, financial services. It's a good way to put on a 5-6% weighting in Canadian banks. And I tell every American investor I have, they say, what's the best way I can invest in Canada right now? Buy the banks. Buy the banks. Get that div, get that cash every month, and just own the Canadian banks, because they will never, like some of the US banks on the regionals, go to zero. There's going to be a lot of zeros in those regional banks over the next 36 months as they slowly default on commercial real estate. You can be safe on a Canadian bank. So, you know, they're having some rough days, but they're getting beaten up a little bit. But you can't go wrong with a Canadian bank.
Right. We do like that cash flow coming through there. And again, I looked at the XFN as like basically exactly as you mentioned there. It's not doing too bad. If we come over to the screen right now, XFN above the 200 period and trying to get back to the 50. So I think you might be right on there, Kevin. And I do agree with you with that hot CPI print this morning. It looks like we will not get to refinance our mortgages anytime soon as the rate.
Meanwhile, you stick your cash in the bank and you're getting your 5.1%. You know, what's wrong with that? And we're not going to have any more rate cuts. That ain't going to happen in Canada, not after today's print. And that first one was a mistake, and so that's going to hurt on housing.
I mean, I know it's not easy, the task, as you were sort of saying, that they have to thread the needle. We had obviously an event a few years ago that was very different. Personally, I want to thank you. Sean talked about that energy play. I know I bought Chevron around that same time, and it gave me the oomph to maybe just get in a little bit earlier. And I feel the same way I was talking about TD specifically at some lows. Oligopolies are great if you're an investor. You can talk about them economically all you want. But more importantly, I'm not going to say which reinsurer. My wife works for a reinsurance company, and she's in the industry, and her boss is in the AI space for it. And I can tell you, I was an investor in Lemonade in the US. And what got me away from it was what they weren't able to accomplish, what they said they were going to be able to do in revolutionizing, and how hard it is. So I want to say kudos for you for coming out with these products. You mentioned the watches. Are there what are the other addressable markets that you think are the biggest ones to come online? Obviously, near and dear to you is going to be insurance on your watches. But I think there's such a massive addressable market for more flexibility in the insurance industry. In the simple places like auto, it's a huge, huge problem, I think, of inefficiency, which I was incorrect in thinking Lemonade was going to be able to solve, and I got out of it, thank goodness. But what else do you see?
So that is a great question, and let's make it specific to Canada for a moment here. You know, Canada gets beaten up in the healthcare sector like crazy. All around the world, they criticize the Canadian healthcare system. They talk about it being, social medicine and all that stuff. And yet for catastrophic illness, let me give you a case in point. And I'm speaking about the digitization, the potential, the incredible potential of digitizing healthcare and what we could do here in Canada if we can get our laws behind this thing. But so I'm very fortunate. I need a hip replacement for 32 years of playing squash. My right hip is killing me. I want to get back in the game. I've been avoiding it for 2 years. I could go anywhere. I could go to Abu Dhabi. I could go to Dubai. I can do anywhere in the United States. And I also can come to Canada. Mm-hmm. So nobody knows this, but in Canada, we have some of the most advanced doctors in the world in hip and knee. In the world. There's a guy here, Sebastian Rodriguez is his name. He's the guy. He's the GOAT for hip replacement. Where is he? Humber River Hospital.
I was going to say.
So I went up there. I met the administration. I met him. I met the whole team. I saw the lab. They've got this incredible AI digital training lab for knee and hip, where you actually put on 3D goggles and you have a scalpel and you are taught the procedure in 3D. It's unbelievable. And We're leading the world in that. And everybody's crapping on the Canadian medical system. So I chose that hospital for my hip replacement. I'm going to blow those guys up. I'm going to say, look, let's videotape the procedure, and if I live through it, that'll be very good. and so, you know, it's sort of, let's celebrate what we do so well here and give these guys the shout out they deserve, because I combed the world. I went everywhere. If you're getting your hip replaced and you're in India, you're in Abu Dhabi, and you're in Riyadh, you want that hospital.
Yeah.
Because they do 13 procedures a day. Wow. You're in and out of there, if you're lucky, in 45 minutes. A day surgery. That's amazing. Canada. And so I see the digitization of the healthcare system as the next big sector. It's kind of a derivative story on the hip thing, but we could lead the world in this because we have really good potential, hospital by hospital in Canada, to coordinate on that. I think that's the next big thing. We're going to have to change the government for that. We need some competency. We don't have that right now, and I'm looking forward to getting rid of the current government. I mean, no disrespect, but they're terrible, and everybody knows that, and the whacking stick has to come out now.
I mean, it's a great subject, and I know Toronto Western is well known as well in Humberview also. So, I mean, best of luck, first of all.
Yeah. I really wanted to work out.
Get back on the squash court. Yeah. Let's wrap it up. I know you're busy. You have a busy schedule today. Let's wrap it up with just a look ahead. Give us two scenarios here, based on the outcome of what's going to happen in November. A lot of people sitting here right now saying,
yeah,
how do I position myself? What do I do here going into the latter half of this year? Give us both sides of the equation.
Well, I think from a sectoral play, I think energy in the U.S. is trading at a huge discount. And you know, if the Trump administration is successful, they have an energy security mandate, which means, I mean, there's a really interesting narrative occurring in this sector. You've heard of the ANWR, obviously. That was shut down by the current administration, but it's one of the largest pools of oil on Earth. And so if you think about what happened in Norway, or even the potential we had in Alberta in the 70s, you could tap into the ANWR in the US, and this is why it's so attractive, and put a 3 to 7% royalty on every barrel at the barrel head, and pay down a massive amount of the US debt over a 7 to 10 year period. And that, for the first time, is being discussed on a bipartisan basis, which means a massive amount of drilling in the ANWR with the new clean technology they have, but that's right on the coast to the Pacific. So you think about the potential for serving the Asian nations with that oil. That I like a lot. I like that for all of the energy sector in the US. So going long US energy names, I'm definitely doing that into the election. The other interesting situation is what's going on in terms of AI beyond Nvidia, because I'm really bullish on what's occurring in these sectors we talked about earlier on a vertical basis. And so buying the Russell 2000, now I don't buy the Russell 2000 itself because half the companies aren't profitable, but Alps has an ETF that I was involved in years ago in indexing called OUSM that has about 300 of the Russell 2000 companies are more in the mid-capish, but they all pay dividends and they're all growing faster than the S&P. They're domestic companies, so if you get a lesser regulated environment with a new administration, they're going to benefit the most because they don't have FX problems, they're not trading in foreign currencies, it's all US domestic. And so I like that sector. So OUSM is a big holding for me going into the election, kind of like a 12, 18-month hold, and I'm getting paid every month to own it. So I like that one a lot.
Two great ideas. Big year to come. Rest of the year, there's tons to look forward to. It's always a pleasure to get great insight from Mr. Wonderful himself, Kevin O'Leary, as chairman of O'Leary Ventures. Appreciate you doing this.
Thank you very much.
Yeah,
there it is.
Can't
there we
think
go.
enough.
Yeah.
What you guys couldn't see while that was going on, well, you can see a little bit of it right now, is the entire trading floor stopping what they're doing to listen to Mr. O'Leary. I appreciate that question. I feel like the second he's off the stage, if you know the best hip guy, I got to corner him and ask him who the best is for surgery on the old Achilles. Because you know what? But it's so.
We don't know you need it yet.
Well,
Let's think positively.
I don't have my MRI till Thursday, so I don't even know. But if I do, I want to make sure I get the best. And I can tell I won't say who this is, but just one last problem. I know we have to go to the midday. When you talk about how good Canadian healthcare is, some of the doctors we have, I have a family member who lives out on the outskirts in the East Coast, and I remember he had this rare 1 in 2.5 million blood thing. And the #1 doctor in North America for it was actually in Halifax,
Yeah.
where he happened to be. It was blind luck, but that's like a small place in Canada. So shout out to Canada. Oh, Canada, thank you so much.
I mean, we have Sick Kids
Kevin.
Hospital is world
bet.
renowned. I mean,
World
kids
renowned.
travel here from all over the world, and that would be near and dear. I don't have, thankfully, haven't had any experiences there, but know a lot of people that have, and it's been absolutely fantastic. So a big shout out to Kevin O'Leary for coming through today. So thank you so much to that. And yeah, go find us all over social media as well. Here comes Nvidia. By the way, I can't stop trading ever. So even as we're talking to Kevin there, we are short again in Nvidia with this move coming back in here. So, all right, it's midday madness. It's Sharif. It's Adara. Are we ready? We ready, Ramin? Then let's go. It's midday. Kill them with kindness, guys. See ya.
Beautiful people, welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as That Midday Show. I hope you guys enjoyed Mr. Wonderful on with Brendo. But that is your girl Adara there in the green, and I'm Sharif. And we're going to wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream a little bit late today, as we obviously had that guest. But we got big Kyle Burdett gracing us with his presence in the chat. We also have Chase Bands and the OG Darwin there as well. Shout out to Mr. Longshorts and Vin. Market Sniper says he's liked the video. Have you? Salim, what's up, Salim? I saw all the comments you were dropping there in the chat. Thank you for all your comments, Salim. I saw all of them. Andrew, we got Pedro Khan, we got the 420 Bud Monster, and my favorite Arsenal fan of all, Big Adam DeLuce. We got Cesar Sandoval, we got Scott H, Day Trader Cut there as well. A proper paradox joining Adara and I today. Solo Crystal, congratulations to you. Why are you saying congratulations to me, man? I didn't do anything today. Elon, what's up with you? West Coast Hayes, Soul Queen 88, and Ari Pages. Ari, I saw your idea about the 10% flat tax. I haven't studied it enough. Sounds like an interesting idea. I need to see the math behind it, though. Maybe we'll talk about that a little bit more.
Oh, yeah.
But the lady to my left was trading while we were doing the show, because we're 45 minutes deep. What's up?
Yeah, I was listening and I was taking some trades. Basically, I have been scalping. You know, shout out to Sopranos, call me Edie Scalp. Oh, no, I'm joking, but actually shout out to Edie Falco. Basically, what I've been doing is I am getting in trades if I feel confident in the level. The second I don't, I get out. That has been amazing. I still have like mental stops, mind you. I still have areas where I want to get out if things go awry. But I think a lot of it is less getting married to those areas and more getting married to trusting myself. That is what, you know what I mean? Like that's what I've really been trying to care about. So initially I wanted to go long Nvidia off that 124. That would have worked for a nice 20-cent scalp. But then when I noticed, hey, we're not holding that, I said, Adara, take it short. We didn't break down from 124 convincingly enough for me to stay in. Took like 7 pennies and I left. This is the type of thing we need to do. Right now I am up on the day. Like I said, yesterday was pretty, thank you, I appreciate that. Yesterday was pretty rough, and I think it was rough because I was getting too in my head about, you know, sounding positive. I'm a pretty optimistic person, but I also find that I trade my best when I'm hard on myself and when I'm like, yo, Adara, that was not the vibe. So I'm gonna go back to that today. Pleased as punch. Hopefully doing some more punching in and out of some things today. Up on Tesla, up on Nvidia, flat on IWM, ready to you know, keep rustling with the Russell and everything there. This has been such a fun day. Shout out to Kevin O'Leary, shout out to Brendan with that interview, shout out to everyone. Happy morning, everybody.
Yes,
how are you?
I'm good. I haven't traded at all yet, but let's get to the small cap gappers du jour, Ram, before we look at the lesson of the day. So I've got Donald John Trump on here. And what a move off yesterday's closing print, 33.5. If you were able to weather the wicks that broke through the $0.50, you got rewarded here because that moved up about $2.25 to the high side there off the bottom. Still not done with that one. We're going to keep it on. MLGO, we saw Neil had one hell of a trade off MLGO. It is an interesting area here. I want to see what it does once it opens. It is halted down right now, but look at this area that it's halted. It's halted at yesterday's closing print. Essentially, $15 was the close, but that level is not just the closing print. It's also the area high from yesterday. Forget about the wick. Look at the closing print. In addition to that, it also has the pre-market high right there as well. So we're skosh below $15, but this is a very volatile name. So I want to see if we do get that support quick, maybe opening to the high side once we do open back up. Let me just tell you what the the tap is on MLGO. The tap means theoretical auction price 14.17. That is lower than where we're trading right now. The halt level is 14.55, so we are scheduled to open lower on MLGO. The other one, VLCN, a cool, a sweet, a light, 175% in the clear. This one started moving in the aftermarket yesterday, and then it moved in the pre-market today. The move continues after the bell. 1267 HOD, dancing with 10.5 right now. Seems to have a bit of a seller locally here at 11.5. We'll have to keep an eye on this one. VLCN, and not VLC, by the way, for all my people that like to. Do you know that program VLC? It's like a video program on Windows. Yeah. Oh my God. RGS, Ram, the other one here that's doing quite well above that $14 area. I've been waiting on this one to come back into the volume weighted average price. I got to tell you, I traded this one a little bit wrong though. I didn't trade it, but like I looked at it the wrong way. Here's why. It kept showing you that there was a buyer in at 15. I kept staring at VWAP, and this stock kept telling me, take the long off 15. Now, there's a bunch of reasons for that. Number one, we know that 15 was a level of resistance owing to this crest over here. But once we cleared it by some distance, and we did because we got up to 20 bucks, we came back and we used 15 level of support here, and then finally giving way there. So third time, not a charm off 15, but I should have been playing RGS off that $15 level. Alas, I didn't. So keeping my eye on that one. And then C-Pop was absolutely popping to the upside earlier, but it is no longer doing that, Adair. 234 HOD. It is now down below the volume weighted average price at $1.75. A bit of a consolidation area here. We know that there was a lot of chop and churn between that $1.65 to $1.95 in the earlier trading session. So we'll have to see if this one can recover from being below the volume weighted average price. And then this one, I heard someone really tap themselves on the back in the chat there saying, I told you guys NNE was gonna go. I told you, nobody listened to me. Well, my friend, take that victory lap because you were absolutely accurate, whoever you are. 37.5 HOD. This one closed out yesterday at around 21 bucks. So we're 17.5 bucks at the high. Higher than the close from yesterday. It is doing the dance with no pants right now with the 10 exponential. Let's see if this one can hold it on a closing basis and possibly curl back up. In addition to the 10 exponential, where it's finding some support right now at 33.5, 33 2/3, it also has this area crest at 33. So I'd like to see it generally hold that $33 area. It doesn't have to hold it on a strict penny basis, but generally, and then maybe get it on the back end, as Neil likes to say, while that bad boy is curling up. So those are the small cap gappers. I'm looking at those 6 at the moment, and then maybe we'll see. We can rotate some other ones. Anything you want to mention before I just start the lesson?
Yeah, NNE, I like 26. 26 did hold, and then it was like, yeah, Darren, you're not going to have an opportunity to trade that. But I think I like what you had to say. It's like what you said about I didn't trade it, but I had to think about my idea on it. Because that's one thing I learned from Neil. You're not going to be able to take every trade, but if you can learn from like what you didn't do on it, yeah, because it was the same with like 26 NNE. I was like, you know, now I learned that that was maybe the right idea. I would have had to give it a little bit more risk.
Yeah.
I was able to watch the book and the tape when it happened. So you got to, I just wanted to shout you out for saying that.
Yeah.
Also, Nvidia, 124.20 is deeply fascinating to me. That was support in the book. Now it's resistance. If this comes again, you guys know I'm taking this short. So that's really what I'm looking at right now. Nvidia 124.20.
Sounds good. All right, guys, let's get to the lesson of the day. All week, we're talking about average true range. Short is ATR. I'm sure you've heard of it if you have been in this trading game for a little bit. So traders, ditch that one-size-fits-all profit target approach. Today, we'll explore how the average true range, ATR for short, of course, can help you set realistic intraday profit targets based on real-time market volatility. So let's get to dropping lines. I don't know. So the problem with fixed targets is they are just that. They're fixed. They're not dynamic. They don't take into consideration the most recent data in the market. So imagine setting a daily profit target goal of $100. Sounds good, right? But what if the market is super volatile, right? Offering a chance for much bigger gains. So you put that $100 PT and the market ends up giving you 500 or 300. You're going to feel pretty crappy, even though you should always be grateful. And Also, the market can be calm, so exactly the opposite, can be calm, making that $100 profit target quite unrealistic. And also, fixed targets can leave you frustrated or tempt you to overtrade just to reach them. So you don't want to set these fixed targets that don't take the intraday nuances of the market into consideration, and that's what we're going to talk about today. I'm seeing the market pumping here. Am I wrong? Yeah, Apple's moving to the high side here. That's all. So the future's at day's high right now, guys. We're about we just broke 19,950. So yeah, keep your eye on the markets moving. So ATR offers that solution to using these fixed profit targets, average true range. So you enter the ATR, your intraday volatility meter. Here's how to use ATR to set realistic profit targets. 1, calculate your target. So instead of a fixed number, use the ATR to create dynamic targets that adjust to daily volatility. Here's a simple formula. Okay, so for your long entry, so if you're going to go long and you want a profit target for a long, it's going to be your entry price plus the average true range of the instrument that you're trading multiplied by a factor of 1, 2, or 3. We'll talk about that factor and how it features in a second. The whole point here is to base it on the current market conditions. And I'm giving you kind of cookie cutter formulas, but they're going to make sense in a second. Your short entry for your profit target, much the same. It's going to be your entry price this time, though, minus the average true range, and again, multiplied by a multiplier, by a factor, whatever word you want to call it. Again, we're going to talk about that in a second. The factor you choose, here's the kicker. The factor you choose depends on 1, your risk tolerance, and 2, your strategy. So if you're range trading, can you have a profit target as high up or as big as a breakout trade? Typically not. You might, depending really how wide the range is. But the whole point is, if you're taking a breakout trade, your profit target should be a little bit more lofty than when you're taking a range trade or a scalp. That's not a hard and fast rule, but one that usually rings true. So your factor should depend on your risk tolerance, how much you're willing to risk, and your specific trading strategy. A higher factor aims for larger but less frequent profits, while a lower factor targets smaller, more frequent gains. So this multiplier here, kind of important because it's really going to make or break whether you reach your target. And you're going to probably have to play around with that multiplier in different markets to figure out where it makes sense. So here's an example in action. Let's say you buy a stock at 50 bucks, all right? The average true range for the instrument, whatever it is, let's just pretend it's stock ABC. The ATR for that stock ABC, $3. Okay? You decide to use a factor of 1 for a moderate target. Here's what your formula would look like. You'd be 50, the price that you bought the stock for, plus, and then obviously we have to use bed mass here. I know, right? That's a blast from the past. And if you guys don't know what bed mass is, do a quick Google search, okay? All right? $3 times 1, because you're using a 1 multiplier, then you add the 3 to the 50, so your price target, $3, okay? So you're using a 1 times multiplier here, so you're multiplying the true range, the average true range by 1, so you're basically staying within that 1 time true range, all right? Volatility does matter too in these cases. So imagine on another day, right? The ATR for that same stock A, B, and C, is only $1, not 3 anymore, right? So your long target here has to change, right? If your long target was, if your long target on here is still to buy the stock ABC at 50 bucks, your profit taker is no longer going to be at 53, but it's going to be at 51. You have $1 average true range, and you have a 1 multiplier. You multiply those together. 1 times 1 we know is 1. So you add that 1 to 50, and that's where you're wetting your beak, okay? So the multiplier important. The ATR on the stock as well, equally as important. So what are the benefits of ATR-based targets? I think you guys can pretty much gauge this, but I'll tell you anyway. Realistic expectations first and foremost. You set targets based on what the market can typically deliver that day reducing frustration rather than what you want the market to deliver to you on that day, all right? The adaptability a component of this can't be understated as well. Your targets adjust to the changing volatility, allowing you to capitalize on opportunities during different market conditions. So you can use a more lofty multiplier for the more volatile time periods where you can possibly reap some more rewards, and you use a smaller multiplier for those more less volatile time periods. Let's call them that. And risk management, very important factor to consider in ATR-based targets. Since targets are based on volatility using ATR and the multiplier, they can help you avoid overextending yourself during volatile markets. So if you know that you're, a more calm type of trader and you know that the ATR has opened up on a particular name, you can kind of cool it down. Be like, no, I don't really want to trade in this market right now. Or, let me make my multiplier 0.5, right? So you don't actually have to have a 1 multiplier, meaning if you bought that same $50 stock and the ATR on that one was 1, well, you can take half that. You don't have to take the entire thing. So those are the benefits of ATR-based targets. And remember, guys, ATR, the issue with ATR is its historical nature. It is a lagging indicator as opposed to a leading indicator like RSI, for example, RSI price divergence, like we talked about it in the past. So obviously, the drawback of that is showing you what it did in the past rather than what it may do in the future. But history has a way of rhyming as opposed to repeating. And obviously goes without saying, you should be combining the average true range indicator with other analysis tools, whether fundamental or technical, to give you that overall picture. You should also be looking at the overall market sentiment. Are we up on the future? Are we down on the future? What's this sector specifically for the instrument that I'm going to trade? What's this sector doing? For example, if you're trading solar, you need to know about solar getting beat up. If you're trading chips, you need to know that chips are very strong. So you need to take a lot of factors into consideration, not just the average true range there.
I love how adaptable that is. It really it gives you lots of little wiggle room. It really lets you, because we've talked about this personality is such a huge part of trading, and it really lets you put your own personality in there. So I think that's a really cool element of ATR. And part of the true is being true to yourself, average true range, finding your.
Look what Neil wrote in the chat. Don't tell Terrence Howard that 1 times 1 is 1. I know, but it's funny.
That's good.
Shout out to Neil.
Shout out to Neil there, and shout out to Sharif for that awesome lesson. I think one thing too, I was thinking about this as you were saying this with regards to the ATR, knowing your personality. If you're a patient trader, is I think you have to sometimes recognize if you're impatient. I think one thing I was trying to do was to make myself more patient through trading. No, I think what I had to realize is I have to just accept I'm impatient, and that's why I feel like the scalping helps me. I got involved in this long AMD off the 9 EMA bounce, 159.73s. I was gonna risk into 60s, and then I wanted to take profit out at 160.02s initially, right? Then I noticed we got to 159.90s and sold off lickety split. I said, no, Adara, just get out at 83s. I took 10 pennies. I was like, I could have had more, but A, it would have taken forever. I watched the book on this because I wanted to learn from this trade. And B, it was like, Adara, you would not have stayed for that anyway. So sometimes you have to take profits and recognize. I guess one thing is accepting yourself who you are. Because we talk about, having conviction in your trades, believing in your trades. I don't really think you can believe in your trades until you believe in yourself. So just one thing I was thinking about as you were giving the lesson with regards to knowing what kind of trader you are and being able to adapt your multiple with that in mind.
Yeah, it's like that story that I told the other day about my personal training experience where I was selling very expensive packages, and it was like I was selling them hesitantly. I was just like, I love doing the job, but I didn't like selling very expensive things to people, and so my sales were kind of poop. And so the fitness manager, this was when I was a kid, came up to me. He's like, look, man, unless you really believe in what you're selling and you know that you're going to benefit them to the better, it's just going to come off. So unless you believe in what you're doing, it's always going to come off as fake. All right. We already talked about the the small cap gappers du jour. Let's now talk about the Mag 7. So what's strongest on the day? Well, a quick cursory review will tell you Nvidia is up 6.15%. So it's basically trying to retrace the entire loss from yesterday, breaking through 125 not that long ago. It was definitely consolidating below that 125 area for a bit, kind of using that 125, 124.75 area as a bit of a top. it is now breaking through that area. We'll keep an eye on that. And then we also have goggles, new all-time high on GOOGL, 182.82. This one's had an absolute love affair with a 10 exponential on the 5. That looks good. Right now, though, topping tail candle coming in. Watch out for that. It hasn't closed yet. It's got 2 more minutes to close. But yeah, not a good look there if you're trend following this topping tail candle. The Zon coming into the 20 for the first time on the day since 9:40. Right there, there's that yellow line, and here it is bouncing at 188.25. Let's see what the Zon can do at these levels. I'm definitely interested in a retracement on one of these Mag 7 names. It's just going to be a matter of which one here. So looking for a nice curl down on AMZN onto the 20. Meta already did that. Meta broke the 10 and found its support at the 20, and now it's curling back up. So I'm kind of looking on Amazon for the same thing that we already got here on Meta. It is now time for me to go to Amazon.
Yeah, go get that express delivery there of that profit on AMZN. So basically, this topping tail candle on Tesla, before we got that, to me, Tesla looked, I'm getting out of this, this was a scalp. Tesla looked like a nice little long here. It looks like we were bouncing all beautifully at that time at 187. And I was like, oh, cool, Adara, take the long. Risk it into 187s. I didn't like it all we were doing on the book. Like I said, a lot of my trading is like, I'll see stuff I like based on what I see on the chart, but if me getting in or out is totally gonna be predicated on what I see in the book. So basically I saw some stuff that I was not liking on the book. We were like getting below that 187. It looked like a breakdown. So I got out of the long there. Then I was like, oh, well, that long would have worked out, but I didn't have the confidence in. So what was I doing? It was like Sharif's sales story. I was like, I did not feel confident selling that workout package. So I had to leave where I did. Obviously, it would have been a nice little scalp long here into, what is the 70s, but it's okay. Then I took the short, was like, you know, I wanted 187, so we got to 187.05. We bounced too quickly. I said, Adara, take your 10 pennies and leave here. I was really going to risk into 30s. So basically the strategy's been having tighter risk, being more honest with myself about what's working and what's not, and just being comfortable scalping. Also, shout out to Ahmed Awala. AED, $10 super chat. I'm done. Hit my D target Oklo. Say hi, 10. Hi, 10. Let's take a look at Oklo at the $10 level.
All right.
Shout out to you. I think you mentioned this yesterday as well in the super chat. Oh yeah, there. We got to 1013. Oh, this is a beautiful range. If it was not a $10 stock, I feel like this is a nice little range here. But yeah, nice look here on Oklo. Great that you hit your $10 target. This was very kind of consolidated. So shout out to you there, Ahmed. Also, I'm going to take a look at NVO, Novo Nordisk, because that's on my side chart. We know I love my weight loss names. We know I love my GLP-1s. And I should have taken this short at the 90 MA breakdown. The reason I didn't was because at the time I was looking at it, it was bouncing off 147.50. So I was like, you know what, maybe we won't bounce. I should have paid more attention. This thing dropped like a stone. I want to see what we do here at this 146.25. Why? Because topping tail candle, but we're getting it where we had a lot of support earlier, coming back at 10. So I want to see what we do here at NVO. Its weight loss named cousin, Eli Lilly, had an announcement here with OpenAI, actually not weight loss related, but it was related here to their collaboration for some bacteria for certain treatments, right? And being able to use generative AI. The spread on Eli Lilly right now is almost $1. I'm not comfortable taking that kind of spread trading live. I'm just not. But I will trade Novo. Novo still has a catalyst. You know what? I don't see anything I like. I won't take it. But Novo spread about 5 pennies, a lot more reasonable. Spreada is worse. So if I can trade Spreada, I can trade Novo. Novo also a lot cheaper. It's about a cool third or more of the price of Meta. So not bad at all.
Hold on. This company's in not Finland. What's the company?
Denmark.
Can I tell you that this company has fundamentally changed how that country operates?
Really?
Yeah, they were talking about it. It was kind of like Nokia with Finland. That's why I asked you about Finland again, right?
Yeah.
Because they were drawing the same comparisons with that. So interesting. That company's just so big, it's overshadowing the. I don't want to say overshadowing the entire country. That's not a fair statement, but definitely big in that country there. All right, wet my beak on Amazon. Nice 15 pennies in the money. Again, just the whole point of this entry was a 20-period retracement on the 5-20 period exponential retracement. The first time it's touched the 20 since this candle over here at 940. It has been an absolute dalliance there with the 10 no closing print until this one over here, south of the 10. So we'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. I already wet my beak. We'll see if we can break through the $0.50. But yeah, I'm seeing some, you know, a little bit of weakness coming into the market. We're off the highs on the NQ September contract. We'll see if we can continue to rise here through that $0.50 on AMZN. I don't really have any other trades because nothing is really coming in on a pullback in the way that I like. I mean, Google, I'm unreal. We just talked about this candle being a topping tail candle, and there you go. Another hold of the 10 period right above 10 pennies off day's highs. Maybe I shouldn't really put too much stock into these topping tail candles today on Google because you got one right here and it did bupkis. It continued to move up. So I guess that's not really a thing today. Tesla, interesting today. Adara had multiple winners on Tesla. I got to shout her out there. I saw them live while we had Kevin O'Leary dropping hot lines. I want to see if we do get a hold up at the 20 exponential on TSLA. I'm less likely to use the 20 exponential on Tesla than I would on Amazon. Maybe VWAP 185.50. Tesla has really respected the volume weighted average price today. A couple of reasons for that. One, when it did retrace into VWAP, this was the pre-market crest. That 185 area was as good as we could do in the pre. Come the bell, we clear 185, we get into 187, then lo and behold, we come back into 185 and hold it. So if we come into that level, I'll be looking to see how it trades, but not much for me at the moment. Let's flip to some of these small cap gappers, see if anything's setting up. RGS is, I mean, it's bouncing off VWAP here, but if I had to take a guess, this looks like it's flat bottom breaking. If it breaks through VWAP, I have no interest in trading this as a range or as a breakout. In fact, I'm going to ask Neil how much it's going to cost me to get shorts on this monster, because what I've been seeing lately is we're getting a lot of VWAP breaks here on these small cap gappers and no continuity, or not no, but less continuity in the into higher levels after it comes into VWAP. So I'll be looking at that. I'll be all eyes, ears, and whatever other sensory organs I may have in my body. We'll keep eyes on those, Adair.
I love the turn that took at the end there. Also, I would like to, I'm going to switch to looking at the chat. I'm really just waiting for levels to hit in here. I like Novo at 146.25, but I want to watch a little bit longer. AMD, if you reject that 9 EMA, I am AM down. So let's get involved in that, but not right yet. But there's a couple things in the chat I would like to chat about. Aaron Smith saying, does the Fed speak today at 12? Yes. We do have Fed's Cook, not seeing any comments from Fed's Cook. I think that what will be more interesting is Fed's Bowman coming at 14.10. There are certain Feds that will move the market and or they're hawkish and or they have a tendency to say things that are like a little bit more out of pocket from what we're hearing. One of them is Bowman. One of them is Kashkari. One of them is going to be Mester, although Mester is retiring in less than a week. So Kashkari and Bowman. Bowman this morning was like, yeah, I'm down for rate hikes if required. So what I'm trying to make is Bowman, I would say, could be a little bit spicier coming at 2:10. We also have the auction, 2-year note auction coming at 1 p.m. So that is our little housekeeping of the day. Thank you, Aaron Smith. Also, some comments coming through.
Yeah, I'm just going to read those out since you mentioned it. Fed Cook says, current policy well positioned to respond to economic outlook at some point. He goes on to say, it will be appropriate to cut rates. Monetary policy is already restrictive. Timing of any policy adjustment will depend on economic data and its implications for the outlook, balance of risks. Very attentive to inflation expectations. I should hope so. It's your job. Fed's at some point will be time to cut interest rates, but we'll talk about all that and much more once Neil Roberts is done dropping hot lines. It's time for his lesson of the day.
Welcome to the lesson of the day. A little bit later because we had our guest on and wanted to settle back in, let the team go through their lesson. But I think sometimes when you're evaluating your trading performance on a given day, or maybe you journal, maybe you don't, maybe you just want to review your trade, like how did I do? Did I follow my plan? It's an important thing, and it's not always as easy as most people think. Okay, well, I intended to buy stock. If I wanted to buy stock at $100, did I buy it in front of 100? Did I have a stop level? Did I adhere to my stop when it broke? All these are important questions. But I always say that any trade is an if-then statement. If a stock gets to a certain price or does a certain thing or an indicator gives a certain reaction, then I want to do X. Buy it, sell it within this price range. It's my execution part. I want to get out if it hits this stop level, or if this moving average gets rejected or something along those lines, I want take profits at these intervals. All of these types of things can be part of a plan. So it behooves you, before you go over and look at your, okay, how did I do on this trade? You've got to go right back to the original plan. You cannot talk about your performance on a trade without looking at what was it that you intended to do on the stock. Right, so I look back and it's like, okay, fine, like ARM I lost. I went short on ARM, so obviously ARM's going to go up. Easy's, yeah, we lost on it. But I adhered to my stop level, so I kept it pretty tight. Like I looked for the break. I didn't short it till it got underneath 160. I then waited for another key level and waited for another key level. So all those things are usually right. And if you see me trade, that's exactly what a bad stock will look for me. Like short, but took my out. Took some profit where it could, but took my out, my stop. Shorted it, didn't go, took my out, took my medicine. But what did I say this morning when it was my top idea? It has fallen into major support level for the recent run. Short if 150 breaks. If it holds, bounce could be significant with 160 to 162 resistance. So if that's the plan, then as much as this is a disciplined trade here that actually would have made money, it did make money, like this one in here. This level, it didn't make any money. I didn't take this trade, it would have made money. But when looking at the actual plan that I had for the stock, it's not enough to just look at these individual trades and say, hey, you stuck to what was a disciplined structure when you were against the grain. No, that was very much against the plan. Because if 150 holds, and I would venture to say it snaps underneath, comes right back, puts up a higher low, does a breakout of the top, you can play nuance all you want. It's clearly held with a snapback that holds above VWAP. Once it's consolidating above VWAP here, I think that classifies as enough of a hold that there's no need to still be short it or looking for shorts. And when I've also said that a hold of that level can get back to 160, then the impetus, whether or not you're long, that would indicate you should be looking for longs after that, but there should be no shorts. So it doesn't matter that this trade won. It doesn't matter that this trade had a tight and reasonable stop and that one had a tight and reasonable stop. It's completely irrelevant because that actually wasn't the plan, and that's what's more important. When you are evaluating trades, it's not enough to just say, I got in at this price, I got out at that price, hey, that was reasonable, I adhered to my stop, I took profit, that looks pretty good. I can't argue with my executions on that. No, what was your actual plan of action, silly? And if that wasn't your plan of action, then it's not to say that it's a fail, but it's to say when you evaluated it was wrong. And I'm going to go over to Tesla, where for the last couple of days, for the last couple of weeks, there have been two pretty key levels on Tesla. And it's at the point now where every single time we pull up Tesla, I say 182, 180. Every time. I just feel like there hasn't been a day in the last 2 weeks that I haven't mentioned these two in our morning show as a level, so much to the point I don't even bother putting it on my note. I don't erase it on my iPad anymore. There's 180, there's 182, there's 180, 82 breakout, hold, all that good stuff. So this morning, same thing, double bottom yesterday at 182 bucks, and obviously, I got a piece of the long when it broke out the previous high and then dipped back into 185. We played it into 187. There's nothing wrong with that. Up on Tesla, longs were good, all that stuff. Clap all you want, pat yourself on the back. Wrong. This is a fail. It's a fail. Yes, there is a silver lining here in that I'm positive on it because I joined the trend after it held the key price level. But there is the key price level at the open. There's very few times. It's going to happen from time to time, but there are very few times you're going to get a level like this that you have picked as one that is key, where it also bounced off that price, where it closed pretty much at that price, 182.5. Then it dips right at the open, and this is not like 9:30 in 30 seconds or anything. This is right here at the bottom, 9:36, double bottom, 9:39. That is at least 3 or 4 minutes down here where you can have a long off the 182. And on top of that, there's a higher low to be played as well over there on Tesla, bouncing at that level. So when we talk about evaluating a trade or evaluating performance, it's important to understand that this is a mental game, and this is a game that you are playing for yourself. Nobody is ever getting paid on someone else's net. You are there to follow your trading plan and your trading plan alone. And just because, in the case of ARM, hey, great, you adhered to reasonable stop levels, you fought it, but you didn't have any egregious notional moves where you didn't take your out, managed to find some profit on the shorts, some of the shorts that you did have. Doesn't matter, didn't follow plan. That's how I have to evaluate it and go from there. Same thing with Tesla. Might be up on it, might have had some good longs, and you have to move on when you miss a trade. But when I'm evaluating that trade, it starts with the failure of not following the plan and getting that original long. And I have to address, why was I not in that long? Because I prioritized Rivian to a certain extent and a couple of other names at the open at 9:30. So that's what you have to look back for. Why did I miss Tesla? Because I was not on that level 2. I have 4 level 2s up, and for whatever reason at that price level, I decided Tesla was not one of the 4 that I would have up. It bounced off a key price when I didn't see, and that's the most important thing about it today. It doesn't matter how much you make later on it. The best opportunity was one that was missed. And when you are evaluating trades, it's very important that you don't just look at the P&L or I got in this price, I got out that price. Remember what your actual execution plan was and judge your ability to follow that or not follow that, because that's where consistency is going to come from. If you can't consistently have a solid execution plan, nothing is going to matter. Risk to reward matters, having a good idea matters, but following up on those is just as important. That is your lesson of the day.
Thank you very much, Neil. Dropping hot fire, as always. Who are the top 5, I was going to say rappers or traders, but,
No.
of all time? Neil Roberts. Shout out to
What about the top 5 tickers, though?
He knows exactly what I'm talking
about. What about the top 5 tickers, though?
The top 5 tickers, I don't know.
You vote for those. You have to vote for those.
Yes,
That's what I'm
thank
trying to
you,
do with the
Adara.
transition
I was
jury.
so not alive to that. Thank you very much.
Go in the chat right now, guys, and vote for whatever tickers you want to see Sharif chat about on the green screen, where he will be standing but also like talking and stuff. And you will be seeing that at 1 p.m. Go in the chat. Sorry, not 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Go in the chat right now. You have until 1:50. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you fancy.
And I've been working really hard at standing and talking at the same time. It's been difficult. It's been very
He's
hard.
roasting me.
But I've mastered maybe.
Just go.
She's slow clapping. Rab, come on, Rab. I told you about your hair today. The green shirt I commented about. This is what I get. All right, let's go to the screen, Ram. I took along before we left you guys on Neil's hotline lesson of the day. We got long on the Zon because the 20 exponential held up. I wet my beak there for a nice 15 penny winner. However, then we got the break, and I said, look, if it's going to break the 20, then why am I not getting short? It's exactly what I did. Covered the last remaining amount for a little bit of a loser, punch short, cover, and now I'm out of the trade. I want to see what it does with 188. It's dancing a little bit above 188, a little bit below. If it breaks 188, I'm going to take it south again. However, but it holds 188, I'll take that mean reversion back maybe to 188.84 or wherever the hell the high of day is on AMZN. Watching right now, let's see what we get. Big Kyle Burdett. $2 super chat. Sarcasm is this man's middle name.
Oh, yeah.
It's big sarcastic Kyle Burdett. Sharif greater outstanding than Neil. It's not hard, bro. You just, you stand. You just, I can even lean on walls too. I've done it before. I do it on the subway. It's all good. What are you looking at over there?
Yeah, I'm looking at, I don't want to say heartache, that'd be dramatic, but I'm looking at AMD. I had the right call. I didn't play it right. I want to shout out what Neil said. If you stick to your plan, you cannot be too upset. Oof. I got short AMD because we were below the 90 EMA. This was actually a great look for a while. And you know why I picked? Initially, I was going to be a little bit more finicky. You guys know what I'm like. I was like, 46s, I'm out. And if I want to see what we do with the 90 EMA because we were below the 90 EMA. At first, I was like, if we break above, and it was like, no, Adara. A way better area for AMD, and it ended up working, was going to be 159.60. So I said, Adara, if we get above 159.60s with an aggression, get out. We test it, we reject. I say, great. Now I want to see what we do with the 90 EMA. If we bounce off the 90 EMA, that's going to be a big old issue. We did. I got out exactly where I wanted to at 60s, but then AMD did exactly what I wanted it to and fell. So it's a little bit disappointing because obviously I lost in this trade and it ended up being the right idea, but then I can learn from that and be like, Adara, you stuck to your plan. You could not be too upset. So I just really want to shout out Neil for that lesson of the day. It was huge for me to learn. Slightly down in the day right now. I am ready to keep climbing. Like I said, I've been, since yesterday, really what I've been trying to do is, and I'm trying to do that going forward, of course, is taking every trade like it's my last. Like I have nothing, like I have literally like nothing to lose because either I will take this trade or everything will go against me. And I'm like, that's the type of trading I need to be doing. That's what I make. Oddly enough, I think the decisions that make the most sense because I love having that pressure on me. That's what I'm going to be doing right now. Hey, AMD. Hey, MD. If you want to bounce off like these 159s and, go to 60s and reject, I have no qualms taking you long. I am qualmless, AMD. Qualmless. Do you hear me? Yes, AMD, hear me. I'm going to be getting long here into 60s. Let's see. Actually, I don't think I'll get filled, but we're going to try for 18s. We're going to try a smallerish position. We're going to see what happens. If we break into that 159s in a way that I do not like, I will be getting out. That's the vibe. You have to have confidence. If you don't have confidence, what do you have? If you don't believe in yourself, what are you doing? I'm going to stop pontificating and monologuing now, but that's what I'm trying to do here on AMD. And that's what I'm trying to do in AMD, and that's what I'm really just trying to do in my trades in general. Believe in myself more and try to take every opportunity I like because otherwise I'm not going to realize how those manifest. Now, with that in mind, take every opportunity I like within reason in ways I can manage with tight risk management. Like if I'm trying to go for 60s and I'm risking into 159s and I got involved 159.18, I can live with that risk to reward. How are you doing over here?
I'm good. I'm just getting some shorts thanks to Neil Roberts for C-Pop. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I don't know. I'm feeling whimsical.
I like that.
Look, I like this $2 area, guys. Last time we were dancing with... Don't vote for C-Poop, too. There's no ticker called C-Poop. It's C-Pop. Don't do it. Now that I'm done wagging my finger at you, let me tell you about why I want to get short on C-Pop. Because that $2 area was a bit of a top. Last time we had two wicking candles through $2. If we reject VWAP because it's another 2 rejection, at least I want to have them ready to go. You guys know I don't typically short these small cap, low float gappers all that much, but lately I've been I've been feeling some kind of way about these. So we'll see exactly what we get here, and I'll be looking to get short possibly here if I like what I see now that I've got secured. It cost me a whole 12 pennies for 100 shares. Shout out to Real Trading because they are our sponsor, and they're the reason why I can get these for 12 whole pennies.
A whole 12 pennies.
A whole 12 pennies a day. I'm going to have to shut down now for the day.
You're going to be able to be okay with that.
I'm over my risk.
Shout out to Real Trading.
Yeah. Another thing that I wanted to mention here, Donald John Trump. Definitely down on the day, big down day today after a good yesterday. But look at this. It's been bouncing off this 33.5, now quadruple bottom on the 5-minute chart. You had the initial test at 11.05, multiple tests into 11.20, and we just got another one right here, bouncing off that general 33.50. Alas, it is having trouble making higher highs. Now, we have a bit of a higher low on a closing basis here with this right trough than we do with the left trough. But what I'm going to wait for here to see if the winds of change on DJT has started to come in is that 35.25 break to make a higher high. So we got the higher low. Now can we get that higher high? And all the while knowing that the volume weighted average price is waiting for me right there at 35.40, just a skosh above that 35.25. So keeping my eye on DJT, and I've got one eye on DJT and one eye on C-Pop. So today, if you see me and I'm a little cross-eyed, it's because I'm looking at both these bad boys on the chart Adair.
I was not prepared for that transition, and yet I enjoy it. And if there's any tickers you're looking at, say like up to 5, go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you like. Only one per person. I say up to 5 because Sharif will talk about 5 on the green screen. And Neil and Sean will discuss their strategies, their looks. And what's great too is like, let's say there's a name in a sector. Maybe Sean and Neil didn't trade that name, but they'll look at the sector. They'll look at something else in the name.
Yes.
It's a really fun, adaptable audience segment. And because we love democracy over here at Trader TV Live. So if you want to get a piece of that action, just get involved right now. It's really easy in the chat. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you fancy, or whatever tickers your fancy. I don't know. You guys know what tickers are.
Ram.
Is actually voting here for C.
Don't do it, Ram.
But also, big caliber debt voting, exclamation point, join, $, a certain emoji that was played by Sir Patrick Stewart in the Emoji Movie, and that is actually the emoji he played in the Emoji Movie, which is really weird. But yeah, he did play that emoji. So shout out to Kyle Burdett there. Thank you very much for the super chat. Ramin also trying to vote for Stash, so she's having a great old time in the chat. Shout out to Ramin and Fabian and everyone behind us, in front of us, in the chat, everywhere. So happy to be here. AMD, you might be like, Adara, what are you doing in AMD? Yeah, I'm doing things. I liked this short because, and honestly, if this short had been, I tried to go long here, we broke below 159, I said, nah, that's fine. I got short here because I was like, you know what I want to see is I want to see a break into that 159. I had my order 159.01s. We get to 159.03s, and AMD's like, yeah, no. And I said, are you kidding me, AMD? I added to the position because we were rejecting 30s. If we keep rejecting 30s, by the way, why do I like 30s? 30s was an area that was really saucy and interesting for AMD earlier. So I will take the 30s. If not, I'll get out here. I'm fine with that, whatever, but I have no reason to leave until I see a decisive change in the tides here, as Sharif likes to say, at 30s. You know what? Like, you have to commit to your trades. I will be honest, I feel wishy-washier about AMD than I should. I should have probably scalped out the second we had that bounce at 159, but I still like that 159.30 rejection. I'm sticking with it. I'm gonna be like, we're all about honesty here. My honest reaction to this trade right now is, but I don't want to leave until I see us break above 159.30 because that is still an area. I should have planned this better. I'm going to be really, really honest. I just cannot believe AMD was 2 pennies away from my area of entry, but I got to live with that and see what I get from here.
I thought you were going to do the brother thing, but have you seen that viral? I know you're not about TikTok,
I'm
but
not,
brother,
I haven't seen that. I know that the Kendrick Lamar sound where it goes, I can't do it.
No, there's like, you know how
video.
sounds can go viral now,
yes,
right?
yeah.
So you overlay your video on a previous sound.
Yeah.
So that's that one.
Oh,
yeah, it's super viral on
That's
TikTok.
cool.
Favorite social media platform. All right, guys, I am short CPOP. Look, the break of 205 is going to get me stopped out here. I'll have the shorts at my disposal the rest of the day to see if I want to get back in. But for the moment, it's going to have to hold that general 2 area for me to stay interested. I'm short 192s. We're 2 pennies out of the money at the moment. But a break of that 205 area, and we're going to cut this. See poop. Headed back to the high side here into that $2 area. Look, it's a big boy small cap gapper, 71% and change. But it did break below VWAP, so I was taking my chances with this one. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. A break of 205, and that's Gonzino there. So let's leave that one alone and have a look at the Mag 7 here because the winds of change may be coming on the market. I don't want to speak too soon because we just bounced off 19,900. That's a good level because, number one, it's a 100-point level, so that's interesting. Number two, we had price action consolidation range at that top area right there the entire morning. We weren't able to break that 19.9. That is until 11:10 came, and then we broke it. So now let's see if we bounce off previous area of resistance. Now let's see if it acts as support on the market. So keeping my eye on that. Amazon continued to head down. It didn't quite make it into the volume weighted average price. This candle didn't quite make it down to VWAP. VWAP on my chart, guys, at around 187 2/3, maybe a skosh above that. Meta kind of doing a bit of a dance here above 508, sometimes above, sometimes below. Looks like 508 has been an interesting area on the day. You've got this area holding up at that general 508 area, then you dropped into the 20 exponential again, generally that 508 area, and now we're getting lower highs, but for the moment, 508's holding up. I'd be looking for a possible here flat bottom break on META, not like it was gonna flush, but yeah, you'd get a break of that 508 level. Keep an eye out on that. We'll see what you get. Tesla at VWAP at the moment. Here we go. We were talking about this one earlier, how Tesla really did respect the volume weighted average price from around 1045 all the way to 1110. Multiple bounces there. It just dipped into 185.50, getting a 20-cent pump into that 185.70. We'll have to see if VWAP acts in the same way as it did previously. And it's not just VWAP, guys, right? When it was bouncing here between 1045 and 1110, this was also the pre-market high, so it had a bit of a double whammy there with respect to possible support. So keeping my eye on CPOP, 194, break even at the moment, Adair.
Yeah, so
Very interesting.
Because I'm risking this into here, we break above it, then the short would have been fine. Same with this short. These ideas are not incorrect. I am playing them incorrectly. So that's the thing to learn. I'm proud of myself for that.
Good.
Same with the Nvidia, it's the same kind of idea. You gotta learn from everything. And that's why I know I'm very honest, but I think I'm honest because, like I said, I think I trade the best when things are not going the best for me. And I also, honesty and processing is how you learn. And I think that's one of the benefits of being in front of this camera.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I couldn't agree more. I think that, are you your own biggest critic?
Oh, yeah.
Because I am myself.
I think
as
that
well,
you and I know we're both like that.
Yeah. And I try to draw a line between not getting down on yourself and being a positive, a constructive critic.
Yeah.
Hard sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, shout out to you.
Thank you. That's why I like to be a
follow-up
positive force here on the show because I know we're all, I think in trading it's so mental, you are often your worst critic. So
100% agree. Guys, shout out to Tisha. We all know Tisha. Perkins loves her small cap gappers. Shout out to you, Tisha. I see you. I see VLCN holding $9 with a higher low. I see that. But I also see, Tisha, RGS. This one, look, it was a bit of a bamboozler because it did break VWAP by just a skosh. But it did hold up at this area bottom over here. These two area, this was essentially was the IB low because this is 930 and that's 935. So it doesn't look like it because the volume in the pre-market was so great anyway. But the point is, this one is really going. It held up at 13.5. Generally, it did dip into 13 and a fifth, but there it goes on its way to 19, 272%. It is the second triple-digit winner on the day, VLCN, Tisha, being that other one, 1997, not the year, but the level. Whoa, it's going to get breached. This thing is really moving here. 1931 now. Is it going to halt? I don't have eyes on the book right now, but it looks like RGS may halt. Let me look at my other screen. Do I have RGS on? No, I don't. It is going to not halt. It is halted. 1950, 31 is the halt. The top right now, 1950. So at least for the moment, going to open a little bit higher. We know that $20 has been resistance on the day. RGS absolutely doing fangs here. Good look there. All right, we're nicely in the money now on our C-poop trade. So it's time to wet our beak here on some profits. And there we go. I just wet my beak. There, next profit taker. We're going to wait for that 175 to come in. CPOP, guys. C-pop. I'm just joking when I call it poop. We're just having a good time over here. But this one, the reason I got in, there was an obvious level of resistance at $2 after it made its way to 2 1/3. It rejected that level, broke VWAP, came back into 2 and again, and I said, look, I want all the smoke. Whatever force fires you have in this area, send them my way because this $2 level looks absolutely juicy. So we shorted there. Thanks to Neil, again, for securing me with those shorts. Not something I typically do, take these small cap gappers short, but it looked appropriate in the following circumstance, so I did. So that's what we're doing at the moment, nicely printing there. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. RGS, we'll have to load up that on a side screen, and we already have it up there. So the top currently, let me see, 1941. So the top coming a little bit lower now. It was 1950 and change. It's going to change, as the buy and sell orders come in during the halt. Now, in case you're wondering how to weasel your way into a trade while it's halted, you'll need to use a market on open order, an MOO. At least we have to on this software. So market on open orders should get you in, whether on a buy or on a sell. Apprise yourself of those. So, I almost got printed there on my next beak wetter at 82s, but alas, it only went to 181.5. So we'll have to wait for a little bit longer here, I dare to take some more profits. Big Kyle Burdett, tagging myself in the Ponds of Fawns, selling volume picking up on Bitcoin. All right, let's have a look at BTC, what it's up to at the moment. Still about 61.5, 3 3/4 to the high side. Let's load up a chart of BTC super quick over here. Here it is. Interesting, Kyle. Lower highs. I don't like that. And if this area, this trough area over here at 61 and 3/4, 61, 3/4 breaks, you could see a bit of a bigger move. There does seem to be price action support at 61,000 for whatever reason. We've been defending 61,000 on the day. So we'll have to look at there. Yeah, multiple levels, guys, because of the bigger down move lately in this name. So we'll have a lot of different price areas of support and resistance on there. Just looking at the side chart here to see what else is moving. On the day, Pan W is up again, Dees. This one's accumulating at 326. Guys, I wanted to mention something here on Pan W because you guys know this is my second biggest holding in the account. And I want to mention something that I noticed on the chart not that long ago. It's on the daily. And there's an obvious level of resistance at 300.25, okay? And it goes all the way back to that earnings dump that we had February 20th. When we retraced, when NYSE started buying here, we popped all the way into 325. We dropped again to 265. 265 is a different level. That's a support level. But look at this 325 come in over and over and over. But the most notable thing you need to know about this 325 is it comes with a pair of higher lows. And so this is what we call accumulation for a top break. There's obviously somebody taking profit or selling at 326, and it has been that way for the majority of the year. But once this breaks, I'm assuming it's going to break on news and not, just regular price ascension. I'm assuming this is going to be like an earnings winner or something to that effect. But this 325 area, very interesting on Palo Alto Networks. Adair.
Yeah, I was, one time I remember I came in and she was like, oh, Palo Alto got an upgrade. And I was like, because I usually think of it as Pan W or like Palo Alto Networks. And I literally for a second was like, is he talking about the movie? But yeah, shout out to the 2013 classic Palo Alto. But also shout out to Palo Alto Networks, Pan W. Yeah, hopefully that one gets a nice little Pan W there, not a Pan L. Shout out to Turin Bar. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Jeez. Guys, I'm keeping my eyes on Google, or goggles, or Google, whatever you'd like to call it. It's trying to lose this ascending channel and tapering. We might be able to join sellers, waiting for more confirmation. Let's take a look at Google, or Google, or whatever you want to call it, and see how it's... shout out to Obi there. I think this is a distinctly different move in Google to make another OB shout out, which I don't think Sharif was prepared for. But seriously, we had this upward channel. We fell pretty viciously here off of that 9 EMA, took a little bit of a tumble. I want to see what we do at 182. Why? A, it's a whole dollar level. B, look at all this chop and churn support at 182. Oh. 182 could be super spicy for Google or goggles. Let's take a look at the daily chart.
RGS halted to the high side again, guys. Sorry to interrupt.
RGS halted to the downside.
Yeah, high side.
Sorry, high side. I heard that wrong. If you're talking about Google on the daily chart, I have to say, I think right now Google looks pretty strong on the daily. We're at what looks like all-time highs for GOGL. Yes. I would say, this we took a little time here. We had that initial pause of this rally listed closing basis around 180. If we break below 180, maybe, but I think right now, I've got to be honest with you, I think Google looks like a great look on the daily.
I told you, man. Brenda was saying sell. I was like, what? Why? What is there to sell? Turin.
Oh, that was a super chat.
Did you talk about this already?
Google.
You did. That was goggles. Okay. Shout out to him. Thank you, or them. Thank you very much for the super chat. Wow, RGS. Here we go, guys. We got one that's really pamping here, Ram. It's halted again at $20.90, Ram. And it's done. 33 million shares. Ram's so like, yo, you told me to keep my eye on the market, bro. And that's what I'm doing. So stop Look at me. I shouldn't say all that. I kind of ad-libbed a little bit there, but it's all good. RGS up 312%, halted now at $20.90. Let me tell you what the tap is super quick. The tap, $21.94, $22. That's $1.10 higher than where we are right now. It's changing back down to 21. It was 21.50. So needless to say, this one's moving, and definitely this one's in play. It did break the high of day. The high of day was sub 20, 19 and change, and now we've broken that, decidedly halted to the upside. Keep your eye on this one if you're into these kind of stocks, but make sure you are managing risk effectively here. And that means if you've got a smaller account, you need to be sizing down because this can turn in an instant, all right? And that's just the nature of these small cap gappers. I say it as a joke, but I really mean it. They're around for a good time, not typically a long time. There are the exceptions to that rule, of course, but that is not the rule. That is the exception. So shout out anybody trading that one. Take care. Big Kyle, SPY, Big Spile Burdette, SPY trying for new low of day. Really? Let's see. Where's the ES at? Oh, yeah, you're not wrong, Kyle. Shout out to you. Yeah, distinctly different look between the ES and the NQ on the day. The ES is flat. The NQ is up 0.75%. So, yeah, a bit of a different look there. Now, back to my trade. I'm now 2 pennies out of the money after being well in the money on this trade. So let me tell you, if this breaks 2, it's over, right? I've already put my stop on the other side of 2. If this takes 2, and I put it at 202, quite frankly, so not exactly at 2, but if it breaks $2, $2.02, I'm out. I'm gonna wet my beak at around 181 or whatever that is, but it's gotta stay below that level, otherwise I want no smoke. So we'll keep an eye on that. What else? This other small cap gapper is still pretty good as well, but kind of in no man's land at the moment. Maybe at the 20 period here. Let's refresh. Yeah, NNE, it does these breaches below the 20 period. Most notably, though, about NNE is that this area, for whatever reason, this $33 area has a lot of interaction. We crested there initially, and we've been kind of bouncing off there. Obviously, the wicks go a lot deeper than 33, but look at those closing prints. They're all in that 32-ish, mid-32-ish range. So trying to hold up here. I don't like the look, to be honest with you. The range per candle is just too wide for my blood, so that's it. So now I'm out of C poop, and it is poop because it broke above $2. So now we're gonna look at this as a long. So let's keep an eye on this one here, because if it continues going the way it's going, well, then the winds of change may have come on this one, and we'll definitely flip how we trade it. So we'll keep an eye on it.
Yeah, I did a thing, and I say a thing because this is a thing I may get a little bit of, you know, flack for or question marks about. I shorted Nvidia here. Why did I short Nvidia here? I see this topping tail candle in the 5 on my side chart. My short sense is tickling, you know, like Spider-Man, his Spidey sense is my short sense. I see that type of candle, especially because it was that, and then I look at the chart, I'm like, hey, so like, where are we at? Pull it up on my big old screen here. I'm like, oh, we had that at 124.80, which was a pretty big area of resistance earlier. I want every bit of that smoke there. That might be my first pushback of the day. Oh. Please, this dang punch. Basically, I was going to risk if we broke above 125, I would have gotten out there. But really, I just wanted to see us have these lower lows, lower highs in the book. We took our time. It required some patience, but I packed my patience as much as my patience has a very small Samsonite bag. My patience doesn't have a large suitcase. It's like, it's a carry-on. But you know, yeah, we packed that carry-on, and it was all good there. I want to shout out Sheree for the pack your patience, because it really does help. I just stared at this. I believed in the trade, so I was willing to have the patience to take the trade. I had the confidence for it. Hey. Still down in the day, still down in Nvidia, but we know I'm always bullish positivity. Where are you at, Semiconductors? Where are you at, Tesla and IWM? I'm coming for you.
Get it.
But we're always also coming for learning as well.
Absolutely. I was just looking at quick there at Pandub, but yeah, ready. All right, guys, we're talking about average true range all week. Yesterday, we kind of introduced the concept to you just to kind of get the foundation there. Today, we'll be talking about how to use it to set your profit targets. And that's so important, at least for me, because sometimes I feel like, you know, I'm only basing it on support and resistance or trying to make that daily figure. And that may be trouble for some markets and some traders. So traders, ditch that one-size-fits-all approach to profit targets. Today, we'll explore how average true range, ATR for short, can help set realistic intraday profit targets based on real-time market volatility. So let's get to it right now. So the problem with fixed targets. So imagine setting a daily profit target of around $100. Sounds good, right? But what if the market is super volatile and it offers you way more potential than the $100? However, on the other side of the coin, what if the market is very calm and that $100 is kind of a stretch? Fixed targets can leave you frustrated at times or tempt you to overtrade, and that's why we employ average true range to kind of help take the subjectivity out of it and offer us more of an objective target. So the ATR solution is basically, here's how to use it. The first step is you're going to calculate your target. What do I mean by that? So instead of a fixed number, use average true range for a particular instrument to create a dynamic target that adjusts with daily volatility. Here's the simple formula. If you want to go long, your entry price, you're going to take your entry price, whatever, $50. You're going to add that to the average true range. And then you're going to use a multiplier. The multiplier can be 1, it can be half, it can be 2, it can be 3. The point here is to kind of gauge the market and see, is it a very volatile day? Am I a good trend trader? If that's the case, then I should be trying to maximize as much as I can out of these markets. Increase your multiplier. However, if I'm not a good momentum trend trader and it's very volatile, I may want to drop the multiplier to have, more peace of mind. So you're going to have to figure out how to use the multiplier for this formula based on the current market conditions. Same thing with the short. It's your entry price minus your average true range and then multiplied by your multiplier. And I want to show you guys what ATR looks like on a chart. So here is ATR at the bottom. It's kind of the same area where we have RSI. And so what you're seeing is at times, like this is a chart on PanW, by the way. As you can see here, when we had that huge huadunk back on February 20th on the earnings miss, the average true range on this one spiked up to at a point $25. Obviously, that's a bit of an outlier. So if I'm looking at the ATR, it behooves me to look at what the ATR is lately, rather than what the ATR was in February. It's not going to help me any if I'm using an ATR of 25 in January or in June when the ATR is 10 because it was 25 in February and March. So you got to look at where the ATR is, and you're not going to have an exact level for it, right? You're going to have to basically gauge it. Sorry, just have to move that out. Yes, so that is the formula there. The factor you choose, so your multiplier, depends on your risk tolerance and on your strategy. A higher factor, your multiplier, again, aims for larger but less frequent profits, while a lower factor targets smaller but more frequent gains, right? So an example in action. Let's say you buy a stock at $50. The average true range on it is $3. You decide you want to use a multiplier of 1 because you're neither really risky nor super conservative. You're somewhere in between. So you're not going to use half, 0.5. You're not going to use 2. You're just going to use 1. Okay? So you're going to look to take it for its true range on the day. So this is how you do it. It'd be 50 plus, and then you do obviously brackets first. 3 multiplied by 1 is 3. Add the 3 to 50. You have $53 price target. That's where you would look to wet your beak. That doesn't mean you got in at 50, by the way, right? The stock opened at 50. It has a true range of $3. So you know, based on ATR, it's going to get to possibly 53. So you didn't necessarily get in at 50, but the opening price was $50. So you have to make sure that you know the difference there. And volatility does matter. So imagine on another day, you buy that same $50 stock, but the ATR, the average true range on that stock today, is only $1. Kind of the same as we saw with PanW, 25 in February, 10 now, right? So you would have to adjust your formula, obviously. It would be 50, 1 times 1, right? $1 ATR multiplied by $1 multiplier, and that's your target. Your target will be $51, and that's where you take profitability. So kind of a simple formula, but obviously a bit more nuanced because you have to use a multiplier that works for you and works based on the current market conditions. So some benefits of average true range based targets are the realistic expectations that they provide. You set targets based on what the market can typically deliver that day rather than what you want, which helps reduce frustration and overtrading. adaptability as well. Your targets adjust to the changing volatility, right? So allowing you to capitalize on opportunities in different market conditions. If the ATR was 25 in February on pan dub and now 10 now, it adapts to the current market volatility. And the risk management as well, it really can't be understated for its use there. Since targets are based on volatility, they can help you avoid overextending yourself during those more volatile markets, especially if you're not a trend trader and you don't like these breakout trades. You don't like when things are up and to the right. You want things in a more calm nature where you can gauge support and resistance. If that's your style, definitely use a smaller multiplier there. And remember, ATR, it measures the historical volatility, not the future. It is a lagging, not a leading indicator, and you need to keep that in mind. And it's kind of incumbent upon you to figure out other technical indicators or other tools. They can be fundamental as well to help with your confirmation using ATR and not to use it singularly and alone there.
Yeah, that's like you never want to use any indicator on your own. It's like teamwork makes the dream work.
Yeah.
You want a little group of indicators. But what's great about this is it does give you that opportunity to really adjust depending on what the market is, because not every type of trade is going to be the same. It's really going to depend on those markets, depending on how you're trading it. So shout out to Sharif for the lesson of the day. In just 6 minutes, we will get the 2-year note auction. So that'll be a notable event. So we have to, I'm not gonna lie. So we have to see how that goes. Took this, I want to show a big Spal Burdette for chatting me. He said, like with that Nvidia trade, it's basically, like these kind of mean reversions are really important to be able to spot when you're trying to do this scalp trading. And so I really appreciate what you had to say there, Kyle. I took another one as well. We got below the 9 EMA, and I saw this on my side chart and I said, keep an eye on this, right? So I intentionally did not punch. I said, I'm going to have an order set 123.40s. Okay? I was like, if we get to 50s and reject, I will be aggressively punching here. So we get to 53s and I say, Adara, be patient. 52 was the level I liked last time. We get to 53s, we can't hold it. The second I see what I want to see on the book, ready to go. Didn't like that face I made. Okay. But then I took half out at 26s, took the rest out to see what we did in the book, got out at 24 14s, could have held it, 24 12s, look at that, 24 12s. 2 pennies better than I thought it, no, I'm joking. But yeah, I like scalping. I'm okay with the fact that I gave up that position. Obviously it would have been a lot stronger had I still been in it, but that's not the type of trader I am. So that I'm okay with that. And I also had this Nvidia trade, and I wanted to take this better because I had just taken an L on Tesla, and I put the L in Tesla with this trade, let me tell you. No, I'm joking. I just got involved way too early. I thought we were going to break down here. We did have a rejection, a nice wick rejection in the 90 EMA, and I was like, oh, this is going to be a short. Got involved way too early, was a little bit too convicted to the idea. It was a small position, so it was all good there. I more than made up for that in that Nvidia trade, but the mental wasn't there, and that's the issue. Also, Novo Nordisk is coming interesting again. If it wants to lose a little bit of weight here, drop at this VWAP. Okay, actually, really, this is really enticing to me. Okay, we're gonna risk this we're gonna try to get involved at 60s, let's do 59s. We're gonna risk into 80s, aka that big old wick. I want 146.30s, so that is about, what is that, like 30 pennies risking 20? It is not the best risk to reward ratio in the world. We're gonna try that. I'm gonna have to see how I feel about this. I think it's a nice short. I love when I see wick rejections like this on VWAP. That's a really nice look to me. We're gonna have to see how this goes. This is actually 25s. Okay, so minimum 35 pennies, and I'll save a piece for the dream if we break a little bit lower. The one thing I am cognizant of is the fact that we did hold that support I mentioned earlier, 146.25s. I'm very cognizant of that, but I'm also cognizant of the fact that I like this look. John Del Senio telling me to check out the larger time frame on the Qs. We hit the left shoulder at 479.25 and dunked. Dunked and looks like further. Let's take a look there. Okay, a larger time frame. So I'm guessing, like on the daily chart?
What is that?
On the Qs. Okay. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, I'm trying to, tell me what time frame here, John Del Senio. I want to make sure I'm seeing the right thing here. But I see what you mean. We struggled here earlier. 479 was a little bit of a drop down here. We're below the 90 EMA. I might actually have to trade this on the TQs because this is actually kind of a spicy look here for some wick shorts. I see what you mean. Either way, this 479, interesting look. We tried to go higher here on the 5-minute. We had a gorgeous topping tail candle at 479, and then we sold out. So I'm going to have to keep an eye on that. But also, if there's any tickers you're keeping an eye on, you guys know what to do. You go in the chat right now, and you vote for them. ! Join. dollar sign, whatever ticker you like. CPOOP is not a ticker, Stash is not a ticker, but there are lots of tickers that do exist, and Sharif will be discussing them vigorously at the green screen as Sean and Neil tell you what trades they liked or didn't like on those names. Also, Novo Nordisk did not want me to hop. It did not want me to go V with it to the downside. So it's a little sad. It's all good. Ready for the next opportunity. That pun was weak sauce, but hopefully these trades won't be. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm in 2 trades. I'm trying
nice.
a VWAP touch here on the NQ June contract. I'm taking on the TQQs. I'm out of the money at the moment. I'm not going to give this that much room. It's gonna, if it breaks 73.10, then I'm going to get out of there. But I'm just trying this VWAP dip. It's, you know, we're trying. I'm also long CPOOP over here for a 2 defend. It did break 2, and there was definitely resistance at 2. It got well above 2, got to 219. So I said, all right, it's clear 2. It got to 219. Now, if it comes back into 2, does it use it as a level of support? That's kind of my theory here. We'll see if it pans out. I've got a beak wetter set up on the other side of 10s. Here come 10s right now. If we can get a move up into 11s, there we go. We get the print. Nice trade there. We'll see what we get, and we won't get upset. Shout out to Neil. Let's go back into the TQQs, right back into the money on this one. But this one is by no means, I would say that this is a low probability trade, but it's a high risk, high reward. But I'm not going to take it from like a high risk because I'm not going to give it too much room. It's high risk because you're trying to catch a falling knife. That's why I mean it's high risk, right? The future's on the way down, 19,968. Now we dip all the way down into 19.8s and stuff. So, you know, that's kind of how I see it there. Catching a falling knife, we'll see what we get. We'll see. I'm looking to print at 33s if it gives me that. So in both trades, de-risked at both right now. CPOP, trying to hold 2. I'd like something maybe at $0.25 for the remaining amount. If we don't get it, we don't get it. So keeping an eye on the future and keeping an eye on CPOP.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just like staring at Nvidia like a hungry little wolf here, trying to nibble on some profits. I got short Nvidia again, and we're gonna get out because we're scalping. Basically, what I did there was, I'm happy with this. I didn't think I'd get that much on this. Thank you. I wanted to see us stay below 124. We stayed below 124. I was good with that. It took like 25 pennies, and look, we're coming right back up here. This 80 area, 123.80, Nvidia wants to make you wait. I think for now, it looks like Nvidia is actually dipping lower. It's like, Dara, what are you talking about? I'm going to do what I want to do. Also, though, I was also looking at your TQ long. So I want to shove that out. I was very curious about that TQ long because I thought it was going to, I mean, we know I'm always thinking short, but I wanted to see it reject the VWAP first, and I was going to take it long up to that. But yeah, we'll have to see here.
I'm not going to give it too much room, though.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I was just saying, like, I saw that because I was also looking at that, and then we know I'm bearish, so I took the Nvidia short instead. But yeah, so that's really all I'm looking at. How are we AM doing on AMD? Because that's a name I always like to look at here. I should have been shorting this every time we got the 90 MA rejection. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. Let's see, though, what we do here at 158. 158 was a bit of a support area early with these gorgeous chef's kiss bounces here off the 90M or off of VWAP. Let's see what the auction is, because I just realized we could get our re-auction. And that could be fun to trade here. We have not gotten the auction numbers yet that I can see on my side. Let's see how this goes. Keep in mind, though, in just 1 hour and 10 minutes, we will get Fed's Bowman, who can be a little bit hawkish. So let's see what happens there. And then you'll also get to have that green screen segment as well in about 1 hour, so you have 50 more minutes left to vote. Novo Nordisk back to 60s. I canceled my order because I really didn't think I was going to get it. Now that we're back at 60s, I'm going to wait and see what we do here. If we pop up here, I actually think we could go long. I'm going to pull up the chart to see, so you guys can see what I'm kind of looking at here. So look at this. This is kind of a bullish candle to me. We had that wick down here into 40s, then we right back up. I think Novo Nordisk, especially because we had that previous support at 146.25 a couple times now, I think this could move up here. I am not married to either idea. I want to take this if something sets up, but I don't want to make assumptions about what that setup will be. That being said, heads or tails, if I had to like flip a coin here, I would go short. I still think the short case is setting up, so I'm going to put my order back in here. 59s, not a massive position, but enough that I'm able to piece out. Like I said, risking here just below 80s, and then I want to make minimum 146.25.
All right, baby. I did get stopped out of that T triple Qs, so sucks to be me. It did break that level, and I was not going to give it too much room, guys. I just can't. It's not at that level where it's like, you know, this is a clear area where it could bounce. I took a shot and I missed, so we'll see what we get there. I'm back in to C-pop again. I covered for the long. Here we go again. I'm long again at 199s, looking at 2 and nice. So trading this one off the 10 exponential, it dips right into that 10 exponential. We get it again. So I'm happy with this one. We'll see if we can get a little bit more. Maybe I'll size up on this one a little bit more. I'd like some sort of breakout rather than trying to trade this one off the moving averages, but it's continuing to give us rewards here. So we'll look for possible 220 break. I'm going to try to hold it for a 220 break here. And I didn't plan this, but I feel like with this one, because it is stair-stepping up, I can possibly add on the dips, especially if it's off like the 10 exponential, which we can see here. It's quite respected ever since that 12:15 candle about an hour ago. It's been basically all the closing prints have been north of that 10 exponential. So we'll see if that trend continues or what the deal is. NNE. Okay, well, this one's been really good in terms of giving you a notional move, but really hard in terms of actually trading. The spread is really wide. The dollar amounts are quite, you know, lofty in terms of how it's moving. It's moving dollars at a time. In addition to that, like there has been this, I don't know, this is like mystery area of how to get in. It looks like 32 and a half seems to be an interesting support area, but then you have these wicks that drop like $1.50 below it. How can I manage risk there? So tough to trade this one, but looks really good on the chart. Just not really sure how to weasel my way in. So we'll keep that one definitely on the side chart, guys. Scott Edwards, GRDI is flying. Worth a look. Not again. No, you don't say. Let's load up GRDI. Who are we going to take off here? We're going to take off MLGO. GRDI. Whoa, what is happening? Okay, so GRDI up to the high side. And there it is, guys. Well, it's not halted yet, but what a squeeze through that $1.75. I guess it was accumulating. I'm not sure what the hell happened here, but this one absolutely shot up. I don't have anything on my blotter from the afternoon, but obviously we know GRDI is a multi-day play. Here is the 10-minute look. Let me show you the 10 minutes because it has been running the last little while. It started on the 20th. The 20th really has, it really jumped off there from a penny stock in 50 some odd pennies. Now it got up to 2 1/5, almost 2 1/4. So good luck here for GRDI, but be careful with the mean reversion on this one. There it is, coming back down. Keep your eye out on 2. 2 could be an interesting bounce area here. The volume, though, picking up big on GRDI. This is the 30-second chart. You don't want the 30-second chart. That's 2 micro. So keep your eye on $2 for that whole dollar supported area.
Yeah, I had a couple scalps here. Scalped Nvidia short, scalped AMD short. Nvidia, thank you, I appreciate that. Nvidia, I got short here because I was watching to see what we were doing in the book. I was really just going to risk this into like 40s or like 15 pennies. I'm happy I got it where I did because we're bouncing. Oh, I'm so proud. Okay, sometimes you're more proud of like what you get out of a trade than how you traded it, right? Like I took profit on this. I cannot be too upset. Please just punch. Yeah. Got involved here. I saw that we were kind of having a little bit of a waffle. We had this nice failure. This might have been on maybe more of a dark pool basis, but either way, I liked what I was seeing on the book. I said, Adara, see if we try to touch 40s. If we don't get anywhere near 40s, you can go short. We got to 33s. Had my order for 26s. Bloop. Got out at 123.10. So pretty happy with that. Took about 16 pennies. Risked about 15 pennies. Also, Kyle Burdett has a stock recommendations for you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much to the $5 super chat, though, from Big Kyle Burdett. Also, AMD, happy with this short as well. I took this because, like I said, I was actually thinking we could have had a long off that support. When I realized that didn't hold up, I flipped my idea to the short. I was going to give this 20s, got involved at 12s, got out at 157.90s. So please just punch with that. Really happy right now. I feel like my better days are usually the days where I have a few more fills because as a scalper, you want to be able to get in and out kind of ninja-like.
Yeah,
So good amount of fills today. Please just punch. AMD, if you want to keep failing at 158, I shall take you short again. But also, we should probably get that list of the day started soon. I know we just did it, so I'm going to wait a little bit longer here. But I just want to, shout out to everyone for being here. I'm so happy to be here. What is everyone else looking at here.
Donald
on
John Trump is moving.
DJT. Also, we had the auction news, guys. Like I said, we hadn't seen it come in yet. I'm not seeing a massive reaction, though. Tesla had a little bit of a move down, but I'm not really seeing any other stock with that move down. Tesla, or sorry, not Tesla, the 2-year note auction a little bit lower here than previous, 4.706% versus 4.917% previous, so a little bit lower than expected. What are you?
Yeah, I'm looking at DJT right now as it works its way back into that local high at 35 1/5. The volume weighted average price is 35 1/3-ish general. I have a dip trade set up in front of 35 to pick up a better price than we are right now. The spread is decent. It's about 5 or 6 pennies. Let's see if we get filled here. I'm seeing 06s show up on the bid. I'm sitting at 05s. This could be a double top on a rejection. It's a risk. And DJT, I didn't do well on it yesterday. So are we long yet? Yes, we are. We're long 35.06. So we're going to stop out at 88. So we'll have to do that. There we go. So the stop is in place. Now let's set up the beak weather. We'll set up possibly at 35 1/4 there. We'll see what we get. It's going to have to be a 35 defend, though, quite frankly, if it breaks through 35 to the downside. And there is resistance here. I'm very well aware of that. The double top. And I also see VWAP as well, but it put in a higher low and it started curling back up. Maybe I'm late to the party. We're going to find out. It's not going to cost me too much money to find out here as we're going to get stopped out at 88. So that is the look for DJT. I'm continuing to keep my eye on CPOOP though, because this one is continuing to bounce up with higher lows, right? So I scalp, I get in, I get out, but this one, the higher lows, it looks like it's in play at the moment. We'll see if we can definitely weasel our way in, maybe at that $1.95 in and around that area. But really, the one that I really want to focus on is Donald John Trump at these levels, because I'd like to print at around VWAP here. But right now, we're fighting at 35, a little bit above, a little bit below. DJT recovering a little bit here from the not shellacking, definitely, off the highs, no question about that, but recovering off the lows at that 33.50 double bottom that we put in. Again, no real headline today for DJT, but just kind of expecting volatility as we get closer to Thursday, and that's when the presidential debate is. The earliest presidential debate in history, apparently. That's what they're saying.
That's kind of early.
It is, yeah. So that's the look there. Tam Panda, you need to put your stop below the low of the most recent breakout candle, or you always get stopped. Always? Really? You don't say. No, I do realize what you're saying. I know about the higher lows and the lower highs. We have risk management on the floor here. Can't always do that. I'd like to be able to, though.
Yeah, so basically, I'm really proud of myself for this Nvidia because I wanted to take this short. We were at that area. This looked like it was going to work out for a bit. I took it short 123.68. That's where I took the short 123.68. I said, I'll risk. I'll see what we do at 80s, then I'll get out at 85s. We got out at 85s because we broke above 85s. Happy I got it where I did because now it would have been like, it's already bumped like 30 pennies. I tried to flip to the long, and Nvidia said, no. No, thank you. And I said, that's okay, Nvidia. Live your life. If you reject the 90 MA, I will short you again. So let's see. It looks like it really wants to hold 124 right now. Like I said, I'm okay with continuously scalping this. That is going to be the play on this stock. I'm really happy. Like I said, yesterday was a rougher day for me. And I think it was a rougher day for me because I was trying too hard to be, I think, what I thought my version of positive was supposed to be. But like I said, I think I'm an optimistic person. And I think I am also the most optimistic when I have stuff working against me. I want to start with the Freedom and Wealth podcast because I don't think this most recent week, but the week before, Sean and Brendan were talking about how sometimes you're able to perform the best when you have everything against you, when you have nothing to lose, you just have to go for stuff. That is absolutely, I think, the way that I trade the most successfully. And I found that yesterday when I was struggling and I just had to take trades. I could only take trades I really, really, really felt passionate about and that type of risk, and that's the type of trading I'm trying to do today. So I really want to shout out that podcast because I think it's just a really important mindset to have. Nvidia does not want to get above 124.12. If it does not want to get above 124.12, I like to short this, but I really want to make sure I have a risk management area I like. What is this? The 30s? I'll take 30s. I'm okay with that. We're going to get involved here. If we bounce off 124s, I'll just get out where I am. That's fine. But this is an area I like, and I want to be able to take this at least into 80s if we break below 124. Yes. Okay, Nvidia. We're going to de-risk some at 124. I'll take a couple pennies. I'm okay with that. And then I want to see this get a little bit lower. So yeah, like that'll be 8 pennies if I get that part of the position. That's okay. I'm fully aware this can work against me. I think we are arguably going to bounce here, but like I said, I like that 30s base earlier. These kind of wicks, or this is no, it's 25. Okay, 25. Then those wicks there. I really like this area. Like I said, if I want to scalp, I definitely want to be doing that scalping. So let's see what we have. Basically, again, the impetus for this was A, we're below the 90 MA, and B, I am seeing lower highs on the books. So that's the type of look that I would like to have. What else is going on here right now? NQ, easy money today, just trade the range, says Don Cotton. Yeah, the Qs have been a little spicy, a spicy little number today. This is interesting. If we're getting near that VWAP and the 90 MA. Of course, these levels aren't going to matter necessarily as much in the futures, but that could certainly be an interesting area. Nvidia, a couple pennies out of the money on Nvidia. Let's see how this goes right now. I do have that first peak order set at 124, and then I want to see if we can break any lower. If we can't break below 124, that's fine. I'm okay with taking everything at 124, but we just got that break a little bit lower. Tesla also getting deeply spicy here with these little dojis hanging out here, trying to push a little bit higher. Clear support on a wick basis at 184.80. That is a very random level, but it's the level Tesla chose to wick to, so I have to respect that. Respect law for Tesla. Even if it doesn't respect law you have to respect law it. So let's see how this goes here. Nvidia below that 124, get low. Like I said, I really want to see what we do at 80s. That was an area I liked earlier, but you know what, Nvidia, if you're not going to get that much lower, that's okay. I'll take you out at 95s, and I'll be pleased as punch. How are you doing?
Not printing.
Nice!
Hey, Tam Panda. Oh. Well, maybe I should have. Yeah, probably better. Yeah, nice try, Fabian. Anyway, in the money here on Donald John Trump as it breaks through the volume-weighted average price, nicely in the money here. First peak wetter out, waiting for. Let's see exactly what we're gonna get here. That 36 level looks pretty good. There is some price action around 36 at around 10:30 or so. Here it is, and there it is. That's the end of the trade there on Donald John Trump. Shout out to DJT.
Shout out to you.
Yeah, well, whatever. We'll shout out DJT. All good.
Shout out both of you.
So nice little winner there, almost $1 there at the top of there as it breaks through 36.05. Nice move there for Donald John Trump. Higher low on that double bottom is what I liked there. And then we got into that $35 area, which was interesting because we definitely topped out there earlier. So I said to myself, look, you know, if we dance at this area, what's going to happen? You're either going to reject, you're going to have a double top at 35 and a quarter, and then you get stopped out for a 12 penny loser through the break of 35 again, or you run. So we let it run. Now let's see where Donald John Trump can go. The IB high takes us to 37.60, thereabouts. So that's interesting there. So we'll have to keep an eye on that 37.60. That IB high also is the high of the day. So that was the highest print that we got. We definitely got higher there in the pre. The pre took us all the way into that 38.50, but on much, much lighter volume. I'm talking about, well, that's not that bad. 26,000 shares at 5:45 a.m. That's not too bad. So we'll see. If 36 can clear, we'll definitely look for a squeeze into the IB high, but I'm looking for possible resistance here at 36 owing to these closing prints that we put in at 10, 10.15, and 10, all the way to essentially 10.25. 36 seemed to be a level. However, when I do look at it a bit further, it may not have been that 36 level. It may have been the volume-weighted average price, because that's where it kept closing below. That white line, I know it's obscured by some of the other lines there that are interweaving with it, but it kept closing below VWAP. And on this break here, you get a decided breakthrough VWAP. So we'll see what Donald John Trump can provide us rest on the day for some longs here. So that's the look. Let's flip back now into the large cap world. Let's see what's going on over here. Looks like the Zon got a double bottom at 187. Didn't see that coming. Well, did we? No, it's a 200 period on the 5, not one that I used, to be quite honest with you. Up above the volume-weighted average price again, looking to break through that 187 3/4 on a closing basis, having trouble with it at the moment. The dead one is dead again. So look at this today. This is what I meant by the dead one. Obviously, looking at it yesterday, it wasn't dead. That's a V-shape. That's a Christmas tree retracement. But today, it's awfully dead. And it's a great range trade for all my range traders out there. 209 and a half. Generally, the bottom end of the range, it doesn't come into that level all that much. But if you're able to get that price, you've done well. 185 right now on TSLA, a little bit above, a little bit below. This 185 level is the top end in the pre. I talked about this level earlier because it held us from going down any further right over here when we dipped into 185 after that big move into 187. We came back into that 185 area and held it. That was the pre-market top. We're dancing there again right now. This time, though, south of the volume-weighted average price. Last time we were at that level, we were above VWAP. A little bit of a different story now. Goggles getting another move back up. Great look here today for Google as it prints new all-time highs. Hey, Brendo, Google printed more all-time highs today, by the way, huh? Yeah, so don't sell. Yeah. Anyway, what else is moving here?
Sean's trying to away with some money in his little wheel there.
What's going on over there, Katina Man? Well, we know that. The Katina Man wants me to let you know that Goggles is the #1 holding in his account. And we know that because he's been saying that for a long time. So that's not in dispute.
Yeah.
What's going on there?
In case you ever thought it was in dispute, it is not. Also, you know why we call Apple the dead one? Because that chart we have today is flatlining. Also, it is. Like, literally, that's what we mean when we call it the dead one, is because it's doing a whole lot of nothing. Like I said, I will never forget that day. It was Obi and I on because Sharif was in the Safari, and he came back and it literally was like, by the way, I have to tell you this, because there was a day I was in this Apple trade, and the thing did not move more than 5 cents in either direction. I was in it for half an hour. That is what we mean when you call it the dead one, because that really is what it used to do. AMD, I am not necessarily proud of that. We're not putting the M for management here in that AMD trade just now, let me tell you. Basically, though, I was really wanting to see what we did. I like this as a short here if we stay below 158.40. And then we popped above 2. I should have managed this better. It's all good. Out of the money on AMD, but I am pleased as punch to say that's my only negative name.
Nice.
Flat on IWM, up on Tesla, up on Nvidia, and always up on positivity, ready to make some more trades. And I think it's just I should have been doing more scalping, because the scalps were the trades that were doing the best here. This AMD was a little bit more wishy-washy, so I should have approached it with that. But you know what we're going. If you guys have any tickers you want to approach, you want to see how everybody else approached them, go in the chat right now. Exclamation point, join, space, $, whatever ticker you fancy. Nvidia. AMD, CPOP, NNE, let's give those smoke hoppers some love.
Yay!
MLGO, AMC, GME, Meta, Amazon, Google, Apple. I don't know, you guys know tickers. Go in there, put them in the chat.
I thought for sure you were going to say C-poop. I was so excited for the C-poop there, but it's all good.
Yeah, he was feeling whimsical today, so we had to call it. Yeah, that's what he was saying.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, Neil, get that in the chat. Shout out to Neil Roberts, baby. He knows what's good. All right, what are we doing here, Dara? Let's get back in the groove of things here, and let's look at what the Mag 7 are doing. Oh, I missed this completely here. A double. How many touches at the volume-weighted average price are we going to get on Softy before I realize it's a level off which to take a trade? That's a miss by me. That's a big, big miss there. I should have been way more alive to that, especially when you have these umpteen amount of bottoming tail candles. Bottoming tail candles in successive fashion typically show you that there's buyer exuberance at that level. So you get one bottoming tail candle followed by another, followed by another. It means that it doesn't have to be the same buyer, but buyers are buying in at that level. So that by itself is bullish. Then you add to that it's bouncing off the volume-weighted average price, and that's another check mark beside the analysis to go long. So I missed that one. 448.75 on MSFT. Looked really good. It was bouncing from 1245 to 105. So kept every 5-minute candle there, bounced off the volume-weighted average price. I missed that one. But to be quite honest with you, Microsoft here looks like a bit of a range. The ranges aren't strict in like the penny sense, but look at this. 450 to the high side. You had multiple rejections earlier on, 1030 to 1040 at that 450 area. Then you got there again at around noon. You did break it, but look at the closing print. Again, right at or south of 450. So it's either, you short off 450, at least it seems on the day, or you're getting long near that VWAP area. So that's my look on Softy. And if it comes into one of those levels again, I'm going to see if I can weasel my way into this trade because it's kind of a bit of a range. Apple, Microsoft look very similar in their chart patterns in the way that Meta and Amazon and Google look very similar in theirs. Tesla, as it always is, seems to be a bit of an outlier. Yeah, that's my look there. Let's flip back to some small cap gappers. Like, what's Donald John Trump up to? All right, so did have trouble 36. So I was kind of accurate in that regard. These topping till candles weren't just as a result of the volume weighted average price, but it looks as if it was a price action level. So I'm happy I covered my Donald John Trump right into that 36 area. Now we're going to have to figure out how we're going to trade this. Are we going to wait for another VWAP retracement at 35 and a third? Or what are we doing here? So I'm going to analyze here DJT, see if I can weasel my way back into this trade, Adara.
Yeah, so Tesla, I was just like, oh, like I'm built into a position. I was like, oh, I want to like basically scalp it as we break below 185. If we get decisively below 185.20s, I'll get out. We're sitting all pretty, 185.15s. Tesla pops to 185.30 viciously. I'm like, excuse me, Tesla, you did not tell me this. Got it at 185.25. It was a bit of a bigger position, so little tiny paper cut. But you know what you do to paper cuts? You put a Band-Aid and you keep on trading. Let's keep going here, finding these opportunities. I will admit, I definitely, like, I know you say sometimes, like, you're a little bit too frugal. I feel like I will either be too frugal or be like way too aggressive. I get way too aggressive with my entries. I need to find a happy little medium there. Maybe with time, sitting on this desk, the two of us will find some way to combine these trading styles. I don't know. But shout out to everyone in this chat. Someone wanted to know why we're not talking about Meta. I think it was Elite Class.
Sorry.
Why are we not talking about Meta? It finally hit resistance at 505. Honestly, yeah, this is an interesting look. And now we're actually finding 505 hold a support on the intraday. And I have to say, for me, I think Meta, a more interesting level for me is going to be this 506.50. Why?
Bang.
Look where we had that little trough earlier. Look where we rejected a wick basis at the 90 MA and VWAP. 506.50. I'm going to unpush back now. Yeah, no, Shreve always knows that the pushback is when I see something that I really, really enjoy. This is a great look on Meta. Thank you, Elite Class Inc. Hopefully your class is elite and incorporated. So great look there. Also, you know what I think is support of Meta? I honestly think Meta looks nice, at least not advice, just by taking the chart. 495 support of Meta. To me, that's the level.
Bang.
Look at, we wicked above it. That looked really bearish, and yet we didn't break down from it. I like 495 Meta. Again, not advice, just my take on the chart. And to me, the chart has shown you that a couple times now. Shout out to Danielle Shea, who I know is also long Meta. Her price targets on Meta are 520 and 530. And you can check her out on the market recap on Thursday nights. And also, I know sometimes she's on during the normal show. Yeah, I think we're going to get that lesson one more time here. What are you looking at over here?
Yeah. I was talking to Tam Panda there in the chat. He was asking my look on Donald John Trump. So I was telling him what... I was telling him that I'm long bias at the moment, and there's a reason for that. The reason I'm long bias is it's taken VWAP on an intraday basis. It's had trouble with VWAP, since the opening print. In fact, all the closing prints until this one over here, right at 110, were south of the volume weighted average price, and now we're above it. So now how do I use it? Do I want to base trades off VWAP, or am I still sticking to those price action levels in the way that I did with my out? I felt there was resistance at 36 owing to these topping tail candles. At that level, topping tail candles echo the bottoming tail candles, but in the contra positive. So you have sellers pushing buyers down at that level in the other way that you have buyers pushing sellers up when you have bottoming tail candles. So they kind of just switch in their application. So I said to myself, 36 was a level. Now, where do I like it as support? Well, we have VWAP, and we do have respect for VWAP on the day, not on a wick basis, but on a closing print basis. No question about that. So do I base something at 35.40 where VWAP is hanging out, 35.5, try to front run the area there? I don't know. That's not really my play. I'd rather it, start a trend and then for me to get back, to get in on a pullback, like a 10-period exponential pullback, a 20-period exponential pullback, something there rather than just saying willy-nilly, broke through this white line and I'm going to take it long off that white line now, even though that white line does obviously have significance on the day. I don't mean to belittle VWAP, obviously, but I'm just trying to make the point. I'm worried about VWAP's feelings
I was
or
going to
something,
say,
right?
VWAP is really sensitive, Sharif. I don't think
Look,
you should.
Adara, we live in a very politically correct, environment. I gotta be careful. Right?
Just be nice to VWAP.
It's a joke, right? Guys, don't please. I'm not actually being serious. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly how I want to get back in on this, but I really like DJT for the rest of the week, just owing to the catalyst that we have coming up on Thursday. I think it remains active, and it's definitely getting a bit of a bounce after that monster sell-off that we had in May.
Yeah, that was quite the sell-off in May for DJT. That one, really weak, and then it was like, no, I will not stop, and it pushed back up there. DJT said it was also Sharif, who had that great DJT trade earlier.
Appreciate
not
it.
one, but two little beak wetters. So lots of ducks happy there with that trade. Also, though, we're going to talk about ATR, average, true, range. So we're going to ditch that one-size-fits-all approach for profit targets. Today, we're going to discuss average, true, range, and how it can help you set realistic, which is always the key goal for intraday trading, and sometimes feels kind of elusive. How do you set realistic profit targets, right? So here's the problem with fixed targets, and this is something I feel like I struggle with a lot as well as someone who's scalping, because sometimes your read in the situation is going to change, right? So that's the issue with fixed targets, is things in an intraday situation can be very malleable. They can move with the viciousness, with the swiftness, and things change. So imagine you set a daily profit goal of $100. That seems like really great. But what if you've got a calmer market, or a really calm market, which makes it a little bit harder to get $100? Or you've got a super volatile market, so you could be like trying to get 1,000. Why are you here with your $100 profit target when you could make a cool 1,000? That would be a great look, right? So fixed targets can leave you a little bit more frustrated, or they can tempt you to overtrade to reach them, right? So no one wants that. But how do you find a solution through ATR? Enter the ATR. It's going to be your intraday volatility meter. So this is how you use it for a little bit more realistic targets. How, may you ask? Let me tell you. Well, first, you're going to want to calculate your target. So instead of a fixed number, create a dynamic target that adjusts to daily volatility. Here's a simple formula. For your long target, get your entry price plus your ATR multiplied by a factor. So for example, like 1 or 2, depending on the volatility and that type of thing. So you're short, you're going to do your entry price minus your ATR multiplied by a factor. So the factor you choose is going to depend on your risk, tolerance, and strategy. A higher factor aims for larger but less frequent profits. So if you really want those big multiple dollar winners, and you want them less frequently, maybe you'll use a higher multiplier.
Bang.
If you want a little bit less, maybe you want a smaller, more frequent gain. Maybe you're like me, you want to scalp it for 2 seconds. Maybe you want a little bit of a lower multiplier. So I think that's really cool. This is something I want to look more into here. So let's take an example in action. Let's say you buy a stock at $50. The ATR, I don't know, what stock's near $50? DraftKings, I don't know. Just a random example, whatever stock you make up. Let's say you buy your stock at $50 and the ATR is $3. So you decide to use a factor of $1 for a moderate target. So 50 plus 1 times 3 is going to be a $53 target. That is your target if you go long, you're buying and selling, aiming for a price increase, and you want to have smaller gains and more frequent gains. So that's why you use your 1 factor, in case you forgot about that part. Now, and for a short target, you do 50 minus the 3 times 1. So you'd be looking for a 47 target for your short. Volatility or volatility, shout out to a certain company doing very well today, is also going to matter. So imagine you've got another day and the ATR for the same stock is only $1. You got your long target, $1 times 1 equals 51. So again, you want your lower target. There's lower volatility, so you're reflecting a calmer market, whether big price swings are less likely. Also, yeah, I just saw that super tight from Ian Rispetto. Yeah, sell it.
I loaded it up, yeah.
That'll be exciting. But we're just going to finish that lesson quickly. So here's some of the benefits of ATR-based targets. They're more realistic expectations because you're setting targets based on what the market can do, not based on what you want. You're based on what's more realistic for the market. That was just huge. And adaptability is also going to matter because your target's going to adjust to the winds of change, as a certain mustachioed individual to my right sometimes says. There he is.
What do I do, Ram?
His winds of change. Because she always says, what I do. That was a subtle Ramin reference there to anyone who would not get that, understandably. But yeah, so adaptability, you're adjusting to the changing volatility, and it allows you to capitalize on opportunities in different market conditions, because one of the best things about the market is the conditions different every day. Bang. Last but not least, risk management. Since targets are based on volatility, they can help you avoid overextending yourself in a volatile market. But you must remember, ATR is historical. It's not a guarantee. It's just a little tool, like all the little tools in your arsenal that we have when we're trading.
Hey.
Last but not, that was a shout out.
I like that.
And last but not least, you also want to combine targets with other analysis for confirmation before entering or exit. But you can always adjust your target factor as you gain experience. I'm pretty new, so I would probably do like a 1. Plus, I like more frequent targets. It suits my trading style. Sean might have a larger ATR. I don't mean to call him out, but someone who likes those larger moves, those big money.
You mean these?
He wants the dollar club. Right? If I get a 10-cent club, I'm pleased as punch, right?
Yeah,
so
same.
be aware of the type of our dime club. Yeah. Be aware of the type of trader you are, and be aware of the styles you're looking for, and that will be super helpful. To quote Alex Diaz in the chat, what a day.
Adara, there's a couple of things I want to talk about here.
Hi, Sean.
Hey, Katina, man, what's going on over there?
I just want to say, like, all right, the Dollar Club, sure, thank you for that credit. But also, Adara, maybe you haven't been here long enough, but we are the king of dimes. We love taking those dime pieces all the time on the show. So don't worry about taking dimes. I think you got to take more than a dime on Nvidia, but to each their own on that one.
You just got diamond, Katina, man. Look
What
at
happened?
the screen.
Diamond!
Oh,
Just got
diamonds.
diamond, Katina, man.
Jamie Diamond!
Wow, we're stepping it up. I'm just based on what me and Kevin talked about. I'm going to go just see if I can get like Wonder Bread and Wonder Bra and all that kind of stuff. All going. How fun was that?
That was
That
great.
was
Have
awesome.
Kevin O'Leary
And I
on.
like the
And
way
by-
that you two vibe. And you guys have always
yeah?
had good chemistry. I've
Wow, I
seen you gone
appreciate
with
that.
him before.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And by the way, just to set the record straight, I went over there and looked at the watch. I touched his watch, all that kind of stuff.
Oh.
The puzzle watch. I never heard of it, but
much
it
did
was
he
really
drop
nice
on
to
that?
see, and it was pretty cool.
Did he give you the figure on the cost?
No, I didn't.
Said watch?
I didn't ask him about that.
He has insurance. Sure, Ram. I would too.
I asked him.
Sure.
He's off. He's going up north. It's really nice to be able to do that, and that is part of having that freedom and that
He's
wealth.
going Muskoka.
You actually mentioned also about HUD 8 going crazy today. WonderFi also
You see that, Katina,
to the
man?
upside.
18% in the clear.
I used to have some HUD 8, but I might go for a little bit of a walk. It was starting to rain a little bit here.
Are we going to get a walk and talk, though?
I don't know, I got fade. You see that fade?
People want walk and talks.
They want the walk and talk? Do the people want the walk and talk?
I think so.
They do?
Yeah, I don't know.
I personally want the
I
walk
like
and
it.
talk.
By the way, France and Poland were tied.
Oh, yeah?
0-0 at half.
Yeah,
so.
France is really underperforming this
Yeah.
year. Really underperforming. I'm not
All
impressed
right.
with them at all.
Peace.
So we're gonna have to look at the scores. Thank you for reminding me about that, Sean. Katina, man, midday guest, baby. You never know who's gonna pop up on the midday. So France winning 1-0 now in the 74th minute over Poland. Who scored for France, you ask? Kylian Mbappe, the world's best player, off a penalty kick, though, Adara, but we're not going to, remove any importance from that. Giroud is on as well on the 61st minute, so keep an eye out for those headers. Netherlands, oh no, Netherlands, Hollanda, you're going to get eliminated here because 2-1 Austria right now in the 73rd. Who scored? Gakpo scored for the Netherlands, and they had also an own goal. And then Schmidt scored as well for Austria. Not like I know who that is. But yeah, 2-1 right now. Great games. Let me go into this here, Ram. Shout out to Ian Rispetto for the super chat while Adara was dropping hot lines. I got to tell you something, Ian. I'm a little worried here about Celsius. Number one, it was on the downgrades list today.
Yeah, it was a price target decrease. Yeah.
Thank you for that, Adara. Yes, it was number one on the downgrades list. Let me just double check that to make sure I'm accurate.
I believe so. I saw something negative.
Yeah,
about it.
so did I. I know I saw it for sure. I can't find it at the moment, but I did. Oh, there it is. By Truist, it's a hold and a price target of $60. So currently, we're obviously trading below where Truist has their price target. Now, the other thing, Ian, is this really concerns me. This crest over here at $67, $68, right? That was an obvious area crest, and it was like a local high. That is obviously until this earnings date back on February 29th, when we shot up. We got to about $100, double top at $100, Ian. But look at this. There's the M. There's the middle part of the M, the double top. Look where it holds up, Ian, right at that same area that we had. So now we're breaking down below that area. So now we don't have an area of support until we get to $50. Personally, I would wait till $50 if it comes in. You may want to front run it by a dollar or two if you're holding this for a swing or if you're holding this for a long-term account. But $68 was a level of support. Previously resistance. We've broken that decidedly. In my humble opinion, I would wait for that 50 area bottom. Look at the amount of churn you had at 50, Ian. So if you drop into that $50, I see it as a really good chance you bounce off that area. So much do I like that. I'm putting an alert, man. I like this area. Thank you for pointing it out. I'm going to put it at 51.50. And I'm going to put a little note here because I'm probably going to forget why I put the alert. Major area support at 50. Look for long. I like this area. Thank you for bringing it to my attention, Ian. I didn't have eyes on this. But yeah, that 68 area goes, and it's a very key technical level. I would say to you, the next area technical level is $50, come what may.
Yeah, Celsius can be spicy intraday. I trade that one occasionally if there's like a catalyst, but the spread, it can be very spready. It's almost meta levels. Right now, I'm trying to take Tesla long. You might be like, really, Dara? Yeah, I'm trying to take it long. I mean, I don't think I'm getting filled at all, but it was an attempt. But yeah, I have to say, I know I said I was up in Nvidia, now down in Nvidia, but I have to say I'm really happy with both these trades. I tried to take the long because we had that nice 90 MA. Bounce there, got involved too early. Then I tried to take the short. We wicked below. I was not quick enough with it. We got back above the 30s. I got back out. Now it's coming back to 124.80. Now you guys know, maybe you don't. That was the level I was obsessed with earlier, that 124.80. There's been a lot of opportunities here. If we can't hold this, that is where the real scalping begins. I should have been more patient waiting for this level to begin with. That's okay. I'm willing to take that L. But I have to say, trying to take less L's, make more M's. Really proud of the trading though I've been doing because pretty much every trade I took with lots of confidence, and because I believed in them. Right now, we got that rejection I wanted to see. We're getting involved here. If we break decisively above the 80s, I'll get out. That's fine. I want to scalp this into 40s. That is the goal. So we're looking for about 30 pennies, risking about 10 to 15. That is a type of risk-reward ratio I can certainly live in. I want to shout out all the support in the chat. I'm so happy to be here, trying to become a more confident trader every single day because I love to be here, but you also want to make money as well. You want to grow. Oh, yeah. And so I think, like I said, down in the day, but man, I feel today's been a turning point for me. Have taken 105 fills so far, which maybe it might be a record. This has been a lot, really just trying to learn and get more comfortable with my scalping. You know what? We're going to de-risk some here, 10 pennies in the money with those dime clubs. Shout out to Sean for validating the dime club. And you know what? If we get back to 70s, I'll add, but I would love to see us break a little bit lower here. I think I can get my 40s, but I did want to take a little bit of profit for the road.
Do you remember the scores that I just said for the games, Adara? Well, I'll remind you, 1-0 France, 2-1 Austria. Completely different. 1-1, 2-2. Beautiful. I love soccer.
So
yes. Robert Lewandowski, obviously the prolific scorer from Barcelona, scoring now for Poland. It is tied now 1-1 with France. So keep your eye out there. Lewandowski scoring in the 79th minute. We're now 79-25. I'm so excited. This is the last stage or last game of the group stages, guys. So they're all being played at the same time to avoid match fixing. So nice move there. Obviously the Dutch scored as well. I think it was Memphis Depay that scored for them. Yes, it was Depay.
That's a great name, Memphis.
Oh yeah, and he's a sick player too. Kind of hot and cold, but. Memphis Depay, from Werghorst as well, assisting there. So great look. We'll keep you guys updated on the scores. But RGS, we were talking about this one earlier, and this one was a bit of a bamboozler, I gotta say, because I really couldn't weasel my way into this trade. The range was just too wild. I didn't have a good read on it. I think the best entry for me would have been at VWAP at around 1220. That was around right here when it came into the volume-weighted average price, but I didn't get in there. Now it seems to be doing a bit of an area support off the 20 exponential on the 5, and I'm talking about this yellow line right here. Ever since it really got into that $23 area and then halted down, you can see the wicks that definitely break through the 20 exponential, but I feel like the 20 exponential being respected here. It could also be the 17 1/3, 17 1/2 double top that we put in at 11.25 and 11.30. You break that level, you come back to it, and you use it as support. That could also be the case there. Great look as it curls back up through 20 1/2 now. This one wants to go into that halt level. Keep your eye out on that up halt level. We up halted just a skosh below 21, 20, high 80s. We're there. We're very close right now. It could be an area of resistance, not saying it will be, but I always, when I traded these small cap gappers a lot more, I would always chart the areas of the halt for areas of support and resistance. Sometimes they came in, sometimes they didn't. It pays to chart them. Right now, we got a break of 21. We got all the way into 21, not a break of 21. So definitely having trouble with that area resistance level, at least for the moment. But if I take a guess, I think this one probably trails up, maybe to test those highs at 23. Great day today for RGS, and it just occurred to me that I didn't give you any of the details on this. Obviously, It's up a lot higher than where it was. So it started the day up at $5. The high of the day is 23. So the market cap I'm going to give you is going to reflect the current price ascension, which is about $45 million. Yeah, not bad. 37 million shares traded on the day, and the float, a cool, a light, a soft, 1.99 million shares, just south of 2 million Adara. And so definitely on the smaller side there. What is the short float though? Another good question, RGL. Shout out to the NOS boss and his crew. If you like this software I'm using right here, use Trader TV20 for 20% off trade ideas. 3.81% of the 2 million shares is shorted. So yeah, definitely not negligible, but nothing really to write home about. 21, still an elusive target right now on RGS. Can't break through it on a closing basis.
Yeah, and I mean, like, shout out to Sheree for the awesome small cap analysis, but if you want even more small cap analysis or analysis of any of those tickers you like, you only got 8 minutes, guys. It's like the length of like a random YouTube video maybe, I don't know. But you very short amount of time, go in that chat right now. Exclamation point, do it, space, $, whatever tickers your fancy. AMD, Nvidia, Amazon, AMC. I don't know, you guys know tickers, go in there, pick your favorites. You have 1 vote per day, and you have another 7 minutes now to get that vote. That segment, which is our new audience segment, which we're so pleased as punch about, that will be kicking off in just 17 minutes now. Shout out to that. Also, shout out to Tesla. I got short here. Like I said, I wanted to take that long up into that 90 MA rejection or view up. Wasn't able to get the long. I liked that we had, though, we kind of wicked up into this 185.20 and then rejected. I like this look. Basically flat on this position. We are waffling, in a word. If we break above this basically the top of this week here, that 185.30, I'll get out. But I think we could push lower here on the short. I have a beak wetter set, 60% of the position, 184, mid-90s. That's going to be the profit take target for now, and then I want to keep a piece for the dream. We're holding this support really well, mind you, but we have lower highs. I don't want to say flat bottom break, but I want to play it as though that is the option. So I want to take that look. That is something I like. Also, I'm very proud of what I did with the Nvidia short. Like I said, I wanted lower, but while I was in it, I did not like what we were doing. Got out half at 158. 124.58, got the other half 154, 124.62. Happy I got it where I did though, because we're breaking higher into 125s. Please just punch with that. Like I said, a little bit down in the day here, but man, did we have a good time and we learned so much. And that's why I'm always honest about my P&L, or in terms of where I am if I'm up or down in the day, because I think that's really important. I think you can learn a lot and still be down to the day, and the P&L doesn't always reflect that. I do want to shout out Neil's awesome lesson of the day where he said the P&L should not matter as much as the progress and the learning. It shouldn't matter as much as if you stuck to your plan. If you stuck to your plan, if you committed, that is what should matter. Today was a huge day for that. I still took some trades that had me go, a little bit. Like I said, there were a couple trades that I'm not as proud of the planning of, but generally proud of how I stuck with the strategy and proud that I stuck to scalping. And Tesla's like, yeah, Derek, while you're yapping about that, I'm going to push above. That's cool. Ooh. I'm out, Tesla. Please just punch with that as well. And then as quickly as I get out, Tesla comes back to my area. Oh. So a little bit sad, but you know what? Not too sad for long. Ready for those new opportunities. I'm so happy to be here, learning, pushing, working every single day. Let's keep going.
Yes, I'm long C-poop. Over here again to play a range trade. This is not a breakout trade, guys. You know, my rules say do not take breakout trades on small cap gappers south of VWAP. But here's what I see, an area play. I see it to the high side and I see it to the low side. And if I'm wrong, I'll find out pretty quickly because my break by out is going to be the break of 165. So we're long 173s here and we're going to go 164 and then we're going to give it a little bit of room there, and then our beak wetter, well, we're going to put it up. We're going to put it in, we'll put it in the high 80s. What's life without whimsy? We'll see if we can get there just south of VWAP. VWAP, by the way, 191. So we'll try to play the range on C-pop. And guys, I got to let you know, if you vote for C-poop in the chat, you've got 4 more minutes to vote, by the way. C-poop will not be showing up on the rundown list. You'll have to vote for C-pop because it shows up a little bit different and Brendo's not going to get the joke. So make sure that you're voting for the right thing there. All right, Daniel 82 saying Donald John Trump on the way back, and more in agreement I could not be with you, my friend. In fact, here's what I was looking at. I was looking at whether or not it did the dance with no pants with 36, and it did. Look at all these candles over here that closed right below that $36 level, opened, excuse me, above or below $36, and here it is now closing at that 36 and a quarter, and this candle here moving up into 36 and a half. If I had to take my guess, this is buy the dips off the 10 exponential. Not a financial advice, not trading advice either, but if I was to trade this right now, I would be setting up buy orders like this. See how that blue line, I can drag and drop it, right? So these are dynamic orders that you can drag and drop based on where the moving average or whatever thing you want to use. So I'd be looking for a dip trade off the 10 exponential here on DJT for a trade. Keeping my eye on CPOP here, long 73s is printing 73s, a break of that level, this support level here, and I'm Gonzino. Still 1-1 France and Poland in the 88th minute. We're almost in extra time. They will not play added time today. That is not till the group stages. Oh no, Austria ahead of Netherlands again with 2 minutes left. Who scored? Sabitzer. Oh, Sabitzer scored for Austria, and now they were winning 3-2. Netherlands about to get eliminated. Oh no. Hollanda, as we say in Arabic. So 91st minute right now in that game, Adara, and it's not looking good for the Netherlands.
So it's going to make me want to watch like Ted Lasso again or something. This sounds very exciting. But yeah, no, all jokes aside, shout out to all the soccer fans there in the chat, and shout out to Sharif and everyone. Also, Jason Murphy wanted to ask me about Apple, so let's take a look at Apple. I'm unfortunately having some very frustrating little wicks here on the chart, but Apple looks like it's bouncing off the 90 MA and VWAP right now. I will echo what Sharif had to say about Apple today. It's back to being the dead one. It is flatlining. Unfortunately, there's not a lot for me to kind of say on the dead one. We had this. We did have a range. We had a nice double bottom here, 209.30. I would say that 209.30, if that holds a support, that's a nice look. But and highs of like 210.40. So you've got about $1 and a bit range, but man, will it take you a while to get there. I think we might be back to the days, at least for now, of Napple.
She pushed back her chair.
Well, I called it Napple. That's why I pushed back.
I like to announce when you push back your chair. Everyone's they know.
Yeah,
like,
you're right.
You're serious about
yeah,
it.
Yeah, because the share. I mean, this was just a pun chair pushback. But usually the chair pushbacks are like the chart. But yeah, we're back to Apple being Napple, back to it being a little bit more of the dead one, having that flat line chart pattern to reflect its depth.
Dara, I have news.
Oh.
Reddit guys breaking out here. Thank you very much, Scott H, for pointing this out. Reddit 5.5 in the clear, and there is a headline for this one. Reddit. This one came in at 136, okay? So Reddit says, good faith actors, including researchers and organizers like Internet Archive, will continue to have access to normal Reddit content for non-commercial use. Okay, I mean, not the biggest headline for me, but it came in with a flame. So the flame usually means hot news for whatever reason. And here we go, breaking through 60. Guys, this one opened up at 56.50. And it's on its way to $60. Decent amount of volume as well, about 1.5 million shares on the day. A large portion of those shares, though, came in right at 12 o'clock, and now the volume picking up again over here, right at that 135, right when I got that headline. So it had been with a bit of a top there at $59, really couldn't break and stay above there. And this little, this latest headline, I should say, giving it the necessary boost it needs to break that 59.25. Good look for Reddit here as it trends up on news. Again, coming in right at 135. Good faith actors like researchers, organizations such as Internet Archive to continue to have access to Reddit content for non-commercial use. In case you're wondering what the hell this headline is talking about, we know that Reddit now wants to actually commercialize and monetize their data for the training of a lot of these large language models. That was one of the deals they made. I forget who it was with. Was it Nvidia? Who was it with? They made a deal with somebody.
Was it OpenAI? I don't know. It was with someone big.
Somebody, yeah. Anyway, so that's the point there. And so looks as if, non-commercial users still going to have access to that. I guess the market likes it. To the high side it goes, Adair.
Yeah, to the high side it goes indeed. Reddit, set it, go. I don't know. Shout out there to R, to the D, to the D, to the T over here Also, oh my gosh, Fabian just sent this really funny meme about the U.S. economy. And
that's gonna trigger you with
this. Big things being held up by Nvidia and Taylor Swift. Never mind, so my dad's in town. We were in Indigo yesterday, and we were looking at, there was this Taylor Swift book, and I kept being like, oh, as a Taylor Swift, and he's like, Adara, stop. He's like, shh, like he's like, you're embarrassing me.
You kept
like,
outing him?
Yeah, I was like, oh, well, you're a Taylor Swift fan. He's like, Adara, you're being so loud. I was like, no, I'm joking. He doesn't have the most recent album, but I was like, you do have enough of her albums that I can legally say this. But no, it was all fun. But yeah, Taylor Swift and Nvidia, we should give Jensen some respect there. Should be Taylor Swift and Jensen holding up that economy there. But the real question is, Taylor Swift cannot rock a leather jacket the way Jensen can.
No.
That's all I'm going to say
Nobody
on
can.
that.
And by the way, ever since Jensen started increasing in popularity, his notoriety is growing, a lot of these older videos of the 2000s are coming out with Jensen. And let me tell you, the dude is still wearing the leather jacket in those videos. When he chooses something, he knows what he likes and he sticks with it. Shout out to Jensen Huang, obviously a very capable individual, and we're only having a couple of chuckles at his expense because we admire the guy, not because...
Yeah, we love him.
Yeah, he's obviously a heavyweight. So right now, Ram, I'm long CPOP at this level. I'm looking for a break of that 185 level before I wet my beak, but we're not breaking down below 170. We're holding this general area over here of support. So I'll see if I can get a little bit more out of this trade. We're only like 3 pennies in the money. It's a joke. We need a little bit more. Yeah, I've got my beak wetter over here at 88s. Now we're printing 78s. Decent look here for CPOP. Let's see if it can get back into that volume weighted average price, Katina, man, because it broke below it. 192 is where I'm looking for, 192 is where VWAP is on my chart, Adara. But yeah, what are you looking at over there? Yeah,
I took a Tesla short here at VWAP, and I waited. I was very patient, the type of patience that you have more of, because I said, if we break below that 185.50, if we cannot hold it, I'll take the short. Got involved 46, already took out half of 38s. I initially wanted 26, realized that might be a bit ambitious. I arguably should have taken everything out there, but we can't get above 50s. So I really have no reason to leave. My technical area here, if we get above 60s, that's gonna be the real no-go, but I really don't want us to get above 50s either, because that would be a change in the tides, as Sharif says. So I do not want to see the tides change at all. I would like to see the tides stay the same, and I would like to see us break below that 9 EMA. I don't want to see us just knock on the door. I want to see us push that door open, and then I want to see Jerome Powell close the door. So I'm going to stop talking about doors now. I don't think Tesla really yet. Tesla looks like this is a bit dicey here. If we can get 41s, if I can take 5 pennies, I'll be pleased as punch. It's not even going to be a dime. It's going to be a nickel, and I'm okay with that. I should have just taken everything out there. It's all good. When I see stuff on the book like that, we get to 34s, we come right back up to mid-40s. That's dicey. That is something that says, Adara, take that as a sign. So I took it as a sign, and hopefully we're gonna use our 610s. Shout out, I guess, to accidentally referencing 2 M. Night Shyamalan movies. We're gonna get out of here. I should have gotten out sooner. It's all good there. Tesla getting kind of spready, which always to me is a sign as well that things could get dicey in the book. There we go. Out of that trade, all good there. Novo dropped below the 9 EMA or the VWAP area, which I was watching. We're below 60s. That could get interesting here as well. 5 minutes left here for the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And Reddit is on a tear, guys, about to go 6% in the clear right now, 59.84. Here comes that $60 area. Shout out to Scott H. I didn't have eyes on this, but you brought it to my attention. Look, here comes 60, 59.88 now, HOD on RDDT. It's above 6%. The volume is still not overwhelming on it, guys. It's still about 1.5 million shares. It did decent volume at the initial open. We got a print there for whatever reason midday at 12. That was about 150,000 shares. But as you can see here, we're starting to increase the volume from that midday lull that we had. 10 cents away now from that $60 print, 59.90 HOD on Reddit. It's a cool 6% in the clear. I've got a couple of minutes before I migrate on over to the green screen, but I'll definitely be keeping an eye on this one into the afternoon, because this one, a decent mover here. Now, the trade that I've got on at the minute that I have to make a decision about what I'm going to do with is this one. I don't want to leave it and then not manage it while I'm at the green screen, but I also really do like this level that I'm in at the moment. So we're going to decisions to be made here on CPOOP as it comes into that 50 exponential and seems to have trouble retaking the 50 exponential on the 5 on this last move up. Now we've got 1, 2 rejections off that 180 level. Not a level really, well. Okay, now that I look at this range over here, so it did range and it did do this problem before. Have trouble breaking through it, and then we saw what happened. So I will exercise patience. I will leave my stop. I will change my stop though to give it a bit of a wider look so that, you know, if it does break below 164, you know, what I do is I use limit stops, right? So I say get out 164, but if it really goes crazy, end it at 153. So I'll give myself 11 pennies worth of space. That's called your stop spread, right? So I'll increase that a little bit here in case the bottom really drops off and my stop doesn't get triggered, because that's what happens if the price blows through all the levels that you had your order in. So I'll keep my eye on this one. CPOP. Decent winner on the day, 51.3% in the clear. We have shorts on this one. We took it short successfully, but now I'm looking to go long. We'll see what this one does. Keep your eye, guys, on Donald John Trump into the afternoon. $36 got taken. I would submit to you $36 was a bit of a level there. It's still acting as a bit of support. Look at the wicks through 36 into that 2/3 of a dollar area. The same thing we did in the earlier time slot, 1020. We were getting wicks into that 36.5, 36 1/3. But this time, most crucially this time, we are putting in higher lows and higher highs, while last time we were putting in lower lows and lower highs. I think that may give this particular ascent a bit of an advantage over the last. We'll have to wait and see. Time will tell, Adara.
It will. We have a super chat. Thank you so much to Victor Mendoza, $10 super chat. New investor, motivated. If I'm used to losing my soul from hard things, might as well make some money. Great channel. Glad I found it. Glad you found it, Victor. Shout out to Sharif. Thank you so much for putting together the lessons. You're going to see him on that green screen moving around and orating and being right there. And just, I cannot believe. It's been like 2 minutes, guys. This is such a fun day. We had Kevin O'Leary. Shout out. You can go back to 11 a.m. to see that. That was an awesome interview there. Mr. Wonderful himself having some wonderful day. Today, I think, has been a wonderful day for learning for myself anyway. I feel like I've come out of this pretty motivated, pretty refreshed, and ready to keep going. I want to shout out Bears versus Bulls as well. Thank you so much for always being here for everything that you do. Right now, Nvidia is actually interesting here. We're rejecting that 125 area again. A little bit of a slow decline. I want to see what we do with the 90 MA, but also the level I've been talking about in Nvidia, 124.80s. Actually, Nvidia, oddly enough, every 80-cent level has been interesting, at least for my purposes for book scalping today. So 124.80s, that could certainly be an interesting look here. I want to take a look at Meta as well as we head into the end of the day, because a couple people mentioning this Meta. Meta right now got above VWAP nicely. Right now, though, I really want to see what we do here at 507.50. We already rejected it in a wick basis. Let's see what we can do. But you know what we're not going to reject is seeing the big screen of the big kahunas. We're going to have to see you guys tomorrow. Same bat time and same bat channel. And now, though, we have Sharif at the big old green screen. Guys, have a great night.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, the show where you choose what we talk about every day. We got the big kahunas. They're locked, they're loaded, they're ready to take the tickers that you voted for on the midday show. Make sure to catch that with Adair and I every day. As you can see here, the Q's stuck in a bit of a lull. During the midday, we had a big difference today between how the ES performed and how the NQ performed. The ES was flat while the NQ was up about 3/4 of a point. We'll have the big kahunas look at that in a second. But the number one stock selected by you guys, the one I so eloquently called C-Poop the entire time. Great day for this one. Took it long, took it short. I'm in it long right now, guys. What is the look here?
So in a general sense, C-Poop is kind of like it sounds. Look, I didn't remember this until Sean sat down. Because I felt like the stock was familiar, but I didn't place it because I didn't actually look up the name of it. Right. But then Sean's like, isn't that pop culture Chinese name? It is. That's Pop Culture Group, Chinese, whatever. It doesn't matter what they do. 3 million share float. I don't mean to be so flippant about it, but like, does it really matter what they do? What matters is
I don't think so.
How many times this thing has, okay, so it's done. There's a split and then flush. There's a squeeze and then flush. I guess that's a squeeze, not a split, and then flush. I think you see what I'm getting at here. Every single move up has been a general fade. Usually 1, 2, 3, 4 days before the real flush. This one was 2 days before the real flush. So this is only day one. There's always a chance. See, it's got a chance. That's a nice thing I'll say about it. It's under VWAP, holding about 165. I think that's if you're looking for a trade, I think if you can give it to 165, the volume's pretty weak for this name, especially in the afternoon, but it's at least catching a bid at a higher low off 165. Because it's a day one play, holding a higher low like this, kind of an opening range, higher low, I think is solid. There's nothing bad about it here at that 165. But if you want like a runner, we'll get to DJT later. But if you want a runner, I want it holding VWAP. I want it doing volume that's at least comparable to at some point in the morning, not the lowest volume of the day when it's trying to catch a bid. So I think there's still a chance because it is a day one play. And when you look back at it, the last few times it squoze, you got 2 or 3 days out of it. That does mean it has a chance to close at least some above those highs. But it's kind of falling asleep here for, what did I say, Pop Culture Group, Co. Limited. Why is it Pop Culture Group Co. Limited? Usually it's like,
limited.
Usually it gets just company or limited, but it's like Pop Culture Group Company Limited. That's too much. Shorten it next time, people.
I mean, I could sit here and go over it, but Neil just went over everything there. I haven't traded the name, so we'll pass on CPOP and talk about
poop.
I guess crypto. Yeah, we're $1 in the money right now on Apple as well. We're waiting for Nvidia to fall. Nvidia's coming back in a little bit here, as we weren't here when it went up to 125.40. So that was sort of a sticky note area. I tried to average in, and now we're short here on this, but we're short at 45s on Nvidia. So let's see if it can pull back just a little bit. Looking to take some out here at the 50 period. Where are we going? Over here. All right, Sharif's ready, and I see he's in the Azuri blue. So there we go. Thank you to that. Thank you very much, Sharif, for wearing that. And we will see what the next talk is. Crypto, Hut 8, and WonderFi.
That was a ridiculous last-minute goal yesterday for the Azuri, so shout out to them. Big tie there. All right, Sean, Nvidia is next. I know it said crypto, but Nvidia is that one that was actually next there. Big down day for Nvidia, as we all saw, over 6% to the downside, recovering in almost the same way today. Was up at 6% at the highs, down about now 5 2/3, guys. Nvidia, wow.
We just got missed. We were at 124.60 there.
Oh, ready to talk about crypto. And
wait a minute. I thought we were talking about crypto. Are we? What did he throw to? Crypto? Nvidia. Okay. All right. So look, we've traded this name today a lot, and we were long there, but ever since we've just been short. Now look, this is we talk about this. Here it comes in. We're taking some fills there. We just got a 60 fill. Oh, you can see. Look, we wrote down 125. Right here on the sticky note today. That would have only gone 50 cents against me maximum. You know, I mean, the thing is that just being impatient with it. This has worked for us yesterday. So I really just feel silly. I mean, look, we made money in here until eventually it took that top, which is fine. But I feel like these trades are a little irresponsible. 124 and change in here. Here against the day's high, I'm pretty okay with that. We did get stopped at once. We sort of talked about making this back. And right when we left you is when it started to go back up to the upside there. But at the end of the day, I think just waiting for the price is the right thing to do, and that's going into yesterday's open. Yesterday's close in and around. It was yesterday's open in here around 125 was an area that we were looking at. This is where we faded yesterday and got this huge move. See, against post-market highs. So today against post-market highs, we wind up breaking. Post-market highs actually 122. So we should have done better by getting out of that way. But right now we're short again, so all is well. Wow, we just went down into the 50s. All right, we're short Nvidia right now. We've just been having to hold this all the way. So hopefully we get a reverse smiley face here. Let's call the frowny face back into the 200, and then we'll start printing. But for right now, Nvidia is very, very strong, man. All the way back. I mean, back 6%. That's a great day. Like it just added on today, like 6% of 3 trillion. Like you're adding on companies every hour here. It's really crazy.
It's insane. I love that graphic that Fabian sent in. I don't have it because it was apparently only sent into the midday, guys. But the 2 pillars of the U.S. economy, one of them being Taylor Swift and then the other one being Nvidia. I thought that was poignant. I was all prepared to talk about crypto because that's what I saw on the board, and much like Ron Burgundy, that's how we roll around here. But we can pivot to Nvidia. I mean, obviously it's a stock.
You can still do crypto.
No, I literally right after this, I'm going to talk about crypto. I'm going to talk about Mara, crypto, and all that kind of stuff. But just very quickly, I can't really add anything to it. The only difference I had was I had 125 to 127 as a short zone. So when it didn't really, like the break of 25 didn't get anywhere near 27, it put in a lower high. It was only when it started failing at 125 that I shorted it. I have one long trade. If it was close to 117, I probably would have had another long trade, but it didn't even get anywhere close. I felt if it was gonna dip, and it dipped this morning, you'd get a test somewhere adjacent to the 117 level, which is the one I liked. Disney want to give it to you because it's Nvidia and it doesn't care. Crypto with a decent recovery, not huge. 60,000 ends up holding. You bounced off 58, you bounced off 60. We're still above 60,000. Mara was a big breakout past 19, and lo and behold, look at where Mara is right now. So Mara is right back. All roads lead to $19 on this stock. It is here or nothing. You can't time this any perfectly because it just bounced off 19. So yeah, if we lose, this isn't actually exactly 19 even when I've drawn the line, so apologies for that. Sometimes I'll draw a line and it's like it's not 1901. You guys know what I mean here. So if it holds 19 right now, it's about to retest it. I'll look for a long back into VWAP. But yeah, if it loses this, you could see at least a $0.50 to the downside for Mara. While up 2%, it is down, and I should show you, I mean, I should at least show the Bitcoin chart. I can talk about it recovering, but let's pop a 15-minute because that's the first one I saw. If you look at what's happening in BTC, there's your bottom holding 58, higher lows. It's attempting to put in another higher low. So if it does, I think Mara can bounce off 19. If it doesn't, I'll have a tight stop anyways.
Micron with a good look today from Rosenblatt, maintaining their buy rating, but really pumping up their price target to 225. This thing's trading at 139. So that provides a really good premium here. Good possible upside on Micron. Did you guys look at this one today?
Micron, no, I did not. I'm still looking at Nvidia.
I did not.
Right now, let's have a quick look on Micron. So again, Micron reporting tomorrow night. So we're going to find out more about this story as, of course, DRAM being used right now is, I think it's for high frequency. I don't know. Anyways, they have an interesting product. But, you know, you've seen a big pullback off of that 150. So again, over the last couple of days as some of the chip names have been hit, we talked about Nvidia being on the rebound today, but Micron not. So I just feel like you want to leave this one alone. I still like the story. I still like the long. I just don't know if you want to get involved right now, one day ahead of earnings. So for me, wait up on Micron and let's not like push anything here on this name. Hopefully we'll be able to get a dip buy into 130. Like I feel like anything into the 50 period on names and on stories that we like, I like Micron. I think it can work. So yeah, I am a seller of Micron now if I held it into the print. But again, like, you know, wait for lower lows, or I guess as we continue to go lower, wait for a dip buy opportunity into 125. So that's what I would do there for Micron. But again, clearly I don't know enough about this business, but there's ARM, there's Nvidia, you have AMD, there's so much pushing these stocks around that I think it's little interesting to make a play before earnings. But
well, they just turned around because I think they'd been negative EPS for a few quarters going into the last report, and then they turned around and went positive on the last one. So I feel like if they continue that, I'll say samesies to 125. The best part about a moving average like the 50 period on the daily is then you don't have to draw your own trend line. So you don't have to deal with me drawing like a loose and ugly trend line. You can just say, hey, good enough. There's your 50 period. It's hugging that. So great. I never hope a stock, I'm not hoping stock goes down. I don't own it, but I don't hope it goes down. But I just think it's a little more interesting as a trader if you get to trade off the 125 level than anything else. So like the ideal for me would be the stock comes down there. I don't see a day trade on it, is what it is. But if we were to take out 140 and a half or so, and suddenly the market is booming through the highs and 20,000 is being tested, and no longs that I'm in are working and I can't find something better, yeah, that could be a reasonable takeout of this 140 and a half, the opening range top on Micron. I feel like there'll be other fish to fry though, if that's the case.
Tesla brushing aside some negative headlines today. A couple of recalls, one to do with the windshield washer, the other to do with the trunk, both around 12,000 trucks affected there. Still up 1.75% on the day, still down from the highs. We looked at this one during the midday. What is your look on this one, guys?
For Tesla, I haven't traded it today. I like that 187. I mean, we had talked about this earlier. I mean, it's nice to be up 1.7%, but I really liked it into this area. We talked about it holding the 180, holding. I mean, it's held the 180 the last couple of days. It's really this 170 area. It's the 50-period moving average. So I think this has a chance to get back up to $200. You know, the stories are pretty good. We're through that pay package sort of fiasco now, so we can sort of move off of that, and we'll find out about, you know, leaving Delaware, I guess. Is that all official now? I don't even know. But now that we're not really working too much about that, 190 I feel like is in radar. So yeah, I think this name you can buy dips. I mean, but again, pretty hard off the open, right? I mean, that went from 185 all the way down to 182.50, and then just shot right back up. So I feel like with Tesla, even with Nvidia maybe, but more Tesla, this one seems to really get sort of confused about what it wants to do every morning, and then it can go in that way. So I admitted to forgot about this one on the sticky note, but it was a name that we should have taken because look at this move. Right into yesterday's close, right, is where Tesla bounced. Definite buy support at 182, which makes perfect sense with the chart the way it looks like. So I think Tesla has higher ways to go here.
Yeah, you know, Tesla, we'll get to SPCE in a second. Don't worry about it, everybody. We really like the stock. It's interesting. It's fun, but we'll go Tesla first. While being up on Tesla, I did slap the fail on this for the lesson of the day. And the reason for that, I think it's an important one. Because when you're analyzing key levels and ideas and all that good stuff, like you come up with one, and then you have to, from that point, you're then prioritizing, like, what do you like more than the other? What are the stocks that I'm going to have up at 9:30 when the market opens? And you know, I had made the decision that Tesla wasn't going to be one of them. That was a colossal mistake because 182 held almost exactly. Like again, my line isn't drawn precisely at 182, but the bottom is exactly 182. When I drew this line, it's like 97 or something. But yeah. It was exactly where I wanted it to bounce. I did get longs later off of VWAP. The interesting thing about Tesla is every single time, with the exception, I've been long once, twice, 3, 4, 5 times I've been long Tesla today, and every single one but one stopped out eventually before hitting target. It's been doing that. Like they've been running stops, at least obvious stop levels on the way to the upside. And I was just in this, so I can tell you that it did get me off the 185, and now it's above VWAP. I'd be looking long over 185. I'm not really changing that. We talked about this resistance from yesterday, and you know, in the afternoon yesterday. And as long as it's holding strength above there, I do like it for Tesla. But you know, slap the fail on it because we should have been 182 long. It's just been so good for so long, the 80 and the 82 levels. The longer they hold, the more inclined you are to think eventually you don't get to trade them anymore, and you're breaking out the top, and you're going to that 200 Sean's talking about. That's how it works. I mean, there's no chance these levels keep holding and the buyers show up in the low 180s over and over and over again without Tesla getting to 200. It's just not going to happen.
Supermicro computer, last on the list here, took a bit of a bath with Nvidia and that big flush we had on the chips yesterday. Trying to recover right now, up 2%, but not nearly the same type of recovery that we saw on Nvidia, up 6%, almost 5% right now, guys. Supermicro computer, up 2%.
There's a character, anyone remember the movie? It was 2012. John Cusack.
I don't know that one.
There's a Russian oligarch guy, like whatever, like you know, super rich dude,
yeah.
And he's always in his Russian accent. I have a really bad Russian accent, but I'll try it. Like he's every single phrase or line he has in the movie, he always seems to say that is not good, and I'm thinking with SMCI that is not good. No, this is bad for SMCI. When you like ARM is up. ARM is my worst stock of the day. I'll slap a fail on that one. ARM is skyrocket to the upside. What do I have these trend lines still drawn? 6% to the upside. We've already shown you Nvidia, not split adjusted, so I'll zoom in for you guys, up 5.5%, right? So SMCI today, to be up 2%, that's great. 2% is not bad. It's not a horrible number. But the way that it fell, the way that it rejected 1,000, to really just be hugging the bottom of yesterday's range when everything else wants to go, that's not a good sign. I think it's relatively weak. That quarter level that got taken out, it only went to 820, which means if this local bottom goes, there's a lot of room. 820 is a long way to 750, which is where the support is on the stock, maybe 760. It's like a $10 range in there. But I feel like that could be coming in. If it can't do better than this, it's also the 50-period moving average that it's hugging on the daily. You'd like to see, when you get that relief rally kind of day, you want to put a bigger dent into the move than what you're seeing here on SMCI. So yeah, it's got some upward trend with it. I think if you were, like the optimist would say this and this, that you've got an upper channel. However, look at the pattern here. Tag the top of the channel, tag the bottom of the channel. Tag the top of the channel. Eventually, before breaking, tag the bottom. Hold the bottom, get the top. So when a pattern like this happens and you have weakness, I think if it breaks 820, you see the bottom of that channel, that's 775. So, I'm actually going to leave these on here. So if you hit save, if you trade at real trading and you put nice fancy lines in that you want to keep on your chart, all you got to do is hit your save layout, and then the next time I pull up SMCI on the daily, you will see this awesome channel that I just drew. I'm just happy because usually when I draw trend lines, it's pretty dirty, but this one's actually pretty good. Like I got the bottom and the top pretty well. So.
Yes, you want to keep it there.
Yeah. Well.
All right, so I'll do one the same here. I'll look at Dell. I mean, I think SMCI and Dell, they both got sort of that bump up there when Elon was talking about, using their products into the racks and the servers and all this kind of stuff. But again, like to me, I think this is a buy right here, right now. I mean, this is, again, actually, just a shout out to Kevin O'Leary one more time because he was just here. We had talked to him about, and he had mentioned layers and layering on top and trying to figure out like, okay, where are we going to be using this AI? Well, I mean, these aren't products. I mean, we're talking about what's used to house some of these chips. So it's kind of like a picks and shovels type of thing here with Dell. So Dell back into the 50-period moving average. I really do like this stock. But what I'm really liking right now is the revenge of this Nvidia short, because right now it's coming back in pretty nicely. We're back into the 200. We just got some fills down here in the 30s, which was real nice. 42s actually we just got. So so far so good there. We're $1 in the money on Apple right now as well, as that's 1% in right now. So buying, look at all these bottoms here today. So far, so good on that. So yeah, I mean, things just working out here in the afternoon for the short. We'll see if we can hold on to Nvidia and breaking back into VWAP. Yeah. Oh, CCL
Rivian's
earnings.
still higher. Rivian's still up.
I'm in $1 in the money on Rivian.
Yeah, and CCL's still up. So Rivian, what was the news on Rivian again?
Rivian was upgrade Guggenheim.
Oh, right. It was just, it was only an upgrade. It was just a Guggenheim upgrade for Rivian. CCL reported. They had real news.
Yeah.
Well, whatever. I shouldn't say real news. You can make a judgment how much you like a catalyst, but it doesn't matter. Rivian's still strong, holding that $10 level. CCL, there was a couple of trades in the middle here. Like off the open, it was that 17 trade, 17 stopped out, back in, ran to 17 and a half, ended up trailing out, played it off VWAP, that lost. Of course, I always, when I look at trends, one of the most important things that I've found, and this is something that it was Obi that I discussed it with, but there was a trader way back in the day who used to draw a bunch of trend lines that was in my trading group. I actually don't remember his name. I want to say it was like a Corey, but then there's another Corey it could have been. But one of the things he used to say was, wait for the opening range sometimes to look for the trend. Like, don't just put it, okay, this is the bottom when they had the earnings, draw a trend line from there. When the stock opened up, it wicked down, stopped me out, then reestablished the low. Suddenly, if you go from like the next time it dipped, like hold, 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 and if you draw it as a, hopefully that's your phone's okay there, Sharif. So if you draw it kind of like holding that line, you get one dip. Like I lost on VWAP, but when I see it dip that same price again, it can be an opportunity to get it that third time. And the third time it bounces off of this, look how clean it is. It's like 7 or 8 bars in a row on a three. So the only reason I'm drawing it now is to sort of explain why I'm long at this random price. So when it dipped back into the top of this trend line, I didn't hit save. That's why you don't see it. When it dipped back into the top of the trend line, I just went into the long, first consolidation, second consolidation, scalping to the top. It also happens to be holding the previous high as well. So CCL, the earnings were all good. Mm-hmm. And then the conference call came on at 10 o'clock. And if you see, like that was the dip right in here at 10 o'clock. It then started holding the trend after the call started. So everything good for CCL. If you're watching anything in the group, Well, this is the one with the catalyst. I know NCLH is more popular and RCL sometimes because they perform better. But today, CCL up 8.5%. Looking for 18s again. That's been the absolute high of the day.
Wow, yeah, we have 1680s or something long on that one. We'll talk about that in a minute. Neil said something that was very important, and he talked about Rivian, and he's like, well, depending on where you ranked the catalyst, right? It was the #1 trade idea here on the sticky note. So this is kind of like how I like to look at ideas. So I try to write the first one down as one of the big ones that we liked. So, I mean, we talked about buying dips into $11. So, I mean, this is Nvidia, first of all, that's singing right now. But this is Rivian. I mean, we're still in this trade. So this is getting close to that. I don't know if we'll get $1. I mean, we have 20 more cents. We're 80% of the way there. Right now, we only have 10% left. But again, if you're looking for plays, this is a pretty clear one right there for Rivian, down to 11. And again, good trade, obviously a big name, and happy to be in that one still. There's Apple. Apple is now a true dollar in the money. And then the other name here that, well, we're half $1 in the money on Palantir. Again, like look at this top that we have for PL. We have the bottom. This is probably an NFT worthy here. The bottom and the top today for Palantir. So I don't know exactly how that worked out, but we still have that 10% as well. We actually got out of this one just when we were getting ready for Kevin, and we were able to get out of some of that. And then the other trades here that we wrote down on the sticky note was Disney. Disney's going to be a good name. I mean, we're up just as much on Disney as we are on Rivian, but we've just been buying the dips into 101.50 is what we wrote down, 101.50, 102. So we gave kind of an area range there for Disney, and that's been working out. So, yeah, we'll have one red name today, Nvidia. And we've talked about that. We were red on it early, and we're red on it late, waiting for a pullback here. And again, like we have a good winner on board right now. It's just, seeing if it wants to drip in. I mean, we saw a huge collapse into yesterday's close, but today is a completely different beast. The NASDAQ today is up 1%. So, I mean, it doesn't really have the flow down like I thought it would.
Flow.
Yeah, I mean, the cash flow is flowing into tech names today as this name continues to be quite high up. There's the NASDAQ there, 19,960. Wow, I wasn't here for this, but that's a huge drop down. All right, maybe we could do that again. And we'll be fine for that because we have Nvidia short.
Yeah, like it's wild when you look at that NASDAQ, you can count them up. But when we hold here, it's all green till you get to like 19.95, and then you pull back to the same level, and then it's all green. So if you follow the same pattern, if we lose that, and this is a 15-minute chart, not a 3-minute chart, like that's an hour, and each time that's like an hour and a half that you're doing it. So respect to the NASDAQ at these levels. DJT is still trying to go. So I know Sharif was talking about this one from the 35 break. Like you can kind of see exactly what happened here. It pulls right back into afternoon support, go double bottom, and then break out the top. It's not. Sometimes like the levels will speak for themselves. You just got to make a decision what you want to do with that price level. Because I could see the other side of the argument that you'd want to short 35. There's nothing actually incredibly wrong about that because it's a key price level. But in an upward trend, which is what this is the last couple of days, it holds that level, breaks this one out after the dump, so you let it make the bottom, breaks that level, then holds 36, so 35, 36, 237. It ends up being, I didn't come in today thinking DJT maybe, definitely not MLGO, but the two best stocks for me are MLGO and DJT. I didn't think the latter would be. We knew we were going to look for longs on DJT. It just took a while for it to actually catch a bid. Slowing down in volume, I think until it makes another run at the high and holds above 37, the next play would be holding some kind of a dip buy. The other thing we haven't mentioned is Amazon. Although this morning we said, I think for Amazon specifically, it failed an all-time high break, so I think it's a short till it's not, so looking for shorts only. Like everything else, it rallied up. We had 2 shorts on, we're in the third one now. Did not work at 188. Then shorted it under VWAP in here, was starting to go, then stopped out. Now we got it off the 188 level again, as it once, twice, thrice has tested $188. And just to show you, this is what I mean by it making the local breakout yesterday, and it was like 188.5, just right to 191 and turning around. Almost perfectly getting to that all-time high and then making the turn. So sometimes, if you had targets on that long yesterday, it goes exactly to where you'd think it would go with the pullback. unless it makes a break of this 189 level, I got to be thinking it's still a short when we find these pops in Amazon. So I know it's above VWAP, I know it's up 1%, but it's because of what happened yesterday.
So watch out here as the market is starting to kick back a little bit here. We'll take this opportunity to take 20 cents on Disney again, and we still have shares, but we're getting into that 20-25% range, as it doesn't seem like we want to get too much more above 102.20. So if that comes into play, then we'll figure that out. Apparently, someone in the chat there, and you're right, there it is, Darwin says the spot ETF is going smoothly here for Ethereum. So you get a little bit of a bump up there. I mean, crypto 61.7 and 34. So the ETHE, bless you, with a little bit of a move up right there. But here goes the market, and here goes Nvidia. We just shorted last time we were up here. Maybe we're getting a little bit too cute with it by waiting for 125. We'll take a little piece. I'm getting out on the way down, but I really want to see about this high break. Like, I want to be short until 126 basically here today. But the NASDAQ might just, like, we take out that top, I could be convinced about just, again, hanging up the, the towel here on Nvidia shorts. Still got Palantir, still got Rivian, and still got Apple, as Apple continues to work high side right now.
Not that I think I'm going to trade
Micron, yeah?
Not that I'm going to trade ETH necessarily. We have these at Real Trading, but I just noticed something. That's what I love about the platform. The first time we got Bitcoin and I was trading it, you had to manually adjust to the actual lots, right? Like the lots would be like 0.00000 whatever will be the minimum lot. Now you can automatically adjust with your keyboard. So if I need to trade Doge and its lots is like 0.0, just ridiculous fraction, it actually defaults. So if I go control 1, it's going to default to the min lot. I go 10, it's going to be 10 lots. Before you were having to type it in, so that's really good. It was the biggest volume spike of the afternoon, I should say, not the day, because it was a bigger spike earlier, right at the open on ETH. We'll see if it has any continuation. For a lot of people, you might be trading it on the OTC markets. Not a lot of follow through, as I can tell right now. I see some people are talking about GameStop going.
Really?
It's above VWAP. Well, guess where GameStop held today? Oh my God, it's
23?
Yeah, I mean, I knew you knew the answer to the question. But, adjacent to 23. Effectively, you get a wick bottom at yesterday's low, 22.80, and then a consolidation right in around that 23 level. At this point, what's your trade? When GameStop fails under 26, 26 is the big level. The bottom before was like 23.5. Now it's pretty much just underneath the 23 to call it like 22.5. And then you get these bounces every single time. Above VWAP, I'm usually looking trend long. Trend long, GameStop, there's higher low, higher low. Let's see if you can do what DJT does. Before it gets to green, I'd like to buy the next available dip. I like this pattern in the afternoons, specifically on GameStop and low float runners. If it's making higher lows and it hasn't reached the high of the day, I want to buy the dips till it does.
All right, Nvidia is going like meme craziness again right now. It's just starting to go up here. I mean, the futures are also going, but they're wiping out all of the levels. So the programs are on now. And again, this is why we're waiting. We're waiting for that one. I mean, I'm offering right now 125.70. Like, I think they could turn them on and get going right back up to the highs, right into here. Actually, 70 is too high. What is that high? Was it 65s? 60s. Okay, I think we should be at 60s. Like, we should be in and around here. So yeah, that's 59. So we'll have to get a little more conservative and get a little bit closer to that. But I was just waiting for 126 to get going again, back up to the upside for Nvidia. I wonder if that's going to be a little too high, but it's those levels right into there, and see if we can hold from 2 days ago, the close. And then yesterday we had the huge move down to 117 and then a wipe back up into 125 again. So yeah, man, crypto moving here, and Nvidia going back up to the upside too. No surprise there. Positive talk about crypto, positive talk here now in the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ taking out right now day's high. So you're right back upside. I almost think, like, if you like the short, I mean, buying that Nvidia dip was genius, but if you like the short in Nvidia, the market, I think we should, this is NASDAQ, it's almost safer to do the market right now than against something that doesn't seem to want to stop in Nvidia. But all right, so we'll have to hold out there. We did not average back into this. We're trying to be as patient as possible because, again, trying to put some more shares on, but I need to be closer to a spot where if I punch out, then it's not like a complete disaster, as we've said many times before. That can happen. We're short right now at 124.77. Like, we're out of the money 22 cents here. It's not the end of the world, but you know, for Nvidia, I just don't like when the machines turn on because it really starts going. I think the others, you're right, man. I mean, the last dip that happened on Nvidia was 22%, NVDA. And we talked about that when that happened, right? It was back at 700, but this is it, split adjusted here. So $95 down to 75. So, I mean, that even looks better when we're talking about these kind of dollars. Easier for us to maybe conceptualize. That's kind of a normal move for a normal stock, but everyone kind of panicked on there when that was Nvidia. And again, $20 on 95. So you went down about 22%, which puts it in bear territory, and then it just got blasted up. So then you go now from 140 down to 118, so you lose $22 on 140, and you're down about 17, 18%. So now with this move back today, it puts it only down about 11 or 12% from its highs. So I still think Nvidia, although I like buying the dip, this would be the #1 name to buy on dips, in my opinion. I just think that the dip could be more in and around the 200 period, or sorry, the 50 period, which is 102, which would be a problem. If that happens, I'll probably be buying ahead of that anyways, because I just think that that could be the bottom.
But what chart's better than this? I mean...
Oh, well, if you're an investor in Nikola, then you beat all of us.
I mean, like, what are we even talking about here sometimes? Like, here you have a stock which was, I mean, a day ago you're trading at 30-something cents. Today we're trading at $9.60.
Wow, man,
you know,
it's like 3,000% or something.
Like, come on, man, what are we even talking about? You want to talk about quality companies, Nvidia? Get out of here. Chipotle, take a seat. Micron, we can do all of them. Google, Amazon, Apple. The only reason I'm bringing this chart up is because I want to remind everybody what usually happens in a situation like this. I know Nikola did the reverse split. Technically, it's actually down right now. Typically speaking, you do a reverse split, you tank. So today is a failure of, like, it tried to break $10, right? So effectively, like, $10.50 was, I think, the effective split price. It ran maybe 40 cents higher than that, and then flushed. So that's what's happening here. So it runs right at the open, then immediately fails to be down on the day. If this doesn't see above $10 tomorrow, I want to pay for locates and then just go for that. It's a short till it's not. If it's not breaking that high after the split, then it's a short trend-wise every single day. The only concern would be when it was a penny stock, locates were super cheap because the float was obviously different. I don't know what the price is going to be when we sit down tomorrow to get locates on Nikola. I just know that I'm going to want to. I have a tight stop on Nvidia. Like, I only got in here when it failed the lower high. So if it breaks that 20 level, I want to jump out. I'm trying to get more shares of Amazon, but it's not. I was sitting right up tight to 188. And then it didn't get there. I tried to grab it on the way down, was unable to get any, wasn't fast enough. But let's go to Adara at the desk.
Seeing a couple stories roll here through. Keep an eye on XOM and KKR here. First up, ExxonMobil coming through here. Its global lithium director, Patrick Howarth, making some comments here, saying that they're looking at lithium expansion projects across the globe, and they have no plans to develop their own direct lithium extraction technology. Still pretty raged about here, but just wanted to bring up that story. Also, with KKR, recent S&P 500 edition here, this one acquiring 5,200 apartment units across the U.S. for $2.1 billion, as reported by the Wall Street Journal. So basically, KKR acquiring 5,200 apartment buildings across the U.S. for $2.1 billion. That would be its largest foray into apartments, reported by Wall Street Journal here. Not a lot of reaction on the chart, but KKR and XOM, some stories here, guys.
All right, KKR, the recent addition into the S&P 500. That was fun to trade that. We crushed that KKR on Friday. And again, thank you for all the kind words about that trading that we did on Apple and KKR on Friday. That was fun to do, especially in front of everybody. We got to show sort of the validity of some of those rebalances and some of those numbers that we had and whatnot. So, eyelash again. Oh God, Brendan's too close. All right, so here we go.
You're too close, man.
Get back, man. All right, so just quickly here. Nvidia, we're back to flat. So again, you don't like the short, this is a good opportunity right now to think about getting out. I mean, we have obviously a decent position on right here. We wrote down 125. I like the 125. It's on here. Rivian's $1 in the money, Apple's $1 in the money, and Nvidia's right at the level that we like. So we're gonna try and see if there is a downside push here. I would love to get 50s. I mean, with the shares that I have, that would be fantastic. And then even into the lower end, 124. I mean, so let me just tell you where I'm bidding. I'm bidding something in the 60s, then in the 50s, then in the 30s, then in the teens. So I don't know, hoping that it drips. But we've already been down here. We kept on resisting it. So I hate to take like 15 cents on, it'll be on 5% of it. Wow. You know, the bigger position, like about 15% will come out here at 50. So if we can get down to the 200 period, we'll take more out on the 1 minute chart. So hopefully, I mean, fingers crossed, it's a flat trade right now. I'm just trying to show you and explain like my thought process here so that hopefully if it works, we can repeat it over and over again. So that's what we're doing, and that's the whole point of me putting out something like this sticky note. I'm gonna get out here on Rivian. You know where I mean, I don't even have a stop now for Rivian. This is a smaller piece, but we have the bottom of the day. Look at it ride this 50 period moving average. That's at 87, 88. So let's zoom in right now. If we get out right there, it'll be a decent win, right? So let's take that. Let's take 88s. We'll push it down a little bit. Let's take a break of 85. All right, break of 85. So we'll put this in right now. 11, 84. We'll stop out of 100%. We push enter. Now it's hands off so we can go focus on what just got printed down there, Nvidia, into the mid 60s. Hopefully this will come back. My whole day is basically relying on this. Not my whole day, but I don't have a bigger position on right now than in the one that is up 6%. So let's see if Nvidia does have a little bit of a reversion to the mean. And if that happens, man, that's 123 because that's what VWAP is, you know? Standard deviation. So let's wait to see where we can get going, man. I think it's well extended from VWAP. We should be able to pull back. So bids out there for Nvidia. Let's see what happens.
So I want to answer a question in the chat. It was actually about CCL, which just bounced off that, or is at that trend line that I eloquently drew. You can't eloquently draw it, but I accurately drew it anyways. So I just got a bounce here off of 70 level. When it's trending up, you'll note that when you buy the dip on a trend like this, like in theory, if you're doing it right, your price gets higher as it goes in this particular case. But I wanted to thank a viewer. It was Mark in the chat. Obviously, if you watch by now, you know I tore my Achilles. And they sent like a device, which apparently is pretty cool, which might help out. I have heard some things about this iWalk, like handless crutches. And I was advised that it is tricky to use. And for some people, it can cause like other issues. So, but I thank you so much for at least thinking about me and suggesting it. I'm definitely looking into it, and I've asked my doctor about it as well. So I appreciate that. The question about CCL was, do you think it can continue the move? I think you mean in a higher time frame because it was also about will it get any analyst upgrades? I'm inclined to think after the beat that you're going to see, maybe not tomorrow, sometimes it takes a little bit, but I think you're going to see some analyst upgrades on the stock. The next step, and the reason why I'm saying I'm going to be taking profit into 18 is this little lower high triple top at $18. Like you've gotten what you wanted out of CCL. Like it broke, it had already held the 50 and 200 period. It broke out that 17 on the daily, well, right into 18 bucks. So trend into resistance, get out. If it breaks 18, I think that's its own move, maybe tomorrow or later on. And then you have a triple top right in here at almost $20. So there's plenty of room for continuation. This has been for all the, sometimes you get a lot of negativity in this space. Like this has been good from right here, October of 2022. You can't talk about trend lines without noticing, like in theory, like it has broken the initial double bottom. If you slap it in here, it's pretty well held this trend off the low into a flat top break at 20. So I would tend to think when I see something like that, 17 is a good break, 18 will be interesting, but what happens if this thing can climb above 20 bucks? Then it gets very, very spicy if it starts holding above 20. So I do believe it can just be the beginning for CCL, but you take it one day at a time as a day trader because that's the business. And oh, I forgot to hit save. That was a decent looking trend line. I can draw it again. But anyways, I just reloaded off this current trend to the upside. CCL, it's been good, it's been strong. I haven't looked at any other ones. Amazon did not get the reload, unfortunately. And I was asked, am I going to short AMD? It's at a key level. At 160, is my answer to that. AMD has put in some pretty good recoveries today, including the one in the middle of the day. I think I want top if we're going to go at this one. Nvidia is at the top. AMD, you're 80 pennies. Check that. You're $1 off of off the highs. I don't know that I like the entry on AMD just yet. Maybe if it fails at that same price, 159.77, I could be convinced, but I'm going to stay away from that, at least for now.
Okay. All right. What else do we want to look at? I got to go get some more water. So you guys are right about that. We'll wait for that. Oh, there's Apple Fritter is in the chat.
That was who asked the question.
Yeah. So shout out.
Great
to
name,
Apple
by the
Fritter.
way.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I found that on the recap show. I was like, well, what a great name. We already anointed him the best name. Okay. I'm already short Nvidia, but I think AMD is near something as well. I just shorted some more. I just shorted some more here at 28 because at O's because we just got out at 60 some anyways at 66 there, as we mentioned it to you that was an area that we were looking to get out on. So we did do that, and then we just reloaded a little bit there on Nvidia now in and around that 120. Well, right now at 125. So that's where it is. Our average price is now 81. I don't know, hoping for a move down. Let's look at a little bit of a bigger look here at the NASDAQ to see, is there even a move down that's going to happen? I mean, all right, so just a quick little zoom in here. Yeah. So it still looks to me like 20,000. Like being stuck in the middle here is great and everything, but I'd rather be somewhere near VWAP or something to make a call that if we lose it, then we can get down, but I don't know. Like this 200 period is 19,948. That's pretty close to where we are right now. So maybe we're just riding that and we might not have too much action for the rest of the day. But what is that level? 19,997? Okay, hold on a second. Where are we at right now exactly? 19,995. Okay, so yeah, I mean, all right, maybe. So no surprise there. We just zoomed in and found 19.97. So that's this high rate here. I mean, if we break that, then yeah, we probably are going to 20, which means these shorts are going to be in trouble for a minute. So, we're still fine. We'll still hold on to what we have now, but definitely waiting for that 125.50 or so area to get more short for Nvidia and then use 126 as our route, because 126 basically means that we've broken on here and we're should be close to 20,000 at that point. And I think that's a short. So I'll be fine sort of getting into this position here. It's 244, lots of time left, obviously, in the day here. So let's not get too carried away with where we are and just continue to be fine with what we have and wait for it. Apple, still $1 and change in the money, even more than that, $1.15. So although we don't have a huge piece left of this has been a good trade. It's kind of tried to take out the 50 period right there. Let's put an offer for Apple in and around this high. What is this right here? 210.50. That's right where we're at right now. I'm okay to take this out. We're long right now at 209.33. Let's just take it out, ring the register here. If we get a 47, then we should be able to get out, and there it is. It rings that out right there. That's a hot dog cannon right there for Apple. Nothing wrong with this trade. It is P&L number one here today, Apple for me. So good one there. We'll take it. Big trade. We just took $1.30, and that's the end of it. So now we'll just wait and see if the market does have a problem up here near 20,000. Feel like we're short too early. That's all. So let's wait. We'll take out Apple just in case we're right.
It's pretty sleepy up here.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I might just drift higher for now.
I don't mean on the desk. I just mean on the, I didn't realize it was on the side shot. I didn't mean to put my hand into everybody.
No, I meant on the market. What were you talking about?
No, it's sleepy up top in the market. Yeah, I don't mean on the desk at all. It's just you're trying to pull back. It's not happening. That's why I went over to GameStop, not just because everyone's like, GameStop's going again. But when you have an afternoon where there's not a lot of movement, I went over to DJT. I'll get there in a second. I went over to MLGO. Why do I already forget what that company's called? I do forget, it's legitimate. But I just jumped in 23.5. We're looking for the first pullback. It dipped right into a previous area of significance, 23.40, made a higher low. We're long at 50s, 52 actually. We got some 51s and 53s, and then I'll get out if it breaks 23.40. So we'll leave it at that. If it goes to the top of the range, we'll scalp half out, then hold for this 23.90 top on GameStop. If it goes green, I think that's enough for GME. DJT is at VWAP as we speak. So it's trying to make a bounce as well. We said unless it was holding above 37, this would be the spot for it here, bouncing off VWAP, looking for a consolidation. GameStop came first. At least when I saw it, I wasn't watching DJT when it made that move. I was kind of throwing GameStop up there to try and catch that pullback, anticipating DJT was going to hold up, and then it dipped into VWAP, and it's been down here a while. So I don't want to chase the move. I got to get something tighter to 35.50 if that's going to be the case. We did ring the register on CCL, so just going back over. As long as it holds that trend, the thing about a trend line here is I have to keep tabs on it. I do have a level 2 dedicated to it because if it breaks trend, I just want to jump out. So that's a moving target. You could code something with the API if you're inclined to here at Real Trading. I'm just gonna punch out if I see it break this trend line, and if I see it bounce off it, like in here, the second it catches the bid, I just kind of punch long on the offer and add to the position. So it keeps on sliding up, so we're gonna keep going with it. But we might have missed that shot in DJT. Now you're seeing it start to go off. I'm not chasing it. It's GameStop that we just jumped into on this little consolidation dip. If there's any other names you guys want us to look at, let us know. Chipotle, Sebastian says.
Oh yeah.
Tomorrow. You know what? It's not a guarantee that Chipotle gets traded tomorrow, but it's a guarantee that it's not happening today. It's a great stock, 3,200. I mean, all it does is win. All they do is win, no matter what. Like, look at the trend on this. Even with the pullback, riding the 50-period moving average, nothing wrong about it from a technical standpoint. It's just 3,200. For a day trade, that makes it real tricky, I suppose. If you're playing with options, like, there's probably better ways to do it. But it's better for everybody after the split, even for options traders, because it's just a little bit cheaper for everyone. So, like, I'll be excited to actually get a chance to at least look for some trading opportunities. I'm not going to force the action on it tomorrow, but you can see this 50-period where it's been holding, right? Like that equivalent price, like it's 31.50 or so. So you want to make sure when you split adjust, if it holds that trend, all for it. Tomorrow is when it will
Here come the
trade
shorts.
with
Let's go.
adjusted.
Let's go. All right, I mean, let's go. A face slapper right now as Nvidia comes pulling back a little bit. We get some 60s out right there for Nvidia. Like I said, this is violent. Like, look at the move down here in the market. And then, you want to talk about, first of all, we don't really talk about Bruno, but the thing about this is I'm along Disney. I should be talking about Bruno. Look at this trade. You want to props this up on Apple at some point because, like, we just got out right there at 210.50. It's at 209.80 right now. Well, it was just right down there. So, again, sometimes you got to, like, just sort of bite your tongue. I mean, we were just saying that it was sleepy up here, you know. I like the short. We took it, and then that just happened. So you can hold on to it and be like, I don't know, I'm not going to manage my positions. But we didn't. We took it out right there. So again, just something to note of that move. And then look what just happened here again. Take advantage, man. We have actually a couple fills down here. 2 fills. Just look at this. Right back into the 60s again. So these shorts on Nvidia are serious shares. We're trying to make some money here. And yeah, these shorts in the afternoon. Let's just hope they wind up paying. This doesn't... like, I like it when we're building or planting purple flowers and all the way to the downside. I don't like just picking weeds like this. It's like, boo, boo, boo. Like, no, it needs to continue and put some roots into this, get lower, because just this continuous retest of the 200 here is not something that I'm very impressed with right now. So we're going to have to wait to see if something can happen. But for right now, I'm getting a little nervous about this kind of a play. So we're getting out. I'm still here. Maybe the futures do drop out. I mean, we just did that work on looking at the futures and talking about that 19.7, so did pay dirt a little bit. There's Fed's insert name here speaking, so I don't know. I mean, could be something. All right, let's just see what happens here with that video. We're waiting for that one. Remember where our Rivian out is, dropping through 85? I mean, that's going to be a huge winner today for me with Rivian, obviously, and then so was Apple. So, yeah, big trades there. And then CCL. We had this one early as well. We actually have the bottom right there of the earnings report, basically 1680, and then our outs were 1750. So again, a pretty positive name for us there, CCL, into today. But yeah, man, right now, let's go. We need Nvidia to get to the downside, and I'm not sure that's going to happen. So we may tap out of this and then regroup, but let's wait to see.
I want everything
Nvidia.
to get to the downside. Well,
yeah, that would be nice.
Because I don't think GameStop cares a lot, usually, about what the overall market is doing. CCL might, to be sure. I was just messaging Obi, and he just told me something I was confused about. He giving me advice about the MRI, and I forget that he actually, he studied medicine. He's like, you might want to rest up before the MRI. I'm like, why? Don't you just lay down for a while? Why would I need to rest?
Dude, I had my MRI. I went right from work.
You literally lay down.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it takes, but the only thing they say is I'm not claustrophobic or anything, so it's like, who cares?
Like an athlete has an MRI immediately after a game.
Well, in Canada, you got to wait. They don't have enough
I don't think you
machines.
need to actually rest.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Well, when is it supposed to be?
Oh, it's not. It's three. I must see afternoon show at a minimum.
Oh, afternoon show? Okay.
Yeah, just because it is what it is. Like, you get it when you get it. They don't. If I was elsewhere, I guarantee you, I would have gotten an MRI. No, I would have gotten an MRI right away if I was in other places that are not Canada. But Canada is Canada, so you got to deal with it.
And we talked about with Kevin O'Leary and a huge, amazing healthcare system.
We
Canada.
do.
So yeah, you're lucky.
But it's not perfect. There's nothing perfect about it. And then the follow-up, I got to wait as well because, essentially you wait a couple of days for the results, which I promise you, if you're like a professional athlete, that is not the case whatsoever. As far as the meme stocks go, GameStop, which we're in, that's a mouthful at times, just did the old wick shimmy. And the other one that I wanted to grab was going to be DJT. So if this one can't hold, we might have to go over to DJT. This is my first trade in GME today. If you had that 23 bottom, great. The equivalent trade to what we were doing on DJT was literally 23 in here. But I'm taking the higher low. It's trying to hold that consolidation, but it's not going. Maybe it does want to drop with the market. I just said usually they don't care. Maybe they do care. And I got to respect that. So Amazon, I'm trying to get this 87. I don't love the fact that you've double tapped 87 and it was the opening range high, and all of a sudden it's got support, higher lows at this 187. So I'm trying to tap out in front of 187 on the Amazon short. And if DJT wants to continue, look, we went from DJT trading a couple times this afternoon to GME because at the time it was doing the better volume and going, but it looks like DJT is still kind of the champ, holding on to VWAP, continuing to trend to the upside. And someone just asked what happened. If you're only tuning in for the first time, I tore my Achilles last week. So dealing with that, but it is what it is. You just got to move on, do the next thing, which is find out if I need surgery or not. I just like knowing things. I hate not knowing. Just let me know what's going to happen.
I was going to say it's...
And then if I get the surgery, then I know. There's this rehab or that rehab. Just put it out in front of me. It's just more annoying that I have to wait for it.
Yeah, you'll get the answer. I was going to say I don't have an ACL, MCL. I have metal in my knee. I don't have a knee. I don't have anything PCL, ACL, MCL. I don't have any of that. So welcome to the club. I don't have any CCL either, although we made money on CCL today. So that was a good
You got a better story, though.
Well, mine was from high school, playing.
Well, you were playing a real sport. I wasn't. I was literally playing a recreation.
But that's okay. But I've had this. You'll have this problem, and it's not even going to be a major one, man. Trust me, you'll be completely fine. My knee is I still can't even sit here for more than a half hour, so that's a problem. All right. So Nvidia coming through. Palantir, Nvidia, those are all that we have left. Disney we have left, but again, a pretty small piece on that one. I'm just hoping that we can hold this 50-period moving average and then come back in for that. So look at Bitcoin, nicely done there today. I mean, we talked about HUT 8 as that one was moving around today, back up to $15. This is in and around where I sold it, I think. We did pretty good on HUT 8, but again, always like to do better. Look at this, up 16%. And we actually talked about this with Michael yesterday, that looking at Ethereum versus Bitcoin, more strength in Ethereum. Let me just refresh this to make sure that we're looking at the right numbers here. I was actually looking at Pepe Coin here today. Pepe Coin, 20% right there. Bitcoin Cash, 12%. My kid Baxter was always telling me about Chainlink. That's up again right there. Where's Cardano up 7 points?
I want the chain wax.
Yeah, you got to get on that. Dogecoin up 10% right now. Solana, there's another big one there. 138 is pretty low though. Up 7%. I guess it's been lower. And then Ethereum and Bitcoin both in there around 3. So yeah, we had Kevin O'Leary on, and he was basically just saying what I believe in as well. Although I own iBit and I own some ETFs, it doesn't make much sense if you're going to want to pay a management fee. If you're just going to keep these things on exchange somewhere, it's probably better to actually hold the coin so that you can, this is the advantage that I would see from it. So you could trade out of it over the weekend and stuff like that if you actually held a decent position that you wanted to trade out of. But I mean, the fees on some of these ETFs are, well under 1%. So that still does suck because 1% compounded, if you're going to hold these things for 20 years, it's going to matter, and you're going to basically be foolish not to have held it in crypto itself. But at the end of the day, it's to each their own. It's easy transfer of money now, obviously, from one account to the other. And he mentioned Wonderfy. You can do Coinbase.
There is a difference
in all of that. So that to me is the benefit of keeping it on exchange somewhere, trading out of it. But if you're not going to do that.
I know you guys have, Nvidia just broke.
Yep.
Nvidia just broke, GME just broke, but I actually think this would be a topic. And let me quickly show you guys a chart, and then I want to expand on that because I think it's important because there's a tax reason, I think, for some people why you want to own an ETF. But Nvidia just broke the 20. I had the 20s as my out, and I think the high of the day is a separate trade. That's all the way at like 60 or 70. But if you think about it, one of the reasons why I have it is we have something called a TFSA, which is a tax-free savings account, and it allows you to essentially own crypto in that account where you're not paying taxes on your gains, whereas the government does want to go at, the idea is that they want to go at your crypto gains regardless of how you hold them. If you have it in your TFSA, you are able to then get around this. So there's some tax benefits to that. I think that for a lot of people, that can be why they want to get into the ETF. And I don't think that's unreasonable at all. Of course, I agree with the overall notion. Yeah, if you can avoid having a fee and just own it, it makes perfect logical sense. But there are some tax implications. Those are important. You got to know where you're at. What are the things that you can take advantage of? And for us, because we have it, I like it. At the end of the day, you just got to do what's best for you in all situations, because that's all you can do. Right? Like know what your country or region allows and take advantage of all the rules out there. I don't care what anybody tells you. If there's a tax rule that is going to be a benefit to you, then it behooves you to make a decision that's best for you. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah. And of course, anybody that's in Canada would know about the TFSA. And of course, I just don't have enough room in my TFSA to put Bitcoin in there. So that's also another problem. You can only put in like $5 or $6 grand a year into the TFSA. So that would be another reason there why it is tougher to get your money into that and then hold a significant portion of Bitcoin, right? So
the hard thing about the TFSA when you're managing it is you always have to sell something. That's what I find because it's limited how much you can put in. So it's like you have to decide, okay, this is the thing I'm buying right now. So when I sell, I'm now buying this. So when the Purpose ETF came to Canada, which is the one that I have, every time I was selling stuff, a portion of it was just transferring into that Purpose ETF, and then I would sell any actual Bitcoin that I had, to the point where eventually, after about a year, almost all my Bitcoin is now in that. But it did take some time. That's a relevant drawback, very, very relevant drawback with that. I think I don't know what the rules are for the Roth in the States, whether it's the same thing or what the limits are each year, but that's something we have to deal with in Canada.
Yeah, and not just a pretty face, although I'm neither that either, but there you go. So, okay, just real quick here, just to see what we're doing. Disney, Palantir, Rivian, Nvidia, check, not much going on right there. We did have a story about XOM. Randy's been liking XOM for quite a while right there. So let's just figure out now what is going on with this stock. It was up 3% yesterday, had a great move again today, and trying to get above the 50-period moving average. I mean, this name, as energy is still, it's only like, is it like 7 or 8% or something of the S&P 500? Many of you may know that. So I think still it's underweighted. And I mean, there could be, if you're going to be switching over from tech over into something, that's why you've had the last little bit of a move higher as people, I don't want to say like people are super nervous about the Nvidias of the world or anything like that. I mean, we're up another 1% today and Nvidia's up 6%, but when the market was coming back in, you did see a little bit of a flight to energy, and we did talk about, a big holding for me. I own like way more XLE than I do any individual energy name. I don't even know if I have XOM anymore. I'll have to look. I do know that I own Enbridge, which is different. That's just more of a nat gas play, and again, more on the transportation and pipelines. But XLE has been a big one. You could see here, same thing. Last couple days, moves up. Now, it's been getting hit. I mean, there's no doubt about that. But I like this. And actually, there's the one in Canada. There's a Bank of Montreal one that I own. So I own some XLE, but more of the Canadian name to come in. But again, just for today, for XOM, because it was moving there, we got that story with Adara, maybe that 114.50. But still, too much too much back and forth here. Like it would have to be up here for me to short this. Right now you are coming back down. So a break of the 200 could definitely be something. I mean, it broke here, went down, held there, took that, went, actually that wasn't that big, only 10 cents, but came back, hit it, and then back up. So yeah, I mean, this could be a nice little indicator for a short here for XOM. Maybe.
Ooh, I
just haven't traded it that much lately.
That's another, yeah, you know what, on the
at it.
daily, I still like the energy long. I'm just mad at myself for not buying the most recent dip that you had, which is frustrating. AMD's kind of going sideways in
just
here.
Just power hour now.
So we just hit 3 o'clock, and I was asked before, like, do you like the short in AMD? Well, that last retracement to the high on the NASDAQ, AMD didn't seem to want to do anything with it. So it didn't look that great at the time. Like, well, let's give it a chance to get into 160. If it doesn't want to go up when the market's going up, then maybe it should be a short. You're still actually putting in lower highs off of that level. So I gave it some time to maybe make a run and give a better price, but all of a sudden 159.5 is looking a little bit better. I haven't had a single long in this stock despite the fact that it's upward trending. Part of that has to do with the overall, like the general trend in the stock, which is the other side of the equation. It's been in a downward trend for the last, I don't know, since it made that high in March, and most recently, if you look at it from like the end of May, it's a very distinct downward channel that AMD has been in. So I generally look for shorting pops in situations like that or short entries. So right in here off of this consolidation, if you like a stock long, a lot of times you want to go long in a consolidation. If you like a stock short, you usually want to go short during a consolidation. Then if it breaks in your favor, you got VWAP at the bottom. I can get out before the high of the day if it tags a 159.60, and then we'll work off of that level for now. We're still in Amazon. I haven't covered that one just yet, but AMD going sideways off a lower high. If the market does pull back in, I think this should see VWAP, and we're in a power hour. Things should start to go.
Yeah, we're ready for something to start to happen here. I was looking, nothing happening with Roblox. Some of the other names that we wanted to look at: Disney, Apple, Rivian, Palantir. I mean, I'm in all of the names that I wanted to be in the beginning. Look, I'm looking at other charts. So Citigroup right here, you know, not doing much. I was trying to look at some banks to see if there was any sort of an actionable play. We had JP Morgan was in and around 2 bills earlier. Was that the very high today? Yeah, 200, so $200.09. So again, that would be something. And look at the trend right here. This is actually a decent little break spot. Maybe we might have found something. I don't want to jump too much in, but look at this, under the 200, under the 50. This looks like a good breaking opportunity right here for JP Morgan, breaking back down below 198.30s, this little level. If you're in this name, I don't mind this at all. I mean, still trying to go higher, higher, higher there, making new lower highs as we come in. So let's wait to see what winds up happening right now. If we can take this 50 period, then maybe you come back in, but you could go short here on the 50 period against this level, hoping that this continues back in. I actually don't mind that trade. What is that, 70s? All right, why don't we try this? That's 198.70 high. So let's go short against this, 198.55 right now. So let's try to go short JP Morgan, okay, it's right here, 198.55, and then we'll see about a downside push over there for that one, and we'll still hold out that Nvidia can do something. We did not reload anything up here. We could put on a little bit, but look at it hold the 50. Oh man, I really think the market can go down here, but starting to talk myself into letting this go earlier because
2 consecutive red.
Don't want to add too much to this.
Oh, thank
problem.
you. Turin, appreciate the super chat. You know what? We were talking about Oracle, but here we go. Thank you for the super chat there, Turin. Guys, Oracle, this thing did not continue to shoot after earnings, and it's closed the gap area from then. It's also been trading below the 200-period moving average. So remember, with this whole TikTok ban thing, I'll get the number as possible. There was a story, essentially, because it's not really known how much revenue exactly Oracle's getting from the cloud storage for TikTok servers, but essentially an analyst took the revenue that TikTok is making overall in North America, then spotted they said 3 to 5% of that, let's just say, is going into cloud storage. The number worked out to like 480 to 800 million, which is about 6 to 12% of Oracle's yearly revenue. So if that's accurate, and I'm not saying it's accurate, it's just some analyst on a CNBC article. So you take that for a grain of salt. But if that's accurate, that is a hefty portion for Oracle to potentially lose. And we're just talking about this with Kevin O'Leary today. This could be happening, very likely is. So that's not a great thing for Oracle, and a stock which is going up and makes a high and was already probably pulling back in a general sense. Yeah, it's starting to lose its luster. It just lost the breakout at the top. It's got resistance, or support, I should say, which has held once at 137.5. It bounced off that today, so that's a good sign, I would suppose. But the trend has been down. Yeah, watch out for a 137 break. I'm not as bullish on this as I regretted not dip buying this stock when it got to the 200 period moving average. I'm not touching it up here. There's plenty of other things I think that'll be dip buys before. I'd like to see how this whole TikTok thing settles out for them. That's not an insignificant portion of their revenue. To want to buy a high when you have a catalyst like that, a negative one, I think it's an easy stay away for me. If it gets anywhere near, the more significant levels like the 50 period and the 200, that's a different story. But we're talking $20 away.
Yeah, we're slowly adding to some of this Nvidia that's gone meme mode again, all the way back through 125.40. Oh, we did get some JP Morgan to the short yet. And I know, who was it there in the chat said that JP Morgan hasn't even done. Oh, you're welcome, John Van Sowers. This is a great show, he says. Right here, Frank Jones, JP Morgan's not even at ADV. Yeah, I mean, I didn't even look up average daily volume. Yeah, it is crazy. I know her. So we actually talked about that. Like, why? I was just saying, like, I think like Nvidia wants to hold these levels there. Oh wow, it just went up to 48s and so. Ugh. Okay, I mean, I'm still watching, and I just saw it starting to go ape mode again, back up to the upside, as we've seen Nvidia do this many times before, and then we've able to again. It's been a good afternoon, but we got that sense that it really wants to start to go now, as it just keeps on bouncing off 50 period, 50 period, 50 period. So I was going to give this another go up to 126. That's all. You guys have seen many dollar clubs on this many times, and so let's just wait to see if we can put another one on right now for Nvidia. Hopefully to the downside. We're holding it $1 against us, right? So maybe it'll go in, maybe it won't. But right now, Nvidia, nice downside, a nice upside push here, and we just missed our position. We're waiting at 70s to get it. I mean, right there, the high was 59. It came right back up to it. So again, if you're a little more patient with this play, then you could be short in and around 40s or 50s. We unfortunately were not. So now let's see if Nvidia wants to pull back down. We're out of the money 20 cents. So I'm not going to sit here and be like too scared of it, although it is going to the upside. So like I keep saying, man, trade it out if you don't like it. If we could just get some out at 125, maybe we'll do that. And then just get out some of that and just see if we can just sort of breathe a little bit more right now. But yeah, Nvidia definitely a problem.
Tesla. I was about to say Tesla. What is going? Someone asked me checking on Tesla. I pulled it up. I'm like, what do you do with this? If I liked short, I probably would have shorted 187. But I'm not really thinking short today on Tesla, so that's not where my head is at. Look at that. After running $2 in 15 minutes, or maybe like 20 something minutes, it then cannot move more than 30 cents for the next half an hour. Like, that's wild. And all of a sudden it's going to the downside. So Tesla is coming back in. As I said, I would probably be favoring longs in Tesla. Otherwise, I think you'd just be shorting the 87 range. But I cannot believe, I've seen a few people mention Carvana. I haven't looked at Carvana. That's a mistake. Carvana's squeezing again and might make a monster breakout today or tomorrow.
Bleed.
Like this is like 127. This could be, or 129. That could be nasty. That's a weekly chart, not a daily chart. It's at 127 now, but 129 is a monster level. Fresh highs on Carvana once again. If that breaks 129 tomorrow, there's going to be some day traders on that 100%, and some of them will be on this floor. I hope to be as well. I got into AMD just now. It's trying to break down. It's got a tight range, just like Tesla did, but I like to short in AMD, so therefore in the range I'll short it. With Tesla, I'm not touching it to the short side because that's a strong stock as far as I'm concerned. So Carvana, I'm not trading it now because I think it's way too close to that high on the weekly to try and punch into a long at 310. No chance. It's way too tight to that 129. I'd rather it breaking that out where it's got all day to go.
All right. Yeah, we just covered some on Nvidia. I mean, we're trying to throw down here for you guys, and I'm trying to throw down for myself. Hopefully that will break through, man. We just got some fills underneath 125. Our best fills 90s. We got 90s and 94s. We did get 04s, and then we got 94s and 90s on this trade. So we started banking a little bit there on this trade. So again, fine, but you know, come down. It needs to come down more than this, obviously. Look at JP Morgan right now. I mean, again, sure, not the greatest amount of volume. Let's just punch out a little bit there. And we get some dark pools in and around 39. But hey, you know, at this point, although we are not stacking with Nvidia, we'd like to do that. We are trying to put up some numbers here. Let's get some more out at 38 there on JP Morgan. So again, a well-defined area, I thought, now in the money. So let's get some out for Nvidia, or sorry, for JP Morgan. As we're right at that level, now we wait for the break, right? Wait for the breakdown into 198 now for JPM. So let's see if that one can work. It doesn't look like, good thing we took a little bit of advantage there on Nvidia. We only got out of about 15% in total, so not really worth the risk to reward on this, but again, we're underneath here on the 50-period moving average on the futures. All we have to do is lose it and then come back in and test here. And I think this Nvidia trade will definitely look a little better than it is now, needless to say. So JP Morgan's in there. All right, here's another move here as we sort of chase a little bit of P&L. Let's see about Disney. As right now, Disney is at this level. It just got a nice little bump up off 102. Look at the buy, 101.85 down there. We've been buying dips in Disney. There's a dip. I don't know, we just defended 102 there. That didn't really work too much. But then that one was a good one at 101.80, back up there, making about 40, 50 cents. So Disney's a well-traded, well-profitable name for me here today, so let's not try to throw it away. DIS right now trying to work.
Yeah, Disney trying. I think Disney, that look off 100 has been fantastic. Like it's the kind of level, like if it just lazily holds around there for the next like few weeks, if you can trade it like every single day. Remember, like Rivian held $10 for like a month, where you could have really just been trading it on almost a daily basis. Not always exactly $10, but I mean adjacent to it. And that's the general idea. Like it's not exactly 100 long today. It's something different. It's like 101.90 or 102. But the idea being when you got support, you want to take advantage of it. Look, on that little push to the downside, we're able to get some out of AMD. But like the range, as I said, it's been relatively tight. This is a 30 to 40 cent range. The top of it's 50s. The bottom of it is right now 159.20. So when it bounces off that bottom, takes them out. If it breaks it, I think you can get down to 158.80. I just feel like this is a little bit weaker than some of the other chip names out there. That's why I like it a little bit better. There's a couple of questions in the chat. One was what are my thoughts on CVX? I'll get to that in a second, but then there was another one. Do imbalances come out at 8:30 in the morning? So if you have the imbalance feed, when we look at things in the afternoon, that's the closing auction. The opening auction orders, for the NASDAQ, you don't see anything till 9:20. But for the New York, there's one, like ASTI, this is from the morning on the NASDAQ, but you will see opening auction imbalances that come out very early for the New York stocks. For the NASDAQ stocks, you're waiting until like 10 minutes before the close. But for New York, you will see that. But it's opening auction. Closing auction, you're not going to see any data. We get an early look here, BRKR. These are names that have like updates, like Ford right now is indicating a sell. Maybe it comes out of 3 million sell, 350. But right now it's indicating a sell. Visa's indicating a sell. The warrants on FFIE apparently have an imbalance. I didn't even know FFIE had warrants. What was a penny stock doing with, anyway, it doesn't matter. We got a question about DJT for warrants. The only thing I care about warrants as a day trader, because why would you ever trade that over the actual equity, is sometimes during a halt, you can observe how the warrants are still trading if it's open, but that hasn't been relevant in a while. But it used to be back when it was DWAC. When it was DWAC, that was very relevant. Like that would halt and you could watch DWAC warrants for price action.
Okay. Yeah, just like we have Brian Shannon on tonight, so it should be a good show to have him come through. We talk crypto with him. We talk about a lot of stuff with Brian. So come check that out tonight with Brian Shannon on the Market Recap Show. Okay. So we did get some out on JP Morgan. We're still waiting for Nvidia. So this was a new trade here on JP Morgan, and it just fell into those levels. So we did take some out. It's not like it was a huge trade. We're short at 54s. We got 38s. So 18 cents. Actually, I guess it's not bad overall, considering the moves. It hasn't been much here in the afternoon, as much as anything, actually, in the afternoon. That Disney was good, but look at that. It's even better than it is right now. Wow, nice move up for Disney. I didn't even realize that. So we'll see if we can get it out there in and around 20. There we go. All right. I kind of feel like
The
this
House of Mouse has gone.
Yeah, I kind of feel like this is a good
Oh
one.
shoot, I forget the name of the guy.
And I mean, look at this. We actually have it right here on our sticky note today. We can't hear. I'll show it to everybody. Go find it at Trader TV Sean. But we can't do anything too much different than exactly what we did here with these prices. 101.50 to 102. So right there for Disney. If you make the bottom today, 101.50. 102. The bottom is 77. That's right in the middle, and that's where we got that long. So a nice little trade back to the upside. It's really nice when things work out, and they did do that for sure on Disney. So far, so good there. Now let's see what happens as Nvidia is starting to go back up. We'll wait. Good out on VWAP. We'll wait for that. JP Morgan falls right back in again. That's a. Let's see if we can take 20 cents on this one. There it is. Oh, yeah, buddy. We'll spin it for this. JP Morgan, another one. So again, the only losing stock we'll have all day today is going to be Nvidia. Unless JP Morgan really falls out. We're out of 30% of JP Morgan. Let's see how far down we need to go now on this name. So again, so far so good here. Thanks for watching. I hope you've enjoyed everything. The show's not over. It's only 3:17.
We still got time in the day, but you got to trade what's in front of you. And as I said, if the range is the range, you take the range. So we're back at the bottom of the range on AMD. I'm on the bid. But remember we talked about Tesla?
Disney.
Consolidation. Yeah, Tesla broke higher, so it started to go short. It trapped shorts in there, and now it's really starting to run. So if the shorts are trapped underneath 187, I want to go long, pull back into this 187 on Tesla. I thought maybe you'd get something on a dip into VWAP. As you can tell, or anybody looking at this chart can tell, VWAP is a long ways away. So if we continue the trend up, the next stop to me would be a pullback into previous highs, into the high of the day. So Tesla continues to go 2.5% to the upside and still churning. There's not much outside of Disney putting in that candle and Tesla putting in that candle that seems to be making a really big move just now. So you go over to the names that are going. You know, if you're in something, fine, but if you're looking for something new, you want something that moves because there's only so much time left in the day for that continuation. And Tesla definitely making a pretty good move. IK just asked, BTC still going down or an uptrend from now? The problem with that is you always have to qualify your time frame. In a long enough time frame, Bitcoin is in an upward trend. But if you're talking about it just today, it's always a different story. I'm going to look at IBIT just because that's the ETF that we prefer, especially for trading here. I would venture you're in an upward trend on the day today, but it's not a good one. This is a ranged, 100% range-bound trade. It's up, and you can call it an upward trend, but that's really loose. Essentially, you've got 35 and you've got 35.50. It's a defined bottom and a defined top. When I see something like that, the trade is either at one of those key points. If it's trending, like I'll give you an idea of what a real upward trend looks like. Like CCL is in an upward trend. It might be consolidating now, but it's in a real upward trend. You know, you have an up move, which is a range trade on Bitcoin. So I'm not touching it. CCL, by the way, it dipped in. I missed that reload off of the trend line, but it might break it here. And if it does break it, I'm jumping out of this trade. So if it gets down on like 77s or so, I'll pull out of the trade, maybe wait for VWAP or something, if there's even time for that kind of a dip on Carnival. But I'd like to be seeing Tesla get back into this 187 to see if we can pick something up.
All right. By the way, JP Morgan's doing pretty good. Nice drip down. Really glad that we found this one, man. This was a good one. We just sort of looked around, man. We found one that we liked. Underneath the 50, underneath the 200, boom. So that's a good trade there. I mean, we're still holding out that Nvidia does something, but kind of losing my patience. Rivian, let's go. Right now for Rivian. Like, we can get out of JP Morgan now with a 10-cent hit, but okay. All right. Thank you for that, Ramin, as we are testing audio equipment. So, all right, just real quick. right here, Nvidia and Rivian. So Rivian is at $12. We're long here at 11.11. So it is a good little movement back up to the upside. Our stop was right into here, 11.85. As you can see, let's just up that. Why not just stop out if it comes back into 11.94? So here we go, man. This is going to be another big trade for us. And again, the number one idea on the sticky note was Rivian. So here we go, 11.94, and we will get out of that one and then hopefully be able to do a result. That might have blasted the ears right there. But hopefully Rivian will be able to come out right there. We'll pay attention to that. Palantir still 40 cents. JP Morgan now even lower, baby. We still have on board 60% of this trade. Looking to get out more at 198.15. And then there it goes. Again, well discussed, well described. JP Morgan hopefully pulling back in to the downside. It's this Nvidia that's really just going to be the bothering of myself there. We did get out of Apple, so that was a long that we did have. Good out there. That was $1 and change off that bottom pick. So again, things working out for us, just not with Nvidia yet.
Yeah, it's really matriculating toward that high. The only reason I went over AMD is just like the relative weakness, but I can't get back in. We took the bottom of the range. I just can't get the 159 halves again as it's starting to roll over a little bit. So neither one of these had really look imbalances. I'm talking about the chip names. Tesla is really, it's now consolidating up at that top. So sitting underneath where it's consolidating doesn't make sense. If it's a consolidation at this price and it breaks it down, you don't want to get long underneath that unless it's going on the way back up. So I have to find a different entry on Tesla. And CCL is going to lose the trend at least. You know what? It's losing it for good. I'm not going to quibble about it. I said if it broke trend, I just typed Tesla again. I said if it broke the trend line, I would just get out. Well, that's it. You wait for it to do a definitive move. There's the test underneath. There's the definitive break of the trend line. I'm not reversing it to the short. There's situations where maybe I would, but let's look for VWAP in there. I'm going to focus on Tesla and AMD, Amazon. Those are still working to the short side, but it's Tesla now holding a lot higher. I don't want to punch through the top here. I'd like to get something on a dip. When stocks are moving 50 cents at a time, popping the top of the 50-cent range is not always the best way to go at 323 here. Roscoe saying MLGO is going again. I'm going to put it up. Maybe I'll put it up where I had CCL and have a look. MLGO has been a good runner, but last I had checked, it was kind of stalling out in the teens, in the high teens. It's trying to break VWAP again. I can see that 17 level. I thought that I kind of left it for dead. And it is going legitimate. MLGO is going, but I'm looking at Tesla right now. So it's above VWAP. Usually that's a good thing. Could be breaking 17. It has been a good stock today if you found the right place for a long when it made that double bottom as well. So yeah, it's pretty good. It's above the halt price to the upside. Just try to remember what happened at 20 bucks. It was a huge fail at 20. I tried to short it and couldn't even get in. That's how fast it flushed.
All right, yeah, good little look there. These stocks, when they go, they go. And talking about fast flushes with MLGO, I mean, that's probably a perfect example there. You never know where these stocks are going to go at any time. And MLGO is a good example of that. What a great move. I mean, so many people made so much money off that. So a good one and way to identify it. Congrats, Chef Joe. I mean, you're right, man. Here comes another run into the close for Nvidia. So we still don't even have like on our biggest position that we've had on all day here on Nvidia. It's just like I'm taking like a couple shares here, a couple shares there, but really haven't gotten anything out in the last, where were these outs? This was 10, so in the last 15 minutes, it's just been straight up. So I don't feel like these averages in, we're able to get them out. So that's why like when I'm looking over, I'm not seeing like a huge position yet, but we are thinking about 126 and just don't really want to lose that. So that will be the stop. And again, big time shout out to everybody out there. Whoops. Oh yeah, our charts still have to fix that, which they won't. But 126, I guess, as a break. I mean, maybe it's even at 126.08, but by the time we get up there, it's going to be Mr. Irrelevant because the amount of pennies that's going to matter, it's probably not. Look at this. Remember we said it's going into meme mode here? I mean, I really feel like you could sort of get that sense when you're watching it, that it just keeps like coiling up and then just goes and just wipes out the bids, or wipes out the asks. And look at this, it's not even stopping. The NASDAQ really is it doing anything? It's even, if anything, pulling back in, but not Nvidia. So great job there. Anybody that's been holding this one into the close. It's been a beast, man, beast. Up 6%. So we're learning more and more every day about Nvidia, and that is that you got to buy these dips. Play the short when the short is there, but do not fight trends. We're short at 125.35 here on Nvidia. Not good.
Yeah, when I said not good about SMCI, I almost want to double down on that. Like, Nvidia is going to go to the highs, and SMCI is not moving at all. Won't budge. I'm not shorting that because AMD is the one I've chosen. Why is that AMC? AMD is the one I've chosen. I'm still trying to get these fills up at the 40 level. So if we can get it, great. If you're continuously taking highs elsewhere, then just go for something which maybe isn't. So there's your MLGO. I wanted to put the chart up so you can really see. Super strong. This is actually picking up steam as it's going. So the volume, hard to see, but there you go. See that? Like, it's the biggest volume candle on this little mini breakout here through $17 or into $17, and then a continuation. So you want to see volume on late day, low float runners, whatever the heck we're calling them these days, and that's what you're getting in MLGO. I'm not buying any tops. I think if it does a pullback, 16 half. The only trades, all right. I actually didn't get a chance to talk about this one, but MLGO was a good stock for the one long I had, but I did have a fail on this. So the halt price, it halted down. I did not get the flush on the halt, but then it came back in, wicked the halt price. I shorted underneath the halt price when it came back down. I was like, oh, that's too early, Neil. Let's see what happens at that price. So I just got in and kind of flatted it. When it gave me flat, I was like, I'll take it. Let's just get out flat. And this is after we finished at this time of the day, you guys know at 11 o'clock, we were talking with Kevin O'Leary. It then made the move that I was looking for right in here when we were doing our Q&A with Kevin O'Leary. It's not an excuse, it's just the truth. And it did that move. It did another test of the whole price, tagged it by like 5 cents, and then flushed to the downside. That was the short I was looking for. It's a complete fail to have not gotten back into it, but we always talk about the opportunity cost, and I didn't mention that at the time, because obviously we're a little bit busy with Kevin, and by the time we get finished with Kevin, it had already happened. Like, it was done. It was like $1 away. But yeah, that was a fail. I got in and out flat, should have gotten back in. Tesla pulling back in here, so I've got it in front of 187.40. I got a reload on AMD in front of 159.5. It cannot seem to break 159.15, so I'm going to get a bid out in front of the 20s on advanced micro devices. So that's only 2 new positions we're in, Tesla long. I'm not actually in that MLGO, just going over some levels. But if I lose 159.60, the NASDAQ just took the highs, yeah, that was probably an ill-advised reload. Didn't need to have it, but if we lose 60s, then we just got to jump out of that trade. Market is now flying to the upside. Don't want to give too much back on AMD. It was relatively weak for a while. Suddenly, it's looking pretty darn strong. And the only long I have on is just getting into Tesla 2 seconds ago.
Yeah, there we go again on Nvidia. So we actually got punched out below 126, which was 120, doesn't matter, 125.98. We were able to get something out in the 60s, but it just kept on going upside. So there it goes, man. Nvidia will be the red stock for me today and carrying the whole day. So unfortunately, now you can't go short Nvidia. It is gone, and we had wrote down 125. We gave it to 126, so that was a try and a fail there on Nvidia as it just keeps on going higher and higher. Apple probably, no. See, it's like it's just Nvidia right there. So, wow, that's funny that Apple's not going, and this is looking like this as the futures are back up to 19.98. So this is probably... It's too bad. It's too bad that we just picked the wrong name. Nvidia really going and Apple not doing anything. So I actually don't mind this one. We were able to get something else more out on. Oh man, that Nvidia is now 126.35 and still going, still putting respect on itself's head. Wow, up now 7%. This is a $3 trillion. Like the amount of money that's been put back into this stock today is absolutely incredible. So again, a nice move up. Maybe we just short the futures 19.98 right there on the TQs. But again, a nice move up. Short doesn't seem to be right, except for Apple maybe, as that's trying to push down again here right now against the 50 period maybe. Or Amazon.
MLGO just pushed down a little bit here. So, we didn't want to take any highs. We always talk about this. I'm not punching highs on low flow runner at end of day. I'd rather buy a dip, tighter stop, more reasonable risk. So here it is in. The whole price from earlier, when you look over here, I had a sneeze, and again, I mute myself when I sneeze. I didn't turn it back on. So MLGO dipping, I was just describing, low on a long in front of that previous hull price, 1620. It just dipped into the 50s. That's where I'm sitting, looking for the quick dip and rip in MLGO here. I'm still in Amazon, and I'm just trailing it. But MLGO just popped in, so I was able to get that fill right in front of the 50 level. I'm only giving it to that 20. I'm not going to hold it all the way into VWAP. Tesla's also starting to go, but MLGO never trade without a stop. I'm using the 20 level just because I like the halt level. So if you like it, be it better than that, and you don't want a tight stop, then you don't want to follow me trading the stock. Like I traded it for a 30-cent stop in here the first time, so I'm going to do exactly the same thing. That's the kind of entry that I want on a stock like this, where you can get and hold for the bigger move, and you can have a reasonable risk to reward down there. So let's see what happens. I am still in Amazon, but I'm trying to get that 187 out. It's 3:30, so let's get a look at the board with Adara.
Today we're going to take a look at some of the names that have made bigger moves that we maybe haven't discussed as much on the S&P 500. One of them is going to be Enphase, which took quite the tumble day, down more than 5%. We did have SolarEdge falling as well, so some other weaknesses in the solar space, but Enphase itself, ENPH, getting a sell rating from DLJ Research and a 45.82 price target, currently above $100, so quite the steep price target cut there for GLG Research for ENPH here. Next up, we have Home Depot. This one really weak on the day, along with a lot of these other building-related names. We do have Pool Corp, POOL, lowering its full year 2024 EPS forecast, issuing a warning. So lots of these builders having some struggles today with regards to the macroeconomic environment, including HD. Last but not least, we have Norfolk Southern. This one recovering a little bit here, but still down on the day. The National Transportation Safety Board holding a meeting to discuss a train derailment and some toxic chemicals. Also, this one getting a price target decrease from Susquehanna and Wells Fargo. Some interesting stories today. A lot of these weaker on the day, guys.
All right, we flipped up our game here. We talked about going short Apple, so now we're 15 cents in the money on that one. And we've just gotten some out at 84s, or 86s and 84s now for Apple. So again, we picked the wrong name to short. That's all. You know, if we were short Apple, we would have been laughing, but Nvidia just goes all the way to the upside. And Nvidia is still going. It's at 126.20. It did, I shouldn't say still going. It kind of stopped up here at 30s. And I was like, oh, should I short it? But no, then I just looked over. I was like, oh my God, Apple's in the money. So let's stick with that, as that's been working for sure on that short. We're going to give this back to the 50 period, which is 20. I mean, we could give it back to 33s, but let's just give it back into the 50 period in case that does happen. That's a position that we're looking at right now. Apple to the short side. The thing is, imbalances are in 17 minutes. So
Just a little bit less than
we don't really know
Just
where we're
I
going.
want to quickly answer Urso. Like every trader you got to trade your own levels and stops, especially if you're trading different stocks, right? Like if I'm trading AMD and Yashan's trading Nvidia, or one of you guys is trading SMCI, those things don't always move in concert. So you got to be watching the stock that you're trading. Like I already told you guys, like look at MLG. Here's a perfect example. Like I said on MLGO, like what I was looking for. Okay, is it being too nitpicky to want a really tight stop and have it go? It worked before, so it's like all well and good when it does work, but understand, to have that tight stop and lose small there to try to get a bigger move, sometimes this is going to happen to me, and it's probably this will happen to me more than a trader that doesn't have a style of execution that way. You know, but if you want to have that little like bottom wick off a level like that, then you're willing to have it stop out and maybe got to try it again. So I'm out of MLGO, it was relatively tight stop. It would have worked if I had held on to it, but then I have to ask myself, if I'm not stopping it there, I feel like the next level is 15.50, and I don't want to be long 16.5 into 15.50, because if it drops $1, the slippage to me in the afternoon is bigger than $1 on these kinds of stocks. Because if you wait for it to break the big level in the afternoon on a low float runner, that's where it can go into one of those parabolic halts. And I don't want any part of those ever when I'm chasing along, which I think you're chasing along on a stock like this. So again, you just got to have your own idea and your own stop levels. And this is a case where it doesn't work out. I'll show you one that does, one that doesn't, with a similar pattern. I wish I could tell you that Tesla was breaking out of this range, but it's not. So it's gone from one consolidation of about 50 cents to another consolidation of about 50 cents, which I know is not exciting, but it was going. I defend wanting to look at Tesla, but it's now stopped moving and it's trying to break in to the downside here. So we might have to get out of that one. You see me just get out of Amazon. That did just go into the downside, but Tesla does not want to hold on to this channel, unfortunately. So we're going to break the quarters. I'm jumping out of it. No more position. Well, I'm not saying no more positions, but I'm now out. Tesla does not hold its consolidation level. Thankfully, Amazon did get to 187.20, which was the local bottom, so we're able to tag that one. We're in at 187.80, and then the range, it took a while to get down to the downside. So if we get into something new, it might be AMD again. I looked over at where I stopped out. I defended. I was shorting off the lower high, broke the lower high. It got into 159.80. I keep wanting it to get to 160. I think that's the good level for me. That's where I had my best trade on it. But sometimes you anchor yourself to something like that. Where because I had a good trade off 160, I'm thinking 160 should be the thing, when it's just showed me 159.80 as the price. So again, you just all roads have to lead to an actual plan of action that makes sense to you. And sometimes you're going to get it exactly right or exactly wrong. I think it was the right place to get out, but it wasn't necessarily the right place to look to get back in on AMD, because I was waiting for that 160 level where we had it before.
Yeah, good talk there about some AMD right there. Look, that's what we keep talking about losing money. There's like 4 positive traders on the floor, right? I mean, we talk about this. This is why 90-something% of the traders wind up losing money. You got to be disciplined. You got to make sure that whatever mistakes you make today, you try not to make them tomorrow, right? And I'd already said on Nvidia that I had sort of, this does not look great, all these shorts, and eventually we did get stopped out. But this is why we take some out, or else it could have been absolutely disastrous. So again, thanks for that comment. But then look, this is where, again, back to the same kind of talk. As experience hits, look what happens. We go from making a red trade to just putting money right back in our pocket. The very next trade is, again, Apple. And Apple by far is the #1 P&L name, just as Nvidia is by far the #1 losing P&L name, right? But this Apple, we just got right back into it to the short side when we realized that it wasn't reacting the same way as the futures, right? So, oh man, I was like, maybe I should just short the futures instead of Nvidia. I guess we should have done that as well. But again, hindsight, right? So there's a nice move back in, 209.80 and change. Let's see what winds up happening now, as hopefully Apple can come back in. Rivian still in the pocket. JP Morgan, by the way. I mean, again, look, for everything that we do there on it, we have one red name today, Nvidia. That's it. Apple up, CCL up, Disney up, JP Morgan up, Palantir up, Rivian up. And I'm going to sit here and be like, oh man, I made a mistake on Nvidia. Yeah, that's completely fine. So, all right, let's go back over to the desk and see what Miss A is up to.
Just be aware, we have GameStop as we head into the last 20 minutes of the day, making new highs of day, getting its strongest volume candle here. No news, but lots of social media attention in the last few minutes. GME continuing to break new highs, pushing up above 2450s here, guys.
GME, I see everybody talking about GME.
Yeah, it's like when you don't. There was a Roaring Kitty. I just saw there was a Roaring Kitty tweet. Oh goodness, you know what? It doesn't matter. He tweets videos and pictures and interesting stuff like that. All that matters is it is absolutely tearing to the upside. It bounced off VWAP, but that doesn't matter from a technical standpoint. 2480 to 25 was yesterday's high. I suppose if it punches through that, it's already 340. Sheesh. Yeah, no. No high of the day breaks on GME at 340. I guess if it's going to do something, it would have to be back into like 24 even. That's even a ways away here. What Catalyst is just a tweet, but it's moved it before. It bounced off 23, which to me puts you in a bit of a bullish sense looking for longs off it. But I was in that dip, and it got all the way into VWAP, and I guess VWAP was a thing. That's a trade where if you happen to be in it, that's great. That's why you sit in a stock like this sometimes. Like you leave a little bit for the dream, because the dream is that Roaring Kitty tweet while you're in position. He didn't tweet when I was in position, but what the heck does he care? So good for anybody that's in this stock. I can't imagine that it's going to last forever, though, because we've seen essentially what's been happening at and above $25 on this stock. So just be careful with it.
Now it looks crooked.
It's perfectly fine.
Yeah, it was not straight
I
out.
think Ram just messes with you sometimes. She's like, let's just have Sean move the
call her
mic.
Ram, I think.
I remember it once a day.
Ram.
Okay. Mine's always crooked, and no one says anything to me. See, it's crooked right now.
Okay, so Apple right there. Let's go. Like we said, man, just get right back in that saddle, baby. And here we go. So it's a nice little move right now to the downside for Apple. Look at that. So there's the cash there. you know, we're not going to forget who we are, man. I mean, we're still putting on these trades and hopefully being able to explain them and give you guys some great ideas, including this one. Look at JP Morgan. So Rivian, we might as well. I mean, Rivian right now is getting close. We're getting out at 94 break, right? So very, very close to getting out of Rivian right now. Look at this Rivian trade here today. What about Palantir? You got so today, man. I mean, Apple PL1, Palantir PL2, Disney PL3, Nvidia minus PL, the worst one of all time. But look at this Palantir. You know, NFTable. I mean, maybe is that a word? Look at what we're doing right here. Bottom and top right there for our friend, our good friend, Mr. Karp and Friends, Palantir. So I like that stock. We'll keep that on the radar again. Was a good sticky note name for us, but you know, getting a little bit bored of it right now as we still hold the same percentage. It's just it's not moving. Was waiting for it to do something. We'll probably wind up getting out there on the imbalance. We talked about Rivian. We talked about JP Morgan. So the only thing left to do is Apple. We just got some more out down there on Apple. We now have less than half of that left. We just got something else. Oh, yeah. The Kool-Aid guy says, oh, yeah. JP Morgan, man, hit the sirens on that short as well. So, yeah, to say things are going well would be right. So there it is, a nice pushback down in. The only thing that's a big L is Nvidia, but everything else is cruising. So we'll be back tomorrow with only 2 more days left. Obi will be in for me on Friday. And then all next week, you'll have Obi and Neil to give you the bangers. So, yeah, it should be a fun one. Oh, that was what came out.
Correction. Oh, I just wanted to correct. Rowan Key didn't tweet. I saw a couple of people in the chat say that he tweeted, and then I looked over. I didn't see it and just figured, oh, maybe I didn't refresh his page. But I went to the X page, his X page, just now, and I couldn't find it either. So it's going for other reasons that I can't even explain. Big shout out to Obi, who will be stepping in later on this week a couple of times. Here comes 160. We're running out of time for one last salvo into AMD. I don't know if we're able to get it at that 160 level, but this is what we waited for. So if it's going to curl up here, we're going to take another shot. AMD has been a good stock for me, despite the fact, like, I know we always talk about this, don't fight the trend. Obviously today, I've only been short AMD. You just adhere to your stop levels, wait for the key prices, all that good stuff. And the reason why, because I think it matters, it's just the daily trend is to the downside. So I have been looking for shorts when this daily trend is so clearly into the downside. And that's what we see in AMD. So when it gets to this 159.80 level and turns around yet again, I want to be looking for some shorts there. Dan McIsaac saying 1 million just hit on calls in the option market. So there you go. There's your potential catalyst. I'm not going to say that with certainty, but appreciate you posting that. Obviously, it's a pretty sizable move there in GameStop. I elected to say not going to punch in these highs. 25 and 26 are resistance. Probably needs to bounce off a 24 level. But we've run out of time, I think, as a day trader to want to have that trade. Just going to cancel some stop orders that I realize I do not need to still have out there. There's absolutely no need for that. AMD, if you try to get it on the way down, sometimes it looks like this. Like it skirts to the upside, you're looking for it to get into the level and then catch it on the way back down instead of on the way up. If on the way up, I might be in position, but I'm trying to get it in the 80s after it shows me a curl. So relatively strong stock, get it where it makes sense. Do not try to fight it at all. Yeah, I see some jokes things being put in the chat there with regards to GameStop. I'll leave that one alone. It was a big move earlier on MLGO. Good thing we got out of it. If I had held on, yeah, maybe we get 17s, but it's right back into 16. So I'd be put to the exact same decision if I hadn't walked away from that stock. And Amazon is the other name looking maybe for a short into the close here. Yeah, this is starting to get spicy. So it broke support at 187.20, but that's not the flat bottom break. No, the flat bottom break is 187 even here on Amazon. You guys can see it on the chart. Oh no, you can't because it's on, there we go. You guys can see it on the chart. 187, I was in a short consolidation and it stopped right at 187. If it breaks it here, I'm going to look for the continuation play here on Amazon. We were shorted earlier. This is a different beast. Amazon failed a high at 191 almost to the T yesterday. And I've been saying it's a short. When a stock does that, breaks out into an all-time high, rejects the all-time high, trends down. If it holds a lower high, I'm just looking trend short until it does something really strong. I would not define this move as super strong because it couldn't hold above that 188. So there's it breaking evens, gets right to 99 in there. I was in it before, we jumped out. We're gonna end up having to, we get out at 20s only to get back in on an even break, but that's because that's where the support is, so we're gonna respect it. We get down to 60s and 70s, gotta take some profit on AMZN. So relatively weak name. Market is was pressing the highs, and Amazon's under VWAP and pulling back in. To me, that's a reason to like the stock to the short side. If you can, and it's not always the case, if you can just be short weak stocks and long strong stocks, that can be the way to go. But you know what? Stocks get to big, massive levels. If it's a big resistance level, it's usually getting there because it's a strong stock. So that's not a tried and tested rule. And you can be getting to big support levels, like a buy the dip on Nvidia most times. Well, you're gonna have to do that sometimes flying in the face of the trend. So it's not always something where you can just short stocks that are going down and go long stocks that are going up. I don't think it's that simple. Amazon, I think that's the last trade we'll have on before we get the imbalances. For now, 187.20 is my out. That was that previous support, so take a breakdown, stop it out at 187.20. Pretty simple. I'm tightening that up when we get to 350, because when the imbalances come out, I think all bets are off, especially if you get if there's a big buy imbalance, I want to tighten stops up. If it's a big sell imbalance, then it just kind of works in your favor. Nothing on the early look at this moment. So you got nothing like Ford, Kenvue, which is there every single day, Pfizer, which is a bit of a sell. Not a heck of a lot going on there. But we're going to stay in the pocket. That's what's been working for me, so I want to make sure that we stick to our plan, regardless of how your day is going, as Sean said. You just got to stick to whatever works for you. Make the next trade, not just any old trade, is the way to go. And I'm going to cancel AMD. Might not get it here. As the market came down again, AMD, not much of a flush. I didn't get it at the price we wanted. Not going to chase the move. So we might just have to sit this one out. With 2 minutes to go to the imbalances, that's not when I'm going to chase the AMD move. If I missed it, I missed it. At least we got Amazon here heading down lower. And MLGO is dropping. That's why we get away from it. When these runners are running, that's great. When they break the trend to the upside, the candles can be pretty harsh. It's now only up 2% on the day, believe it or not. This stock was once up like 35, 40% MLGO. Now it's flat. Effectively. 2% is good for other stocks, not for MLGO.
Well, there's almost imbalances, so we can just chill out. No, I was just thinking okay, now Nvidia wants to turn around? No, we've done too much damage to our own personal account right there here today with that one. All right, Apple, good fill there with only a couple more minutes left. Let's wait to see what happens with these imbalances. Here they come. We're not expecting too much from these here today. It's not like a rebalance day or anything. Let's just get rid of this. Clear that, and then we'll wait. So in a matter of a minute, 30 seconds, these will all update and then say 350 instead of 930, which was the last time that they were all executed off the open, except for Nvidia, I guess, which says 929.59. So, all right, so we'll wait for 350 for that to come in. Here's Apple, made a move back in, so that's all good. Let's put another bid down here at 83 and see if we can catch those. There it is, so that's a good one. And then the next trade to come through, we already got stopped out of Rivian. We talked about that. Let's just wait to see what hits. FFIE, I know Neil was in that for a little bit. I'm not sure if anything's going on with it now. Was down to 22, up to 26, 28 right now. Yeah, so we'll have to wait to see what happens here with FFIE trying to come in again. So again, maybe something, maybe not. That's something that we're looking at with only now 40 seconds to go. Nvidia 126 still holding out. We are short on Apple. This is the biggest position right now, so we might as well wait for that. And JP Morgan, oh damn. I mean, is this not what we're looking for here? Giving you guys this JP Morgan trade, which is now 80 cents in the money. I mean, sure, we can lose 80 cents on Nvidia because we always trade that one. It looks like, oh my God, what are we even doing? But look at this. Just a little undercover play right there. JP Morgan all of a sudden goes to like P&L 3 or 4 right there, and we only made this trade at 3 o'clock. So it just goes to show you, you got to pick the right names at the right time. And here we go. The imbalances are now out, so we'll have to watch out here.
Apple. Whoa, that must be a sell imbalance.
Must be. Apple with a nice push down. Let's go, man. We are spinning that cash right now on Apple. Nice move down on Apple right now. P&L 1 gets P&L bigger. It's Apple with the downside push.
Yeah, that just eliminated LFT. We went down a dollar candle on Amazon, and Amazon, look, I was on the bid when it came out, $5 million to the sell side, Nvidia $2 million to the sell side, Google is a buy. Well, Google's a buy at $1.5 million. Apple's Apple's a buy of 1 million as well, so it's actually pretty mixed. I was expecting all sells. Amazon, weird that it would be 5 million to sell. We've seen Nvidia before. I do not remember seeing Amazon at all, but 5 million to the downside is pretty significant for this name. FFIE, I don't really see it. I see the warrants in there, but I don't see the actual FFIE. Apple, a buy and bounce, and Google, a buy and bounce. Google had a really good day today, relatively speaking. It just broke the high of the day as well.
Yeah, we can. I mean, although we'll get hit there on Nvidia. Look at Apple. I mean, there we go, man. I mean, again, we turn it around. You know, these trades today: Rivian, Palantir, J.P. Morgan, Disney. I mean, this Disney trade again, CCL buying this dip. You know, just a day of a lot of opportunity here. One more time. So again, you know, thanks for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed everything. I'm going to be going over for the recap show at 3:55 or so, maybe a little bit after that. So right now, what else is moving? Let's just check out those imbalances and see if there was anything unique at all over here on those. As again, not a huge day, but that was a good call there for Amazon. So nice one on that one. That's flat flushed completely. That was the other name. Remember I was saying Amazon or Apple. I chose Apple, but the Amazon looks like a monster flush there as that's retracing again from all-time highs. Another name that we own. We own all these names anyways, and probably too many of them. There's Google. We sort of focused on that. There's those warrants for FFIE, Ford, Pfizer. Yuck on Pfizer. Kenvue, Starbucks with a sell. Darn it, too bad we missed that one at $72 as well. That was definitely a missed opportunity there. But there's Starbucks today down 1%. We'll review all these names as we get ready for the recap show. And then there's Micron. So Micron, again, 1%. So that's a nice little move there for Micron as well, heading into earnings tomorrow. So, wow, all right, man, we are really starting to go now. Let's put them up, man. I mean, a big trade alert for Apple today, and just really happy with the performance there on AAPL as we get right into, once again, the day's low. Let's put a bid out there. Take the fill at 30s. And we'll still hold on to a little piece. J.P. Morgan also, Palantir also. Yeah, Nvidia now, of course, is now below 126, but a little too late in the day for me to trade that.
Roscoe, the answer is yes. Like MLGO has been a good stock. I only traded it the three times. You were just asking if I was up on MLGO. It should have been way better because, as I mentioned, that short opportunity was better than the long, and I did like it. But you know, as I said, I got it out flat, looked for a re-entry, and then got distracted, which can happen during trading, but that short was much, much better than any long. The only long that was better than short there would have been just for some reason you liked it at the open. But as I said, I flatted the trade, didn't get back into it. There was that sell imbalance, as we mentioned. Every single time we say this, at 350, when a big imbalance comes out at 355, expect a major pairing event. Amazon's already paired off 1.6 million of that 5.5. And the total pair is like 11. So huge open interest. It's already chewed through 2/3 of it. Nvidia's 2 million to the buy side. Apple's now a sell. Apple was a buy. Now it's a sell of 1.4. Apple seems to be doing that recently. No matter what Apple comes out as, check back in about 1 minute after 350 and see if it's still a strong buy, because often it's flipping to a sell, which would indicate that they're throwing orders into the auction regardless of direction to the sell side on an almost daily basis on that stock. Google still a buy. That looks pretty strong. And as mentioned, that MLGO back down at VWAP. GameStop really was the one this afternoon. Guess where it is? Almost pressing that 25 again. It's a GME kind of afternoon. I think that puts it squarely on the radar tomorrow if it can hold this level.
All right, dollar there on Apple as it continues to go down. Oh, man, oh, man. Palantir, we got out of Palantir as well. Our whole day is basically ruined by Nvidia, which sucks. And we sort of told you, like, as we were taking this trade, I was like, oh, man, it's going to just keep going. And remember, I was like, oh, it's entering meme phase. And that's exactly, like, as soon as all these huge buys came in, it was easy to get away from it. We got out of it at 126, but we could have got out of it right here, 125.23. So this is the area right there once we broke there. But again, we wrote down 125, so, you know, we were fine with an area stop, giving it $1. Giving it $1. So again, when you play to win, and there they won. Nvidia wins. But what's winning right now is, again, another dollar club. coming through there. $1.10 now in the money on Apple. And we're doing it again on Apple. I mean, we did this on Friday. It was a fantastic trade to the downside, and here goes Apple again, just completely falling apart into the close. And we just sort of did the easy stuff there, right? It was down against the market. It was holding underneath. We really liked it. We had some levels to protect. Unlike what we did there on Nvidia, when there was really nothing, it was above. During all of this, it was above the 200, above the 50. So yeah, we'll learn, man. I mean, even doing what we're doing now, we're going to learn more and more and more. There's Apple. That's out of there. It's P&L number 1 by 5x. So that's good. JP Morgan right there. Downside, still 55 cents in the money. We did get a nice little bounce off that day's low. So watch out for that tomorrow. 197.80. Coming into play for JP Morgan. NBA draft is not tonight, it's tomorrow, I think, the 26th or the 25th.
I usually watch the draft. I'm not interested.
Yeah, nobody is.
Like there's no,
Literally the worst draft, I believe, of all time.
there was
For hype. I haven't, in my whole existence, there's never been a time where I've been less interested in a draft.
I can say that's true for me, but there was, I forget the year, but somebody way back, it's not way back, but it was like a month or so ago when they were talking about how bad this draft was, they pointed out another year. And I remember reading it kind of like really quickly.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, that was a pretty bad year too, but I'd have to go back and look at it to see if it truly was that lacking of talent. But my goodness.
I mean, that's after the fact. Like these guys could be studs. I have no idea. I'm just saying, like, going into it, it doesn't look.
It's because like nobody knows. The top 2 guys are like 2 dudes from France, and they're not Wembys. Like they're not, like there's no Luka Doncic, there's no Wembanyama. It's a couple of guys from France, and no one's gotten to see play. Like you want to see. There's a reason Caitlin Clark's going nuts because everyone watched her. And she's great, and everyone saw her in college. That's you want to see people in the NCAA tournament. Nobody from that tournament is featuring in the top 5 that anyone knows. So with only 3 minutes to go here, we said you're probably going to get a pair off. You guys know everything paired off. Amazon paired and popped about $1 on that at 355. That's what happens to these stocks. It tagged a low. I think you got to look for Amazon as a short going into tomorrow. I'm glad we didn't pull the trigger. Eventually you give up. Like it's either you get the move at the time you want it, right in here, which I didn't, cancel the order. AMD suddenly wants to go green on the day. In the midst of all of that tanking, AMD is about to go higher and really threatening to close up on the session. It's putting a small dent in the downward trend, but for what it's worth, it's gonna hold the 50 period here. I don't know that you get away from finding a trend area to short it tomorrow, but a good look for that. And I ignored, I don't know, I can't speak for the midday, Chewy making fresh highs as well going into the close. This was another big time runner. GameStop, Chewy, they got something in common. I think you guys know all about that. Don't know if this is the same thing as GameStop running, but a bit of a squeeze late in the day here. Chewy getting through the $30 level. I wanted to show you the daily chart. Blue sky set up here for Chewy. And that just means it's already made a significant break, and there's really nothing of any worth out here above 30. Like there's 30, and I suppose you say 35. 30 and then 35. It'll be a big test if it can hold this $30 level. But Carvana went under the radar, could make a big breakout tomorrow, 129 on the weekly. Chewy, this 30 level would be it. So if it holds this, it's got $5 room to the next level. So we got to put that on the list as well. I guess the squeeze names are back a little bit, maybe?
Yeah. Especially with GameStop going and then Bitcoin bouncing off 60,000 is a good one there. I mean, look, this is why you get huge moves into the close, right? And so I'm just glad that everybody has been able to see the imbalances and how much that can make a difference. Like we were sort of in the dumps with those Nvidia trades, and all of a sudden Apple, JP Morgan came through and made our lives a little bit better. There's Nvidia, look at this, 126, still ripping to the high side, even though there's a sell imbalance. 370 million shares is where we will close with Nvidia. So let's ring the bell at the Dara, and I will see everybody tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Well, don't forget about the market recap show. In a matter of seconds, Adara is going to be on the bell, running there in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it, Adara. And I'm going to correct myself about something. I said Carvana almost broke that level on the weekly. Incorrect. It looks like it tagged a fresh high. Well, it's on the daily as well. A fresh high on Carvana was made by about 25 pennies. 129 broke. It did not hold. Up 7.5%. There's your break right at the end of the day. Chewy broke the highs and ran. GameStop broke the high and ran. Carvana broke the high and ran after what is a pretty slick upward trend. So a good day for the memes. The market closed up over 1%, so that's a good day. A lot of that's going to be Nvidia catching a really big bid, and Google doing some really impressive things. Alphabet pressing through. Let's go. I mean, Alphabet pressing at the end of the day. Microsoft pressing as well. So there's a lot that was strong. I know you saw that tank over there in Apple and Amazon, but this is why the Mag 7 don't trade together anymore. You got to respect the fact that they're going to they're going to march to the beat of their own drum. And as a trader, you got to do it. When they're all going up together, you trade them all together. When they're not moving together, you've got to pick and choose direction, got to pick and choose the right stocks at the right moments. That's what we're always here for. Shout out to Fabian and Ramin, as always, doing a great job on the ones and twos. Big shout out to the midday. That average true range, a few of them broke that today. I promise you that. And we always wanted to break it, but it's a good lesson to learn on the midday. Learn to trade, learn about the average range, a true range with Adara, with Sharif. But you know what time it is. We've got the aftermarket show right now. We've got Adara, we've got Sean. I believe we've got Chris Brecher as well. I'm pretty sure that's who's going to be on the afternoon show. So let's knock him out. Let's go get, sorry, Brian Shannon. It's Brian Shannon. I have Chris Brecher on the mind because I was just emailing him, I think, for tomorrow. But it is Brian Shannon. That's my fault. We've got Sean Adara, Brian Shannon at the desk. Go get him.
Sean, you're muted. No, I'm not.
Oh, you're not. Yeah.
Maybe I should be at some point muted here today. But what a good day. Thank you, Dara, for joining us on the recap show. Of course, you're here every single day, so
Always
thank
happy
you
to be here.
for doing that. And always happy to be here. You've got on the green today, which was a big-time battle back for the NASDAQ. I mean, yesterday we were down that 1% or so. And you can see right here, just by looking at the triple Qs, there it is. 1, 2, 3. Adara comes all in green, and bang, right back there up to the upside there, 1.1%. I want to thank everybody for coming through. Thank you to Bears vs. Bulls as well today. Always doing the bang-up job there of moderating. We'll have a few things to talk about, and we will be joined by
Brian Shannon
today, so that should be fun. Yesterday, like one of the only green names was the MSOS there in the cannabis space, but today down 2.3%. So MSOS downside, GDX downside today as well. We'll go over some notes and we'll look at some individual names in a couple minutes, but let's just quickly have a quick look at some of these ETFs. Uranium downside, I mean, it hasn't been a good move for uranium either. We did have some Fed speak today, which started to go, I don't know, I guess it started the market upside. We didn't really pull back. There was some negative talk, and we'll get to that in just a minute. But SMH, again, being lifted by Nvidia, nice move in. And look, I don't think one day makes a correction or anything like that, but it was really nice to get Nvidia back up 7% today. Oh, yeah. What a green candle, giving it all from yesterday and trying to take out that 127 level. So maybe we're all the way back already. We'll wait to hear. I mean, it came out at 118, right?
Yeah.
That dip down was 118, so just comes right back in. And I mean, look how good this support is right here.
Oh, that's a nice look.
You know, I mean, here. The other time he was told, Michael Noss was like, hey, man, just use these tools. So right there it is right here. Look at this line. That's 118, right where we came out from. There it is right there. What a good hold. We'll look to see if we could buy some 118s. We got slipped up because we were trying to short this 125 area, but at the end of the day, it does break longer there on Nvidia. All right, what else? Qs. What is XLC? Ooh, communication services. We'll find out more about what's rallying that. ARC is finally up. Oh, no, not a good day for Brian to come on. He doesn't like seeing ARC up. Yeah, but look at this, man. Still a very beat up name in ARC. Is FDX out?
It came out early.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. I forgot all about it. Let's go.
Yeah, so these are coming out here.
Wow, nice move.
We're still just digesting these numbers here. Right now, I'm seeing less of the actual numbers and more of the overview, but I do have Q4 revenue coming in to 22.1 billion here versus the estimate of 2.06 billion. So that's going to be a beat here. EPS also a beat, $5.41 versus $5.35 expected. So it's going to be a beat across the board here. We do see CapEx of 5.2 billion. I
mean to interrupt, but not that rudely. Right now, Rivian is up 40%. Rivian right now, Rivian and Volkswagen are planning a joint venture for next generation electric vehicles. So there goes Rivian right now. Your boy was long. Hey, where the hell's that damn sticky note? Rivian was on the sticky note for the #1 idea long today. There goes Rivian. Obviously, we don't have that crystal ball, but Rivian right now up 30 points. Let's go, let's go, let's go for Rivian. You know where we're long on this name? 11.25.
Nice.
All right, maybe we can't make money trading, but we can make money investing. There it goes, nice upside move. Just kidding. Trading was actually pretty fine. Nice move up there for Rivian. Nice move. Find out some more information about that one as there goes Rivian. Let me drop it down to a 1-minute chart just to see how insane this is. Boom, boom, boom. It is Volkswagen. It is Rivian.
I have more details if you'd like.
Hold on just quickly. Let's go quickly to FedEx. FedEx right now, nice upside move as well, up 8% for FedEx. So that move for FDX is an expected move. We are expecting 7%. There we go. I was expecting 7%. I was getting horned.
Oh, by the horns, by the things.
Is that all right? You can say that.
Yeah, I mean,
Spiked?
You were getting stabbed with a, I don't know.
Horned.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can say it.
Okay.
There's a horn.
Yeah, we'll leave it at that. All right, let's go back over just quickly, back over the chart, and then we'll get what Adara has to say. $15 for Rivian. Adara, give us some more good.
Yes, okay. So Volkswagen, Rivian looking to enter this joint venture to create this next generation EV platforms. Okay, here's the thing though. Volkswagen is going to invest initially $1 billion in Rivian, $1 billion Rivian, with up to $4 billion in planned investment. So investing a quarter of what could potentially be up to $4 billion here for the total deal size of $5 billion. So lots of billions happening here for Rivian. Also, Rivian does plan to contribute electrical architecture expertise to this joint venture. So Volkswagen going to bring the money, Rivian going to bring the architectural expertise, and Volkswagen aims to launch these vehicles within this decade here, and Volkswagen currently expects the completion of this joint venture formation by Q4 2024. So it could happen very soon.
Yeah, I like that. I mean, that's what Rivian needed, right? They needed some help with the production side of things, and now they get, obviously, a legacy automaker with Volkswagen getting involved. So maybe they were trying to kick the tires on Fisker, who knows? But now they'll invest in Rivian and see if that can get going, which is great. I mean, I got the Atlas, and we really love that. So Volkswagen, I like it. We've been really happy with their products. Let's see what winds up happening now with Rivian and Volkswagen. Just really quickly, man, that was the worst day. I was just reading it right now. Rebounded nicely today, following a rough start to the week. The NASDAQ recorded its worst session in over 2 months Monday.
Since April, yeah.
You know, there hasn't been a 2% down move in the S&P 500 in guess how many days? Guess how many trading days?
It's over 300.
Correct.
367?
You know how close you are?
Am I close?
You're very close.
378? I don't know. What was that?
It's 377 and including today, it's 378. There she goes. You're on fire. Good one right there. How did you get that?
It was honestly just, I knew it was over 300. I knew it was close to over a year. I started with 367 because I thought it was a little over a year. Your face made me look like I was lower and not higher, so I went higher.
Okay, I couldn't fool you. Fed's Bowman, a little bit. She came out with a potential rate hike talk there, saying not satisfied with some of these numbers in inflation. And then, of course, I don't have the Canada thing here, but of course in Canada today, CPI, that inflation print comes higher, which is not good. So they lowered interest rates last week or 2 weeks ago, and then now today maybe regretting doing that decision for the BOC, Bank of Canada. Worse inflation numbers today, but it was the Q's up 1.13. Look at the SPY, again, coming back down in a little bit today. We also got movement from Gensler and ETHE, as apparently now Gary Gensler said the ETF approval process is going smoothly. So we had Brian Shannon on before talking about ETHE, and you can see today a nice move up 4% today as the ETF going smoothly, says Gary Gensler there. And Bitcoin bouncing again after bouncing through. We can check out GBTC. It doesn't, I mean, just to get the percentage, up 4%, almost 5% today, bouncing off of 60,000, closing the day in and around 62,000. And we did have, well, can you get these numbers for us quickly? CCL.
Oh, CCL.
So we had CCL early this morning. I know they beat everywhere on CCL. They had, they actually also did guide forward. So it was a good guide for CCL. You can see them on the daily chart. I like this long, and we actually took CCL right off the jump. So here's my CCL trade. Again, better EPS, better revenue, and a guide forward. So it's the trifecta of victories today for Carnival Cruise Lines, and that just continues to go higher. So here's the trade for myself. We got in early at 17, dipped by right off the open on a sell imbalance, ripped it all the way up. That purple is not a short sell. We did not short it. It bounced around here, 1750, where we got out. Before Carnival, Adara, ending the day up 8%. So I think it was trifecta, right? Beat all over?
Yeah, so they beat revenue here. Q2 revenue, 5.8 bill versus the expected 5.68 bill. That's going to be a beat. Earnings per share, we had a surprise profit, which is definitely a beat then, coming in 11 cents per share profit versus the expected 2 cents per share loss. Cool little beat there. They also did raise their net income guidance by roughly $275 million for the year. EBITDA was higher than expected. Conference call is pretty good, saying they're seeing increase from new and returning customers. So lots of growth, lots of demand. Great look across the board for Carnival.
Yeah, that meanwhile, the real estate sector underperformed as housing price index rose less than expected on a month-over-month basis. So, you know, not a great spot for real estate. We'll check out, wasn't it the X, isn't it XRE? No, I'll find it in a minute here. Wow, the Jets ETF today with Carnival, XRE Jets, no. JETS, Jets. XR, oh, is it XRLE? No, womp womp. I'll get it in a minute, so we'll figure that out. But right now, it was the Jets ETF again. Looks like they had a nice little move to the downside right now, down 1.1%. Again, you know, Carnival good. Obviously, that's not going to be affected with the airlines. We did have some Boeing and some Spirit Air talk as well right there. But FedEx is going crazy. People want to more about FedEx. FedEx is imploding. Well, yes, sir. Thanks for bringing that up there in the chat. Shout out to whoever this was. Where is it? Do I think Rivian?
The Deepster 7.
Do I think Rivian will be tradable tomorrow? Hold on. Slow down. All right, so by the way, FedEx, bang, up 12%. Great move there for FedEx. Do I think Rivian will be traded tomorrow? Today, where's that sticky note thing? Today, Rivian was the #1. Stream Deck is down? Is that what you said? No. Sunbright, this is the sun bright? I don't get that one. I'll get to it in a second. Here, there's Rivian.
Oh, it means like it's definitely happening. Like if the sun is bright.
Oh, got it. I got you now, my guy. All right, so here's Rivian today. I mean, we bought this dip in Rivian today. We really like the name. It was the #1 name on the sticky note. And look, honestly, Guggenheim, the next time these guys upgrade somebody, I'm going to see if there's a big news piece coming. Maybe they know a little bit too much over there in Guggenheim land. But there's the out right there at $11.95. So I feel like Rivian, again, the P&L number 2 or 3 stock on the show today, bang for that one, Rivian. We have the bottom, and we pretty much have the top before. Rivian touched $16 right now? All right, what does this look like on the daily chart? Uh-oh. Look at that. Look what we fail right there. We'll talk to Brian maybe about this as well. But there's Rivian failing into past support. So, or I guess in this situation, resistance, which was support down here at 14.15. Now we just touched 16 and change. It's Rivian, and it's a monster. Shout out to some of my friends out there that were asking me about Rivian. I mean, I bought myself, so we put the money where our mouth is. We're long Rivian. I keep saying that every day on the show. I'm like, I look at Rivian, it's at 11.25. It's at 11.25. It's at 15.65. Let's go, Rivian, man. We will ask our good friend Rivian. Oh yes, Adara. Oh yes, you can buy. Rivian, she's excited over there about Rivian. I mean, this is what Rivian's doing, man. It's up 42%. Ramin, if you have those options in your pocket, then you yourself too can drive around in an R1T.
I want an R1.
She just wants the money. Okay, so you can buy it and resell it. I don't know.
I want the Rivian.
Right there, but a nice move up there for Rivian. And of course, completely different names. Rivian, a company that can't make any money. They actually lose money per vehicle. FedEx today, not losing money at all. You know what? Is this a bellwether for the economy? Yes, it is. Why is that, Adara?
Because if people are buying packages, then FedEx will be making more money because more packages will be delivered. And if no one's buying packages because they don't have money, then FedEx is not doing very well, and we wouldn't have a beat across the board, which we did have.
Well done, well done. Someone has taught you well, not me.
Well, I would say
maybe
this
Sharif.
whole place has taught me well.
Good, good,
I've
good.
learned from everybody.
I thought maybe me as well.
You, yeah, you. And also Ramin says we must mention her. But like I said, I've learned a lot more since sitting on this desk for sure at the market recap.
All I learned from Ramin is that if I give her a Rivian, she's turning around and selling it. That's what I thought of.
She's got her side
and
hustle.
she's got great chocolate, and she's got great taste in tea.
And I love her like little funny comments in our ears.
Yeah, and she has a cool sweater on. Right now, okay. No, don't you guys short Rivian every day? No, I do not. There's FedEx anyways, a nice move up there. Let's just check out FedEx quickly on the daily here before we get over. Oh, wow, it's already 4:15. We got to get to Brian real quick. All right, before we get though to Brian, I'm going to just go over this real quick. Let's just look over some names if we can. So today, big move. Get my mug out of there, Ramin. There it is. Nvidia up 7 today. Google, all-time highs today for Google. And again, a name that I know we've talked to Brian about that one. Looked real good, basing up there, and now the extension break higher. Amazon has me more worried about the failed breaks. We'll see if Google can hold that today, tomorrow from today. Eli Lilly, though, wow, what a mover that has been, man. Up to $900. Eli Lilly can't do anything wrong. They actually signed a deal today with ChatGPT. OpenAI.
Yeah.
And trying to figure out, again, more medicine development, different techniques, and so on and so forth. So we definitely shout out Eli Lilly. I know Brian's coming on, but there's Tesla. We talked about that last week again as well. I think Tesla has a good chance to get up to that 200. There isn't too much of a better chart for myself. I really like the base that we saw in Tesla, and now trying to get back up to 200. Before we get Brian, let me just show you that real quick. So I talked about this on the show today. I really like, and here's a line that we've built before, 170, so this line goes nowhere, but there it is. It's the 50-period moving average. Tesla right now, I mean, I can put an anchor on here down at this bottom for Tesla to see holding the 50-period right there, 174, 175. Again, you can also drop anchors from the high, but that would be somewhere up here, trying to break through in and around $200. I like Tesla, but you know who's got all of this covered?
Oh, yeah.
I'm 100% sure. And it's Trader Talking. It's Brian Chan. Let's bring him in. Oh, hello, Brian. How are you today?
I'm doing good. Good afternoon. How was your day, Sean?
Well, I shorted Nvidia into the close, and that did not work out very well as Nvidia winds up almost 7%. Maybe we can even start by talking about that. What a great move as Nvidia pulled back 15, 16% over the last 3 days, and everyone was like, okay, here's the pullback. And then Nvidia just goes full stop on that one, up 6, 7%. You traded any Nvidia today?
I did a little bit on the long side. I used the NVDL, but we had it come down to, a lot of people were talking about the 20-day moving average, the simple moving average, or the 21 EMA. Yep. I've been talking about the anchor from this gap right here from the earnings report. And we kind of tagged that almost pretty perfectly yesterday. And this morning we opened on a slight gap higher. And then we got the classic, don't chase that gap, but wait for it to get back above the volume weighted average price right here. And we had, some nice movement to the upside. It wasn't smooth staying above the VWAP the entire day, but nonetheless, it's a good bounce. We'll see if it can amount to a little bit more. I've got my eye on the anchor from the all-time high, which was just a couple days ago, as we know, right, and that declining 5-day moving average, which will potentially run into some resistance tomorrow around this 127 and 128. Either that, or it just continues to ramp higher and take all those shorts and squeeze them pretty good.
Yeah, we definitely hope to get a little bit of a squeeze in Nvidia. I mean, I like the trading opportunities every single day. Seems to be there. I do not want to forget to mention this. Who's over there, Ramin? Let's talk about this first of all. Maximum trading gains with anchored view up. I want to make sure that everybody understands who we have on right now. It's Brian Chinnan at Alpha Trends. Thank you so much. A lot of people on the floor learning a lot from this book. It's been passed around a lot. I could have a joke there, but I'm not going to say that right there. And look, we had Mr. Michael Noss on yesterday. I know he's a friend of yours. You like Nandera? Too funny. All right, so we had him on yesterday, and I talked about, hey, what's up with the weakness in Bitcoin? But you know what he suggested? There's strength in other places, right? And I think that this is something that we had talked about, that me and you as well, and that was Ethereum. And I mean, trying to look at where potentially there was some more strength outside of BTC. It looks like right here, Ethereum, again, nice move up. We get some better talk from Gensler today on ETHE. Seems like everything's going smoothly, but again, looking to hold this $30 mark. I like this. I know I think you're out of ETHE and maybe just looking at the coins, but we still like it. I still like some of these dip buys in crypto.
You know, yesterday we came down perfectly to the year-to-date anchor in Bitcoin itself. That was about 59.5. I bought some there, small amount for a bounce.
Congratulations.
Sold half of it and still holding half of it. Ethereum has me a little bit concerned, actually, Sean, is that if yesterday was a shakeout, which I'm hoping it is, otherwise we've got the potential for supply right around in this area, about 34.50 on Ethereum itself. That's the anchor from the year-to-date high and where we spent the last 2.5 weeks trading sideways. So that kind of has the potential to, afford any upside for a little bit. I think they all need a little bit of time still to kind of just turn sideways, but nice bounce opportunity anyway.
Yeah, I mean, great trade by you, getting 59.50 there, 59.500 all the way back up. So nice little bounce today in crypto. Congratulations on that quick trade. All right, so remember, this is funny that it's Rivian, and because remember you and I a couple weeks ago or months ago, we talked about Rivian. It was like it was looking pretty sick, and I agreed with that as well. But you know what? We've been holding the 50-period moving average. Then all of a sudden, out of nowhere today, we get this joint venture, and it's a joint venture here to create industry-leading vehicle software with Volkswagen. I don't know, but look at this in the after hours, Brian. Rivian right now up 45%. But the thing I want to remind everybody is, again, the short float, and I know you and I have talked about this again, 19% on that, 5 days to cover. This thing could have legs just because of that. Whenever these pieces of news come out of nowhere, often you'll get a little short covering, needless to say, but you just broke through the 200-period moving average. We're ticked up right into here. But look what we find, Brian, right back into what was support. Now I feel like it's going to turn into resistance. We haven't tested this yet. So I want to ask you this question. If you see the chart on the daily here for Rivian, this is the first time we've come back into this 15, 16 area, which held, right? They miss on earnings. We haven't really gotten back up there. So any experience with kind of first-time tests like this? What are you thinking about Rivian? To me, I think we'll sell some of our long into this move up. But first area of test now, $15. What's it looking like to you?
I think it's a good idea to take some profit there, Sean. And if you drop an anchor on that high that we saw last July, you'll see we're right up against that as well. I guess you've got my screen up. So here we have the anchor off of that high from last year, and we're right up against it here in the after hours. As you mentioned, the old adage, prior support tends to act as resistance. You've got to remember why. It's the psychology of supply and demand. A lot of people bought in here last year and early this year thinking, hey, we are at support. This is a good place to buy. And then we had that gap lower where all those people basically got trapped. And how do you feel down here? You just kind of feel, a little bit burnt by the market. So you've been looking at this stock for the last 6 months in your account, just bleeding out, doing nothing for you. Meanwhile, the market's going higher. So there's a lot of price memory in this area, in other words. And I think a lot of the people who were purchased back in here are going to look at this and say, here's my opportunity to get break even. I've been reading about this company. They lose $33,000 per vehicle. Is one little partnership going to be able to, turn this company around? Or am I better off, raising some cash on this, lucky little break and, move into some more established uptrending stocks?
I mean, that's thanks for bringing that up. You heard me mention that they're still losing per car, so let's not get too carried away. We've seen some of these plays turn around before, and we're getting a lot. I think both you and I are getting a lot of credit here in the chat. A lot of people agree with us. Not a great area to start a position for sure up here. Give it a couple days. Let's see what winds up happening to that one. You're also getting a lot of love here. What's up to Ian? He wants to know about this TGTX. I mean, we keep talking about it. You've mentioned it a couple times here. And what a great couple days here, Brian, as TGTX going from $16 all the way through 19. We've noticed on your X feed as well. You've been talking a little bit about this, but there goes TGTX again, another one here. Any update maybe on this position or what you've been saying?
Sure. You know, it was a week ago today that I told you on here that I got back involved in it. You know, I've been kind of battling with it a little bit successfully, but I got back involved last Tuesday and added to it last Wednesday and made it, you know, my best trade of the year so far because I got some pretty large size on it. So I have scaled back a little bit simply because, you know, risk management, but I'd like the stock into probably at least the low 20s up to this high. We've got new short interest numbers coming out tomorrow for the stock. Now, in the last month, they had dropped it from 37 million to 33 million. So in other words, they covered 4 million shares. Unfortunately, the way that short interest is reported, we will only know the numbers as of the 14th of this month.
Right.
So we don't get to find out what they've been doing here, which common sense would tell us they're most likely covering and they're getting a little bit panicked. So you've got them in there, I think, that are the shorts that are to protect it a little bit. I'm holding some, and my plan is that I want to hold a core position. If we get a nice shakeout, I'd love to add back to this stock. They're coming out with numbers for their drug, and I've done a little bit of fundamental work here as well. That along with the technicals and the short interest, I think this can still be quite a big winner, but I definitely wouldn't be buying up here.
Hi, Brian. Thank you so much for being here with us. I was wondering your thoughts here. We have a couple people in the chat, including Dan McIsaac, asking what you're thinking with CMG, Chipotle, with that split coming up tomorrow. Is there any levels you like on this? Is this one that you're interested in trading? Any thoughts as we get into what could be a pretty interesting split, 54 or 1 for 50 split?
Yeah, I mean, we've had such a big run in this stock. I mean, basically 50% since the beginning of the year. I'm a little bit hesitant to purchase it on this. Now, obviously, I was a little bit hesitant on Nvidia too. I kind of thought that the split would maybe mark a near-term peak. Instead, we saw the stock continue to rally here. It's in an uptrend, so it's innocent until proven guilty. I'm really looking forward to this one splitting because the average daily volume at this price is only 377,000 shares. So I think it's finally a tradable stock because we won't have, you know, a $30 spread in a stock anymore. We'll have a much more reasonably priced. So I haven't traded in quite a while simply because the lack of liquidity and the high price. So I think it's a great split, but I'm basically going to say I'm not interested in it quite yet, Dara.
Thanks for that, Brian. I just want to show here Henry Chung giving you very, very kind words in our chat as well. He says, always been a fan of you, Brian. I successfully used the anchored VWAP to bet on Nvidia dip yesterday. So there it is right there, works. I just actually want to talk to you a little bit about that because, again, being a fan of your work and, of course, continuously reading this thing, I feel like it's important that we understand what these indicators are exactly, right? When we're putting up anchored VWAPs, they're just areas of interest for us to look at and then to trade around that. And if we notice that maybe it's holding the anchor, that could give us a good idea of where there's potentially buyers and or sellers one way or the other. And then your terminology is the penalty box, right? They're in there until they're proven to be out. And you got to do your time when you're in there. Give us a signal to prove that you're being ready to trade. And I think that there's obviously lots of wise words in books like this, but for me, that's a big one. And that is that you don't just always say, oh my God, this stock is at anchored VWAP, therefore this. It gives you an idea of possible support and resistance, and then a trading plan from there needs to be developed.
Well said, Sean. And, I did not buy it yesterday based on it touching that anchor from the gap because I didn't have the confidence that it would hold. We had a good chance that it would, but but at the end of the day, it sold off pretty hard in closed week. So if you had purchased it late in the day yesterday, this was the last 30 minutes of the day.
Right.
And I think you were talking about shorting it. That
Yep.
was pretty ugly. Instead, I was looking at it saying, here's our level of interest. Now I switch to my rules of engagement the next day, which are if it gaps up, then I wait for the gap to settle down and then buy it as it gets back above the volume weighted average price. So there's all kinds of ways to do it depending on your risk tolerance. I personally don't want that overnight risk. It cost me a little bit extra because hindsight says that was perfect place to buy at the close. But hindsight is not gonna help us going forward.
Yeah, and I think hindsight is perfect. And I think that's sort of one of the problems, especially as a day trader like myself that will make hundreds of trades in a day. You kind of can't say, oh, I wish I had done this, or looking back at it. But the thing about it is I have notes all over my desk, and I'm sure a lot of our traders do that too, trying to little slight reminders. And you know what? As soon as you said that, I was like, oh my God, Brian, when there's a gap, wait for VWAP. I was like, that was one thing that you had taught me that I definitely should have learned from that. All right, people want to ask right now in the chat, how was skiing? You were skiing, I think a couple weeks ago when I asked you what you were up to. I think you said you headed to the mountains. Must be nice to be doing that.
I did a week ago tomorrow. It was the Juneteenth day.
Right. How was that?
I drove a long way up the mountain on a dirt road until I encountered snow.
Yep.
Then me and the dog got out and put my skins on, skinned up, did some hiking, had to take them off. I probably got about 600 to 800 feet of skiing downhill, but it was kind of fun. It was unique, so it was fun. It was a good hike, and it's more fun than walking down.
Hey, Brian, we have a new podcast called Freedom and Wealth Podcast, and that reminds me of just having that freedom, being able to look out there and just see everything and clearing your mind from your day-to-day stuff and being able to relax. Great opportunity to do that, especially on your day off. Hey, maybe you'll join us. You want to join us one day on the podcast? We do it weekly. Would love to have you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Let me shoot me some details. Let me know.
I will for sure. It's one of the hottest podcasts on YouTube right now. So
I bet it is.
Yeah, it's really hot right now. We're really happy to do that. All right, TGTX was one trade. Is there anything else, maybe something unique that you're looking at that you might want to throw up here and discuss with our viewers before I let you go? Over 3,000 watching right now.
Pan W is starting to look interesting finally. I think we spoke about the cup and handle in there and some of these levels. So here's that cup and handle.
Right.
We have been trying to break the last couple of days. I didn't buy it yesterday because it gapped up, but I think tomorrow you get back above this afternoon's high, not the morning high. You could see Pan W get going. CARG has been one that I traded previously. I think we spoke about. That one's got my attention with a stop below the low of the last couple days. And Tesla, we've been talking about. I think Tesla is finally getting there. We spoke about how it's been battling with this year-to-date anchor in here. We saw the shakeout. Now we've got a rising 20 and 50-day moving average and perhaps a move up towards that 200 level and then the 200-day moving average. For a bounce in a primary downtrend, I think Tesla could be good here by the time we speak again next week, Sean.
Yeah, I'm loving some Tesla for sure. I love that Pan W looking to break out as well. Okay, Brian, thank you so much again for joining us here on the show. The content you provide is endless. I want to make sure that everybody makes sure that they catch you with maximum trading gains with Anchored VWAP. He never asked me to promote it, but I'm going to do it every single time. Thank you, Brian. At Alpha Trends, they can go find you over there on X. Once again, have a great rest of your week, and I hope all the trades work out.
You too. Thank you, Sean.
Ciao, that's Brian Shannon.
Bye, everyone.
Can't stop, won't stop, says Dan McIsaac. Great question there about Chipotle. We'll see if we'll trade that tomorrow, 50 to 1. So it should come down into what, 150? How much is it? It's 3,000. So
I saw it was going to be like 62 or something.
Right, back in, right. So that should be really, really interesting as we'll see what's happening with Chipotle tomorrow. Just quick little look in here. Let's flip over to a 1-minute chart again. What was that, little small claps there?
I'm just excited for Chipotle.
Okay. Oh yeah, would you get? Oh, me and the wife went there on Juneteenth actually. I hadn't been to Chipotle in honestly probably 2 or 3 years. Crazy.
I like Chipotle.
Yeah, I got the salad. I got carnitas.
Ooh, nice.
And she got the sofritas, which is the tofu.
Yeah.
That was pretty nice. I got the salad. You got the bowl. What would you get? You get the bowl, the salad, or the wrap? Or
I get either the
burrito?
bowl or the salad, and I get it with chicken. I tried the sofritas once; they were too spicy for me. But the chicken is the good amount of spice if I eat it very slowly.
That's relatively new, I think, the chicken, isn't it? Maybe not.
Maybe it isn't. I don't know.
What am I talking about?
I usually get like I'm like a chicken or tofu person, but I found the sofritas too spicy for myself. But I like the chicken bowl or salad.
Nice, good one. All right, yeah, bulls are the way. Yeah, you're right, Dan McIsaac. Okay, there it is. So Rivian right now holding the highs and getting higher up. Again, not trading advice, but for myself, we're long at 11. We'll probably take some out at 16 and then go get a bull at some point and do that one right there. So again, I want to definitely thank Brian Shannon for coming through. I mean, the best just keeps getting better. The show keeps getting better. And it's going to get a lot better tomorrow when Neil is in this seat. So Neil will be covering for me over the next couple of days. It's been a great, actually next couple of days. I'm not here doing this show for weeks now because I am off Wednesday, Thursday, the show. Neil does it. Then I'm not here Friday as we head to the baseball tournament. Then I booked off all of next week, baby, because it's already, there's Canada Day in the middle there. Of course, July 1st being there as well. And we should have some good coverage coming back in with Neil, Obi, Adara, and Sharif. So lots happening. It should be really good. I want to give a big shout out to Brian Shannon one more time. I mean, thank you so much for coming through. But we can't do everything without doing one thing, and that's the roll call. Because I forgot it yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You know, yesterday I said roll. That didn't seem long enough. Okay.
This is short. I thought it was longer as well.
Sometimes I don't know if Ramin just hits the cut button, you know, real quick.
You just think Ramin's always trolling you.
Well, you don't hear the things that she says.
Okay, yeah, well, I hear them. That's fair. That's fair. But I think she means well.
I mean, I was just like, oh man, that Nvidia trade. She's like, oh dude. Anyways, okay, we'll talk about that after. Nvidia's still going, by the way. All right, so here we go. Thank you to TH, thank you to Henry Chung, Darwin as well, For Profit, Dan McIsaac. Hey, Dan, we got that Chipotle question in there for you as well. Right there, #1 podcast on YouTube, says Dan McIsaac. Thank you so much. Of course, Bears vs. Bulls is there as well. Yoel is here. Mr. Longshorts is here. Yeah, traders stay late. I mean, we brought you that Rivian news. We brought you FDX, right? FedEx still ripping there. Hey, Daryl, one of the best here. We used to have traders on the show. Daryl was one of the OGs as well. So thank you very much for a great interview day. Yeah, Brian Shannon. And a big thanks to Kevin O'Leary as well. Right there again. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Westermeyer. Amazing show, says Travel Buddy. So there it is. Shout out to Adara and myself. You will be missed. You will be missed as well, Pro Day Trader right there. But we're going to take a little bit of time off. Thank you to Henry Chung as well. Hey, I'm back tomorrow. I'm here all day, Wednesday and Thursday, taking off Friday, then into last week, and then we'll be here after that. So again, thank you to Brian. Thank you to everybody for watching. And a big thank you to Adara. Thank you to Ramin. And that's about it. I think you can hear a pin drop in here other than that. Unless Obi's still here. I don't know. I don't see Obi. I think he's out of here. All right. Thank you so much for joining again. Thank you to Kevin O'Leary. Thank you to Brian Shannon. It was a hell of a day here at Trader TV Live, and we're going to repeat that tomorrow. Adara, have a great evening, and everybody out there have one as well at Trader TV. At Trader TV Adara, at Trader TV Sean. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:30. Cha-cha-cha.
Bye, guys.